Chapter 1, School Beauty's Confession. September 18, 2020. Ningjiang City, Ningjiang University. Class 1, Finance, Level 20.
Li Qing sat in the classroom, waiting for the get out of class to end.
Ding dong. Sign-in system is starting, 5%, 99%.
Ding dong, activation successful.
Do you want to sign in on the first day?
Li Qing was stunned. As a veteran bookworm, he certainly knew what the sign-in system was.
No way, such a good thing actually fell on my head?
Li Qing was a little excited and took a deep breath.
Sign in. Ding dong. Sign in successfully, sign in reward, School Beauty Xiaoyushi's favorability plus 999. School Beauty Xiaoyushi?
Li Qing frowned and recalled. The school belle Xiaoyushi is the most beautiful girl in their class and one of the best in the whole school. Just a few days after the start of school, she has surpassed all the other girls and was named the school belle of Ning University by the seniors, and she is a recognized belle. Li Qing remembered that she had skin as white as cream, clear eyes, and a pair of long legs, just like the girls in comics. The key point is that this kind of school belle is extremely cold and aloof, speaks very little, and rejects any boy who expresses his love and sends flowers. I heard that Xiaoyushi's family background is quite impressive, which makes many boys with average conditions give up in pursuit.
The rewards given by the system are funny, right? Such a cool and aloof school beauty, favorability plus 999? Will he kneel down and lick himself? How is it possible?
Soon, the bell for the end of get out of class rang as expected.
Xiaoyushi walked straight up to Li Qing.
Li Qing, I really like you. I hope you can accept my confession and be with me. The get out of class just ended and the class was super quiet.
Xiaoyushi's words were like a thunderclap, and the whole class was instantly boiling. WTF? The school beauty actually confessed to Li Qing? The school beauty actually likes Li Qing? Ah, my youth is gone so quickly. It's too difficult.
Even a loser like Li Qing could be confessed to by the school beauty.
Why did I lose? The class suddenly exploded.
Li Qing looked confused.
No way? The cool school beauty falls in love with me? I must be dreaming.
Looking at Xiaoyushi's blushing face, Li Qing finally shook his head. I'm sorry, Xiaoyushi, we're not familiar with each other yet.
This is too abrupt.
Li Qing refused.
Ding dong. School beauty Xiaoyushi favorability 99.
Xiaoyushi bit her lips tightly, stamped her feet, grumbled, and walked out of the classroom with her face covered.
The class was in an uproar again. Ah, this. He actually rejected the school beauty. Is this something a human would do? That's right, the school beauty rejected it, so don't give it to me. It's you, are you worthy? Finally, school is over.
After Li Qing rejected the school belle, Xiaoyushi never spoke to him again.
Li Qing didn't feel particularly sorry. After all, although Xiaoyushi was really beautiful, there was no emotional foundation between them. It had only been a few days since school started. Even if they really wanted to be together, they would need to get to know each other. After all, he is not a casual person. Li Qing quickly packed up his textbooks and prepared to go to the cafeteria to eat. As soon as he went downstairs, Li Qing heard a sudden brake sound. In front of the teaching building, a black extended version of Rolls-Royce stopped in front of Li Qing. The car door slid open quickly, and three sturdy men in black suits and sunglasses jumped out. The three sturdy men grabbed Li Qing and stuffed him inside like an eagle catching a chick. Li Qing was about to speak when he felt something stuffed in his mouth and could only whimper. ##. The Rolls-Royce drove away. After a while, the car stopped in front of a luxurious villa. The sturdy man in the lead tore off the rag in Li Qing's mouth and led Li Qing straight to the second floor. Li Qing was very honest throughout the whole process. After all, his small body was not strong enough to match two strong men. He didn't dare to say anything, nor did he dare to ask, and was just taken to a room. Boom boom boom. Miss, I have brought the person with me. I understand. You go down first. It was a young girl's voice, a little familiar, as if I had heard it somewhere before. Li Qing tilted his head and tried to recall, but he suddenly couldn't remember. Soon, the door opened. In the room, there was a girl with wet hair and a shawl, wrapped in a bath towel, which set off her tight and slender figure, revealing her smooth and delicate feet and arms, which made people imagine. Brother Qingqing, I'm just taking a shower. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Li Qing swallowed his saliva and then recognized that it was Xia Yushi. I almost didn't recognize him without any clothes on. You sent someone to kidnap me? Li Qing was depressed. Why would he kidnap me even though his favorability is high? There is no reason for this. Brother Qingqing, please come in first. Seeing Li Qing's surprised look, Xia Yushi couldn't help but stick out her tongue playfully, then moved aside and motioned Li Qing to come in and talk. Since it had come to this, Li Qing didn't show any fear. He walked directly into the room and found a chair to sit down. What is going on? Li Qing asked with his eyes wide open, very confused. Brother Qingqing, you are the first man who has moved my heart so much in the past 18 years. I really like you. I have never been so unrestrained before and have never confessed my love to a boy. I really. As Xia Yushi spoke, she was suddenly speechless. She looked at Li Qing infatuatedly and bit her lips slightly. Li Qing was just about to open his mouth to refuse again when he heard a bang and the door was pushed open. A slightly plump, middle-aged man in a suit walked in. He wore gold-rimmed glasses and looked gentle and refined. Hello, young man, you must be Li Qing. Who are you, uncle? I'm Xia Yushi's father, the chairman of Xia Group. I heard that Yushi has a crush on you. I'm worried about her living here alone, so I plan to hire you as her nanny and bodyguard, with a monthly salary of 100,000. Monthly salary of 100,000? Li Qing was shocked. He came from an extremely ordinary family. His parents were ordinary workers. 100,000 a month was enough to cover their family's annual income. Li Qing was somewhat moved. It doesn't matter whether she is a school beauty or not, what matters is that she is rich. Okay, uncle, since you were so kind, I did it. Very good, this is an agreement contract, please sign it. Uncle Xia took out a piece of paper and a pen from his pocket like a magic trick. Li Qing picked up the contract and glanced at it. The contents seemed normal. Only the last sentence. For the next 4 years, you must stay with Xia Yushi every day. If you leave for more than 1 day, you will have to pay her 10 times the salary you were paid. Li Qing couldn't hold the pen in his hand anymore. 10 times the salary? Not to mention 10 times, he can't even come up with 1 times. Li Qing was dumbfounded. Uncle Xia, is this an unfair treaty? Uncle Xia smiled kindly. How is this bullying? As long as you stay with Yushi obediently and protect his safety, why would you break the contract? By the way, young man, are you going to sign it or not? You just agreed to it. Well, it doesn't matter if you don't sign. I'm the honorary president of the Ningda Board of Directors. It's okay if you don't sign. In a few days, I'll send you to study in Africa as a model exchange student of our school. After saying that, Uncle Xia sighed again. It's a pity for such a great guy like you. Africa is such a wonderful place, I really don't want to let you go. Li Qing suddenly felt like crying but had no tears. Uncle Xia, don't say anything, I'll sign it, isn't it okay for me to sign it? Chapter 2 The school beauty invited me to eat hot pot. Uncle Xia took the contract and nodded with satisfaction. Yes, we are our own people from now on. You can ask for anything you want, as long as it's not excessive. By the way, I hope you can do this job well. Otherwise, I can always send you to study in Africa. You know what I mean. Don't worry, Uncle Xia, I will do a good job of this job. Li Qing nodded painfully. Uncle, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. I have classes in the afternoon. Young man, you haven't eaten yet, why don't you eat here? Li Qing waved his hands quickly. No, Uncle Xia, I think the food at school is delicious now. Li Qing shook his head like a rattle and quickly escaped from the villa. He was afraid that if he stayed here any longer, that old fox Uncle Xia might trick him into signing some unfair contract again. Li Qing walked out of the villa area and took a look at the big sign at the door, only to find that he was in the Repulse Bay Villa area. This place is only 1 kilometer away from their school, but the price of a villa there is over 10 million. The people who live there are either rich or noble. Li Qing looked helplessly at the school clock tower not far away. It would take about 20 minutes to walk back. It's not too far and it's acceptable. Li Qing spread his legs and strode towards the school. Drawing baby, galloping wild horses and thorny roses. The cell phone rang and the screen showed the caller, Mom. Li Qing took the phone. Son, are you coming back this week? Mom, I've only been in school for a week.
I'll be at home for 2 or 3 months during the summer vacation, and you've always complained that I'm in the way.
You silly son, what mother would dislike her own child? You just started college, are you adapting? How are your relationships with your roommates? Are you keeping up with your studies? Okay, Mom, I get it. I'll go home next week, how about that? Okay, keep warm at school, eat and drink as needed, and don't treat yourself badly. Okay, I get it, Mom. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up first. I have something else to do here.
After Li Qing finished speaking, he hung up the phone.
Mom is still so nagging.
But at the same time, it also made him feel warm inside. His parents were ordinary factory workers. Their salary was not high, but at least they could still support him to study until he was admitted to university.
Ningjiang University ranks among the top 10 in the country.
Although its ranking is average, it is a private school. Most of the students there are either rich or noble, and many of them come from famous families. There are very few top students like Li Qing who have passed the exam with a score of almost 700. So his parents were very excited. Their son was able to get into such an excellent private school.
The classmates he met in school must be very outstanding.
When he graduates, at least in terms of connections, he will be unmatched by other schools. Although the annual tuition fee is only tens of thousands of yuan, it is still a bit stressful for an ordinary family like Li Qing's. Thinking of this, Li Qing clenched his fists. Now that he had a sign-in system, he would definitely let his parents live a good life.
While thinking, Li Qing walked into the dormitory. The dormitories at Ningda University are all 4-person rooms with beds above and desks below.
They are very spacious, with wooden floors, private bathrooms, balconies, and dazzling chandeliers that illuminate the dormitories at night as if they were daytime. They also have air conditioning in the summer and heating in the winter, and the layout is very luxurious. Li Qing's roommates are also very good.
Bed number 1 belongs to the dormitory head, Wu Dashui.
His family is in business, and he is very rich. He is 1.88 meters tall and joined the college basketball team at the beginning of the school year. His unique height advantage makes many girls flirt with him. The roommate of bed number 2 is called Zhang Xiaoqian, a thin young man of medium height, wearing glasses and looking somewhat elegant. It seems that his relative is a high-ranking official in Ningjiang City, but he is a very low-key and humble person. Bed number 4 is occupied by a handsome, fair-skinned guy named Fan, known as a love saint. His family runs a beauty salon, and he has fluffy black hair and a sharp-edged face, and is very handsome. Bed number 3 belongs to Li Qing, who has handsome features and a good looks that is out of 10, at least 9.5 points or above. Among them, Li Qing has the most ordinary background. All the roommates were wearing designer clothes, except Li Qing, who was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt that he bought on a treasure hunt for a few $dozen, paired with denim shorts and no-name white shoes. Although it was not high-end, it looked very clean. But after spending a few days together, Li Qing found that these roommates were quite nice to him.
They joked with him and didn't treat him as an outsider at all.
After all, men quickly become brothers after a few drinks. They even numbered each other according to the beds, and called each other big brother, second brother, third brother, fourth brother.
Li Qing pushed open the door.
Fuck! Third brother is back. Third brother, you actually won the campus beauty of Ning University. From now on, you are my third brother.
Yes, from now on we will all call you third brother.
When the 3 roommates saw Li Qing finally coming back, they all shouted excitedly.
How can I feel so embarrassed? Actually, I was only confessed to by a school beauty once.
Li Qing pretended to be calm and waved his hand, jokingly saying.
Fuck, listen, is this human language? What do you mean the school beauty only confessed to me once? This. I'm jealous.
The dormitory was suddenly filled with a cheerful atmosphere.
Afternoon. Economics class.
Li Qing entered the classroom 10 minutes early. More than half of the students in the class are already sitting sparsely.
As soon as Li Qing stepped into the classroom, one of his classmates nicknamed Black Bull came over. Lu Ming, nicknamed Black Bull, has a muscular body and often goes to the gym. It is said that he comes from a prominent family and the head office of the famous Lu Group in Ningjiang City is owned by his family. He had only been in school for a few days, but he was already telling everyone that he was determined to get the school belle Xiaoyusher. As a result, this morning, school beauty Xiaoyusher confessed her love to Li Qing. Han Yo was stunned for a moment. Why did this seemingly ordinary boy receive a confession from the school beauty?
After going back at noon and finding out that Li Qing had no background at all, Hainyo prepared to cause trouble in the afternoon.
Boy, you dare to snatch the woman I like? Don't want to mix with this anymore.
Seeing Hainyo coming at him aggressively, Li Qing's expression became stern. When several good roommates in the dormitory saw that Li Qing was in a bad situation, they hurried over and stood beside Li Qing.
Hainyo saw a few more people coming, weighed the situation, and retracted his clenched fists.
But his fierce look did not change at all. Boy, you were smart this morning and rejected the school beauty. Xiaoyushi must have lost in a dare or something, so she had no choice but to confess to a piece of trash like you.
If you dare to talk to Xiaoyushi again when I see you in the future, you'll see. Hainyo's words echoed in the classroom.
The teacher had not arrived yet, but the attention of the whole class was attracted.
Li Qing is in trouble now. That's right, I was saying, how could a school beauty confess her love to him? Hey, wait and see, there will be some good shows from Li Qing. The class immediately started talking about it. Brother Qingqing, why are you standing here? By the way, let's go eat Haishan Lao hot pot together tonight.
At the classroom door, the clear voice of school beauty Xiaoyushi was heard. She also changed into a white long skirt this afternoon, paired with a pair of canvas shoes, looking particularly pure and lovely.
The class became quiet again in an instant. All eyes were focused on the two people.
Li Qing touched the living expenses in his pocket. There was still more than half of the month left, but he only had about 300 yuan left. Haishan Lao hot pot is actually considered a slightly higher-end hot pot, but he heard from people in the dormitory that the average cost per person for a meal is at least over 100 yuan. Li Qing scratched his head in embarrassment.
I don't have money to treat you to a meal. Xiaoyushi smiled. No need, who said I asked you to treat me? I'll treat you. Chapter 3 This hot pot is so white. What? The school beauty actually calls Li Qing, Brother Qingqing? And you also invited him to eat hot pot? The class exploded instantly.
If anyone had previously thought that the school beauty confessed to Li Qing because she lost a game like Dare or something, and that it was not her own fault, then now there is nothing to say.
No way, no way? This ordinary-looking Li Qing is actually so powerful?
In the morning, the school beauty confessed her love to him in public, and in the afternoon, she treated me to hot pot in public.
This move made the boys in the class instantly envious.
Li Qing is simply a role model for our generation. The girls' eyes towards Li Qing also changed slightly, and they began to look at Li Qing with admiration. After all, a guy who can be noticed and confess to by a school beauty must have something special about him. The more they looked at Li Qing, the more they thought he was handsome, and the more they found him pleasing to the eye.
Oh, why didn't they discover a treasure boy like Li Qing before?
The school beauty got there first. They all beat their chests and stamped their feet, regretting their actions.
The most embarrassing one is Hainyo. Hainyo was completely dumbfounded. Think about how loud his words of confidence sounded half a minute ago.
At this moment, he was hit in the face very loudly. There were so many people in the class, he felt embarrassed to continue being rude. After all, the school beauty was there too, so he had to walk back to his seat dejectedly.
Brother Qingqing, can you sit with me during class?
Xiaoyushi grabbed Li Qing's sleeve and looked at him with burning eyes.
Ah, aren't we going to have hot pot together tonight? I'd better sit with my roommate now to promote brotherly love.
Li Qing found a rather unconvincing excuse and slipped away like the wind.
Ding dong. School beauty Xiaoyushi favorability 99. Ah, Brother Qingqing, you. Humph, stinky man.
Xiaoyushi put her hands on her waist and couldn't help stamping her feet.
This Li Qing actually rejected her again.
However, she soon changed her mind and thought that this kind of man is worth liking.
If he was so easily attracted by her beauty and fell at her feet, wouldn't he be more likely to fall for other women in the future?
Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Xiaoyushi's lips again.
As expected, he is worthy of being the man I like. Even his rejection makes me so fascinated. Ding dong. Xiaoyushi's favorability plus 666. Li Qing? WTF? Didn't it clearly drop to 99 just now? What's going on?
Li Qing turned around and saw Xiaoyushi staring at his back with a sweet smile on her face. The four looked into each other's eyes. After confirming the eye contact, Xiaoyushi blushed again and shyly avoided Li Qing's gaze.
Ding dong. School beauty Xiaoyushi favorability plus 99. School beauty Xiaoyushi favorability plus 88. School beauty Xiaoyushi's favorable feeling plus. Li Qing was depressed. Ah, this. Please, could you not add so much force? She confessed her love to him with just over 1,000 likes, and even kidnapped him. If I add more, wouldn't that be like forcing myself on him? The afternoon was full of classes, so we didn't get out of school until dark. Li Qing simply packed up his textbooks and asked his roommate to help him take them back to the dormitory. The fourth brother Qifan, nicknamed Love Saint, quietly pulled Li Qing back. Third brother, be careful at night. Li Qing waved his hand. It's okay. I'm a grown man, how can I be eaten by Xia Yushi? Qifan still held Li Qing tightly and shook his head. Brother, this is what I'm talking about. Qifan took out a small square package and prepared to hand it to Li Qing. You will definitely not be back at night, so you must be careful and stay safe. Qifan looked at Li Qing with a wicked smile. Li Qing understood instantly and waved his hand to refuse righteously. Fourth brother, I will definitely go back to the dormitory at night. After saying that, Li Qing left without looking back. Qifan's voice came again. Fuck, third brother, why are you still pretending? Remember what you said, if you dare not come back to the dormitory at night, I will break your legs. Ha 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 ha. Behind me, several roommates burst into laughter. Li Qing was slightly touched. In fact, it's really nice to have a roommate who is not too serious but always considerate of you. Li Qing walked up to Xia Yushi. Brother Qingqing, what is your roommate saying to you? You two seem very happy. They told us to be careful on our way home. Your roommate is so nice. That's a must. Li Qing and the school beauty walked all the way to the school gate. The two of them didn't speak, and they kept a distance that was neither far nor close along the way, showing a tacit understanding. Sometimes speaking can be a little awkward, and not speaking is actually a kind of sublimation. Li Qing hailed a taxi. Master, go get the hot pot from the sea. Okay. The taxi driver stepped on the accelerator and drove straight away. Haishanglao Hot Pot Restaurant is 4 or 5 kilometers away from Ningxiang University, which is neither far nor near. If Li Qing was alone, he would definitely choose to take the bus, but now that he is with Xia Yushi, he might as well take a taxi. Anyway, the hot pot was free, he only paid for the round-trip fare. When they were almost at the Sea to Fish, Li Qing was about to pay the fare but Xia Yushi stopped him. Brother Qingqing, let me pay. You can pay next time. Are you so considerate of me? Li Qing felt touched. Oh well. Li Qing nodded. The driver glanced at Li Qing through the rearview mirror. Young man, your girlfriend is amazing. She's so pretty but she's still not willing to spend your money. Wow, I really envy you. Ha, it's actually not that bad. Li Qing scratched his head embarrassedly and was too lazy to explain. Two people got out of the car and went into the sea to fish. The waiters came up immediately and surrounded Li Qing, their enthusiasm making him a little uncomfortable. This is my first time here, so you can ask her about ordering and she'll make the arrangements. Li Qing pointed at Xia Yushi. Xia Yushi was not polite and took the menu without hesitation. Hey, half a portion of spicy beef and lao pai. Half portion of lao pai duck intestines. Half portion of lao pai tripe. The 4-square pot base requires a spicy butter base, a tomato base, and 2 water bases. Okay, that's all for now. Xia Yushi handed back the menu. Soon the bottom of the pot came up first, and boiling hot steam rose up, making Xia Yushi's pretty face blush and look particularly charming. Xia Yushi, I find you are so beautiful now. Li Qing suddenly praised Xia Yushi, which made Xia Yushi's face blush even more. Her little face was as red as a ripe red apple. Hate it, brother Qingqing, haven't I always been beautiful? Xia Yushi opened her thin lips slightly, and after she finished speaking, she stretched out her naughty little tongue and licked it gently, which was very tempting. Li Qing felt that he was being teased. He would never have imagined that the usually aloof school beauty could be so well behaved and lovely. Li Qing suddenly felt that this sign-in system was quite powerful. In excitement, Li Qing knocked over the chopsticks and they fell to the ground. Please get another pair of chopsticks. I'll pick up these two. Li Qing bent down and prepared to pick up the chopsticks. His eyes moved and he glanced at the opposite side inadvertently. Xia Yushi was wearing a pure white long skirt today, revealing her 2 slender calves, smooth and white. Li Qing swallowed hard. Who can stand this? Brother Qingqing, what's wrong? It's okay, this hot pot is really white. Chapter 4 Taking a Photo with the School Beauty. Brother Qingqing, what are you talking about? I say, the bottom of this clear soup is really white. Li Qing wiped his sweat secretly. He spoke without thinking and he almost let the cat out of the bag just now. Fortunately, he was quick-witted and covered it up. Brother Qingqing, are you stupid? The bottom of this clear soup must be white. Xia Yushi giggled and covered her mouth. It is true that beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. Even though Li Qing was a little embarrassed sometimes, in her eyes, this was cute. The dishes were served quickly. When ordering the dishes just now, it was Xia Yushi who ordered everything, so Li Qing stood up consciously at this time and put the dishes into the pot step by step. At least he still has some gentlemanly manners. Brother Qingqing, you looked so serious when you were serving the dishes. You looked so handsome. Xia Yushi stared at Li Qing with her big eyes. Xia Yushi, please stop talking like that. If you continue like this, I'm afraid you'll really conquer me. After Li Qing finished speaking, he picked up a piece of meat, dipped it in sesame paste, put it in his mouth, and chewed it with big mouthfuls. The sesame paste is mixed with the soup from the beef pot, plus the unique chewiness and light meaty aroma of the beef. Mixed together and filling his taste buds, Li Qing felt as if all the cells in his body were activated. In one word, awesome. Brother Qingqing, you are enjoying the hot pot so much, why don't you just give in to me, and I can bring you to eat hot pot every day in the future? Li Qing was stunned and actually felt a little moved. He quickly stopped this bold idea. No, I can't just sell myself out like that. It was all because the hot pot smelled so good that it actually made him waver. Li Qing shook his head. You want to buy me off with a hot pot meal? Am I that kind of person? Xia Yushi rolled her eyes at Li Qing. Tisk, if you don't want to forget it. Li Qing stood up and prepared to continue eating the meat, and the young waitress beside him hurried over. Little brother, what do you want to eat? I'll help you get it. Li Qing's face suddenly turned red. No thanks, I like to cook hot pot myself. This kind of service where everyone helped him scoop out the food and just short of feeding it into his mouth made him feel a little flattered and uncomfortable. Look, that little brother. When the waiter was helping him pick up the food just now, he was so unnatural, like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. It made me laugh to death. That's right. Look at him, he's dressed so plainly, and he invited such a pretty girl to eat Haishan Lao? Ha, he must be an old bootlicker. How shabby. He would rather starve himself than treat the goddess to a meal of Haishan Lao. Oh, sisters, why can't I meet such a high-quality backup? At the next table, there were 3 young and beautiful girls in their early 20s. However, unlike Xia Yushi, they did not have that innocent look. Instead, they were dressed very cool and quite social. I don't know if it was intentional or unintentional, but even though they lowered their voices, Xia Yushi and Li Qing still heard every word because they were close. Li Qing is fine. There are good people and bad people in this world. He has met many good people since he was a child, but there are also many unfriendly people. Occasionally he would meet such a person, and although it was as disgusting as eating a fly, he had already let it go. So after hearing these harsh words, Li Qing seemed very normal and continued eating as usual. But Xia Yushi couldn't hold back any longer. Because of her prominent family background and her beauty since childhood, people were polite to her. Now she's actually making fun of the boy she likes? Absolutely cannot tolerate this. Xia Yushi clenched her little pink fists, stood up and prepared to argue with him. Forget it, Yushi. Such a person is not worth it. Li Qing quickly stopped Xia Yushi. Xia Yushi's arm was held by Li Qing, and their skin touched each other. As if by some magical power, she immediately had an indescribable strange feeling, which made her sit back down again. Just now, Brother Qingqing called her Yushi. Xia Yushi had a faint smile on her face, thinking sweetly in her heart, and kept savoring the memory. Brother Qingqing, what did you just call me? Xia Yushi. No, you clearly called me Yushi. Oh, you must have heard it wrong when you were excited. Nonsense, I didn't. Xia Yushi was anxious. Her 2 beautiful eyebrows curled up into a ball and she stared at Li Qing fiercely, looking as if she was not going to give in. Li Qing burst out laughing. Why are you so serious? Xia Yushi was speechless. She usually speaks slowly and looks very cold, but somehow, she suddenly changed in front of Li Qing and now looks like a little woman. Thinking of this, Xia Yushi's face suddenly turned red. She lowered her head and started to pick up vegetables from the bottom of the pot. The next table. Sisters, let's take a group photo and post it on WeChat Moments. Okay, I'll stand at the back so that my face looks smaller. The lighting here is very bright, so it makes me look whiter. The three girls soon started taking photos together again. They tried various photo poses several times before finally taking a photo that all three girls were satisfied with. Xiaoyushi looked at them with contempt. TSK, this kind of woman is too vain. I hate group photos the most. It feels like a routine. She takes photos wherever she goes, even when she eats. It's like she has never seen the world. Xiaoyushi ate while pouting and complaining. Li Qing smiled faintly, listened to her complaints, and said nothing. After a while, Xiaoyushi looked at Li Qing, wanting to say something but stopping herself. Brother Qingqing, how about we take a photo together? This is the first time I've had dinner with you, and I think it's very memorable. Li Qing couldn't help laughing. It smells so good so quickly, it turns out that no one can escape the theorem of true fragrance. Li Qing gave Xiaoyushi a thumbs up. Xiaoyushi is a man of steel. Being ridiculed by Li Qing, Xiaoyushi's face instantly turned red with anger, and she whispered in defense, I just wanted to take a photo with you because we were having dinner together. I promise, this is my first time. Brother Qingqing, can we just take a photo once? Xiaoyushi was a little bit arrogant at first, but suddenly she changed her attitude and started to act coquettishly towards Li Qing. Li Qing really has no way to deal with girls who act like a spoiled child. Okay, I promised you, isn't that enough? When Xiaoyushi heard that Li Qing agreed to her request for a photo, she immediately smiled like a child, feeling very satisfied and happy. Xiaoyushi took out her iPhone 11, sat next to Li Qing, and directly opened the iPhone's original camera. Li Qing was stunned. As a girl, you don't even use a beauty camera? Xiaoyushi was stunned for a moment and realized that she was always laughed at by Li Qing in front of him. That's too much. You have to know that before, all kinds of boys in school pursued her and fawned over her, but she didn't care at all. Unexpectedly, in front of Li Qing, all her true sides were accidentally exposed. Xiaoyushi gave Li Qing a pitiful look. Do I have to use a beauty camera? I've never used it, and the photos I took are actually pretty good. Chapter 5 I just don't want you to go back to the dormitory. Li Qing glanced at Xiaoyushi's smooth and pretty face, and seemed to know why she never used a beauty camera. Indeed, as a school belle with such a beautiful face, why would she need a beauty camera? Just like the photos taken by big stars and their fans on the internet, the stars are originally very beautiful, but after the fans' beauty cameras automatically use filters to slim their faces, enlarge their eyes, and smooth their skin, they look like monsters. Thinking of this, Li Qing nodded. Okay, it's okay. Anyway, Li Qing is quite confident about his appearance, so it doesn't matter whether he has beauty filters or not. Xiaoyushi turned on the front camera and quickly found a good angle. Brother Qingqing, please smile. Li Qing forced out a fake smile like a boy, showing only 2 rows of teeth without smiling at all, looking very dull and funny. Puff. Xiaoyushi was amused by Li Qing and couldn't help laughing out loud. Li Qing took the opportunity to quickly press the camera button on Xiaoyushi's phone. Crack. The moment just now was frozen in the mobile phone. Ah, Brother Qingqing, you are so mean. You just made me laugh so hard that my face was disfigured, and you dared to take the opportunity to take a photo of me. That's too much. Delete it now, quickly. Xiaoyushi was anxious. She pinched Li Qing's arm with her slender fingers and muttered. This is the best look, okay? Don't you think this is the most natural and real? I like you like this, pure, real and unpretentious. Li Qing said this in a serious tone. Xiaoyushi looked at the photo carefully again. She was smiling a little too hard in the photo, with her mouth wide open. Although it was not very elegant, she looked really happy in the photo and was very contagious. Even unhappy people will smile after seeing this photo of her. Thinking of this, Xiaoyushi nodded again. Brother Qingqing, what you said does make some sense. This is the one I'll take. I'm going to post this photo of us on WeChat Moments. I don't know if it was intentional, but Xiaoyushi's voice was particularly loud. The 3 girls at the next table who were busy photoshopping pictures raised their heads curiously and looked over. Did they hear it right? Such a beautiful girl actually wants to post his backup on WeChat Moments? Wow, it looks like the meal I treated the spare tire to was not in vain. Li Qing was also dumbfounded after hearing this, and quickly prepared to find a way to reject Xiaoyushi.
After the school beauty confessed her love to him in the morning, Haemyo started to cause trouble for him in the afternoon. You have to know that there are many people who like Xia Yushi and Ningda. Li Qing is an ordinary person. If he really wins the school bell, he will definitely be troubled by others. A big tree attracts the wind. Li Qing still understood this principle. At least he has to wait until the system gives him some more powerful skills. So it's best not to post group photos now, in case someone is targeting you. Thinking of this, Li Qing hurriedly pulled Xia Yushi. Xia Yushi, I don't want to be too high profile, so please don't post our photos on WeChat moments casually, okay? At least, not for the near future. Looking at Li Qing's serious expression that did not allow for negotiation, Xia Yushi said "oh" lightly and showed a lost expression. She had no choice but to delete the text she had just edited word by word. Li Qing felt a little reluctant, thought about it, and sighed again. Actually, you can still post it on your moments, but I don't want to put our photo up there. After listening to this, Xia Yushi looked up at Li Qing and smiled knowingly as if she had received some hint. Hey, brother Qingqing, I understand. Soon, Xia Yushi's fingers were seen typing rapidly on the mobile phone keyboard, and she had re-edited the copy in a short while. Then, I just clicked send. Look, is it okay to send it like this? Xia Yushi handed the phone to Li Qing with a smile. Li Qing couldn't help but give her a blank look. It's already been sent, you're acting without authorization. The text of Xia Yushi's recent post on her moments was very simple, consisting of only one sentence. It's so fun to eat hot pot with the person I love, oh yeah. The accompanying picture is the Heidileo hot pot base. Li Qing couldn't help but smacking his lips. The copywriting is so simple, crude, and straightforward. Many people in the class had heard Xia Yushi invite Li Qing to eat hot pot. Anyone who is not a fool would know that this person is Li Qing. Li Qing suddenly felt a little regretful for letting her send it. The two of them had almost finished eating, and Xia Yushi stood up and went to the counter to pay the bill. Li Qing was sitting here alone. The next table. The three girls were stunned when they saw Xia Yushi went to pay the bill. What? This meal was actually treated to by that beautiful lady? Who is this guy? How could such a beautiful lady actually fall for him? Is he a hidden rich man? So low-key, are you dressing so low on purpose? After the three girls smelled some information, their minds worked rapidly and they soon reached a consensus. This guy is definitely not an ordinary person. So the three girls were eager to try and all wanted to get Li Qing's WeChat. One of them hesitated for a moment, and finally mustered up the courage. Handsome guy, can you add me on WeChat? I've been secretly observing you for a long time, and I'm a little moved, hee hee. Li Qing was playing with his mobile phone with his head down. When he heard the voice, he looked up in surprise and found that it was one of the three girls at the next table. A trace of disgust instantly emerged in Li Qing's heart. Thinking back to just now, they talked about me without any scruples on their faces. It's so fucking disgusting. Are green tea bitches like you worthy? Thinking of this, Li Qing sneered at the woman. You're asking me for my WeChat, get lost. The girl never thought that Li Qing would scold him. She really didn't think much of Li Qing before, so she was in the wrong and had to leave in shame. After Li Qing finished cursing, he felt quite happy. Comfortable, very comfortable. After Xia Yushi paid the bill, she turned around and found Li Qing walking towards her with a smug look on his face. Brother Qingqing, what are you so happy about? Nothing, just scolding a fool. When the two of them took a taxi back to the school gate, it was already 10:30. The dormitory closed at 11 o'clock. Li Qing calculated the time and thought that if he walked faster, he could still make it back to the dormitory. Thinking of this, Li Qing said goodbye to Xia Yushi and prepared to return to the dormitory. Wait a minute, brother Qingqing. Li Qing turned around and looked at Xia Yushi. Brother Qingqing, I'm so thirsty, can you help me buy a bottle of water over there? Li Qing looked in the direction Xia Yushi pointed, and there was indeed a retail store not far away. Li Qing was stunned. You don't have long legs, go buy them yourself. There are no street lights over there. It's so dark. I'm scared. Li Qing looked at Xia Yushi helplessly. You stand here and wait. After saying that, Li Qing started running as fast as he could. After a while, Li Qing ran back panting and handed Xia Yushi a bottle of water. Brother Qingqing, I want to drink something cold, can you help me change it? Xia Yushi didn't even take the water from Li Qing's hand. She just blinked her big, innocent eyes at Li Qing. Only then did Li Qing understand something.
I see. You are stalling for time on purpose. You don't want me to get back to the dormitory before 11 o'clock, right?
Xia Yushi nodded with a delicate look on her face.
That's too much. You actually nodded. Chapter 6 Sign and Reward Bugatti La Voiture Noire. Li Qing looked determined. I'm going back tonight anyway.
Xia Yushi frowned and stamped her feet.
Li Qing, do you still remember the contract you signed with my father? As my bodyguard, how can you not protect me at night?
What if a bad guy breaks into my house at night? Besides, you're breaking the contract by doing this.
This.
Li Qing was dumbfounded. I signed the contract myself, so I have to do it even with tears. Seeing that Li Qing was in a bit of an awkward situation, Xia Yushi lowered her head and counted her fingers.
How about you, brother Qingqing, go back today. But after tomorrow, you have to move in with me.
When Li Qing heard Xia Yushi let go, his expression relaxed, but he quickly tensed up again.
This is not good. That contract, breach of contract.
Xia Yushi deliberately dragged out her voice to remind him.
Okay then. I promise.
Li Qing always feels like he's at a disadvantage. Logically, the school beauty should live with him.
This is the life that many people dream of.
Li Qing finally bowed to life, no, to the rich woman.
Oh yeah.
Xia Yushi blinked her big eyes proudly.
Brother Qingqing, please go back soon. If it's any later you won't be able to go back. Bye, see you tomorrow. Li Qing waved goodbye with tears in his eyes, then ran towards the dormitory. Bang!
Li Qing pushed open the door, breathing heavily.
Good brothers, I'm back. Ha, ha, ha. Wow, third brother, you're finally back.
Big brother, hurry up, give me my $200.
Fuck, why are you back, Lao-san? I lost another 100 in the bet.
Third brother, if you had come 3 minutes later, Chi-fan would have been the loser.
What a pity. Chi-fan couldn't stop smiling at this moment.
I told you before, third brother is a man of his word. He told me he would come back in the evening, and you guys didn't believe me. Chi-fan said this and excitedly went forward to hug Li Qing.
Third brother, I really love you so much.
I love you so deeply.
Go away, I'm not gay. Li Qing waved his hand in disdain and pushed Chi-fan away.
It turns out these 3 guys are actually betting on whether I will return to the dormitory or not.
That's too much.
Li Qing returned to his bed and began to pack his things. He is going to move out tomorrow, and he really doesn't want to leave these good brothers he just met.
Third brother, why are you packing? I'm planning on moving out. With whom?
You are stupid, who else could it be?
It must be the school beauty.
Of course, third brother, you are truly a role model for our generation.
You have already won over the school beauty and are living together with her just a few days after the start of school.
Oh, I want to live with my sister too.
The dormitory was suddenly filled with sour voices and a happy atmosphere. 7 o'clock the next morning. Li Qing's alarm clock rang on time.
The other brothers in the dormitory were still sleeping, so Li Qing quickly turned off the alarm clock, got dressed, and washed up. In fact, in addition to being a Ningbo University student, Li Qing has another identity: a Baolian delivery man. The cost of living on the Ningbo University campus is high, and the living expenses his parents give him every month are only enough for 1 month's food expenses, so he has to find a way to earn some pocket money. So Li Qing chose to be a Baolian delivery man.
Making money is not shameful, it's just a bit hard. There are no classes this morning and his roommate is still asleep, so he has to ride his beloved scooter to deliver takeout.
Li Qing changed into the clothes of a Baolian delivery man and just walked out of the dormitory door.
Ding dong. Whether to sign in today. Sign in. Ding dong. Sign in successfully and get a Bugatti La Voiture Noire as a reward. Reward Bugatti La Voiture Noire?
Li Qing was stunned for a moment, then he vaguely remembered something and quickly took out his Mi 6 phone and found a piece of news he had seen before. The famous football star Cristiano Ronaldo bought the luxury supercar Bugatti La Voiture Noire worth 13 million euros and 128 million yuan.
Today's sign-in reward is actually such a luxury supercar. Li Qing was a little excited.
Ding dong, the rewards have been distributed to the dormitory building, please check it carefully. Li Qing finally came to his senses and touched his trouser pocket, where he found a car key. Looking around,
I found that there was indeed a black supercar not far downstairs. The handcrafted carbon fiber body and gloss black finish, coupled with the elegant overall curves, are sure to catch your attention. There were already several students standing next to the Bugatti, looking at it curiously and taking pictures. Li Qing walked over and pressed the car key. There was a beeping sound from the car, and then one of the doors on one side slid upwards and opened like a lid. Fuck, Bugatti can actually open its doors by itself? Too amazing. Ningda campus is really full of hidden talents. There are supercars worth hundreds of millions of dollars here. Come on, I'm standing next to the car, take a picture for me, make it look good. Li Qingyun walked over calmly and got into the car. Several students were stunned for a moment. The owner of such a luxury supercar is actually a Baolim delivery man? Is this the case that the younger generation deliberately delivers takeout to experience life? So strong. Li Qingkai didn't care what others thought of him, he just wanted to try out the new car. Get in the car, lightly press the clutch, step on the accelerator, and slowly start the Bugatti. All I could hear was the sports car roaring like a wild beast. The dull sound had an indescribable charm. Even the sound of the engine is so nice. Li Qing was just testing the car for a bit as he was in a hurry to deliver a package. Soon, Li Qing found his most conspicuous Baolim food delivery blue car among the rows of cars downstairs. Just as I got on and was about to start, I suddenly realized something was wrong. Ah, why is the tire flat? Li Qing was dumbfounded. He had just inflated the tire a few days ago, so the tire must be punctured. If he wanted to repair it, it would take several hours. There is no time to delay making money. Li Qing was a little helpless. Suddenly he slapped his thigh. Didn't he just sign for a Bugatti? It seems that he can only drive the Bugatti to deliver food. Oh, life is so hard. Li Qing quickly returned to the Bugatti and received his first takeaway. The customer from Garden Community ordered a portion of Hangzhou Xiaolong Bao buns and ate treasure porridge. Li Qing quickly started the Bugatti and headed straight to the Hangzhou Xiaolong Bao breakfast shop. Such breakfast shops are economical and affordable. Most of the office workers who are in a hurry just come here to eat a few bites and then go to work. Li Qing drove the Bugatti and stopped in front of the Hangzhou Xiaolong Bao restaurant with a dull roar. Wow, this sports car looks so cool. Shouldn't such a beautiful car be parked in a nightclub? Why is it in a breakfast shop? TSK, the person who drives this kind of car is so down to earth, come and have breakfast for a few dollars. WTF? Did I see it right? The delivery man came out of the car because he was full? When they saw Li Qing, wearing a Baolim delivery man uniform, walking out of the Bugatti, the people in the breakfast shop were stunned for a moment. Li Qingkai didn't have time to care about so many things. Driving a supercar couldn't be as free as his beloved motorcycle. Various traffic jams on the road greatly affected his delivery efficiency. Li Qing ran to the store quickly. Boss, a basket of steamed buns and a bowl of porridge, please hurry up, I'm in a hurry. The boss naturally also saw Li Qing's supercar. He was surprised but quickly got ready. A few minutes later, Li Qing hurried back to the car with breakfast. The people having breakfast were dumbfounded again. Ah, no way, he's actually a food delivery guy? It's too difficult. When did food delivery become so professional? It starts with a Bugatti supercar? It's over. It looks like I can't make it in the future. I won't even deliver food anymore. Li Qing didn't pay any attention to how people looked at him. He just wanted to deliver the food on time so that he wouldn't be charged for being late. There is no time to delay making money. Chapter 7, Delivering Food in a Supercar. Drawing baby, galloping wild horses and thorny roses. Li Qing answered the phone. Hello, is this the delivery guy? I'm in a hurry to go to work. Can you just deliver the food to the entrance of our community? I'll be right down. Okay. Delivering food in a Bugatti is really inefficient, and Li Qing still misses his free-moving little motorcycle. I ride my beloved motorcycle, it never gets stuck in traffic. Li Qing hummed softly and soon arrived at the gate of the garden community. Hey, sis, I'm here. Where are you? Why can't I see the delivery man? Li Qing looked around and saw a female white-collar worker in OL clothes not far away. She had a pair of beautiful legs in black stockings and pointed high heels. She was very beautiful and eye-catching. She was looking around while talking on the phone. It seems that this is the meal ordered by this young lady. Okay, I see you, I'll be there now. After hanging up the phone, the female white-collar worker was a little puzzled. She clearly didn't see any delivery truck nearby, but the delivery guy said he saw her and would be here soon. Humph, you are kidding. At this moment, she saw a luxurious black supercar slowly approaching her. The smooth body that shines like a black gem, coupled with the extremely cool shape, is very eye-catching. The female white-collar worker's heart suddenly started beating faster. She is 23 years old this year, has been single all her life, and still retains a beautiful vision of love. She always fantasized that one day her lover would come to her on a colorful cloud and marry her. Ugh. Dream realistically. At the very least, he would have to drive a cool supercar, drift quickly, and stop steadily in front of her, just the right amount. Then he walked out in a suit and tie, holding a big bouquet of roses. As soon as he saw her, he half knelt down and began to propose to her passionately. She had been waiting for this scene for a long time. Today, he is here. She suddenly felt her breathing quicken, her heart beat faster, and her face became hot. She began to imagine what tone of voice and what graceful movements she would use to accept his proposal. Bang! There was a slight sound of a door opening. The car door slowly swung open, but the Prince Charming in a suit and tie that she had imagined did not come down. Instead, a delivery guy wearing a Bayalim delivery uniform came down. The delivery guy walked up to her. Beauty, here's your takeaway. Ah, this. Why is it different from what I imagined? Her Prince Charming is actually a delivery man? The female white-collar worker looked at Li Qing with a little surprise. This delivery guy has delicate features and is quite handsome. It would be even better if he could put on a suit. Li Qing looked at the professionally dressed young lady in front of him in confusion. He didn't quite understand why she had such a sweet smile on her face and ignored him. He stretched out his fingers and gestured back and forth in front of her eyes a few times. Beauty, here's your takeaway. Oh, give it to me. The white-collar worker finally came to his senses. Li Qing handed over the takeaway. Remember to give a 5-star rating. After saying this, he left in a leisurely manner. Wait. Li Qing turned around. Brother, can you please leave me your WeChat? Li Qing waved his hand. No, I still have to take orders. I don't have time. Just because you see me driving a supercar, you want WeChat? Oh, woman. Li Qing got into the Bugatti without looking back and sped away. The female office worker stood where she was and stamped her feet angrily. This is too much. Do you think I'm attracted to your sports car? I've fallen in love with you. Soon, Li Qing took another order in the car. This order is to deliver a bowl of hot dry noodles to the Repulse Bay Villa area. Repulse Bay Villa District? Isn't this the residential area where Xia Yushi lives? Li Qing hesitated for a moment, but still stepped on the accelerator resolutely. Life was hard and he had no choice. After buying the hot dry noodles, Li Qing quickly drove towards Repulse Bay. When he was almost at the gate, Li Qing found a parking space nearby and parked his car. The security work in the Repulse Bay Villa district has always been very good, and no unfamiliar cars will be allowed in. Even before, when Li Qing was riding a scooter, the security guard would stop him and force him to park his scooter at the door before letting him walk in to deliver the food. This time Li Qing had no choice but to deliver the food on foot. When they arrived at the gate of the community, the uniformed security guard stood straight and glanced at Li Qing, who was wearing a takeaway uniform. Little brother, how much money can you make in a month delivering food? I don't have much, maybe 2,000 or 3,000 a month. You ride your bikes in the wind and rain every day, and you only earn 2,000 or 3,000? Look at me. I stand at the door every day. All the luxury car owners coming in and out have to look at my face and say hello to me. Hey, I don't make much a month, only 5,000, twice as much as you do. After the security guard finished speaking, he puffed out his chest proudly, as if he was particularly proud of the security uniform he was wearing. Li Qingkai didn't have time to talk nonsense with him. When delivering food on foot, you have to hurry. He smiled and answered perfunctorily, then hurried inside. Hello, your takeaway has arrived. Please go downstairs and get it. Not long after, a man in his early 30s came downstairs. Remember to give a 5-star rating. The man didn't even look at Li Qing, he just turned around and went upstairs. Li Qing didn't care. After all, when delivering food, he might encounter all kinds of customers.
This one was considered relatively good. Li Qing walked back to the door. As soon as he reached the door, he saw a portly lady standing next to the security guard at the door, looking at Li Qing menacingly. This lady looked somewhat familiar. Li Qing was reminiscing as he prepared to go out.
Hey, that delivery man, stop right there. Me?
Li Qing turned around and was stunned for a moment.
Do you remember the takeaway you brought me last time?
The lady put her hands on her hips and came up to Li Qing and started yelling at him. Li Qing looked at the lady and recalled for a moment.
Oh, it's you. Last time I delivered takeaway to you, you said you weren't home, and you wouldn't let me leave it at the door. You insisted that I stand at your door and help you watch the takeaway. Because of your order, I was delayed for more than half an hour.
After being yelled at by her, Li Qing suddenly remembered this annoying customer. The fat on the lady's face trembled in anger, and she looked even more annoyed.
You stinky delivery man, what were you doing the last half hour you were at my door? Did you hear that no one was home and took the opportunity to sneak into my house and steal something? The security of the community is so good.
Apart from the owners, only stinky delivery guys like you can get in.
And you were not seen at all in the surveillance video for half an hour. Where did you go? Tell me quickly, did you steal the Burmese jade bracelet worth hundreds of thousands of yuan in my house?
Li Qing was stunned. He remembered that during the more than half an hour of waiting for the lady to come back, he found a shade under a tree and played King of Glory. That shade of the tree is most likely a blind spot for surveillance. With that said, he really can't clear himself even if he jumps into the Yellow River. The security guard next to him saw that Li Qing was speechless, and immediately held his head high and chest out, and also echoed Li Qing's questioning. Young man, I see you work so hard delivering food, but I didn't expect you to do this kind of thing.
This is too much. If you don't explain yourself today, I will hand you over to the police.
Li Qing looked at the security guard and narrowed his eyes.
Oh, really? It doesn't matter who you call. I won't do such a thing.
As soon as he finished speaking, a clear female voice rang out.
Brother Qingqing, why are you here?
Not far away, Xia Yushi was waving and shouting excitedly.
Today she was wearing denim shorts, revealing two slender white legs.
On top was a white short-sleeved shirt, a cute bun, and a pair of big sunglasses that covered half of her face.
Chapter 8. It turns out that delivering takeaways is the most lucrative option. Xia Yushi ran over excitedly, took off her sunglasses, and glanced at Li Qing. Brother Qingqing, why are you still wearing Baolin's work clothes? Are you cosplaying? You know what, you look handsome in anything you wear.
It can be seen that Xia Yushi was very happy to see Li Qing.
Hey, little girl, do you know this thief? You look pretty, but you are his accomplice?
When the noble lady saw Xia Yushi, she curled her lips and falsely accused Xia Yushi.
What thief? What accomplice? Auntie, what are you talking about?
Li Qing pulled Xia Yushi aside and briefly recounted what had just happened in a low voice.
Oh my god, Brother Qingqing, she's gone too far. She actually wronged you. No, I want to call my dad.
This stinky woman should be punished. When the noble lady at the side heard Xia Yushi say this, she almost jumped up and cursed, almost roaring.
You're the only one who knows how to make phone calls? Just wait, I'm going to call my husband right now.
At this moment, her cell phone rang. The lady took it out and saw that it was her husband calling. She raised the screen of her mobile phone excitedly.
Look, my husband just called.
I'll tell him what happened later.
Neither of you can leave today.
After the lady finished speaking, she proudly slid open her cell phone and pressed the hands-free button.
Hey, husband.
The lady's voice changed from being domineering just now, and suddenly became corny, giving people goosebumps.
Wife, I found the whereabouts of your jade bracelet.
It turned out that our son secretly sold it for pocket money. Don't worry, I will go to the jewelry store to redeem it now.
Hey, wife, did you hear that? If you did, say something.
At this moment, the lady's face suddenly turned extremely pale.
Honey, I heard you. I'm hanging up now. I have something else to do here.
The lady hung up the phone quickly and smiled apologetically at Li Qing and Xia Yushi. Then he turned around and prepared to slip away quietly.
Stop. Now that the truth is out, the lady actually wants to leave like this?
Xia Yushi was the first to express her displeasure. She got angry when she thought of the lady's abusive look just now.
We can't just let this old woman get away.
At the very least, she should apologize to herself and brother Qingqing.
Stinky woman, it's fine if you just wrongly accuse her, but you actually wrongly accuse her brother Qingqing, that's really too much.
The lady turned around and looked at the two people awkwardly.
Auntie, weren't you full of energy and vigor just now? Why are you like this now?
The lady glanced at the security guard who had been speaking for him just now and winked at him, wanting him to come out and help her out. The security guard immediately understood.
He just coughed lightly, turned around and left, leaving only his back.
The lady's face began to look very ugly, her throat moved, and she finally spoke.
I'm sorry, I just wronged you too. Actually, I didn't wrong you. You're a food delivery guy, riding a motorcycle every day to earn money. If I don't doubt you, who else should I doubt? If you drive a sports car, would I still wrongly accuse you?
The more the lady spoke, the more excited she became. She even changed her previous dejection and became arrogant again.
Anyway, this guy is just a delivery man. What's the big deal if you accuse him a few times? I'm right, if you drive a sports car, I won't accuse you of stealing my bracelet.
When Li Qing heard this, he couldn't help but glare at her and retorted back.
I came here in a sports car today.
What did you say? You're a food delivery guy, you must be crazy, how can you afford a sports car?
The lady was amused.
Li Qing didn't waste any words, took out the car key from his pocket and pressed it lightly.
Not far away, his invincibly cool Bugatti responded.
The lady was suddenly speechless.
Who would have thought that a food delivery guy would drive a sports car? The pretty girl standing next to him is also a resident of the Repulse Bay Villa area.
And anyone with a discerning eye could tell that her attitude towards him was not just ordinary affection. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt that this delivery man was not an ordinary person. She was not a fool, so she quickly smiled along.
I'm sorry, delivery boy. I was blind and wrongly accused you. I hope you don't take it to heart.
Li Qing chuckled and ignored her. This kind of old woman really hopes that her husband will cheat on her and find a mistress, and then kick her out. Li Qing took out her cell phone and looked at the time. Due to her delay, it was already 11 o'clock.
It's getting late. Forget it, I won't deliver takeout anymore.
Li Qing turned around and walked towards the car. Seeing that Li Qingli ignored her and was about to leave alone, Xiaoyushi stomped her feet in anger, gave a coquettish cry, and hurriedly chased after him.
Brother Qingqing, walk slower and wait for me.
At the door, only the stunned security guard was left watching the scene. This immediately made him fall into deep thought. He remembered that he had boasted in front of Li Qing before, saying that his job was impervious to wind and rain and that his salary was higher than his. But now, he just felt ashamed. At least he is a delivery guy and has such a beautiful and rich girlfriend.
Moreover, he even owns a luxury supercar?
The security guard suddenly felt that the uniform he was wearing was a bit embarrassing. It turns out that delivering food is the most promising career.
Xiaoyushi caught up with Li Qing. Wow, this sports car, where did you get it from, brother Qingqing?
Rented. Li Qing said casually.
Xiaoyushi nodded thoughtfully.
She always felt that brother Qingqing was very powerful, and even if he did something that surprised her, she would not be too surprised. That's right, the man she likes can be so powerful. Xiaoyushi sat in the passenger seat of the car very skillfully.
Brother Qingqing, let's go eat.
Li Qing was a little surprised. Normally, when a normal person rides in such a luxury sports car for the first time, they often don't know how to sit properly, and may even feel awkward and unnatural after sitting in it. But Xiaoyushi sat on it so easily, as if the passenger seat was tailor-made for her.
Have you ever ridden in a car like this before? Xiaoyushi nodded.
My brother has several cars, but none of them are as cool as yours. He used to take me out for a ride in his sports car, but now he's studying in the United States. Li Qing nodded in his heart, no wonder. He knew that Xiaoyushi's family was well off, but he didn't expect that she was so wealthy that she could easily buy several sports cars worth tens of millions.
Let me tell you what we're going to eat. I've only received a few takeout orders today, so I don't have the money to treat you. How about we split the bill?
Xiaoyushi smiled and shook her head.
She just like Li Qing's strong-willed personality. If you have money, you have money. If you don't have money, you don't have money.
There is no hypocrisy or pretense at all.
She just likes it so much. It's okay, brother Qingqing, I'll treat you this time. How about you be my boyfriend?
Then you won't have to work so hard delivering food.
I'll support you.
After fastening her seatbelt, Xiaoyusher took off her sunglasses. At this moment, her big watery eyes were looking at Li Qing affectionately.
Li Qing swallowed. How many times had he fantasized about meeting a wealthy woman one day?
When he wanted to give up the most, he could say to her, "Auntie, I don't want to work hard anymore."
Now, the opportunity is before him. Chapter 9: Meeting Old Classmates.
Li Qing took a deep breath and calmed himself down.
Hold on, I'm ready to start. Brother Qing, you.
Seeing that Li Qing directly skipped this topic, Xiaoyushi was a little unhappy, and waved her pink little fist and hit Li Qing.
Alas, a gentleman should use his mouth instead of his fists. I'm not a gentleman, I'm just a cute little girl. Xiaoyushi had an aggrieved expression on her face.
At this moment, she doesn't look like a cold school beauty at all, but more like a girl next door.
Tell me, where are we going to eat?
I heard there's a new Western restaurant that's pretty good, called Yi Shanghai.
Li Qing nodded.
The name of this Western restaurant sounded very high-end. Anything with the word Shanghai in it is more or less luxurious. Forget it, it's the rich lady Xiaoyushi who is treating him anyway, so he doesn't care whether it's expensive or not, he'll just go and eat. He took out his cell phone, opened Lo Maps, and started navigating to Shanghai at night.
20 minutes later.
Li Qing parked the car in front of Yi Shanghai Western restaurant.
Two people got out of the car and walked in one after the other.
The restaurant environment is pretty good, the tables and chairs are all new, and the lights inside are dim, which creates a unique atmosphere. On the stage not far away, there is also a waiter playing the piano live. Before the waiter could greet the two people, Li Qing heard someone calling his name. Li Qing turned his head towards the direction of the voice and searched.
Oh, it's you, Li Qing. I didn't expect to meet you here.
I haven't seen you for so many years, and you still look so young.
You must still be studying.
Hee, it's not easy for you students to come here and have a meal of foreign food. How about we just sit down and eat with our buddies, and just treat it as a gathering of old classmates? The person who spoke was Li Qing's junior high school classmate, Lu Xiaoyu. Li Qing had seen his updates on WeChat moments a few times. He had dropped out of high school and seemed to be following his uncle in business, where he was now doing very well.
Li Qing felt a little emotional.
He never thought that the joke he had seen on the internet had actually come true. Those who got into college should build good relationships with those who didn't, so that they can work in their companies after graduation. The second generation of rich people should build good relationships with the pretty girls in the class, because she may become your stepmother. Li Qing suddenly felt a little helpless, but that was the fact.
Maybe he will really work for Lu Xiaoyu in the future. Why are you still standing there? Sit down. Lu Xiaoyu invited Li Qing Xiaoyushi to sit down.
Next to him was a girl who was dressed flashily and revealingly.
She was holding Lu Xiaoyu's arm tightly.
It seemed that she must be his girlfriend.
By the way, this is your classmate, right?
Just now when I saw you two walking in one after the other, I knew you were not a couple.
Are you still pursuing her?
Don't worry, I'll help you today.
Lu Xiaoyu seemed particularly enthusiastic, and didn't even avoid Xiaoyushi when he said this.
After hearing this, Xiaoyushi couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Li Qing nodded and explained casually.
Actually, she was chasing me. She's pursuing you? Sure, you've become so lucky in love. As the four of them talked, they found a table and sat down one by one. How is it?
I heard that college is heaven, much better than the miserable high school.
How are you doing now?
After Lu Xiaoyu sat down, he started to find topics and started chatting naturally. Li Qing nodded slightly. It's not bad, but it's definitely not as free as you. After hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu looked pleased.
That's for sure. The waiter came over and handed over the menu. Lu Xiaoyu took it without hesitation.
You students don't have much money right now, so I'll treat you to this meal. After Lu Xiaoyu finished speaking, he didn't even ask Li Qing and the others what they wanted to eat, but just started pointing at the menu and ordering dishes.
This steak is only 80? Just give me 4 pieces. I'd like 4 servings of French red wine braised chicken steak.
It's so cheap, only 120 yuan.
Oh,
and 4 more bottles of Lafite for 200 yuan.
And this? How is it? Is it enough? If you eat with me, you have to eat enough. Lu Xiaoyu ordered a bunch of dishes and looked like he was still not satisfied. Li Qing nodded quickly. Enough is enough, let's stop wasting. He just glanced at the menu and found that the dishes were marked with dollar after them. Li Qing knew that it stood for US dollars. It seems that Lu Xiaoyu mistook the price of US dollars for Chinese yuan just now. You know, the exchange rate between the US dollar and the Chinese yuan is now more than 1 to 6. Therefore, the price Lu Xiaoyu quoted just now should actually be multiplied by 6 to be roughly the real price. If you calculate it this way, the meal would cost at least tens of thousands of yuan. Li Qing began to snicker. Forget it, since Lu Xiaoyu likes to show off, let him do it. The dishes were served one by one. During the time, Lu Xiaoyu kept chatting with Li Qing. They talked about the carefree and happy times in junior high school, which were gone forever, and lamented about life. The women next to them didn't know each other, so they didn't interrupt much. Of course, Lu Xiaoyu often urged Li Qing to drink, but Li Qing refused, using the excuse that he had to drive soon. Lu Xiaoyu and her female companion drank quite a lot. After 3 rounds of drinks, the meal was almost finished. Lu Xiaoyu was a little tipsy and his speech started to become slurred. Good brother, when you graduate from college and can't make it, come to me, your brother. I promise to make sure everything is arranged for you. Lu Xiaoyu hugged Li Qing warmly and patted his chest to make a promise. Li Qing was a little touched. In fact, he had a very good relationship with Lu Xiaoyu in junior high school, but after entering society, the way they talked and spoke no longer had the same flavor as before. Okay, I will definitely come to you when the time comes. Li Qing agreed with a smile. After listening to this, Xiaoyushi glanced at Li Qing, smiled slightly, and said nothing. Not long after, Lu Xiaoyu waved his hand. Waiter, pay the bill. The young waitress came over. Hello, sir. Your total spending is 13,423 yuan. Would you like to pay by cash or card? What are you talking about? I only spent 2,000 at most, how could it be so expensive? Lu Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment, his eyes full of surprise. Look at the prices on the menu. They're only $2,000 at most. You're blackmailing me. Sir, the prices on the menu are all in US dollars, which is about this much when converted into Chinese dollars. The waiter said to him, pointing to the dollar sign behind the price number on the menu. Ah, this. Lu Xiaoyu's face turned pale and cold sweat began to flow down his cheeks. 13,000 Chinese dollars. This guy spent more than a month's salary in just one meal? He has always been a lavish spender, always spending all his money month after month, and has no savings at all. Therefore, he simply couldn't afford the 13,000 yuan meal fee. Chapter 10. The school beauty was secretly photographed. Lu Xiaoyu scratched his head awkwardly and looked at the waiter sheepishly. Excuse me, can you give me a discount? The waiter shook his head. I'm sorry, sir, I can't make this decision. Sir, are you still paying the bill? The waitress noticed Lu Xiaoyu's embarrassment and began to question him. I don't have enough money in my wallet. Can I buy on credit? The waitress shook her head in annoyance. This person actually wants to eat and dine for free? Sir, if you can't pay, I'll have to call the manager. The waiter left quickly. After a while, a female manager wearing an OL uniform and black stockings, looking very sexy and capable, walked over in high heels. After listening to the waiter's explanation, she felt helpless. Sir, how much money do you need? Lu Xiaoyu rummaged through his wallet and took out all the money. I only have over 3,000. I don't know if it's enough. The female manager sighed after hearing this. In a blink of an eye, when she saw Xiaoyushi sitting next to her, her eyes lit up instantly. Miss Xia, you are here. Why didn't you tell us earlier? You're having dinner here with your friends. How can we afford to charge you? Miss Xia, if you think the food in our new restaurant is delicious, you can bring your friends here next time. The female manager's face suddenly changed. She changed her aggressive attitude towards Lu Xiaoyu and became very respectful, nodding and bowing towards Xiaoyushi. Xiaoyushi was slightly stunned. Then, he waved his hand calmly. Got it, go down first and don't disturb us. The female manager bowed to Xiaoyushi several times before leaving. Lu Xiaoyu was stunned. At this moment, his mood was like heaven and hell. The last second, he was facing a bill of 13,000 yuan. The next second, he was told that he was exempted from paying. And all this is because of the beautiful female suitor next to Li Qing. He glanced at Xiaoyushi, then at Li Qing, and asked in a low voice, Brother Qing, your female suitor, who is she? Li Qing shook his head, indicating that he didn't know either.
Although he was also a little surprised, he was not as shocked as Lu Xiaoyu. He looked at Xiaoyushi and asked,
Xiaoyushi, what happened just now? I don't know either. Maybe this store is also one of my family's businesses.
Oh, there are so many businesses in my family that I can't remember them all. Xiaoyushi spread her hands innocently and shook her head to indicate that she had no idea that the store belonged to her beforehand.
It's one of my family's businesses.
Lu Xiaoyu pondered over the sentence and suddenly felt a chill down his spine.
His mouth opened into an O shape, his face full of disbelief. Such a high-end Western restaurant is actually one of her family's businesses, and the kind that is easily forgotten?
The most important thing is that this rich young lady is also Li Qing's suitor. At this moment, he only felt his mouth dry. He swallowed hard to calm himself down. Thinking back to before, he had said to Li Qing shamelessly that he could just hang out with him in the future, and his drunkenness instantly disappeared.
Since she has such a powerful suitor, why would she need to cling to him? He might as well hug Li Qing's thigh. Old classmate, it's getting late. I have to go to class. See you next time.
After seeing that the bill had been settled, Li Qing stood up, waved to Lu Xiaoyu, and prepared to leave. Lu Xiaoyu nodded, silently looked at Xiaoyushi who was following Li Qing, and watched them leave. He looked at the female companion beside him again, and compared with Xiaoyushi before, she instantly looked inferior.
Look at his girlfriend, she's so awesome, what about you? Lu Xiaoyu, you still have the nerve to criticize me?
It was you who showed off your ability and insisted on grabbing the menu by yourself.
Now you blame me? You stinky bitch, you dare to talk back. Let's break up. Let's break up, who the hell do you think you are? Li Qing walked out of the Western restaurant.
He had no idea that just now, an old classmate even broke up with his girlfriend because he was so jealous of him. He just felt that Xiaoyushi was still somewhat useful. At least, you can get a free bill for a high-end Western meal that costs more than 10,000 yuan. Li Qing drove the Bugatti back to the school gate.
It is now 12 o'clock in the afternoon.
Students have just finished their classes and are walking out of the school in groups of 3 or 5. Li Qing drove a super cool Bugatti and stopped at the gate in a very eye-catching manner, and asked Xiaoyushi to get out of the car first and go back to the dormitory.
Fuck, isn't this Ronaldo's Bugatti? I saw the picture of it in a magazine before. How did it come to our school? Look at the license plate number, it's definitely not Ronaldo's. TSK, the students in our school are really rich. WTF? Isn't that beauty our Ningde University's new campus beauty Xiaoyushi? She actually walked out from inside. Fuck, who is that mysterious man sitting in the driver's seat? Could it be that the campus beauty has a boyfriend?
The students were talking about it, and many of them took out their phones to take pictures and post them on Weibo or WeChat moments. Some even took pictures of the school beauty walking out of the car. There was even a student who was not afraid of trouble and posted a photo of the school beauty walking out of a Bugatti on Ningbo University's forum. The post title, shocking. A luxury supercar suddenly appeared at the gate of Ning University, and the new campus beauty Xiaoyushi walked out of it. Not long after the post was published, it became popular and was always at the top of the forum.
Second floor, fuck, the school beauty is actually taken? Third floor, please tell me who this guy driving the Bugatti is. Fourth floor, the school beauty is so beautiful even when secretly photographed. I really envy the man driving the supercar. Fifth floor, I want to drive a Bugatti, too. When the time comes, girls will definitely rush to lean on me. In just half an hour, the post received hundreds of replies, most of which were full of envy and discussions and analysis about who the mysterious man in the car was. But at this moment, the mysterious man Li Qing was completely unaware of the situation. After dropping off the school beauty at the school gate, he drove directly to the downstairs of his dormitory. There was still some time before class at noon, so he went back to the dormitory to hang out for a while. Li Qing pushed open the dormitory door. Sons, Daddy is back. Did you miss him? Silly son, think too much, Daddy won't miss you. If you want to, you are the only one who wants your father. Several roommates reacted very quickly and retaliated immediately. The atmosphere instantly became lively. The roommate in bed number 1 in the dormitory, Wu Dashuai, walked over directly. Li Qing, have you checked the school forum? I didn't see it, what's wrong? Look at the photo in this post. Xiaoyushi actually walked down from this supercar. Li Qing, you better be careful. Don't let someone else snatch the school beauty away. Chapter 11 Bullying the School Beauty. Marshall Wu handed over the phone and reminded with concern. Li Qing picked up the phone and looked at it carefully. It turned out to be a post on Ningda. The photo in the post was taken at the moment when Xia Yushi walked out of his Bugatti. Fuck. Someone actually took a sneak shot of my new car? And you made my super cool car look so ugly? My supercar looks like a sedan in the photo. Li Qing took a look at the photo and sighed in pain. What? That car is yours? Fuck, we were so worried about you for nothing. We thought the school beauty had cheated on you and found a tall, rich, and handsome guy. We were still discussing how to comfort you later. Boy, I haven't seen you all morning. When did you get such a nice car? Several good brothers in the dormitory immediately breathed a sigh of relief for Li Qing. But soon, it started to feel sore again. What's so special about this? It's just a broken car. If you want to drive it, just take it and park it downstairs in the dormitory. Li Qing was very generous. He waved his hand and handed over the car keys. You know, which man doesn't have a dream of owning a luxury car? Anyway, these good brothers in the dormitory are nice to him, so he can give the Bugatti he just signed for to let them drive around and have fun. Li Qing has always been very generous to his friends. Fuck, it really is your car. You really are an amazing third brother. You are indeed a good son to your father. You can give such a nice car to your fathers as soon as he asks you to give it to them. That's right, he is indeed the son of the father's dormitory. Li Qing immediately smiled bitterly. Damn, what a bunch of idiots. He got the advantage and still acts like a good boy. He really doesn't treat him as an outsider. In the afternoon, Li Qing and Xia Yushi had different classes, so the two did not meet. But just as the school bell rang, Li Qing's penguin phone rang. Li Qing took out his cell phone and saw that it was Xia Yushi calling. Hey, Auntie, you just haven't seen me for a while, why are you calling me so anxiously? This doesn't count as a breach of contract, right? What are you talking about? What breach of contract? Luwenjia just missed you. The get out of class had just ended and the noise was a bit noisy, so Li Qing didn't hear this sentence clearly. I said, I miss you. Li Qing, I don't miss you. Damn Li Qing, will you die if you don't chat with me for a day? On the other end of the phone, listening to Xia Yushi's voice, Li Qing seemed to have imagined the scene of her being furious. Okay, I'm wrong, okay? Auntie, tell me what you want to talk to me about. In fact, Li Qing had roughly guessed that it was nothing. If it was something important, Xia Yushi would definitely call him directly instead of using penguin voice. Do you have anything to do tonight? Let's go shopping. Where are you going? When Li Qing heard this, he panicked. He was most afraid of going shopping with girls. Although girls were petite, they seemed to have endless energy when they went shopping. We're in the university town near the school. Let's go strolling along that commercial street. Li Qing nodded. Okay, then we'll meet at the school gate in 20 minutes. Li Qing hung up the phone. The university town in front of Ning University is particularly lively, largely because the students of Ning University are very wealthy and generous, which directly drives the economic development of this area. Although the commercial street sells a wide variety of items of high quality, the prices are much higher. There is no way, after all, Ningda is one of the best private schools in the country. For the shops and merchants in the university town South Commercial Street, the students there are simply hens that lay golden eggs. Li Qing had been there several times with his roommates before, but he just browsed and didn't buy anything. After all, he didn't have much spare money to spend on this at the time. 20 minutes later. At the school gate. In just one afternoon, Xia Yushi changed her clothes again. The light-colored denim overalls, paired with a white shirt, look fresh and capable. She also wears a pair of white shoes and even playfully wears 2 braids on her head, looking like the schoolgirl Cecilia Chung first appeared in The King of Comedy, except that Xia Yushi is definitely more youthful and beautiful than her. Li Qing kept staring at Xia Yushi without blinking. Xia Yushi walked over with a red face. Hate it, brother Qingqing, why are you looking at me like that? I feel embarrassed. Xia Yushi lowered her head and rubbed her 2 pigtails back and forth in her hands. You look so pure today. Li Qing thought for a long time before finally saying this. Do you like it, brother Qingqing? If you like it, I will wear it every day for you to see. Li Qing shook his head. No, I prefer clothes that are only worn for me and me alone. Wearing clothes just for you and me? What kind of clothes are those? Xia Yushi lowered her head and thought carefully. Moment. Brother Qingqing, you are so shameless. It turns out that all you boys are old perverts. Xia Yushi put her hands on her hips and her face turned red. Li Qing spread his hands innocently. TSK, I didn't say anything. You're just imagining things. You're not pure and you blame me. Xia Yushi became even more annoyed when she heard this. Without saying anything, she swung her two little pink fists and hit Li Qing lightly as if tickling him. Ouch, be gentle, it hurts so much. You are so cruel. It hurts. Li Qing soon screamed in pain, and his expression was so miserable that Xia Yushi felt so distressed that she stopped immediately. Ah, Brother Qingqing, are you okay? I clearly didn't use much force just now. I didn't want to hit you hard. Xia Yushi looked at Li Qing with a worried expression, feeling very regretful. Li Qing saw that he had successfully deceived Xia Yushi, and looked at her anxious and concerned look, and he couldn't help laughing. After holding it in for a long time, seeing that Xia Yushi was still worried, he couldn't help it. Pfft, ha 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 ha. Xia Yushi, your expression is killing me. Why are you so stupid? Even this can fool you. Ha 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 ha. Ah, Brother Qingqing, are you okay? What do you mean? Oh, I know. How can you be so mean? It's too much. Xia Yushi reacted instantly. It turns out that Li Qing had fooled me. She became embarrassed and annoyed, and soon started swinging her little pink fists again, hitting Li Qing like raindrops. Li Qing's hands were like pliers, one in each hand tightly grasping Xia Yushi's small pink fists to prevent her from moving. Xia Yushi, you've changed. You didn't dare to be so arrogant when you confessed to me yesterday. It's only been a day and you're so casual with me. Xia Yushi gritted her teeth. Bah, you shameless bastard, who cares about you? Yesterday is yesterday, today is today. Who allowed you to bully me so unreasonably? Big bad guy, damn Li Qing, stinky Li Qing, shameless. Ding dong. School beauty Xia Yushi favorability plus 88. Chapter 12 The First Cup of Milk Tea in Autumn. While Li Qing was listening to Xia Yushi scolding him, he received a system prompt that the school beauty had a new crush on him. Ah, this. What's going on? How can I improve his impression of me while scolding him? Love and pain? Li Qing didn't quite understand this mysterious operation. In a blink of an eye, he realized that his hands were still tightly clenched around Xia Yushi's two little pink fists. Xia Yushi's face had been covered with blush at some point, making her look even more bright and beautiful. No wonder, it turns out he has been taking advantage of Xia Yushi. The unintentional touch of skin made Xia Yushi even more shy. Li Qing quickly let go of Xia Yushi's hand. Xia Yushi's face turned red, and she looked unwilling, and she was ready to swing her hand and hit Li Qing lightly. Stop, stop. Are we going to go shopping in the university town's commercial street anymore? After hearing this, Xia Yushi stopped and glared at Li Qing fiercely. Who told you to keep making me angry, and taking advantage of me? Li Qing didn't want to continue to be entangled with her like this. It's broad daylight, and there are so many people coming and going at the school gate watching. It will have a bad impact if this continues. Okay, miss, it's all my fault. I'm a real man, so why don't I admit my mistake and apologize? Xia Yushi glared at Li Qing. You wish for it. You are not a man, you are a little man. Li Qing curled his lips and did not refute him. But I felt very unconvinced in my heart. TSK, just because you say it's not, then it's not? There was finally peace between the two of them for a while. They walked side by side, keeping a distance between them tacitly, all the way to the commercial street. This street is only a few hundred meters away from Ningda University. Most of the people walking on the street are young and beautiful men and women from Ningda University. Some of them are sisters walking together, and most of them are couples holding hands and interlocking their fingers. The smell of youth lingers in the air, like walking hormones, very tempting. Xia Yushi walked to a shop selling small jewelry. The shop sold small head ornaments and other things. The prices were cheap, only a few dollars. Brother Qingqing, I like these little things the most. When I was little, my dream was to open a small shop like this one day and sell anything. After Xia Yushi finished speaking, she suddenly turned around and looked at Li Qing with sparkling eyes. Brother Qingqing, are you willing to open a small shop like this with me in the future? We can sell anything, But the main thing is that I can be with you, and I will be very happy. Li Qing was listening to Xia Yushi talking about her childhood dreams the last second, but suddenly the topic changed and she started to tease him. This. Li Qing hesitated for a moment, but still shook his head. You girls' wishes are indeed a little fresh. I'm different. My dream when I was a kid was to be rich, and then I could marry many wives. He. After hearing this, Xia Yushi gave Li Qing a speechless look. Brother Qingqing, you men are all the same. Li Qing spread his hands. Now you know my true colors, it's not too late to regret now. Xia Yushi shook her head decisively. Brother Qingqing, don't worry, sooner or later you will be my man, Xia Yushi's man. Li Qing snorted, turned around and walked away with a look of disapproval. You want to capture me, or you want to eat peaches? Just because you are the campus belle of Ning University, you can't make me fall easily. I won tea fall so easily. Seeing that Li Qing just left, Xia Yushi stamped her feet, but followed him reluctantly. But soon, Xia Yushi stopped in front of a milk tea shop and refused to leave. Brother Qingqing, let's buy 2 cups of milk tea. Why buy milk tea? I also want to drink the first cup of milk tea in autumn. Li Qing was stunned and didn't quite understand what it meant. But seeing that Xia Yushi looked like she really wanted to buy it, he had no choice but to nod. Xia Yushi excitedly said oh yeah and quickly walked in. 2 cups of pudding milk tea. 2 minutes later, the waiter handed over double the amount of milk tea. Xia Yushi took it happily and handed a cup to Li Qing. Li Qing just picked up the milk tea when Xia Yushi pulled Li Qing back. Wait a minute, Brother Qingqing, pick up your milk tea and clink cups with mine. I want to take a picture and post it on WeChat Moments. Although Li Qing didn't quite understand, he still cooperated and did as he was told. Soon, Xia Yushi finished taking the photos. Great, I also have my first cup of milk tea in autumn. Thank you, Brother Qingqing. After saying that, Xia Yushi actually stood on tiptoes in the street and kissed Li Qing fiercely. Li Qing felt 2 soft objects touching his face. He touched the place where he had just been kissed. It's soft, moist, and still warm. He was suddenly dumbfounded. Seeing Li Qing stunned, Xia Yushi finally came back to her senses from her excitement. She is a bit stupid too. That action just now was too sudden. Mainly because she was too excited. She lowered her head instantly, and a blush instantly filled her pretty face. After a while, Xia Yushi raised her head again and took the initiative to speak to break the awkwardness. Brother Qingqing, check your moments. Today, all the posts about the first cup of milk tea in autumn are flooding your moments. Only then did Li Qing open his WeChat Moments. I scrolled down and found that my circle of friends today was all in the same format. They are all accompanied by a picture of milk tea, and the text, I also have my first cup of tea in autumn. Li Qing is a little silly, what's the joke? Could it be that he has grown old so quickly, can't keep up with the trend, and is out of date? After buying the milk tea, Xia Yushi took Li Qing to continue shopping. In fact, her purpose of coming here was very simple, she just wanted to have a meal with Li Qing. It was not the meals we had in restaurants before, but the meals we had at very simple stalls. There just happened to be all kinds of snack bars here. Although it is not that high-end, it is packed with various student couples. Most of them wore simple jeans and white t-shirts, looking youthful, bold and energetic. Although Xia Yushi looks very cool on the surface, she is revered by the boys as the campus belle of Ning University once in a century. But deep down she still longs for the simple and pure love. It's the kind of college campus love where 2 people hold hands and happily eat a meal at a roadside stall together and feel very satisfied. On the way, Xia Yushi kept looking around and recommending what to eat to Li Qing. Brother Qingqing, let's go eat this clam noodle shop. Li Qing shook his head and refused. Well, what about that one? The spicy hot pot here is also good. Li Qing said he didn't want to eat. Then let's go eat grilled fish. Li Qing still didn't want to. He narrowed his eyes and glanced at Xia Yushi. So you dragged me here to go shopping just to eat the snacks here. Li Qing revealed Xia Yushi's little thoughts in one sentence. Xia Yushi glanced at Li Qing with a guilty conscience and nodded in a soft voice. Okay, Brother Qingqing, I want you to eat with me. Chapter 13, Foodie School Beauty. Not good. Isn't the food in the cafeteria delicious? Why do you have to eat outside? The snacks on this street are strong, spicy, and all cooked with gutter oil. The hygiene conditions are worrying. Xia Yushi nodded thoughtfully. Then brother Qingqing, where do you think we should go to eat?
What Li Qing said does make sense. But Xia Yushi didn't have any other intentions, she didn't think so much. She just wanted to experience the sweet feeling of couples sitting at the same table, eating together and snuggling with each other. There was a gleam of light in Li Qing's eyes.
How about we go home?
I'll show off my cooking skills and cook you some home-cooked meals tonight. Li Qing thought that according to what he promised Xia Yushi last night, he would go to her house to protect her at night anyway. If it's not safe to eat at a roadside stall, then just go to her house and cook. Li Qing has loved studying cooking since he was a child. Although he is not a professional chef, he can still make some delicious amateur home-cooked dishes.
Okay. When Xia Yushi heard that Li Qing actually offered to cook for her, she instantly burst into joy. Since brother Qingqing even cooked for him. Then how far is it from truly becoming her man?
The two of them stopped shopping and went straight to the supermarket. After Li Qing simply bought a few dishes, he prepared to go home. Seeing that Li Qing was about to leave, Xia Yushi looked a little confused.
Brother Qingqing, is the amount of food you bought enough for the two of us?
Li Qing looked at Xia Yushi, who had just used both hands to carry the dishes, and touched her head helplessly.
You've never bought groceries before, have you ever cooked for yourself?
Xia Yushi shook her head naively.
My aunt cooks all the meals at home. I don't know.
Li Qing rolled her eyes at Xia Yushi. This girl was indeed a little princess who had never done any housework. I don't even know how much vegetables to buy. Returning to Xia Yushi's villa in Repulse Bay, when they passed the door, the security guard watched the two people walk in, saluted them deliberately, and stood straight, as if he did not recognize Li Qing.
Li Qing didn't care.
He was afraid that the security guard would recognize him again, which would make him even more jealous. I was delivering takeout to this community in the morning, and moved into this community in the afternoon.
TSK, this kind of counterattack can only be achieved by a big shot like Li Qing.
The two returned to the villa.
The villa was empty at the moment. Uncle Xiao lived in the company.
There was an aunt who was responsible for taking care of Xia Yushi's daily life. But since he signed the contract, his aunt also resigned, and now there are only two of them left in such a big house. Li Qing sighed a little and wondered why he fired his aunt.
So I moved in here to support this little ancestor Xia Yushi. Can you pick vegetables?
Won't.
Chopping vegetables? No.
Okay, what about doing the dishes?
I can do this. Xia Yushi nodded excitedly, indicating that she could do it.
Okay, then you wash the dishes.
Xia Yushi was a little happy.
She is finally useful and can help brother Qingqing a little.
Li Qing came to the kitchen.
He only bought tomatoes, eggs, and potatoes today. He planned to make two simple dishes. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes and spicy and sour potato shreds. These two are the most common dishes and also his best dishes.
Li Qing picked and washed the vegetables skillfully. Then cut it and place it on the chopping board. Heat oil in a pan. 20 minutes later.
Li Qing came out carrying two dishes.
Wow, brother Qingqing, it smells so good, what did you cook?
Tomato scrambled eggs and shredded potatoes.
Wow, these are all my favorite dishes.
Brother Qingqing, how come you make such a simple dish so delicious? Li Qing looked pleased with Xia Yushi's repeated praises. He would cook for himself every time he went home, and he would always cook these dishes, so now he can cook them easily. It is no exaggeration to say that he can even do it with his eyes closed. The most important thing is that the taste he makes is still the unique homestyle menu flavor.
It's totally different from the dishes sold outside.
He did not use too many spices to enhance the flavor, but relied on the aroma of the dish itself and just a few simple seasonings to create the most natural flavor of the dish.
Xia Yushi couldn't wait to pick up the chopsticks, took a bite of each dish, and tasted them.
I saw Xia Yushi eating with her lips slightly open, chewing carefully and savoring slowly. The expression on her face gradually relaxed, and her too thin, curved eyebrows slowly rose. Then, she closed her eyes, with an expression of being intoxicated. After a moment, he swallowed it slowly.
Xia Yushi opened her eyes again in shock. Brother Qingqing, the dishes you cook are so delicious. They don't taste like any seasoning, but they are so fragrant and delicious.
Li Qing looked at Xia Yushi's intoxicated expression with pride. As a chef, the happiest thing for him was when others praised his dishes. This gave him a special sense of accomplishment.
Is it delicious? If it's delicious, eat more. As Li Qing spoke, he brought out 2 more bowls of rice, which he had stewed before cooking, and was now just cooked. Xia Yushi took the rice and ate it with chopsticks, not caring about her image as a cool and elegant schoolgirl. Although the way he eats is not that elegant, it does look somewhat real and cute. A few minutes later, Xia Yushi's rice was gone. Brother Qingqing, the food you cook is so delicious and goes really well with rice. I can even have another bowl of rice. Xia Yushi looked at the empty bowl in front of her and said while touching her stomach. No, you can't eat anymore. Look at your bloated stomach. Someone who doesn't know you would think you are pregnant. TSK. It's so delicious, why don't you let me eat it? I'm not afraid of getting fat. As long as you cook for me every day, I'll be happy even if I gain 200 pounds. If you weigh 200 pounds, I will pretend I don't know you, and then when I see you on the street, I will pretend I don't see you. Li Qing frightened Xia Yushi. Xia Yushi shook her head with an expression of disbelief. I don't care. Even if I'm just a 200-pound bag of skin, it doesn't matter. I have an interesting soul. Li Qing spread his hands. Stinky sister, you think too much. I don't like little tanks. Humph, you stinky man, you guys are all face-obsessed, so annoying. Xia Yushi put her hands on her hips, feeling a little annoyed. What should I do, brother Qingqing? The food you cooked is so delicious and goes well with rice. I want another bowl. Li Qing touched Xia Yushi's head. It's okay, go ahead, just eat 1 more bowl today, it will be fine. Oh yeah. Xia Yushi skipped to the kitchen as if she had received permission. The second bowl of rice was also quickly devoured by Xia Yushi. Xia Yushi touched her bulging belly. I ate so much today. Li Qing looked at Xia Yushi speechlessly. Don't be lazy, we agreed before that I will cook and you will wash the dishes. Okay, I'll go right away. Xia Yushi didn't play tricks. She stood up obediently, put the dishes in order, walked to the sink, and started washing the dishes vigorously. Chapter 14 Sign in to a store. The 2 of them only used a few dishes, but Xia Yushi took almost 10 minutes to wash them. Xia Yushi, you are too slow. You are so slow in washing the dishes. You've washed dishes before. Li Qing questioned Xia Yushi mercilessly. This seems to be the 2nd or 3rd time I've washed dishes. Hee, I'm not very experienced yet. At this moment, in front of Li Qing, the cold and aloof school beauty Xia Yushi lowered her head, as if she had become a completely different person. She became a timid little girl, allowing Li Qing to teach her a lesson and not daring to talk back. Well, hopefully you'll be quicker next time. I'm sleepy and want to go to bed. By the way, which room should I stay in? Xia Yushi pointed to her room upstairs. Li Qing? Xia Yushi, you are eating like a peach. I am a young boy. How can I live in the same room with you? Forget it, I'll just sleep on the sofa. Xia Yushi shook her head and spat at Li Qing. Bah, brother Qingqing, you are such a shameless bastard, what are you thinking? I mean, you live in the room next to mine upstairs and protect me. That's more like it. Li Qing then nodded with relief. There are some things that he doesn't want to progress so quickly. Xia Yushi led Li Qing upstairs to the room next to hers. After briefly explaining some things to Li Qing, he left, leaving Li Qing alone in the room. Li Qing quickly locked the door and lay comfortably on the big Simmons bed. After a tiring day, the feeling of relaxation made him not want to move at all. Recently, Xia Yushi's favorability towards him has increased by leaps and bounds. I don't know if Xia Yushi will take the initiative to do something inappropriate to him once her favorability reaches a specific threshold. Thinking of this, Li Qing took another look, and after confirming that the door was locked, he tightly grasped the quilted hand. As a boy, a young boy. When he goes out, he must protect himself. The next morning, the cell phone ringtone rang. Li Qing opened his eyes hazily and struggled to go to the bathroom to wash his face. After washing his face, he still felt a little sleepy. I simply closed my eyes and started brushing my teeth. Ding dong. Do you want to sign in today? Sign in. Ding dong, sign in successfully, rewarded with a shop at number 88, Commercial Street, Ningde University Town. Ding dong, the sign-in reward has been issued, please check it carefully. What the hell? A store in the University Town Commercial Street? Li Qing opened his eyes instantly, and white foam from brushing his teeth sprayed out of his mouth. Did he hear it right? The shop's on the Commercial Street of Ningde University Town. You know, that place is just a few hundred meters away from the gate of Ning University. It is in a very prosperous location, with people coming and going every day, and the passenger flow is huge and high quality. Therefore, the price of shop fronts there is extremely high and it is difficult to buy one even if you have money. Most of them are rented out. But even if it is rented, it is difficult for ordinary people to rent it. Because most leasing contracts are signed for 3 to 5 years, they are signed in advance and you can't drive the car whenever you want, unless you pay a very high price. This store with such a great location is actually a sign and reward given to him by the system? Too strong. The system dad is awesome. Li Qing quickly rinsed his mouth, put on his clothes, and walked out. He took a quick glance and found a small red notebook and a key placed on his bedside table. The little red book says, House Ownership Certificate. When Li Qing opened it, he was stunned again. Number 88, University Town Commercial Street, Real Estate Owner, Li Cheng. This shop really belongs to him. Even the name in the notebook was changed. He is now very much looking forward to what this small shop of his will look like. Thinking of this, Li Qing quickly put on his clothes and walked out. Li Qing checked the time on his phone. It was only 7 o'clock. Their class doesn't TF class until the second period in the morning, so Xia Yushi, the lazy little pig, must still be in a dream. Li Cheng walked next door and knocked on Xia Yushi's door. What are you doing? Xia Yushi replied in a daze. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. If you want to see me, please come to store 88 on University Town Commercial Street. Okay, got it. After listening to this, Xia Yushi didn't think much about it, nor did she feel that anything was wrong. She turned over and fell asleep again. Li Qing walked out quickly. He is very excited now. Finally, I have my own little shop. He used to work as a delivery boy to earn money. Now that he has such a small shop, he finally doesn't have to work so hard to make money. He can use this small shop to sell things and earn some pocket money. Even if you don't want to open a store, renting it out can still bring in a lot of income. But Li Qing was still prepared to do something. He doesn't want to be one of those rent collectors who does nothing but collect money every day. That kind of life is comfortable, but it is too boring and there is no passion at all. Along the way, Li Qing was excitedly thinking about how to make money with such a store and came up with many different plans. Before I knew it, I had walked to the commercial street and came to the shop number 88 that belonged to him. Li Qing looked up and saw a sign left by the previous owner still hanging on the door of the shop. Really nice little restaurant. It's actually a small restaurant? Li Qing was a little excited. In this way, he can personally serve as general manager, chef, and waiter. Li Qing took out the key, turned it gently, and opened the door with a click. At first glance, the store is not big, only about 30 square meters, with a few tables and chairs inside. The innermost part is a kitchen separated by a glass wall without even a door. There are pots and pans, cooking utensils, and fresh ingredients. The tables and chairs are all about 80% new, the walls are also very white, and the decoration of the entire store does not look too old. It is very clean, giving people a very comfortable feeling. The most amazing thing is that Li Qing also saw the latest business license and health permit hanging on the wall. And the name on it was actually his own name. The system is so damn awesome, it has prepared all this for me? Awesome! Li Qing walked over and found that there was a small iron door at the innermost part of the store. Li Qing pushed the door open out of curiosity and found that it was actually a backyard. The area was much larger than the shop, about 50 to 60 square meters. Various seasonal vegetables are neatly planted inside, just like a small vegetable garden. Li Qing was stunned again at this moment. This system is so awesome, he even wants to hug the system and give it a kiss. His dream when he was a child was to have a vegetable garden of his own, so that he could eat pollution-free, natural green vegetables grown by himself every day. Now, this wish can finally come true. Chapter 15. The small restaurant is open. Li Qing took a rough look. Although the backyard was not too big, there were quite a few kinds of vegetables planted there. In addition to the recent seasonal vegetables such as greens, cucumbers, tomatoes, and eggplants, there are also seasonings such as fennel, coriander, chili peppers, green onions, and leeks. It can be said to be very comprehensive. It is simply a mobile vegetable supermarket. Basically, he doesn't have to go out to buy any vegetables. Li Qing even walked over and picked a tender cucumber that was neither thick nor thin, washed it by the sink, took a bite and savored it carefully. Crisp texture and sweet taste. The most important thing is that this is pollution-free, pure green food produced in his own vegetable garden. And for some reason, it felt much more delicious than any cucumber he had eaten before. After eating a cucumber, Li Qing licked his lips with satisfaction. It seems that he will be able to eat all kinds of vegetables that he grows himself in the future. Li Qing was thinking happily when suddenly there was a knock on the door.
Boss, is anyone there?
Outside the house, a young female student wearing glasses was sticking her head out and looking into the store. Li Qing hurried out from the backyard.
Welcome, you are here to eat. It was so quick to get our first customer.
Li Qing was a little excited. After all, this is his first business.
Just tell me what you want to eat and I'll make it for you. The female student glanced at the menu on the wall.
Li Qing suddenly panicked. The menu on the wall was not written by him, but left by the previous owner. He doesn't know how to cook many of the dishes and meals on the menu. It would be embarrassing if the girl happened to order something he doesn't know. This is his first business deal, and he can't let it fail like this.
Then let's have some egg fried rice.
The girl finally chose a very homely meal. Li Qing immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he not only knows how to make fried rice with egg, but he is also quite good at it. In order to show his sincerity and take care of his first female customer, Li Qing picked a cucumber from the field, washed it, and gave it to her. I grew these cucumbers myself, and I'm giving them to you to try. Just picked, still fresh. Li Qing didn't think much about it at first, he just generously handed a cucumber to the girl wearing glasses. But the girl with glasses was obviously stunned for a moment, then her face turned red and she took the cucumber from Li Qing.
Thank you.
The girl with glasses has a voice as soft as a mosquito. Li Qing then realized that there seemed to be some ambiguity in what he had just said. That's right, what guy would give cucumbers to a girl for no reason? He regretted it instantly.
This.
He just wanted her to taste the fresh and crisp cucumbers from the field.
He really had no other intentions. What's wrong with girls now? Are they all so dirty?
Li Qing shook his head, tied on an apron, returned to his small kitchen, and started to get busy. Soon, a bowl of hot egg fried rice was served. The white rice is paired with bright yellow scrambled eggs, and garnished with the red of carrot cubes and the green of chives. The white, green, yellow and red colors complement each other, looking quite good and giving people a fresh and delicious feeling. Most importantly, when stir-fried in soybean oil, the fried rice exudes a light and refreshing aroma of oil, rice, eggs and vegetables,
making people drool.
Your egg fried rice is ready. Li Qing brought over the egg fried rice. The girl with glasses picked up the chopsticks and quickly took a small bite of the egg fried rice impatiently. Well, not bad, soft and sticky in the mouth. Chew it carefully and it will be fragrant but not greasy.
This taste is absolutely amazing.
Boss, your egg fried rice is really good.
The rice is neither soft nor hard, very chewy, and tastes delicious. By the way, boss, has your store changed owners? I remember you weren't the boss before.
Li Qing scratched his head embarrassedly.
Actually, today is the first day of my opening and you are my first customer, so I gave you a fresh cucumber to try.
I heard Li Qing mention cucumber again.
The girl with glasses blushed again.
Li Qing then realized that he had said the wrong thing again and hurried back to his kitchen.
Well, it's not my fault actually.
He just gave her a cucumber. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame these girls for being too dirty. They would blush just because of a cucumber. Soon, the big plate of fried rice was eaten up by the girl with glasses. She smacked her greasy lips and licked it with her tongue, feeling unsatisfied.
Boss, check out.
It's $8 in total, $8 for the fried rice, and the cucumber is free.
What? So cheap?
The girl with glasses looked a little surprised. You know, in the commercial street of Ningda University town where every inch of land is valuable, meals generally cost more than 10 yuan. Li Qing's big bowl of egg fried rice tastes so good, and it's only $8?
Why, if you want to give me more money, I don't mind. Li Qing smiled and took off her apron, jokingly saying so.
No, I just think your store is really good. The portions are large, the taste is good, and it's so affordable. In fact, Li Qing did not intentionally quote such a low price. A big part of the reason other stores are so expensive is because the rent is too high. But Li Qing signed in to buy his shop, which saved him a lot of rent. So the price became much cheaper, but Li Qing also made a lot of money.
Since you think it's good, you can come here often in the future. By the way, you can also recommend it to the people around you.
The girl with glasses nodded and waved. Okay, boss, I will, see you next time.
Li Qing quickly cleaned up the glasses girl's dishes and waited for the next customer.
A few minutes later,
the second customer came to Li Qing's shop. To be precise, it was the second group of customers, because this time there were two people coming together.
Still two girls. If the full score is 10, I can easily get 8 points.
But Li Qing was not too excited. After all, the school beauty Xia Yushi had been hanging around in front of him every day these days, which resulted in other girls not catching his eye at all when he looked at them. I've seen too many school beauties, so when I look at these girls whose looks don't exceed 10, I basically don't feel anything.
Even if you watch it too much, you will feel bored. This is a worry that is unique to Li Qing. There is no way.
Looking at school beauties too much will cause visual fatigue, and you will get the buff of not wanting to look at beautiful women anymore.
He is so difficult. What would you like to eat? According to the menu above, you can order some simple meals.
I don't know how to make anything too complicated or out of the ordinary. Li Qing greeted the two girls calmly. The previous boss here has changed.
Li Qing nodded. Changed. I'm the new boss here. Are you the new boss?
You look so young, like a student at Ning University, a fresh-faced young man.
I was praised by the girl again.
Li Qing smiled and said nothing.
Chapter 16. The girl asked for my WeChat.
One of the long-legged girls kept staring at Li Qing. She wore a navel-bearing tight short-sleeved top and wide leg pants, which gave the impression that her legs were all below her waist. She had long straight black hair draped over her shoulders, and looked very youthful and beautiful. The best friend next to her has blonde hair with slightly curled ends. She wears a loose short-sleeved shirt and a pleated skirt, revealing two slender and straight legs. She has a pair of black marten boots on her feet, and looks cool and sexy. The two girls discussed in a low voice and finally decided what to eat.
Little boss, 2 bowls of vegetable noodles. Okay, wait a minute.
Li Qing quickly walked back to the kitchen and prepared food for them. It is called a kitchen, but in fact it is just a small glass panel.
It doesn't even have a door. The whole area is connected to the outside.
The long-legged girl's best friend pulled her and whispered to Li Qing, pointing at her.
Biao, look at this young boss. He's quite handsome. He's so young to open a shop. He looks like he's good at taking care of people.
Hey, Xian, you're attracted again, go get his WeChat. The blonde girl shook her head. I've asked for the WeChat accounts of so many handsome guys, but I can't chat with them all.
But you were staring at him just now. What do you think of this young boss?
You've always said that you like mature, steady, and caring boys, but it's best if they aren't too old, and it's best if they're the same age as you.
I think this young boss fits the bill. The long-legged girl looked at Li Qing again.
To be honest, Li Qing is 1.83 meters tall, has delicate features, is fair-skinned and thin, and is very good-looking. Although he couldn't be called the school hunk, he was at least considered the class hunk in high school, and countless girls confessed their love to him. Unfortunately, he was concentrating on his studies at the time and didn't want to be distracted by this, so he rejected them all. Otherwise, when the school beauty confessed to him, he would not have rejected her so calmly. Maybe he is used to rejecting girls. The long-legged girl looked at Li Qing, who was busy in the kitchen with a red face, without blinking. At this moment, Li Qing, who was cooking seriously in front of the stove, had a unique charm. It was that unique aura a man has when he is doing something seriously that attracted her. The long-legged girl glanced at Li Qing and quickly turned back. After a while, she began to glance at him secretly again.
Before I knew it, my ears were red. Biao, I told you that you are interested in the young boss. Look, your expression betrays you, your face is so red. TSK, I have never seen you so shy to peek at a boy. Xian, don't talk nonsense, I didn't do that.
TSK, a girl like you who has never been in a relationship is so thin-skinned. Li Qing was busy standing in front of the stove. The long-legged sister facing him not far away would steal a glance at him from time to time. In fact, he had already seen her. He has been having a lot of romantic luck lately.
He hasn't even managed to seduce a school beauty, and now here comes a long-legged girl?
Li Qing shook his head in his heart.
He is not Aquaman.
But there is no way to give his love to so many girls at the same time.
Not long.
Li Qing brought up 2 bowls of vegetable noodles.
You two, please enjoy your meal.
Li Qing quietly stepped aside and sat in the corner to play with his phone.
Little boss, why are you sitting so far away from us? Come sit next to us. We two cute girls, how can we eat you up? The blonde girl looked at Li Qing with a smile and pointed to the seat next to the long-legged girl, indicating that he could sit there. No, I'll be more comfortable sitting here, hee hee. The blonde girl gave Li Qing a speechless look. Little boss, do you really not understand, or are you just pretending to be stupid? Didn't you see that this girl has been looking at you shyly, and she is so excited that she can't even close her legs? Why don't you come over and sit over here? Li Qing raised his cell phone. On the screen, he had just started a game of Honor of Kings. My game has started, I can't let my teammates down. The blonde girl glared at Li Qing helplessly and complained in a low voice. Bah, straight man. Such a beautiful girl sitting here, but you are not attracted to her? I have said it so clearly, but I still can't seduce you? The long-legged girl didn't say anything. Seeing that Li Qing was unmoved, she rolled her eyes at her best friend. Eat your noodles well, or they'll get cold. Li Qing's egg noodles were average, not very good, but the taste was good, and the two of us were still very satisfied. 15 minutes later. Boss, check out. Li Qing pointed to the Alipay QR code, indicating that payment could be made by scanning the code. There's no WeChat, and there's no money in Alipay. Li Qing nodded. Wait, our crystal is about to be pushed. You're still playing even after being pushed. Li Qing lowered his head and operated very attentively, while shaking his head. This is called the spirit of esports, understand? Doing something even though you know it's not allowed. 10 seconds later. A defeat sound was heard on the phone screen. Li Qing then raised his head and glanced at the two girls. A bowl of vegetable noodles is 8 yuan, 2 bowls is 16 yuan. As he spoke, he opened the WeChat payment code page. The long-legged girl came over with a red face, ready to scan the code to pay. Hey, wait a minute, boss. My bestie's phone has had problems recently. She can't scan the code to pay directly. She can only add WeChat to transfer money. Li Qing instantly understood what she meant. He looked at the blonde sister helplessly, then at the long-legged sister. In fact, the long-legged sister is also very beautiful. Although not as stunning as Xia Yushi, she is the kind of obedient girl who is very well behaved and cute. Even the flirting with Li Qing just now was done with the help of the blonde girl beside her. It seems like if I don't send her a WeChat message today, things won't work. Li Qing nodded and agreed. Oh well. He opened his QR code. Scan the QR code successfully and add the friend successfully. The long-legged girl quickly transferred 16 yuan to Li Qing. Although they were two pretty girls, Li Qing clicked the payment button without hesitation. No matter how pretty the girl is, she can't get a free meal, otherwise what would he do if all the girls in the school came to his place to eat? Li Qing thought so, comforted himself, and accepted the meal money with peace of mind. Little boss, we are leaving now. We will come back again in the future, hee hee. Biao, say hello to your little boss before you leave. The long-legged girl gently hit her best friend. Then she blushed and turned around to look at Li Qing. Goodbye, little boss. Goodbye. Li Qing waved weakly. What to do? He is a little panicked now. Although he is generally handsome, he only scores 9.5 out of 10. But now he runs this small restaurant. What should he do if girls ask for his WeChat every day? He has always wanted to make a living by cooking. Do I really have to rely on my face to make a living? Alas, being too handsome is also a kind of trouble. Chapter 17, Killed on the Ground. The two girls left not long after. Li Qing's WeChat notification sound rang on his phone. Hello, little boss grin. Li Qing was a little speechless. Another cliched beginning? Please come up with something new and innovative that will brighten his eyes. Li Qing thought about it and replied to her. I am definitely fine, are you not fine? I'm fine too, dog head, dog head, dog head. It seems that this girl is a bit stupid. Li Qing chuckled and didn't reply to her. By the way, little boss, my name is Xie Biao, what's yours? Li Qing. I have a guest. Bye. Li Qing made up a perfunctory excuse and prepared to slip away. Okay, goodbye, little boss. Li Qing exited WeChat and immediately opened King of Glory. What is there to talk about with girls? ISNT gaming fun? Oh, that's not right. He is a shop owner now. If guests come later, he will not have time to operate. You can cheat anyone, but you can't cheat your teammates. Li Qing is not actually afraid of letting his teammates down, but he is mainly afraid that he will be idle for too long and the system will ban him from the game, leaving him with no chance to play. Forget it, let us just play PUBG. Li Qing opened Peace Elite, waited at the airport for half a minute, chose the landing point, and quickly jumped off the plane. As soon as he jumped down, he found that several people fell in the same place as him. He didn't pick up the gun and was killed perfectly on the spot. Li Qing was not discouraged. You know, it's very normal to be killed as soon as you land on the ground. Anyway, there are always a few people who will be killed as soon as they land on the ground in every game, either him or someone else. In this case, let him bear it all. I don't know if it was because Li Qing comforted himself in this way that he was targeted by the game. In the second game, he was quickly attacked from behind again. Fuck, this old silver coin. Li Qing couldn't help but curse, and quickly withdrew, ready to start another game. Pfft, brother Qingqing, you are such a wimp, how about I take you to play? Li Qing turned around and found that Xia Yushi had been standing behind him without him noticing. Fuck, I was scared to death. When did you come? Brother Qingqing, I've been here for a while. I've been standing behind you watching you play games. Are you born in the year of the cat? How come there is no sound when you walk? Li Qing rubbed his chest while playing the exciting game Peace Elite. Suddenly, he saw Xia Yushi and his heart was a little overwhelmed. Nonsense, you must have been too focused on the game and didn't hear my footsteps coming in. Li Qing nodded. That's right. Maybe I mistook the sound of you coming in for the footsteps of an enemy in the game. Li Qing turned off the game. Since Xia Yushi came, he stopped playing. Brother Qingqing, why are you sitting in this small restaurant alone? Are you sitting here just to play games? What else can I do? Can't you see that I'm the owner of this store? You, and you're the boss? You'd be better off being a waiter. Xia Yushi was immediately amused by Li Qing's words and looked incredulous. Well, technically I'm a waiter, but I'm also the owner of this store. Brother Qingqing, you just ordered a few dishes. Did you forget to order them? You were just drinking and got so drunk. Xia Yushi covered her mouth and laughed. Look, is my name still written on it? Li Qing did not argue, but pointed at the business license and health permit posted on the wall and said to Xia Yushi. Xia Yushi came over. Oh, no way. Brother Qingqing, this Xunxiang restaurant is actually opened by you? Li Qing spread his hands and joked. I won't pretend anymore. My real identity is that I run a small restaurant. That's great. If you are the boss, then I will be the boss's wife. Xia Yushi said to Li Qing happily. You wish for that. You are at most just a small employee. That's also my pleasure. As long as I can see you every day, I'll do anything. He. Xia Yushi finished speaking cheerfully, then suddenly changed the subject. But if a small employee like me comes to work for your small restaurant, you will definitely make a lot of money. By then, there will be so many people attracted by my peerless beauty that they will directly break down the threshold of your little shop, Xia Yushi, after not seeing you for one night, you seem to have become a lot more narcissistic. Li Qing narrowed his eyes and looked at Xia Yushi jokingly. I didn't, can't you see? I was joking. I really didn't notice. Oh, maybe you are just like this normally. Xia Yushi became a little annoyed for a moment and raised her hand to scratch Li Qing. Stop it, are you hungry? I'm hungry. I was so hungry. When I woke up in the morning, I couldn't find you. I was almost scared to death. I thought you were lost. I vaguely remembered that you seemed to tell me to go to number 88 Commercial Street. Brother Qingqing, is this store really yours? Otherwise, don't you see it's written in black and white? Xia Yushi said yeah excitedly. Brother Qingqing, how come you are so outstanding? Do you remember? I told you last night that my childhood dream was to open a small shop like this. I would be very satisfied if I could receive a few customers every day and be a little busy. Now, it has finally been realized ahead of schedule. Li Qing gave Xia Yushi a speechless look. What have you achieved? Let me make it clear first, this store is still mine. Xia Yushi chuckled. Brother Qingqing, what's yours is mine. What the hell are you thinking about? Xia Yushi was in a good mood. She was used to being called an idiot by Li Qing, so she didn't care. Brother Qingqing, I'm hungry. Please cook for me. I want to eat tomato and egg noodles. Li Qing nodded. Okay, tomato and egg noodles without tomatoes and eggs. I'll make it right away. Brother Qingqing, you are so mean. I want tomato and egg noodles, remember this, don't do anything mean. Xia Yushi knew that Li Qing was joking with her. She looked at Li Qing with pitiful and pleading eyes and said, please. I know. Who told you to be so talkative just now? Li Qing rolled his eyes at Xia Yushi and walked into the kitchen. Outside the door, 3 more boys walked in. Boss, 3 bowls of ketchup noodles. Li Qing nodded in the kitchen. Okay. Several boys sat at the table on the other side, and one of them glanced at Xia Yushi. Wow, this girl is so pretty, and why does she look so familiar? Hey, brother. Did you see it on Madu? He. What nonsense, she is such a pure girl. Fuck, I remember now. The post I saw at Ningda yesterday, the new school beauty who got out of the supercar, the girl in the photo is her. Why does she look so familiar? Chapter 18, Coming for the School Beauty. One of the boys took out his cell phone, looked at the photo on it, then looked at Xia Yushi, and compared them carefully. Oh my god, it really is the school beauty Xia Yushi. The boy immediately opened his camera and secretly took a photo of Xia Yushi. Because he didn't dare to take a frontal photo, he just took a side profile photo from a distance. However, just by secretly taking a picture of Xia Yushi's profile and showing it to others, you can beat a lot of girls. After taking the photo secretly, the boy quickly prepared the captions and posted them on Ningda post bar. The whole process was completed in just 5 minutes. Shocking. Ningda's new campus beauty Xia Yushi actually ate tomato and egg noodles at the Jinshan restaurant on the University Student Commercial Street. Below the title, there is a picture that was taken secretly. Not long after the post was published, it instantly became extremely popular. Because Xia Yushi was secretly photographed getting off a supercar yesterday, the entire forum was filled with discussions about Xia Yushi for the entire day. The boys discussed Xia Yushi's looks. If they could have a girlfriend like her, it would be really worth it. The girls were all extremely envious of Xia Yushi, wondering when they would be able to have a beauty like her. That would be a great achievement to die with. So today, this post of secretly taking photos of the school beauty was released again, and the popularity instantly reached the highest point and lasted for a long time. There are also a lot of replies under the post. Oh my god, I just checked it carefully with yesterday's photo 8 times, it's really Xia Yushi. This little restaurant looks so simple. How could a school beauty eat at such a simple stall? She's too easy to feed. Brothers, I think I can do it again. Let's go to the Jinshan restaurant to order a meal, and wait for the school beauty Xia Yushi in person. Is there anyone who wants to team up? HXD, GKD. The post instantly became lively. Although those replies were apparently discussing Xia Yushi, they also invisibly brought traffic to Li Qing's Jinshan restaurant. Xia Yushi didn't have a big appetite, and she felt she was full before she even finished a bowl of tomato and egg noodles. Boss, check out. Xia Yushi shouted loudly on purpose. Besides her and Li Qing, there were 3 other outsiders here. She didn't want to be so high profile in front of strangers and just acted as if she was very familiar with Li Qing. It's not because Li Qing is now a small restaurant owner and joking with him would be beneath her status as a school beauty. The main reason was that she usually looked aloof, and she was afraid to communicate with Li Qing as usual. If she couldn't hold back her laughter, it would not be good. At least in front of outsiders, she still has to maintain her image as a cool and aloof school beauty. Face it, a bowl of tomato and eggs for $8. Xia Yushi nodded and whispered to Li Qing. I'll pass it to you later, brother Qingqing. I still have elective classes, so I'm going to class first. I'll come over at noon. Okay, go ahead and do your work. Li Qing nodded. He only had 1 class in the morning, which was not a professional course, so he could skip it and not miss out on making money. Not long after Xia Yushi left, Li Qing found that many boys from Ningda University walked in 2s and 3s as if they were organized. But everyone who came in had a strange look in their eyes. They didn't even look at the food on the menu, but just kept looking around for something. Some people are thick-skinned and just turn around and leave when they find that the school beauty is not there. Some shy students, since they had come in, couldn't save face and just ordered a meal from Li Qing. At this moment, it was just halfway through the morning and there were still 2 or 3 hours left until noon. It was a time of transition, and logically, no one would come to the restaurant. However, his small restaurant was already full and people kept coming. Li Qing was a little excited. Why are there suddenly so many people? How many bowls of food is this? A bowl of rice costs at least $8. In that case, there is money sitting at every table. When he thought of money, Li Qing's eyes lit up instantly. Running this small shop, no matter how tiring it is much better than delivering food in the wind and rain before. Li Qing was cooking with full motivation. During his spare time, Li Qing suddenly found something was wrong. These customers are all men? This. Are there no female customers? 2 female customers who asked him for his WeChat ID just left this morning, and he was a little annoyed. Why are all the customers now men? It might be the 2 groups of customers in the morning who helped promote him. That's why so many people are coming now. However, logically, even if someone recommends it, it is not known that the effect will be so immediate. It's only been a few hours. Li Qing decided to ask the customers how they knew about his restaurant. Classmate, you came to my restaurant for dinner today. Did someone recommend it to you? Li Qing asked with a smile to one of the boys wearing glasses. To be honest, brother, I haven't even heard of your restaurant. Not to mention recommending it to me. If I hadn't heard that the school beauty had eaten here, I wouldn't have come here to eat just to see her. Li Qing's face immediately turned black. Snowflakes are falling, the north wind is blowing. The world is vast. This BGM is really in line with Li Qing's current mood. He was hit mercilessly. Excuse me, how do you know that the school beauty has eaten here? The boy with glasses took out his mobile phone and pointed to the most popular post on Ningda forum. Li Qing saw the photo of Xia Yushi secretly taken in the post, and the background was in his shop. He is stupid. It seems that what Xia Yushi said really happened. As expected, this group of boys who came to eat were all there to catch a glimpse of her stunning beauty. It's been a busy morning. Li Qing closed the shop door tiredly. He could finally go to class with peace of mind. Suddenly, his WeChat notification sounded. Li Qing thought it was his roommate asking him to bring back some food, so he quickly opened WeChat. It turned out to be sent by Xia Biao. Little boss, are you busy? Li Qing took a glance. This long-legged girl wants to chat with me and flirt with me again. Just when I was about to turn off my phone and ignore her, another message came. I am Xia Biao's best friend. She ate your meal this morning and is flirting with you now. Li Qing was stunned when he saw this. What? No way. He was suddenly dumbfounded. The other party withdrew a message. I called the wrong number just now. Xia Biao ate your meal this morning and now has a fever. I can't pull her out. Can you come over and help me? Li Qing then breathed a sigh of relief. But soon I felt something was wrong. This is outrageous. Why do you have a fever? It's all because of the food I cooked. This has nothing to do with me. Li Qing sighed. Forget it, it's his fault for being so soft-hearted. It is actually quite difficult for a girl to get sick at school. Which dormitory building is Ningda? Building number 3 Grin. Li Qing's Bugatti was taken away by his roommate, and now he only has a pedal tricycle that he uses to deliver food to the store. This. Chapter 19 Riding a Tricycle to Save a Girl. Li Qing didn't think much about it, saving people was the most important thing. Li Qing pedaled his tricycle without hesitation and headed straight for the number 3 dormitory building of Ningda. Along the way, a tall and thin handsome guy swung his long legs and pedaled the tricycle vigorously, becoming a conspicuous and beautiful scenery. Fuck, sisters, look, there's a handsome guy. Wow, this handsome guy's unique car is so cool and sexy. Especially the pair of long legs on the tricycle. Wow, I'm so envious. Sisters, help me catch up with him. I want to get this brother's WeChat. Li Qing rode very fast, not caring about the eyes of passers-by at all. He pedaled the tricycle very hard and sped away in a cloud of dust. Finally, Li Qing wiped the sweat from his forehead and stopped at the door of dormitory building number 3, panting. In front of the door, a dormitory manager in a blue uniform looked at Li Qing with an unfriendly look. Young man, are you here to collect waste? Auntie, I'm here to save someone. There's a girl who has a fever and is unconscious. I'm going to pick her up. Who are you calling auntie? Can you speak? Call me auntie. The dormitory manager suddenly got angry. I'm sorry, Auntie, can you please let me in? It's an emergency. No, didn't you see it says here, this is the girls' dormitory, no men allowed. Li Qing was a little speechless. I simply made a voice call to Xia Biao on WeChat. Hey, I'm here, come on down. I can't get up. So fast? Okay, I'll help her down. 2 minutes later. Several girls supported Xia Biao with difficulty and walked out. Xia Biao's eyes were closed, her lips were pale, and her face was hot. Why did you suddenly have a fever? Is it really because you ate my food? Xia Biao's best friend Sun Xianxian glanced at Li Qing guiltily. After we came out of the library at noon, I took her for a walk by the lake. Maybe the weather was a little hot and she was wearing too many clothes, so. I see, this is heat stroke. It's so hot in the afternoon, are you too stupid? There was no point in complaining now. Li Qing simply picked up Xia Biao and put her in the tricycle. He had just cleaned the tricycle in the morning and it was very clean. He glanced at Sun Xianxian and explained. This is a special situation. I only have a tricycle. I'll just have to make do with it for now. Sun Xianxian nodded and said nothing. After all, it was already very good that Li Qing could come and help her even though they had just met in the morning. Which hospital should we go to? The city hospital is so far from here. Li Qing was a little hesitant. The school hospital will do. Sun Xianxian suggested. Li Qing nodded. Without further ado, he got on his tricycle and rushed towards the school hospital. On the way, Li Qing pedaled the tricycle hard, sighing in his heart. Sure enough, it's easier when you're alone. Two people were obviously feeling much more tired. I don't know how heavy Xia Biao is. It must be more than 100 kilograms. But she doesn't look fat. Where did the fat go? Along the way, students from Ning University all looked at Li Qing sideways. Fuck, this guy is so cool, riding a tricycle to pick up girls, wow, he's a role model for our generation. I got it. If you want to pick up girls, go buy a tricycle now. Wait, look at the girl at the back with her eyes closed and her lips pale. This guy must be anxious to send her to the school hospital. Quick, take a picture. This kind of good deed must be recorded. When they arrived at the school hospital, Li Qing picked up Xia Biao and gave her a princess hug. It's not that he is romantic. In this situation, I can only give her a princess hug. He couldn't just stand there and pick her up face to face. If that's the case, it would be more like taking advantage of you. Li Qing found a doctor and briefly explained Xia Biao's symptoms of heatstroke. The doctor quickly prescribed medicine, put Xia Biao on N4, and brought 2 bags of ice to put on her head to cool her down physically. Xia Biao lay on the hospital bed with her eyes closed and a pale face. Li Qing looked at her quietly. I just met her in the morning and sent her to the hospital in the afternoon. This progress is too fast. I'm not a cat, you are the cat. Xia Biao closed her eyes and suddenly mumbled something. Li Qing? I'm a dog, woof woof woof. WTF? Is this girl burned out? He actually took the initiative to make fun of himself? I didn't expect that the girl who usually looks so quiet would talk so dishonestly once she fell unconscious. Li Qing suddenly had a bold idea. He quietly slid open his phone, turned on the recording, and clicked the button. Xia Biao, are you a cat? No, I'm not a cat, you are the cat, your whole family is a cat, meow meow meow. Li Qing's face suddenly turned black. This girl is usually so shy. Why is it that I am so good at landing in my dreams? And what are you? I'm a dog, woof woof woof. He. Under Li Qing's patient persuasion, Xia Biao finally gave an answer that satisfied him. Mission accomplished. Li Qing nodded with satisfaction and saved the recording. When Xia Biao woke up, he would let her listen to this. By then, Xia Biao would definitely be extremely shy and ashamed, and would wish she could use her toes to dig out a 1-bedroom and 1-living-room apartment. Then, naturally, I felt embarrassed to flirt with him on WeChat every day. After all, how could he still feel comfortable after making such a big embarrassment in front of Li Qing? Li Qing saved the recording with great satisfaction. To be on the safe side, he listened to it again. Then, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. 20 minutes later, Sun Xianxian came in. Thank you, little boss. It's all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, I don't know what to do. I might have to call 120. It's okay, it's okay. This is what I should do. Li Qing nodded with an expression of obligation. By the way, young boss, since you won't be cooking in the afternoon, just stay here and look after Bai Yao for me. I have a lot of classes this afternoon. Look how unsafe it is for Bai Yao to be here alone. She hasn't even woken up yet. What if something happens to her? Boss, you will definitely agree to me, right? Li Qing opened his mouth, not knowing how to refuse. In fact, he also has a class in the afternoon, although it is not a professional course, but... Oh well. Li Qing finally nodded reluctantly. Help people to the end, and help them to the end. Besides, if he left, how would he let Xie Biao listen to the recording he had just secretly saved? He also wanted to see with his own eyes the look on Xie Biao's face after hearing the recording, as if she wanted to crawl into the ground. Thank you for your help. I'll treat you to milk tea tonight. Sun Xianxian waved to Li Qing and left. In the huge school hospital room, only Li Qing and the unconscious Xie Biao were left. Chapter 20. The school beauty wants me to pay with my body. Soon, Li Qing's WeChat notification sounded. Brother Qingqing, why didn't you come to class? The teacher called your name. I didn't go, so why don't you help me answer it? Rolling eyes, rolling eyes, rolling eyes. I'm a girl, how can I help you answer this question? By the way, Qingqing, where have you been? I rode my tricycle to deliver groceries. Oh, I see, brother Qingqing. You are such a hard-working and good man. I love you. Dog head, dog head, dog head. Pay attention to the class and don't play with your phone. Got it. Li Qing then put down his phone, a smile appearing on his face. Fortunately, that small restaurant was able to provide him with cover at the critical moment. Li Qing raised his head suddenly and found that Xie Biao on the hospital bed had woken up at some point. At this moment, a pair of big eyes rolled around and looked around, and happened to meet Li Qing's eyes. Where am I? Xie Biao was a little confused when she saw Li Qing. She would never have thought that the first person she saw after waking up would be the handsome young boss in the morning. Young boss, why are you here? As expected, Xie Biao's face soon turned red again. It was easy for her to overthink when a man and a woman were alone in the same room. Her pretty snow-white face turned redder and redder. If someone who didn't know the situation walked in at this moment, they would think that Li Qing had done something to her. And most importantly, there was something wrong with the way Xie Biao looked at Li Qing, with a bright light in her eyes. Wait, let me tell you something. When Li Qing saw Xie Biao like this, he guessed that she must be imagining something. He quickly took out his cell phone, ready to nip Xie Biao's bold idea in the bud. What is it? Seeing Li Qing's serious expression, Xie Biao became a little excited. Isn't it time to confess to her? Thinking of this, Xie Biao closed her eyes excitedly, her breathing quickened with joy. Li Qing opened his mobile phone expressionlessly and took out the saved recording. After a round of questioning, the most classic words are here. I'm a dog, woof woof woof. Upon hearing her own voice, Xie Biao opened her eyes immediately. At this moment, her eyes were wide open and her whole body was petrified in an instant. If she were a tree, she would have been in a mess in an instant. This can't be what I said. Li Qing waved his hands with a wicked smile on his face. Stop talking. Explanation is covering up, and covering up is the truth. I have your little secret now. Xie Biao was embarrassed and annoyed. She never expected that this young boss would be such a person. You are bullying. Xie Biao looked at the proud Li Qing and was suddenly speechless. After holding it in for a long time, he finally said this. I won't bully a puppy, hee hee. By the way, since you're awake now, everything should be fine. I'll be leaving now. Bye. Li Qing achieved his goal, waved his hand and prepared to leave. No. Young boss, please don't upload this recording to the internet. Don't worry, Xie Biao, just listen to me. Li Qing walked out with a smirk on his face. At the door, the female nurse who was about to come in to change the infusion bottle was stunned at the door after hearing the conversation between the two people. Did she hear it right? Did the two people make some unspeakable transaction? What, don't post it online. What, you just need to listen to me? When the female nurse saw Li Qing coming out, she quickly walked in. When I entered the ward, I saw Xie Biao with a shy face. She suddenly felt a surge of sense of justice and looked dignified. Sister, are you threatened? Don't be afraid, just tell the police uncle and this bad guy will never hurt you again. Xia Biao? Sister, what are you talking about? She just recorded me calling me a puppy. Ah, this. The female nurse was instantly confused. As Li Qing walked out of the school hospital, the bell for the end of get out of class rang. Along with it came the ringing of Xia Yushi's phone. Li Qing, what's wrong with you? Didn't you go to deliver the food? Hearing Xia Yushi's questioning tone, Li Qing was stunned. What's going on? Did the school beauty discover something? Yes, I went to deliver the food. Are you sure what you sent was food, and not something else white and tender? Oh, how did you know that what I sent was cabbage? Li Qing said with a smile. Cabbage, you're a cabbage. Xia Yushi hung up the phone angrily. Soon, a photo was sent to Li Qing via WeChat, with some words attached. The photo is what I saw on Tieba. Li Qing opened the photo. In the photo, a handsome young man was pedaling a tricycle with all his strength, and sitting behind the tricycle was Xia Biao. WTF? Damn, someone is taking pictures of me again? Li Qing was stunned for a moment, then quickly calmed down. Don't poke me, you took a picture of me that looks pretty handsome. Grin. You are so handsome, who is that girl? Li Qing thought about it and replied with the last sentence. It's hard to explain on WeChat, see you at the school gate. 20 minutes later. At the school gate. Li Qing, you're going too far. You actually went behind my back. Xia Yushi was speechless for a moment and couldn't find the right words to describe Li Qing's behavior. Come on, how are you going to explain this to me? Okay, I won't pretend anymore. Actually, this girl had heat stroke. I was busy taking her to the school hospital, so I pedaled very fast, but I felt my legs were not long enough, so I got her there in time. Li Qing said to Xia Yushi with a righteous look on his face. Really? What else? Come on, who would pick up a girl using a pedal tricycle? Isn't it nice to pick up girls in my Bugatti? That's true. Okay, brother Qingqing, I forgive you. However, considering the mental damage you have caused me, you have to compensate me. Ah, how to compensate? You know, I don't have much money. Li Qing glanced at Xia Yushi warily, wondering what bad idea she was up to. Brother Qingqing, you still have your body, hee, you can pay me with your body. When Li Qing heard this, he swallowed hard. The world is going downhill. Sexy male college student, because he has no money, actually wants to. Forget it, since this person is the school belle, it's not a loss. If word of school beauty Xia Yushi's words were to spread, I wonder how many boys in the school would rush to compensate Xia Yushi. Thinking of this, Li Qing nodded reluctantly. Okay, then I'll treat you to meet tonight. Xia Yushi. Brother Qingqing, do you really not understand? Isn't this sexual compensation? I'm very innocent, okay? Chapter 21 Check-in at a 5-star hotel. Okay, let's eat meat. Hee, I'm a meat eater. Tisk, with your tiny body? How much can you eat? You've made me broke today. Li Qing looked at Xia Yushi's slender arms and legs and was very disapproving. Xia Yushi straightened her chest. Otherwise, how do you think I grew so big? Li Qing? He subconsciously glanced at Xia Yushi's two peaches. Indeed, Ning Dali is able to stand out among the crowd of beautiful women and be respected as the school belle. In addition to her perfect looks, her figure is naturally not bad either. But he really didn't expect that the cool school beauty could drive so smoothly? Stop talking. I really can't hold it back if you keep talking. What did you say? I don't understand. Xia Yushi looked at Li Qing with an innocent face. I said, I can't control the speed. Xia Yushi rolled her eyes at Li Qing. It's okay, let's go eat barbecue. 2 hours later. Li Qing and Xia Yushi walked out of the barbecue restaurant. Today, his Xinxiang restaurant only made a little over 300 yuan in the morning. But the school beauty just spent more than 400 yuan on a barbecue meal. Nima also lost more than 100 yuan. It was the first time he discovered that the school beauty could eat more than her. According to what Xia Yushi said at the time, I am the type of person who can eat anything without gaining weight, and I can eat a lot if I want to. At this moment, Li Qing looked at Xia Yushi with a resentful look on his face as she looked satisfied. Have you fed yourself? I'm full. Hee, brother Qingqing, I look forward to the next time. Li Qing's face suddenly turned black. Don't think too much. There won't be a next time. The next day, Li Qing woke up as usual. Ding dong, do you want to sign in today? Sign in. Ding dong, sign in successfully, rewarded with 30% shares of national 5-star hotels and national chain Regent Hotel. Congratulations, host, you have become the second largest shareholder of Regent Hotel. The share transfer agreement and related property rights certificates have been issued, please check them. Li Qing was shocked again. The daily check-in always gives him a surprise. Every time I just wake up, I have to endure such a great stimulation. Of course, Li Qing didn't mind. With this kind of stimulation, we can easily get hundreds of millions more. Today's sign-in reward is actually the Regent Hotel? You know, as the top chain hotel in Ningjiang City, the market value of Regent Hotel has reached more than 10 billion. There are several chain branches not only in Ningjiang City, but also in the whole province, with a large scale. Moreover, each hotel is a 5-star comprehensive hotel with accommodation and catering services. Li Qing had just woken up and was still a little confused. Why give him shares in Regent Hotel? Does that mean he won't have to worry about where to live wherever he goes in the future? Looking at the agreement and share transfer documents that had been distributed on the bedside, Li Qing sighed and said, please, can you give him something practical? He got up a little late today as he had a full schedule of classes in the morning. He didn't think much about it and hurried to class. At the same time, Ningjiang City, Lijing Building. In the luxurious office on the top floor, a sexy secretary in black stockings, wearing high heels and twisting her butt, walked to the office door and knocked. Mr. Xiao, someone has bought 30% of the hotel's shares. Who? The gray-haired Shawshank raised his head and glanced at the female secretary. This person's name is Li Qing, but this name has never been heard of in Ningjiang's business and political circles. Quick, go check this person's identity and background. Yes. Li Qing was sitting in the classroom, next to him was the school beauty Xia Yushi. Jingle. The penguin prompt sounded. Li Qing took a look and found that it was a message from all members in the senior year class group. It was the class monitor Zhao Yashuan who tagged all the classmates. Classmates, most of the students in our class are admitted to Ningjiang City. It's been almost 2 weeks since everyone started college. I wonder how you're doing. How about we get together tonight? Okay. Since the monitor has spoken, there must be no problem. Okay. A group of lurking students suddenly emerged from the class group and responded unanimously to the class monitor's notice of a dinner party. Li Qing looked at the messages in the class group and the students who spoke, all of them familiar names. His memory instantly brought him back to his high school days. He was immediately filled with emotion. Although he missed his high school classmates a little, he was not looking forward to this party. Because of the organizer of the dinner, squad leader Zhao Yashuan targeted him everywhere. Wasn't it because he was so handsome that he was always liked by the girls in the class? This squad leader Zhao Yashuan targeted Li Qing and made things difficult for him just because a girl he liked frequently showed her affection to Li Qing. Li Qing hesitated a little, not knowing what to choose. Brother Qingqing, why do you look unhappy? Xia Yushi looked at Li Qing's frown and asked with concern. Li Qing showed her the news about the senior class dinner on his phone. Are your old classmates from the senior year class going to have a reunion? Hey, so there's meat to eat? Can I go? Take me with you. No. Our senior year reunion is over, why are you joining in the fun? Will it embarrass you if I go? Please just let me go. Xia Yushi pulled Li Qing's sleeve and started to act coquettishly. Li Qing still shook his head and refused. So many girls in the senior class are very ambiguous towards him. It would be terrible if Xia Yushi suddenly showed up. It will definitely not be very friendly to Xia Yushi. Moreover, squad leader Zhao Yashuan might make things difficult for him. It's better to keep a low profile. He just wanted to get together with his old classmates and try his best not to cause trouble. Xia Yushi was a little angry when she saw that Li Qing still rejected him, and said angrily, Humph, brother Qingqing, just wait and see. I will definitely follow you when the time comes. At the same time, Lijiang Building. In the luxurious office on the top floor, a female secretary in black stockings knocked on the door and walked in. Boss Xiao, I have found out the life experience and background of this Li Qing. From his background, Li Qing is very ordinary.
His parents are ordinary factory workers, but he is now a freshman at Ning University. In addition, he is also the personal bodyguard of the daughter of the chairman of the Xia Group. He is always with her. It is said that he has signed a contract with the daughter of the Xia Group. But this time, he was able to buy 30% of our hotel's shares. It's really shocking. Shawshank looked at the female secretary calmly. Xiao Chun, some people may seem ordinary, but they are not ordinary people at all. Someone like Li Qing, who was able to bid for 30% of the shares of our hotel, must not be an ordinary person. What you can find out is just on the surface. Since he already holds the second largest stake in our company, we must establish a good cooperative relationship to prevent him from selling his shares and affecting the future development of our company. Pass my order down, print out Li Qing's photo and give a copy to every hotel employee. In addition to knowing me, they must also know the second largest shareholder of the company. Especially when they come to our hotel, they must not neglect him. Yes. Chapter 22, Master Li will pay for all the expenses tonight. In the afternoon, there were 5 minutes left before school was over. While Xia Yushi was still reading, Li Qing quietly left through the back door. He went straight back to his small restaurant on Commercial Street. His Bugatti was taken away by his roommate and is said to be parked in front of a nightclub in Ningjiang. His roommate was too drunk to drive it back last night. Li Qing originally wanted to drive the Bugatti to the party to show off, but now it seems that it is not possible. He could only ride his tricycle in a low profile. Li Qing pedaled the tricycle hard. Not long after, the car braked and stopped skillfully in front of the Regent Hotel. Several security guards came over immediately and cordially. Li Qing was a little puzzled. These security guards at the door were surprisingly not snobbish. Instead, when he saw him, his face was full of smiles, as if he had seen his biological father. "Hello, sir, how can we help you?" "Sir, let me help you park in the parking lot." In fact, these security guards had received Li Qing's photo 2 hours ago and were forced by their superiors to memorize Li Qing's handsome face. This was to prevent a sudden visit from Li Qing, the second largest shareholder, but I didn't expect him to come so soon. "No need. I guess none of you know how to drive this tricycle. Let me do it." Li Qing was not afraid of troublesome these security guards. It mainly parks the cars of the Regent Hotel, and even the cheapest ones are Mercedes-Benz and BMW. If his car was bumped or hit by the security guard, it would be fine. Mainly those luxury cars, if they are scratched or bumped, he simply can't afford the compensation. Li Qing pedaled the tricycle skillfully, reversed it into the parking space, and parked it perfectly in the parking space marked with yellow lines. In such a large parking space, his pedal tricycle didn't even take up half of it. Next door, a Porsche Cayenne happened to be parked next to him. The car window rolled down slowly. "Oh my god, isn't this Li Qing? I unexpectedly bumped into him here. Nice to meet you. Your car is really cool." The person sitting in the Porsche Cayenne was actually Zhao Yashuan, the class monitor of the senior year. Li Qing's face immediately turned black. Damn, this is too much. The timing was ridiculous. He just came to park the car and happened to meet the old squad leader? How about it? Isn't my car cool? How about we switch driving? This car doesn't have many advantages, except that it's spacious, breathable, and you don't have to worry about being caught for drunk driving. Li Qing said with a smile. This time it was Zhao Yashuan's turn to be speechless. With a gloomy face, he did not say a word and went into the hotel with Li Qing. At the hotel entrance, a row of waiters and even the lobby manager came over. A neat 90-degree bow. "Welcome, welcome, welcome." The shouting continued until the two people got into the elevator. "How is it? This is high-end service, isn't it? In fact, it's not usually this enthusiastic. The main reason is that the manager of this hotel is my uncle," Zhao Yashuan said to Li Qing proudly. Li Qing nodded and said perfunctorily, "Squad leader is awesome." The elevator went to the 6th floor. They had a class reunion and this time they booked the 6th floor of the Regent Hotel. Li Qing and Zhao Yashuan pushed open the door and walked in one after another. The whole class looked over instantly. Wow, Li Qing is here too. Li Qing is still so handsome. He is still the fresh meat in our high school and is pleasing to the eye. He is much better than those ugly guys in our university. Li Qing, come and sit with us. The girls in the class simply ignored the class monitor Zhao Yashuan and instead greeted Li Qing enthusiastically.
Zhao Yashuan became annoyed when he saw this. How dare Li Qing steal his limelight? Soon, he glanced at the students present and spoke loudly. Li Qing, why are you riding a pedal tricycle today? Did you ride here on purpose to show off? You know what, to be honest, this is a really cool and unique way of showing off. When the classmates heard the news, they started talking about it immediately. No way, Li Qing, when you went to college, your parents actually bought you a pedal tricycle? That's right, at least give me an electric car like my mom did. This is too tragic, Li Qing. You can take my car and go home together later. Li Qing smiled and explained. It's nothing, actually. This tricycle is the food delivery vehicle of my restaurant, so I just rode it here. What? You just started college and you opened a small restaurant? You started your own business so early. You're amazing, Li Qing. You're awesome, you have a good sense for business. When I graduate, you can go work in the restaurant. The classmates immediately expressed their envy. Only Zhao Yashuan sneered a few times. Ah, that's not right, Li Qing. Why did I hear from my classmates at Ning University that you opened a store of more than 20 square meters in front of Ning University? The classmates in the class originally thought that Li Qing opened a larger restaurant, but suddenly they heard the class monitor say that it was only more than 20 square meters? Pfft, Li Qing, you're opening a store, you're setting up a stall. I thought it was nothing, as long as I had hands to set up a stall, then I can do it too. When squad leader Zhao Yashuan saw this, he clapped his hands in satisfaction and signaled for everyone to be quiet. Alright, everyone stop making fun of Li Qing. After all, he just wanted to show off, and he didn't mean any harm. It was me who proposed today's dinner, so naturally it's my treat. So, Mr. Zhao will pay for all the expenses tonight. All the students in the audience cheered instantly. At this moment, there was a loud bang. The door to the hall suddenly opened. A floor manager in a tuxedo walked in directly. He was the hotel's special person in charge of parties on this floor. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhao, you don't have to pay for today's consumption. Zhao Yashuan was stunned and instantly realized something. Waved his hand. No, even if I know Uncle Wang from the Regent Hotel, Uncle Wang doesn't have to be so polite to me. Zhao Yashuan looked very proud. The whole class looked at him with envy, which made him feel even more confident. Excuse me, Mr. Zhao. What I meant is that Mr. Li is having dinner with you tonight. Mr. Li is the second largest shareholder of our hotel, so naturally you don't need to pay the bill. Mr. Li? Mr. Li? It's not because of him? Zhao Yashuan felt his face getting hot. The whole audience fell silent instantly. None of them could remember another Mr. Li in the class who had such great courage. Yes, it's Li Qing, Master Li. The floor manager said loudly, and then walked directly to Li Qing. Mr. Li, Mr. Xiao asked me to express his sincerest greetings to you. Since you have chosen to buy 30% of the shares of our hotel, we promise you that we will never let you lose money. By the way, we have found the best technician at the Forest shop to maintain your customized pedal tricycle in the parking lot. I hope you will be satisfied. I'm standing outside the door. You can call me if you need anything. After the floor manager finished speaking, he bowed 90 degrees to Li Qing and walked out again. At this moment, the entire floor's large private room suddenly became silent, and you could hear a pin drop. Everyone's eyes were focused on Li Qing. Chapter 23 School Beauty Visits. Originally, these old classmates just thought Li Qing was very handsome. But who would have thought that he was actually a hidden wealthy man? Owns 30% of the shares of Ningjiang City's most luxurious Regent Hotel. You know, the market value of Regent Hotel is as high as tens of billions. If calculated in this way, Li Qing's personal net worth would be at least tens of billions. The key point is that even though Li Qing is so rich, he is still very low-key. Came to attend the class reunion and rode a pedal tricycle. Such a man, besides being handsome, is young, rich, and successful. This is the man of many women's dreams. The girls in the class already had a crush on the handsome Li Qing, and their eyes lit up even more at this moment. How come I didn't discover such a good man before high school? At that time, they only knew how to tease Li Qing verbally. Oh, how regretful I am. If they had known earlier, they should have pursued her directly. Oh, that's not right. Just kneel down and lick. As long as Li Qing is licked comfortably, they are now rich ladies anyway. At the very least, you will have to work less in your lifetime.
Of course, Li Qing has only been in college for 2 weeks. It's not too late, there is still time. The female students were silently thinking about all this in their hearts, and suddenly they woke up.
Among them, Jiang Mengting, the beauty in their senior year class, walked over without any hesitation.
Jiang Mengting has been learning dance since she was a child. She has a slender and graceful figure, with the right curves and curves. Her arms and legs are thin and white, which can be said to be a perfect figure. Although her appearance was only 80% or 90% beautiful, she was immediately named the class beauty by all the male classmates because of her extremely proud figure. But she herself is very cold towards men. She even sneered at some boys in the class who showed interest in her. At this moment, she was wearing a sexy black tight suspender skirt, revealing her 2 white legs, and she walked slowly towards Li Qing.
Hi, Qing. Do you remember when we were in school, you sat behind me and always peeked at me during class? I knew it all.
After saying that, Jiang Mengting threw a seductive glance at Li Qing.
Li Qing? Don't I have to look at the blackboard? Do I have to look backwards during class? Then I don't care.
Anyway, I'll just assume that you're looking at me.
By the way, can you take me home tonight?
I seem to have drunk a little too much and am a little drunk. Jiang Mengting said this while rubbing both sides of her temples, looking a little unclear. The cold and aloof class beauty back then actually behaves like this in front of Li Qing now.
This is something Li Qing never expected.
The most important thing is that the whole class didn't expect it at all.
Jiang Mengting was so cool and aloof back then, looking down on all boys, but now she is teasing Li Qing in front of the whole class?
If there were only the 2 of them in the lobby of the private room on the 6th floor, wouldn't Jiang Mengting be even more bold and hot?
The picture is so beautiful that I dare not imagine it.
Hiss.
All the boys in the audience took a deep breath.
Li Qing also took a deep breath and suppressed his semen. If the class beauty had flirted with him like this when he was in high school, he might not have been able to resist. But now he is a man who has rejected the school belle and is still being pursued by her.
So now, he just felt like laughing. This is so funny. Don't be ridiculous. Can you get drunk by drinking juice?
Li Qing spread his hands to express his incomprehension.
Jiang Mengting looked at Li Qing and didn't answer him.
She just had a dazed look in her eyes and continued to walk slowly towards him. When she was almost to Li Qing, she suddenly staggered, pretending to lose her balance, and her whole body fell into Li Qing's arms. Li Qing only felt 2 soft things sticking to him.
He quickly supported Jiang Mengting.
Jiang Mengting seemed to have lost her balance in an instant and could only let Li Qing's hand hook around her waist. The 2 people, one above and one below, looked into each other's eyes, and neither of them spoke tacitly. Who can resist such a classic scene? Li Qing felt like there was a ball of fire in his throat, making his mouth dry and his tongue parched. The sweet and soft Jiang Mengting seemed to be hanging on him at this moment and he couldn't get rid of her no matter what.
It's over. Is he going to fail today?
When the students saw this erotic scene, they immediately started to make a noise and help create a good atmosphere. These boys knew that they were not worthy of Jiang Mengting, so it would be better for them to let Li Qing take her away.
After all, we are all classmates and family.
The girls were originally planning to flirt with Li Qing, but now the class beauty took the initiative and won him over.
They knew they couldn't compete with the class beauty, so they might as well get some assists. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss.
Seeing the scene was about to be pushed to the climax.
With a bang,
the door to the hall was pushed open again. The whole class's eyes instantly shifted to the door.
Li Qing quickly put Jiang Mengting down and stood up quickly.
At the door stood a girl wearing a white shirt, pleated skirt, and a pair of white shoes. Although she was dressed very ordinary, her delicate facial features, fair skin, and well-proportioned figure made people unable to take their eyes off her. Some people have even compared her with the class beauty Jiang Mengting in their minds. But no matter how you look at it, Jiang Mengting is always in a state of being beaten in front of this girl.
Almost all the boys present swallowed their saliva. I don't know why a girl like this came here. Is she some girl's best friend?
The girls present were envious and jealous of her beauty, and they were so jealous. If the pH value could be measured, it would definitely be comparable to that of Aqua Regia.
Squad leader Zhao Yashuan couldn't hold back any longer and went out directly.
As a squad leader, he is naturally better able to seize opportunities than the average person. He walked gracefully and very gentlemanly in front of this gorgeous girl, and used the opening remarks that he had silently practiced countless times in his mind, pretending to be very polite and calm.
"Girl, are you here to look for someone too? You can sit down and eat with us. You're most welcome."
After saying this, he made an inviting gesture towards this top girl, showing his grace. At this moment, the whole class looked over. The hall was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop.
Almost everyone stared at this perfect girl motionlessly, wondering what decision she would make. But the top girl just glanced at Zhao Yashuan and ignored him. He didn't say a word. Just treated him as air. Then, his eyes quickly searched the crowd, and soon a happy expression appeared on his face. She smiled happily and naturally, like a blooming lily, which was very pleasing to the eyes. She walked towards the crowd, skipping and jumping. It was obvious that this was a movement that only comes from inner joy. Chapter 24: Crazy Face Slapping. She walked up to Li Qing and stopped. "Brother Qingqing, I've already told you that you can't escape from my grasp." "Brother Qingqing?" The whole audience was shocked. Damn, such a beautiful girl is here to see Li Qing? It's only been a short time since the start of the school year, and Li Qing actually knows such a beautiful girl. And it seems that the relationship is very special. When Xia Yushi walked up to Li Qing, she unconsciously stood with Jiang Mingting beside her. Jiang Mingting, who was already very outstanding among the girls, felt ashamed of herself as a sparrow meeting a phoenix when she stood in front of Xia Yushi at this moment. She suddenly felt inferior. From childhood to adulthood, she has never felt so unworthy. No wonder Li Qing had been unmoved by her advances just now. It turns out he has such a perfect girlfriend. The whole class was still silent at this moment. These students could never have imagined that Li Qing would change so much after just a few months of vacation. Become so excellent, so excellent. "Hey, Brother Qingqing, why are your classmates looking at us?" "Oh, I feel embarrassed watching this." A few blushes suddenly appeared on Xia Yushi's pretty face. It was different from the redness like a ripe apple she had in front of Li Qing before. She was a little shy. Only then did Li Qing wave to everyone. "Let's eat, everyone. This is a class reunion, not just a party for me alone. I'm sure you have a lot to talk about." The students in the hall then withdrew their gazes and started talking about it. However, their topic never left the focus of the night, Li Qing. Among these students, Zhao Yashuan was the most angry. He worked so hard to organize such a class reunion, and originally thought that he would be the center of attention at the reunion again, just like he was in high school. Maybe after the dinner, he could take advantage of the alcohol and have another romantic encounter with those female classmates. That would be perfect. Damn it, now everything has been ruined by this Li Qing. It even embarrassed him. However, he soon remembered the shabby pedal tricycle that Li Qing drove when he came. "Humph, Li Qing, you are so awesome, but you still have to pedal the tricycle back later? Let us see how you take this girl back later. When it comes to comparing luxury cars, I have to look at my Porsche Cayenne. At that time, I will drive my car with a few female classmates and stop directly next to your tricycle. I will say a few words deliberately, and then step on the accelerator to splash mud all over you." When Zhao Yashuan thought of this, his previous gloomy mood disappeared, and he soon sneered complacently again. After 3 rounds of drinks, the atmosphere of the party reached its climax. Many of the students were drunk and their faces were red. They were no longer so restrained when talking to each other and were chatting happily. Xia Yushi did what she said, she really came here to eat meat. At this moment, she completely transformed into a little foodie, just focusing on eating. Anyway, these were all Li Qing's classmates. She didn't know them and didn't want to know them, so there was no need for any greetings or toasts. She could just lower her head and eat as much as she wanted. Her pretty face had 2 puffy cheeks like a little hamster. She raised her head from time to time, looking tenderly at Li Qing, who was chatting enthusiastically with his classmates, with a faint smile on her lips. The dinner party was gradually coming to an end. Old classmates greeted each other in groups of 3 or 5 and prepared to go downstairs. Today's party was suddenly initiated by Zhao Yashuan, so we just had a simple meal and didn't plan to go to KTV to sing. Li Qing walked in front, and Xia Yushi followed closely behind Li Qing like an obedient little follower. Many classmates saw this scene and were very surprised. It seems that this top-notch girl is the one who was throwing herself at Li Qing? Li Qing is so awesome. No wonder he looked down on Jiang Mingting before. With such a top-notch girl, no one would look down on Jiang Mingting. In front of the Regent Hotel, the old classmates greeted each other and said goodbye with red eyes. At this time, Zhao Yashuan walked up to Li Qing.
After failing to show off at the party, he has been avoiding Li Qing.
Now, I finally waited for him to show off. Li Qing, how are you going to take this beauty home? And you're still driving your pedal tricycle?
No way, you're riding a tricycle by yourself, which is embarrassing enough, but you're embarrassing yourself with such a beautiful girl. Zhao Yashuan had a weird look on his face and could be said to be very proud at the moment. The only thing that was better than Li Qing's now was his car, which made him feel like he had regained a lot of face. A Porsche Cayenne worth more than 900,000 yuan is inferior to Li Qing's pedal tricycle worth a few hundred yuan.
This is simply a crushing defeat.
After Zhao Yashuan finished speaking, before Li Qing could say anything, Xia Yushi next to him became excited first.
Wow, brother Qingqing, you actually came here on a tricycle. I've never ridden a tricycle in my life. Hee hee, it must be very comfortable, especially if you take me with you.
Xia Yushi smiled particularly happily. It was a smile that came from the heart, a happy smile that anyone with a discerning eye could see.
Zhao Yashuan was stunned.
Originally, he wanted to make Li Qing look bad in front of Xia Yushi to dampen his fighting spirit, but unexpectedly, he ended up helping Li Qing.
Zhao Yashuan's face turned dark instantly.
Without saying a word, he headed straight for the parking lot. But Li Qing did not leave, he stood there motionless.
Brother Qingqing, why are you standing here like an idiot? Go ride your tricycle.
I'm really looking forward to the experience of riding a tricycle.
Li Qing glanced at the text message on his mobile phone that was sent 5 minutes ago and shook his head. No need.
My roommate just sent me a text message saying that he has driven my Bugatti to the Regent Hotel for me.
I have already asked the security guard to drive it over for me.
Xia Yushi said lightly, oh. She was a little disappointed that she couldn't get on the tricycle. From childhood to adulthood, she has been riding in various luxury cars. Having never ridden a tricycle before, she was actually looking forward to riding on one. The security guard drove Li Qing's Bugatti slowly over and stopped in front of Li Qing. The security guard stepped down from the Bugatti with trembling legs. It was the first time for him to drive such a luxury supercar, and he was a little excited. He was worried that if the luxury car was hit or dented, he wouldn't be able to pay for it even if he sold both of his kidneys. Brother Ren got out of the car, bowed 90 degrees to Li Qing, and then put the car keys in Li Qing's hand. See this luxury supercar Bugatti in front of you. The whole class present was shocked again.
This.
Although it was dark at night, with the help of the lights at the hotel entrance, they could see at a glance the black-painted Bugatti, which was as dazzling as if it was covered with black gems in the dark.
The streamlined body shape made them envious. Didn't I hear from Zhao Yashuan before that Li Qing came here on a tricycle?
This Zhao Yashuan is becoming more and more unreliable.
He even deliberately belittled Li Qing just to show off. That's too much. Some students even secretly compared Li Qing and Zhao Yashuan in their hearts. The low-key and wealthy Li Qing is much better than the idiot Zhao Yashuan.
Li Qing said goodbye to his classmates briefly, and then got into the Bugatti with Xia Yushi. Before I had time to leave, I saw Zhao Yashuan's Porsche Cayenne coming back from the parking lot.
Chapter 25 I picked up a husky.
He could obviously leave from the parking lot, but Zhao Yashuan insisted on turning back and walking around the hotel entrance. On the surface, he was saying goodbye to old classmates, but in fact, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that this guy was just showing off again.
Just pretend, all you do is show off every day. What's there to pretend to be? Can you be better than Li Xin in pretending?
If Zhao Yashuan had shown off like this before, his classmates might not have thought much about it. But today, they met Li Qing, the low-key rich man. For someone like Zhao Yashuan, who is at most moderately wealthy, if he continues to show off like this, he would look more like a clown.
Comparing the two people like this, Zhao Yashuan instantly dropped 10 levels. But Zhao Yashuan had no idea at the moment.
He just wanted to show off his Porsche Cayenne worth more than 900,000 Chinese yuan in front of Li Qing.
You just stole my limelight, now wait and see how I beat your pedal tricycle today.
Zhao Yashuan drove a Porsche Cayenne, stopped in front of the hotel, and got out of the car with a proud look.
Oh, where's Li Qing? I didn't see him just now. His custom-made pedal tricycle is still parked in the parking lot. Look at nouveau riche like Li Qing. It makes me angry. It's just a small stake in the Regent Hotel. What's so great about that?
He still drives a broken tricycle.
Why hasn't Li Qing come yet? Maybe he's too embarrassed to come out, haha.
As Zhao Yashuan spoke, he laughed triumphantly.
I thought that the students at the door would cooperate with him and laugh along with him as usual. But when he smiled, these students became surprisingly quiet. His laughter was the only one echoing awkwardly in the whole audience. The classmates in the class looked at him in a very strange way. He felt something was wrong. Where's Li Qing? He won't be gone, will he? He cleared his throat and asked again. The students looked at each other and no one spoke to explain. He touched the back of his head and realized that he was a little embarrassed. Suddenly, he looked up and saw the Bugatti in front of him, and an expression of surprise appeared on his face. Oh my god, this isn't Ronaldo's car. I've seen it online. It's a 120 million Chinese dollar Bugatti. Don't think that Li Qing is just pretending to be cool. He just got lucky. For a car like this, he probably can't even afford a tire. Zhao Yashuan said this proudly, thinking that this time he would be welcomed by his classmates' approval, but there was still total silence. Bang! There was only a crisp sound. The door of the Bugatti slowly opened. Li Qing got out of the car and straightened his clothes calmly. Then, he looked at Zhao Yashuan curiously. I just took a call in the car. Were you calling me just now? Li Qing gave a playful smile and looked at Zhao Yashuan. Zhao Yashuan's face darkened instantly. If possible, he could even dig a bird's nest with his toes. He was suddenly speechless and didn't know what to say. Oh, by the way, your Porsche Cayenne worth over 900,000 yuan is probably not as expensive as my steering wheel. Li Qing smiled and gently patted Zhao Yashuan, who had been completely petrified. This gathering was a great pleasure and I look forward to the next gathering. After saying that, he got back into the car and closed the door. Li Qing lightly stepped on the accelerator of the Bugatti, which made a loud and low roar like a wild beast, and sped away with a hum. Zhao Yashuan stood there, feeling awkward and at a loss as to what to do. He recalled what Li Qing had just said. Looking forward to your next dinner party? Impossible. It's impossible in this life. He never wants to see Li Qing again in this life. Li Qing drove the Bugatti, speeding through Ningjiang City at night. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening and there were very few pedestrians on the road. Brother Qingqing, stop for a moment. Xia Yushi glanced out the window and suddenly stopped Li Qing. Li Qing slammed on the brakes, and with the clear sound of tires rubbing against the asphalt road, the Bugatti stopped steadily on the side of the road. Xia Yushi quickly opened the car door and walked quickly towards a tree on the side of the road. Under the tree, a big dog stood there with its tongue hanging out and a leash tied around its neck. It had an expressionless face and looked a little dazed. Oh shit, it's actually a husky. Xia Yushi walked over quickly and gently touched the husky's head. The husky had an expression of enjoyment on his face and glanced at Xia Yushi, acting cute. Brother Qingqing, look at this husky, it looks so weird and pitiful, standing alone on the street with no one around. It might have gotten lost. Or, let's take it home. Xia Yushi suggested quickly. Li Qing shook his head. Huskies, commonly known as Era, are not only cute, but also have the title of being a housewrecker. Although they look ferocious, they are actually very stupid and can be said to be truly stupid dogs. Brother Qingqing, please, it's here by itself. What if it gets caught and eaten by bad guys late at night? Xia Yushi pulled Li Qing's sleeve and spoke coquettishly. Li Qing looked at the husky. Era also raised his head and looked at Li Qing, his innocent little eyes looked very sympathetic. He softened and nodded. Well, it's your house that's being demolished anyway, as long as you don't mind it. Oh yeah. Brother Qingqing, you know, when I was little, my dream was to have a dog. Unfortunately, my father was afraid that dogs would shed and be dirty, so he wouldn't let me have one. Now that my father is gone, I can finally have one with a clear conscience. You have a lot of wishes. Didn't you open a small shop before? Yes, I have many small wishes like this, such as finding a handsome boyfriend as a husband and giving birth to a pair of beautiful twins. Xia Yushi held the husky in her arms and counted on her fingers. Suddenly, she seemed to realize something, looked at Li Qing with a blush on her face, and stopped talking. Brother Qingqing, really? Why am I telling you this? After saying that, Xia Yushi snorted coldly, turned away proudly, and looked at the scenery outside the window. Li Qing was confused. Come on, Auntie, I didn't say anything, it's you who has been happily fantasizing about it. As expected, a woman's heart is as unfathomable as the sea. It's really unpredictable. Not long after, Li Qing drove the Bugatti and stopped at the door of Xia Yushi's villa. Xia Yushi pulled the husky and got out of the car. When the neighbor Mrs. Lia's son, a chubby little boy, saw the husky, he ran over quickly. The little boy likes the husky very much because of its cute look. "Auntie, can I pet this dog?" Xia Yushi was a little annoyed. "Call me sister." The little boy was stunned for a moment, looking embarrassed, but after thinking for a while he finally spoke. "Auntie, can I touch this sister?" "Cannot." Xia Yushi stamped her feet. She was almost mad at this naughty kid. "Pfft, I'm dying of laughter." On the side, Li Qing held his stomach and laughed so hard that he almost cried. Chapter 26 Sign in Reward Animal Communication. After returning to the apartment, Xia Yushi thoughtfully built a doghouse for the husky in the living room for it to live in. Li Qing looked at Xia Yushi from the side and couldn't help laughing. "You might as well just take it back to your bed." After listening to this, Xia Yushi nodded thoughtfully. "Good idea. Don't do that. The husky has rolled on the ground countless times outside, be careful of fleas." "Okay. Then I'll give it a bath first so it won't be dirty." Li Qing suddenly felt a little jealous of this husky. "You can let the school beauty Xia Yushi give you a bath personally." Such treatment, wow, he has never enjoyed it before. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Li Qing opened his eyes on time. Ding dong. Whether to sign in today. Sign in. Ding dong. Sign in successfully, sign in reward, animal communication skill. Li Qing was stunned for a moment. Animal communication? What kind of things does the system reward me with every day? What's the use of this for him? Should he communicate with the dog every day? Funny. Li Qing touched his hair and got up to wash helplessly. Today is Saturday, so there are no classes all day. He walked out of the room, and the door of Xia Yushi's room next door was still tightly closed. It seems that this little lazy guy is still sleeping. At the door, the husky that was picked up yesterday was lying in front of Xia Yushi's room. Not long after Xia Yushi came back last night, she gave the husky a bath, which made it smell delicious. She even held the husky in her arms and played with it for a long time. Li Qing was filled with envy. Damn, he is worse than a dog? Woof woof woof. The husky growled at Li Qing a few times. Li Qing was stunned. He was surprised to find that he actually understood what the husky meant from its barking. Okay, stop yelling. I know you're hungry. I'll find you something to eat now." Li Qing walked downstairs helplessly, found a bag of milk in the refrigerator, poured it into the basin, and casually beat 2 eggs into it. "Go upstairs and put it in front of the husky." Woof woof woof. The husky barked happily twice and ate happily, with the fur around its mouth covered with white milk. Li Qing touched his head and felt a little painful. He can actually communicate with dogs now? This is too magical. But what's the use of this? At most, you know that the dog barks for no reason because it is hungry or sick. Li Qing was staring at Era in a daze, then he saw Xia Yushi, wearing loose pajamas, opening the door with sleepy eyes, and at a glance he saw Li Qing feeding Era at the door. Wow, brother Qingqing, you are so loving. Yesterday, I had to beg you to take it home, and this morning you took the initiative to feed it, hee hee. Xia Yushi praised Li Qing a few words. She quickly returned to the room, put on her clothes, put on some light makeup, and came out again. In fact, with Xia Yushi's looks, even without makeup, she can crush more than 90% of girls. After putting on makeup, she can instantly kill off 100% of the girls. However, Li Qing had been looking at Xia Yushi's pretty face every day these days and had become a little aesthetically fatigued, so he didn't think it was a big deal. To him, no matter how beautiful the school belle is, she is just a little girl who loves to act coquettishly in front of him. Looking at the husky who was concentrating on drinking milk, Xia Yushi couldn't help but squat down and touch his head. The husky felt someone touching it, raised its head, whined, and licked Xia Yushi's hand. Ah, stop licking me, it's itchy. Xia Yushi was most afraid of being tickled, so she quickly pulled her hand back with a smile. By the way, brother Qingqing, we haven't named this husky yet. As a new member of our family, it must have a name. It's better to be cute, hee hee. After Xia Yushi finished speaking, she frowned and thought for a moment, then blurted out the answer quickly. How about we call it Daodu? No, it sounds like a child's name. Li Qing glanced at the husky who was concentrating on drinking milk. I have to say, this dog looks big, but its expression is very cute and silly. Let's call him Idiot. He looks so stupid, so this name suits him. Brother Qingqing, how could you just give him such an ugly name so casually? Li Qing smiled and ignored Xia Yushi. Instead, he spoke to Era. Idiot, if you think this name is good, just call it twice. As soon as Li Qing finished speaking, the husky, who had been concentrating on drinking milk, suddenly raised his head and barked at Li Qing twice. It was as if he understood what Li Qing said and was responding to him. Look, it doesn't mind, why do you mind? Li Qing nodded with satisfaction and looked at Xia Yushi with a little pride. Xia Yushi's face was full of surprise. No way? This dog can actually understand what Brother Qingqing says? This is so amazing. After thinking about it, she tried to call out. Idiot? Woof woof woof. The husky turned around cooperatively and licked Xia Yushi's trouser leg. All right. Seeing Erwo's enthusiastic response and seeming to be very used to this name, Xia Yushi nodded helplessly. Although this idiotic name is too ugly. But since Era has accepted his new title, what else can she say? Brother Qingqing, let's go out and play, okay? Li Qing was playing Honor of Kings with his head down. His rank was not high, he was just a small diamond dog. Just now, the monkey he was playing was distracted by Xia Yushi's words, and was ambushed by Dodgy in the bushes and taken away by a set of skills. Okay, where are we going? Li Qing raised his head somewhat depressed and asked Xia Yushi. I heard that you can take photos with tigers at the zoo. Brother Qingqing, I want to go. Li Qing's monkey quickly resurrected. He lowered his head and replied while controlling the hero. Big tiger, the king of beasts. You can take a photo with it, and you won't be afraid of being eaten by the tiger. Don't be afraid, many of my friends in my circle of friends have taken photos with tigers, and I want to do it too. Okay, after I finish this game, we'll go see the little tiger. Oh yeah. When Xia Yushi heard that Li Qing agreed to go with her, she jumped up and prepared to go upstairs to change her clothes. She had to look beautiful for the photos later. Li Qing played as a jungler in this game. He didn't catch many shooters, but he set the rhythm and quickly defeated them. Li Qing raised his head and glanced at the idiot. The idiot was lying on the ground, licking his paws intently. It is said that the husky's ability to destroy a house is well deserved. He doesn't want to come back and find his house torn apart beyond recognition by those idiots. Idiot, I'm going to go out for a while, you stay home and behave yourself, don't move the furniture. If you need to poop, remember to go to the bathroom, do you hear me? Chapter 27 Communicating with Xianeafu. When the idiot heard what Li Qing said, he turned around and gave Li Qing a silly look. Then he howled twice in response. It was actually very surprised that this amazing human could communicate with it smoothly. Before, it couldn't understand anything its owner said to it. This led to it often being taught a lesson by its owner for no apparent reason, leaving it confused. Not long after, Xia Yushi came down from upstairs. She had just changed into a white dress and a pair of white sneakers. Her hair was simply tied up and hung behind her, making her look young and beautiful. Brother Qingqing, let's go. By the way, should we tie up this idiot? We're not at home, and if he doesn't behave himself then. Xia Yushi had obviously heard about the husky's first-class ability to destroy houses, and was a little worried at the moment. Li Qing shook his head. No need, I've already told him that if we go home at night and see anything wrong at home, we'll eat dog meat stewed in an iron pot. As soon as Li Qing finished speaking, the idiot trembled all over and whimpered. Then he tucked his tail between his legs and walked behind the sofa with a dejected look. It seemed that it understood what Li Qing said just now. Brother Qingqing, look at the reaction of this idiot. It can actually understand what you are saying. This is amazing. Erwo is really a spiritual dog. Xia Yushi said this, walked behind the sofa, and patted the idiot's head comfortingly. Don't be afraid, we won't eat you at night, just be good. The idiot looked at Xia Yushi with a confused look on his face. In fact, it only understands what Li Qing says. Li Qing and Xia Yushi took the bus and got off at the bus stop in front of the zoo. Today is Saturday and there are a lot of cars on the road. If Li Qing drives his Bugatti to the zoo, it would be better for him to walk on foot. Li Qing asked Xia Yushi to stand at the door while he squeezed into the crowd to buy tickets. As a boy, he still has some gentlemanly manners. Soon, Li Qing bought the tickets and the two of them entered the zoo. Xia Yushi walked on the road, counting on her fingers. In the zoo, there are Big Shiji, Little Xiongxiu, Little Brainaxe, Meifanu, Little Funi, Little Hating, Fafudi, Big Chicken House, Big Flying Bag, Big Lilu, Strong Neck,
big python shoes, little white go, ostrich hut, big belt su, big pork cat, big nuochuo, big fish, dandingwo, small wudui. After Xia Yushi finished speaking, she looked at Li Qing with a smile.
Brother Qingqing, how many of them did you understand? Li Qing? What kind of plastic Mandarin are you speaking? Can't you just straighten your tongue when you speak? Xia Yushi smiled complacently. Hey, Qingqing, you don't even know this. This cute nickname is so popular on the internet recently.
Actually, I was supposed to read the Mandarin version, but now I'm reading it and I can't help but get carried away. Li Qing spread his hands speechlessly. As expected, he is old and has no idea about these trendy internet terms. Xia Yushi came to the zoo today specifically to take a photo with Xiao Naofu, so the two of them went straight to the lion and tiger enclosure. But today, my Cerebroax isn't doing very well. Cici, the tiger who is usually very docile and can take photos with people at will, was extremely irritable at this moment, showing his teeth and claws in the cage and growling from time to time. On the side, its keeper explained apologetically to the long queue of tourists.
I'm sorry, everyone.
The tiger Cici doesn't seem to be feeling well today. I've called the veterinarian and he's on his way over.
Cici may not be able to take photos with you today.
The tourists who had already lined up in a long queue immediately started complaining. Some of them were unhappy. When Xia Yushi heard the news, she pouted and was a little disappointed.
Oh, Brother Qingqing, let's go back.
Xia Yushi had come here specifically to take a photo with Cici, but now it seems she has to return empty-handed. Li Qing looked at Cici, the tiger walking back and forth in the cage, and suddenly grabbed Xia Yushi.
Wait a moment, there seems to be a chance. What do you mean, Brother Qingqing?
Li Qing did not answer and walked directly to the keeper of the tiger Cici.
Hello, I have some veterinary knowledge. Can you open the cage and let me take a look?
The breeder looked at Li Qing in surprise and sized him up. Li Qing looked very young and immature, and his age was definitely no more than 20 years old. As the saying goes, a man without beard on his lips cannot do things well. If it was something else, there would be no harm in letting him try it. But at this moment, he was facing the king of beasts, a huge tiger weighing more than 300 pounds, who could go wild at any time. He didn't even dare to approach Cici because she looked so irritable, let alone an inexperienced young man like Li Qing.
Are you sure? You can't take chances like that, young man.
The breeder shook his head firmly and rejected Li Qing.
Li Qing didn't say anything else.
Instead, he walked directly to the cage and called out softly. Cici, who had been growling in a low voice, paced back and forth in the small cage. When it saw Li Qing coming, it actually let out a gentle roar and squatted down obediently. Li Qing even walked closer to the cage and reached out his hand to Cici inside the cage.
Careful!
When the breeder saw Li Qing taking such a risky move, he immediately spoke up to stop him. Unfortunately, he was a little far away, and as soon as he finished speaking, Li Qing's hand had already reached in. The big tiger Cici stretched out its tongue with small thorns and gently licked Li Qing's hand. The licking mixed with the hot air exhaled from its nose made Li Qing feel itchy.
Ha, stop licking, it stings me. You have to know that the beast locked in the cage at this moment is known as the king of beasts, a ferocious beast weighing more than 300 pounds. But now, in front of Li Qing, it was as docile and obedient as a kitten. The crowd, which was originally somewhat dissatisfied and restless, suddenly quieted down. Everyone looked at this scene in amazement.
After the tiger Cici licked Li Qing's hand, Li Qing even gently touched its big head. This was also the first time that Li Qing approached such a ferocious beast. The reason why he could be so close to it was entirely because of the animal communication technique he signed in this morning, which allowed Cici to understand what he said and calm down. In this way, the system's sign-in rewards are still somewhat useful. The keeper was even more surprised when he saw this magical scene. He stared blankly and even completely forgot to continue stopping Li Qing from such a dangerous behavior. Li Qing pulled his hand out of the cage and walked back to the breeder.
Well, do you believe me this time? Open the cage. No need for a veterinarian. I can help you find the cause of Cici's illness. The breeder looked at Li Qing in surprise, speechless. Chapter 28 Unlock Hidden Achievement Rewards.
Logically speaking, even if the veterinarian came, he would have to give Cici an anesthetic injection in advance, so that it would fall into a complete sleep, like a dead body, motionless. Only after this did the veterinarian dare to approach it and diagnose its condition.
Now, according to what Li Qing meant, is he going to open the cage and treat Cici directly? The keeper's mouth suddenly opened into an O shape, not knowing what decision to make. Hurry up and don't think about it. You can see that Cece is like a kitten in front of me. She is very obedient. The keeper hesitated. Indeed, just now Cece was even more obedient and docile in front of this young man than in front of him. Thinking of this, he took out the key to the lock and handed it to Li Qing. Li Qing successfully tricked the key out and walked towards the cage confidently. Not far away, some tourists who came to see Cece saw Li Qing preparing to open the cage and pushed it back. They looked at Li Qing in shock, feeling surprised, happy and scared for him. In fact, Li Qing had already had a brief exchange with Cece just now. The reason why Cece was so irritable was that there was a chicken bone stuck between its teeth, making it feel very uncomfortable. It doesn't have dexterous fingers like humans, so it naturally can't use a toothpick to pick it out. Humans couldn't understand what it meant, so it could only vent its dissatisfaction in an angry manner, walking back and forth in the cage and growling. Li Qing walked over, comforted it, and put the key into the lock. With a click, he opened the lock and swaggered into the cage. Fuck, isn't this person a tourist? How dare he walk right into the cage? He actually went in, he's really risking his life. Oh my god, look, the tiger looks at him and seems very docile. As soon as Li Qing walked in, Cece let out a gentle roar and opened her mouth wide towards Li Qing, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth. She looked extremely ferocious and terrifying. Hiss. Everyone in the audience took a deep breath and worried for Li Qing. The timid ones even covered their eyes and dared not to look any further. Xia Yushi covered her mouth in fear and she almost cried. But the magical thing was that Cece just opened her mouth and stood in front of Li Qing, motionless and very well behaved. Li Qing was also shocked when he saw Cece suddenly open her mouth towards him. Now that I see it is very docile, I finally feel relieved. I take the time to carefully observe Cece's mouthful of canine teeth. Soon, I saw a small piece of sharp chicken bone between the two innermost fangs, stuck right between the two teeth. Blood was faintly seeping out from between the teeth. No wonder Cece was so angry. You can see that he was in pain too. Li Qing didn't waste any time. He reached in, grabbed the chicken bone and pulled it out gently. The chicken bone that had been bothering Cece for the whole day was easily removed by Li Qing. Cece then closed her mouth again, growled with satisfaction, looked at Li Qing with gratitude, and licked his trouser leg with her tongue. Li Qing also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, this was his first time pulling a tooth from a tiger's mouth. A bit exciting. Besides being stimulating, I also feel a little bit excited. Outside the cage, the tourists who were preparing to take photos with Cece saw Li Qing successfully pull out the chicken bone stuck in Cece's mouth, and they immediately applauded and cheered excitedly. This guy is amazing. He is a real man to pull a tooth out of a tiger's mouth. So, I can take a photo with Cece again today, that's great. Some people even took out their mobile phones and took pictures of this magical scene. Li Qing walked out of the cage and handed the chicken bone he had just pulled out of Cece's mouth to the breeder. Be careful, don't feed it chicken next time. Even if you do feed it, make sure to remove the chicken bones. The breeder was now completely impressed by Li Qing. He took the chicken bone handed to him by Li Qing and was so excited that he didn't know what to say. Li Qing waved at Xia Yushi, motioning her to come over. Xia Yushi had been watching Li Qing in the crowd, her heart hanging in the balance with Li Qing's every move. Now seeing him come out safely, he immediately ran over excitedly and threw himself into Li Qing's arms. Brother Qingqing, you scared me to death just now. It's okay, you can take a picture with it now. Li Qing smiled and patted Xia Yushi, who threw herself into his arms, and spoke to comfort her. Brother Qingqing, did you take such a risk just so that I could take a photo with it? How could you be so stupid to take such a big risk for such a small wish of mine? You know, I was so worried about you just now. Xia Yushi cried, and couldn't help but stretch out her little fist and punch Li Qing lightly on the chest. Li Qing smiled and comforted her. Look, I'm fine now. Nothing will happen to me, Cece is very docile in front of me. When Xia Yushi heard Li Qing's words, she burst into laughter again. Then promise me that you won't take such risks next time. Okay, I promise. Ding dong. School beauty Xia Yushi favorability plus 999. Congratulations to the host, you have unlocked the hidden achievement reward. When the school beauty's favorability reaches 99.99, she will pledge herself to the host. Please prepare in advance. Li Qing was stunned when he heard the system prompt sound. The thing he was most worried about before finally happened. However, after spending so many days with Xia Yushi, he gradually developed a good impression of her. Xiaoyusher, who is a cool school beauty in front of others but acts like a little girl in front of her, is sometimes more likely to win his heart. If one day in the future, Xiaoyusher suddenly wanted to marry him, he might not be able to control himself and be pushed into giving in. Li Qing patted Xiaoyushi, who was soft and sweet in his arms, and told her that she could take a photo with Cici now. He cured Cici's illness, so naturally he had some small privileges. This time, Xiaoyushi didn't have to queue up and could take a photo with Cici. And it's free to take photos, you can take as many photos as you want. Even because Li Qing can communicate with Cici, Cici can strike all kinds of unique and cool poses when taking photos with Xiaoyushi. For example, a big tiger paw is placed on Xiaoyushi's shoulder, or the tiger opens its mouth wide to Xiaoyushi, looking majestic and very cool. Compared to the photos of Cici and other people in Xiaoyushi's circle of friends, Cici looks dull, a bit like a doll. But in the photo with Xiaoyushi, Cici looks very real, lively, and even more realistic. After taking the group photo, Xiaoyushi looked through the photos with satisfaction. "Brother Qingqing, you are so awesome, I like you so much." After saying that, Xiaoyushi suddenly walked quickly to Li Qing, stood on tiptoes, and kissed Li Qing gently. Li Qing was stunned. "Fuck, I got kissed again? This is just a small reward for you, Brother Qingqing." After Xiaoyushi finished speaking, she made a face and ran away with a red face. Chapter 29: Saving the Old Man. Xiaoyushi had a lot of fun today. She finally took the photo she had always dreamed of. So on the way home, I was jumping around with a playful and cute smile on my face. Her mind was full of thoughts. How should she post the copy for her moments later? In fact, she had just secretly taken a photo of Li Qing standing in front of the tiger Cici, with Cici's mouth full of fangs open, and Li Qing reaching out his hand to pull out the tiger's teeth without fear. Although Brother Qingqing only showed his side face, but with Cici with a bloody tiger's mouth as a foil, he is so handsome. No, she is going to put this handsome photo of Brother Qingqing up there with her other photos to complete the 9-square grid. As for the copywriting, then write. "Only a man who dares to pull out a tiger's teeth is worthy of me." The tone is quite childish, yet still somewhat playful. Xiaoyushi has edited it and clicked to publish. 2 minutes after this circle of friends was posted, Xiaoyushi instantly received more than 10 likes and 3 comments. "Wow, Jimei, how did you take this picture? That man who pulled teeth out of a tiger's mouth is so handsome. I want his contact information QWQ. Why does Tiger look so energetic in the photo with you? Love it." Xiaoyushi lowered her head, looking at the comments from her young sisters on the phone with a strong sense of envy, and couldn't help laughing like a pig. Li Qing was walking in front and suddenly heard a strange laugh. He turned his head and glanced at Xiaoyushi. "Were you laughing just now? You're talking nonsense." "I didn't, you heard it wrong." Xiaoyushi quickly covered her mouth and denied it. Li Qing shook his head. He didn't believe Xiaoyushi's nonsense. Only Xiaoyushi would laugh so freely in front of him. It is said that the longer a couple spends time together and the more familiar they are with each other, the more shortcomings they will expose. But he and Xiaoyushi haven't been together yet, and the school beauty is right in front of him, exposing his silly self in various ways. Li Qing felt helpless. Women, in front of others and behind their backs, are really two different species. Li Qing was thinking when he looked up. Not far away, more than a dozen pedestrians were gathered together. Among them, an old man with gray hair and wearing a Zhengshan suit was lying on the ground motionless. Next to him, there was a golden retriever tied to a leash, which kept licking the old man's face and calling out in a low voice from time to time, hoping to wake him up. There were at least 20 onlookers, but the old man just lay quietly on the ground, and no one even tried to help him up. Li Qing and Xiaoyushi hurried over. "Who dares to help? Do you dare? Anyway, I don't dare to help. What if the old man blackmails me?" "That's right. How many houses does your family have? You dare to help the elderly? Let's call 120 and wait for the doctor to come. The main problem is that ordinary people like us don't know any medical knowledge. If we support the old man in the wrong position, it might hurt him." The onlookers gathered together and talked about it. Standing aside and listening quietly, I could roughly understand the ins and outs of the matter. It seems that the old man must have had a sudden illness, so he suddenly lay here. There was no one he knew around him, only a golden retriever. Li Qing looked at the dog whimpering softly beside the old man, squatted down, touched the golden retriever's head, and prepared to try to communicate with it to see if he could gain anything. Fuck, it's already this late, and this young man still has the mind to touch a dog? Young man, you are going too far. Even if you like dogs, you should choose the right time and place. Why are you teasing a dog in such a critical moment? Look, the dog doesn't even care about you. Young people nowadays. TSK, each generation is really worse than the previous one. The uncles and aunts who were watching on the side and did not even help were now filled with righteous indignation and immediately blamed Li Qing. Li Qing was too lazy to explain to them and just quietly communicated with the golden retriever. At this moment, the golden retriever raised its head and whimpered twice at Li Qing. Li Qing then breathed a sigh of relief, as if he understood what it meant, and patted its head excitedly. Then, he turned around and reached into the old man's pocket. Li Qing took out a small medicine bottle, unscrewed the cap, and poured out a few pills in his hand. At this moment, the sound of passers-by attacking Li Qing finally stopped. Everyone looked at Li Qing in amazement, very surprised. Who of you brought water? Li Qing asked the crowd. I have. A kind pedestrian offered an unopened bottle of mineral water. Li Qing took the water, held the old man's back with one hand, and stuffed the pills into the old man's mouth. Then, he poured a sip of good water into the old man's mouth, pressed his throat, and let him swallow the pill with the water. The onlookers looked at Li Qing in surprise, and were so shocked that they were speechless for a moment. I didn't expect that Li Qing was the one with the best solution. 2 minutes later. The old man, who had his eyes closed, suddenly started coughing violently, then slowly opened his eyes. When he saw Li Qing still holding the medicine bottle in his hand, he immediately understood what was going on. Thank you, young man. I just had a sudden heart attack, thanks to you for giving me medicine in time. Otherwise, once the 20-minute golden time is exceeded, it will be useless even if an ambulance comes. The old man stood up immediately. It seemed that the medicine he had just taken was very effective and he was completely healed. At this moment, he excitedly held Li Qing's hand and thanked him. The people who were watching just now looked at Li Qing in surprise. Thinking of how they had just blamed Li Qing for his behavior, they suddenly felt their faces turn red. Thank you so much, young man. You saved my life. You are my savior. The old man became more and more excited as he spoke, and he was almost kneeling down to kowtow to Li Qing to express his gratitude. Li Qing waved his hands quickly. No need, Grandpa, it's just a simple thing, nothing serious. After Li Qing finished speaking, he was about to say goodbye and leave. Anyway, he didn't expect the old man to repay him. This old man looks like just an ordinary old man, just like his grandparents. Wait, young man. The old man called Li Qing and took out a business card from his pocket. The business card looks very ordinary. Compared with many exquisitely crafted high-end business cards, this is just a small piece of paper. Li Qing took the business card with both hands with a respectful look. Although he felt that this business card would be of no use. After all, he owns 30% of the shares of the Regent Hotel. He really doesn't think highly of this little bit of personal connection. But, we should at least respect the old man. Seeing that Li Qing had received the business card, the old man felt relieved and gave Li Qing another instruction. This is my son's business card. You are my savior and the savior of our entire family. If you need anything in the future, as long as my son can help, just ask. Chapter 30 Sign and Reward, Fighting Bird Live Broadcast Billion Birdwings Account. Okay, Grandpa, thank you. Please walk slowly and be safe on the road. Li Qing waved his hand and bid farewell to the old man. He didn't even look at the card. The old man left, and the onlookers gradually dispersed. Xia Yushi looked at Li Qing in surprise again. Oh my god. Brother Qingqing, you are so amazing. You are so kind and you actually saved the old man. How do you know that the old man has the medicine to save him in his pocket? Li Qing smiled faintly and pointed at the golden retriever beside the old man. Actually, it told me. You mean the dog told you? When Xia Yushi heard that it was Jinmo who told Li Qing, her face was filled with disbelief. Brother Qingqing, do you think I'm a fool? Tisk, if you don't want to tell me then forget it, but why are you insulting my intelligence? Li Qing did not respond to Xia Yushi's words, but just lowered his head to look at the business card the old man gave him. Shi Baoshang. This name sounds a little familiar. Li Qing was stunned for a moment, then continued reading. President of Ningjiang University, phone number 13936x83. There are only a few simple words on the entire business card. But the quantity is self-evident. Li Qing was stunned. Is he seeing things? Just now. He saved their university president's dad? Li Qing took a deep breath. It seems that he will have a big backer in school from now on. Before I remembered, Uncle Xia had warned me that if I broke the contract and bullied Xia Yushi, he would send him to study in Africa through the school board. I think of that barren place in Africa. He was so scared that he peed his pants. But now, he was not afraid at all. You know, he is now the savior of the principal's father. Li Qing and Xia Yushi returned to the villa. Li Qing turned on the light in the living room and saw the idiot sitting obediently on the ground, looking at the two people with a confused face. Confused, but also a little sad. Brother Qingqing, look at the expression of this idiot. Why does he look unhappy? Is he missing his master? After hearing what Xia Yushi said, Li Qing looked at the idiot again. Feel like something is a little off? So I walked over and had a brief conversation with it. The idiot whimpered softly a few times, and Li Qing understood what he meant. Xia Yushi actually guessed it right. In fact, the idiot originally had an owner. But because of the owner's carelessness yesterday, he accidentally got separated from it. Now, after 2 days, it missed its owner very much. At this moment, he drooped his head, looking listless. Li Qing gently touched the idiot's head. Although Xia Yushi and he both liked this silly husky a little, it had an owner after all. In that case, let us find an owner for it. It's late today. How about I help you find your master tomorrow? As soon as Li Qing finished speaking, the idiot seemed to understand it instantly. He stood up and perked up. Then he walked up to Li Qing, licked the leg of Li Qing's trousers, and whimpered to express his gratitude. Xia Yushi looked at this scene in amazement. She was shocked by Li Qing again. Today, Brother Qingqing gave her so many surprises. She looked at Li Qing's handsome face. I felt in my heart that I must win over such a handsome and capable boy. Brother Qingqing, you will definitely become my Xia Yushi's man. Ding dong. School beauty Xia Yushi vowed to pursue him. Favorability increased by 999. Li Qing was stunned, and then he noticed that Xia Yushi was looking at him with shining eyes, almost tears coming out of her eyes. He remembered that the system had reminded him during the day that when Xia Yushi's favorability towards him reached 9999, she would pledge herself to him. Today alone, I added 2000. It's over if we continue at this pace. This day seems not far away. The next morning, Li Qing opened his eyes. Ding dong. Whether to sign in today. Sign in. Sign in successfully. Sign in reward is a top-level phantom account of Doniao Live, and the account has been recharged with 1 billion birdwings. Li Qing was stunned. What the hell? Did he hear it right? Although he didn't know what level of noble the phantom god was, the ratio of the bird wings in the Fighting Bird live broadcast was 1-to-1 if he recharged them with Chinese currency. According to the system reward just now, he has the equivalent of 1 billion Chinese currency worth of Doniao live broadcast reward coins? Well, it's not Chinese currency though. But at least he can go to the bird fighting live broadcast to have some fun. If you see a host you like, you will give him her ruthless rewards. Doniao Live is the largest live broadcast platform in China, with top traffic and a large number of high-traffic anchors. Even people like Li Qing who don't watch live broadcasts very often have heard of the names of some cute female anchors, such as Dai Meier, Tia Xiaotuan, etc. Although he had no money before, he felt very comfortable watching others giving gifts generously in the beautiful live broadcast room, and being called the boss in a coquettish voice by the beautiful host, and licking the boss to thank him for the gifts. He also wanted to experience this feeling. Soon, Li Qing opened the Fighting Bird Live app on his mobile phone. Open his Doniao account. The account was given to him directly by the system, and even the name was chosen for him. It's called That Girl Is Talking to Me. Although the name is a bit old-fashioned. But behind the name, there is an extremely cool and domineering aristocratic icon in gold and purple, with a capital letter God on it. Li Qing looked into it carefully and finally found out. It turns out that the Phantom God is the newest and most awesome noble in the Doniao live broadcast, more powerful than the Emperor. The Emperor needs 120,000 shark fins to renew his account, but the Phantom God needs 500,000 shark fins, and has 17 special privileges, including customizing the color of the bullet screen, and 5 speakers for the entire site. One level higher than the Emperor's privileges. Fuck, this is too cool. Li Qing rubbed his hands in anticipation. Then in the appearance area, I randomly opened a cover of a female anchor that I liked. In the live broadcast room, a female anchor with fair skin, cleavage, plump figure and heavy makeup on her face was chatting with the comments in a coquettish voice. Suddenly, a super gorgeous special effect directly and forcibly occupied the screens of everyone in the live broadcast room. Welcome to the live broadcast room. The female anchor's expression froze for a moment. Then, the expression on her face was like she was having an orgasm. She was very excited. Welcome to the live broadcast room. Suwasawa Daddy, welcome, welcome. Whatever you want to play, the host can do it all. The female live streamer started licking Li Qing right away. Even Dad was called. There is no other way. As a small anchor in the beauty zone, without very high looks and sexy body, she can only rely on such crazy kneeling and licking to get those big guys to give her gifts. Small anchors like them who are only in the appearance zone have at most a few hundred VIPs. Occasionally a king comes and even gets so excited that he jumps out of the water. Chapter 31, Meeting Qingmei again. Today, for the first time, she saw the legendary, highest-level noble phantom god of fighting birds come to her live broadcast room. Damn it, she could have orgasmed 10 times. She was even a little incoherent and quite nervous. But Li Qing was disappointed with the female anchor after just one look. She was wearing such revealing clothes and heavy makeup, and even after putting on makeup her appearance was only 70% at most. She had a strong air of being a worldly woman. Damn, this is another fake photo. She doesn't look like the beauty on the cover. It's like she just had her head replaced. Li Qing muttered something, without even looking at the female live streamer, and walked out directly. Li Qing flipped through the pages and found that there were not many female anchors that made him excited. In fact, being with Xia Yushi every day these days has invisibly improved his taste. He simply searched for a female PUBG live streamer named Di Meyer whom he liked very much before, and then entered her live broadcast room. Di Meyer's live broadcast style is lively and interesting. She even drives a car in the live broadcast room from time to time. Although she is very beautiful, she has been criticized for a pair of A's. However, Li Qing still likes her because she is a veteran driver. There's nothing he can do about it, he just likes female anchors who are a little dirty like this. Welcome that girl Wanchen to the live broadcast room. In the live broadcast room, Di Meyer was playing the chicken game. While playing the game, she was interacting and chatting with the audience in the live broadcast room. Suddenly, she saw a system message that Wanchen had actually come to her live broadcast room, and Di Meyer was also stunned. But after all, he is a well-known anchor who has seen the world, so he still welcomed her sweetly. Welcome that girl who was talking to me about my boss to come to the live broadcast room. Li Qing clicked on the gift page and without wasting time, he directly gave Di Meyer 10 super hotshots in one breath. One super rocket requires 2,000 bird wings. The ratio of bird wings to Chinese currency is 1:1, which means that one super fire is worth 2,000 Chinese currency. 10 pieces would cost 20,000. Such an expensive gift can be given away instantly. After the gifts were given, the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room exploded instantly. Fuck, the boss is generous. Boss 666, he is indeed a big shot in the field of illusion god. He gave me a gift of 20,000 bird wings as soon as he said so. Too powerful, Di Meyer is really amazing, even the phantom god came to give gifts. When Di Meyer saw the gift, her expression was instantly shocked. This boss is so generous for the first time he comes. Thanks to that girl for the 10 super rockets for my nagging boss. The boss is generous. I wish the boss gets bigger and harder, changes brides every night, and becomes the bridegroom every night. Muah. She is indeed a silly girl. She can even drive a car to thank you for the gift. Li Qing felt very happy, thinking that the 20,000 shark fins were well spent. No wonder those rich people like to give gifts to the anchors, the feeling of giving gifts is really great. Of course, Li Qing already had 1 billion shark fins in his account. Now that he has spent 20,000, there are still 999,980,000 shark fins, which he can never spend all. To him, it was just like a cracked version of the bird fighting live broadcast, with one-click modification and unlimited money. Even if it is the most expensive gift, the super rocket. Even if he brushed them one by one, he would have to click 1,000,000 times before he could finish them all. 1,000,000 times. This might break his hand. When Li Qing thought about having to order so many times to spend it all, he suddenly felt a little bored. The fun of rich people is really boring. Today he is going to help the idiot find his owner, so let us stop watching the live broadcast here for now.
Li Qing turned off his cell phone, washed up briefly, got up, dressed, and went downstairs. Li Qing cooked the last meal, fed the idiot, and then took him out. Originally, Xia Yushi said last night that she wanted to go with him, but she was so absorbed in watching TV series that she couldn't get out of bed. Now he has to go by himself. There is a high risk of traffic jams on Sundays, and pets are not allowed on the bus. Li Qing simply dragged the idiot along and walked all the way to the place where he found him the day before yesterday. After arriving, he took a quick look around the area and actually found a missing dog notice on a telephone pole. Although the picture of the dog on the dog training notice was in black and white, Li Qing still recognized it at a glance. The dog in the picture was an idiot. Li Qing called the phone number on the missing dog notice. The other person is a girl. Li Qing told her that he was waiting for her here. Half an hour later, a girl with light makeup, long flowing hair and outstanding temperament walked towards Li Qing. She was wearing light-colored tight jeans that showed off her long legs, and a navel-bearing leather jacket, looking cool and sexy. When she saw the idiot standing next to Li Qing, she ran over excitedly. The idiot was also very excited when he saw his owner. As soon as Li Qing loosened the rope, the idiot immediately ran towards the sexy girl like a wild horse. The man and the dog recognize each other. What a warm and touching picture. Li Qing's eyes also became a little moist. After the sexy girl and the idiot had been intimate for a while, they finally remembered Li Qing. The sexy girl came over. "Thank you. This is 200 yuan. Please accept it as a token of my appreciation for taking such good care of Huan these past 2 days." After the sexy girl finished speaking, she raised her head and met Li Qing's eyes. Li Qing was stunned. The sexy sister is also stupid. Although the sexy girl was wearing makeup, Li Qing still recognized her at a glance. She is Li Qing's childhood neighbor and his childhood sweetheart, Lu Wanqing. I remember that later, because her mother was diagnosed with leukemia, the family had no choice but to sell the house to pay for her mother's treatment. Ever since her family had no choice but to move away, the two lost contact and never saw each other again. All in all, the two haven't seen each other for 7 or 8 years. Li Qing was very excited when he thought of this. Lu Wanqing was also very excited to see Li Qing again. She opened her mouth, just like when she was a child, chasing after him and calling him affectionately. "Brother Qing, what a coincidence, it's you. Qing, long time no see." The two of them exchanged greetings. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, so of course they couldn't stand on the street and reminisce. Lu Wanqing found a Starbucks coffee shop, tied the idiot at the door, and the two of them went in to drink coffee and chat. The two of them chose a table by the window and sat facing each other. Originally, when the two met on the roadside, they both had a lot to say, but after actually sitting down, they became a little restrained. "Brother Qing, you should go to college now." Li Qing nodded. Lu Wanqing was the same age as him, and both of them were 18 years old now. "I'm studying at Ning University, how about you?" The light in Lu Wanqing's eyes gradually dimmed. "As for me, I naturally didn't study. My mother's illness required a lot of money, so I didn't finish high school and started working. My mother's surgery will cost 300,000 yuan, but my family simply can't afford it. I now work during the day and do live streaming part-time at night to earn money. But as long as I can save enough money to get my mother's surgery and cure her illness, it will be worth it no matter how tired I am." Chapter 32, Watching Lu Wanqing's live broadcast. Lu Wanqing calmly talked about her experiences over the years, as if she was telling someone else's story. Li Qing knew that Lu Wanqing was a well-behaved girl when she was young and she did well in her studies. It's just a pity that such an unfortunate thing happened. Otherwise, she would definitely go to a good university, just like me. By the way, he just heard Lu Wanqing say that she was doing live streaming part-time? Are you broadcasting the bird fight now? Li Qing suddenly said this out of nowhere. Lu Wanqing nodded with a strange look on her face. Why is Li Qing's focus so unique? Li Qing became excited when he heard Lu Wanqing live broadcasting the bird fight. Since she is broadcasting the bird fight live, it will be easy. You know, he is fighting birds, but he has a billion bird wings. Wouldn't it be possible to improve Lu Wanqing's life by just giving her some tips? However, he couldn't say anything yet. Because in my memory, Lu Wanqing has always been a very strong girl. If he had told her directly, "How much money do you want? I will give that much money to your live broadcast room." Whether Lu Wanqing believes it or not is one thing. But first, she would definitely reject Li Qing's kindness. Next, Li Qing used a little trick to quietly find out Lu Wanqing's room number for the bird fighting live broadcast and secretly memorized it in his mind. Then, he comforted and encouraged Lu Wanqing. When the two were about to part, Li Qing smiled and told Lu Wanqing to believe him, that she would be able to collect enough money for her mother's surgery soon.
Lu Wanqing looked at Li Qing curiously and was a little surprised.
She remembered that Brother Qing had always been an honest boy and never talked nonsense. Why is it that today he suddenly appears in front of her, talking so much and boasting non-stop, without even blushing? Alas, maybe the Brother Qing in my childhood memories can never go back. Soon, the two finished their coffee and dispersed.
Noon.
Li Qing was waiting by the phone on time, squatting in Lu Wanqing's live broadcast room. Lu Wanqing mentioned this when he was chatting with her in the morning. She has a day off on Sundays, and usually when she is not at work, she will do a live broadcast all day. She was delayed in the morning because she went to pick up her husky, so in the afternoon she would definitely be on time for the live broadcast.
Sure enough, it was exactly 2 o'clock.
Li Qing squatted down in front of Lu Wanqing in the live broadcast room on time. At this moment, Lu Wanqing in the live broadcast room looks youthful and beautiful with the help of filters and beauty effects.
The appearance directly reached the full score of 10.
I have to say that Lu Wanqing can almost crush more than 98% of the female anchors in the appearance zone. It's just a pity that Lu Wanqing is shy by nature, sometimes not very talkative, and not very good at speaking to please others. She is not likely to lick those top-ranked guys who send gifts in the live broadcast room.
In addition, when she is broadcasting live, she dresses conservatively and does not reveal what men want to see.
So, even with such a great appearance, her live streaming is not that good. On the contrary, they are not as popular as those female live streamers in the appearance zone who deliberately expose their bodies and act coquettishly. But even so, there are still some people who like Lu Wanqing. Although the gifts they gave her were not much, they were still acceptable. 10 minutes after Lu Wanqing started broadcasting, some of her fans received a notification and entered the live broadcast room one after another. At this moment, Li Qing was still very low-key. He opened a small account and quietly lurked in the live broadcast room. If he had directly boarded the Phantom, Lu Wanqing might have been scared to death. He wanted to create a small account first to see what Lu Wanqing looked like during the live broadcast.
Is she still the same person in my memory? Welcome, brothers, to the live broadcast room.
Lu Wanqing was wearing headphones, humming along with the song quietly while interacting with the comments in a low voice.
Fuck, I found a pure female live streamer. Lu Wanqing, she's so pure, how can you not follow her? Host bye-bye, would you like a date? Lu Wanqing, the movie you mentioned, no appointment, no appointment. Will you sing on the live broadcast? Lu Wanqing, yes, I'm humming it now.
Lu Wanqing's name in the Doniel live broadcast room is Qingqing, who loves to eat meat. So the viewers in the live broadcast room just called her Qingqing. After about 10 minutes of broadcasting, fans started to arrive in the live broadcast room one after another. Lu Wanqing clicked on the PK and prepared to find another anchor to PK with. The so-called PK is that two anchors directly PK the gift value within the specified time. The outcome of the PK depends entirely on how many gifts the fans are willing to give her, and the losing party will be punished.
Often during a PK, in this special environment, fans are more easily led by the host. I got so excited that I accidentally gave the host gifts. Lu Wanqing is still just a small anchor, with few fans and VIPs.
In every PK, she would lose easily, and then the opposing host would ask her to take various punishments.
Like dancing, or jumping rope, or doing some squats.
Even though she rarely won, for the sake of gifts and for her life, she had no choice but to click on a PK. Not long into this PK, as expected, she lost again. The female anchor on the opposite side punished Lu Wanqing by making her jump 10 times on the spot.
Lu Wanqing blushed and looked a little shy.
She jumped 10 times. The comments were filled with comments like so big, so big, so big. Li Qing looked at the comments in the live broadcast room and then at Lu Wanqing's expression, and knew that she was embarrassed.
He immediately became unhappy. Damn it! In the next game, Lu Wanqing must win. Let the fans on the other side shout, it's so big.
Lu Wanqing lost the PK and made a crying expression in the live broadcast room with a wronged look.
But soon, she reluctantly clicked on the next PK.
This time, the female anchor on the opposite side had a hot body, dressed sexy and cool, and you could see the cleavage at a glance. She was the kind of female anchor who was flirting. She was acting coquettishly and shaking her hips in the live broadcast room.
Welcome, big brother, moi. Love you, moi. I give you a little heart, thank you for loving me so much. While licking, she glanced at Lu Wanqing opposite her. When she saw that Lu Wanqing's live broadcast room only had tens of thousands of views, her expression instantly became superior and full of contempt. Oh my god, why did I match myself with another little anchor? It's really boring. How can a big anchor like me with over 500,000 followers compete with a small anchor like you? There's no suspense at all. Little sister, I suggest you just admit defeat and stop piking to save me from wasting my time. This side of the live broadcast room. When Lu Wanqing heard the words of the slutty female anchor, she was struck by lightning and the expression on her face froze obviously. But she still tried her best to smile. Sister, I finally met a big anchor like you. Let's play a little and ask the big brothers in your live broadcast room to follow me and increase my followers. Chapter 33, Give 188 Super Rockets to the Female Anchor. Although there were only a few VIPs in Lu Wanqing's live broadcast room who were giving gifts, they all started to shout when they saw the host on the other side was so arrogant and looked down on them. Sister Qing, you must play with her. I will give you all my salary this month. From today on, even if I only eat instant noodles, I will make sure you win the PK this time. Yeah, me too. This woman doesn't even have a bit of respect. That's too much. This time, our fans must work together to help you win the PK. You must take on the PK. Qing, we all support you. Although there were only a few comments in the live broadcast room, they were all speaking for Lu Wanqing. Lu Wanqing felt warmed at heart when she saw this. Although she doesn't have many fans, they are so united. How can she not PK? Soon, she pressed PK directly. Fuck, this little anchor is really piking with me? The other side's enthusiasm is not even 1/10 of mine. Sister, do you want to PK with me? The female anchor on the opposite side smiled disdainfully and quickly started soliciting gifts. Brothers, help my sister pass on some small gifts. We have so many brothers in our family, they will beat this little anchor so hard that he can't even stand up. The slutty female anchor said excitedly in the live broadcast room. Then, he looked at Lu Wanqing opposite him jokingly. Tell me, sister, if you lose the PK later, how are you going to punish yourself? How about saying I am a pig 3 times? Remember to say it loudly. The female anchor smiled confidently and spoke about Lu Wanqing's punishment. That expression was as proud as if she had already won. Since Lu Wanqing insisted on playing PK. Therefore, Lu Wanqing could only nod and agree to this extremely humiliating punishment proposed by the other party. What about you? What if you lose? Lu Wanqing asked back. I will lose. Are you kidding me? I'm dying of laughter. Ha 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 ha. If I lose, I'll say 100 times that I'm a pig. After saying that, the slutty female anchor smiled proudly. Oh, what a pity. I won't have this chance anymore. I really want to scream. When Lu Wanqing heard this, she pouted her little pink lips in anger and could only pray secretly that her fans would be able to give her some support. Soon, it was time for PK. Just now in the live broadcast room, the netizens who promised to give gifts to Lu Wanqing started to give gifts one after another, and the value of her gifts instantly increased to more than 10,000. But the popularity is more than 10 times less than that of the other side. The female anchor on the opposite side gently twisted her buttocks, and the gift value had already reached 100,000. 100,000 is more than 10 times of Lu Wanqing's. The value of Lu Wanqing's gifts was rising slowly and with difficulty, and the progress bar was very touching. There is still half a minute left before the PK ends. Lu Wanqing's live broadcast room still failed to reach 20,000 gift values. But on the other side, the flirty female anchor stood up in a coquettish voice, ready to use her ultimate move. She showed off a pair of beautiful legs in black stockings, twisted her hips slightly, and said a few sweet words to her fans. The value of the gift instantly reached nearly 200,000. Little sister, remember the punishment you will receive later, don't forget it. The slutty female anchor was talking and laughing very happily. Lu Wanqing feels a little regretful now. If she had known earlier, she shouldn't have listened to the instigation of these netizens. This time, it might be the most humiliating punishment she has ever received. Lu Wanqing begged for gifts in a low voice in the live broadcast room, although she knew that it didn't mean much. She sighed helplessly, wondering how she would say those humiliating words later. Sudden. All I saw was a super cool entrance special effect, which instantly occupied the screens of everyone in the live broadcast room. A few big words followed. Welcome that girl Wanqing to the live broadcast room. That girl sent 10 super rockets at me. That girl sent me 20 super rockets. That girl sent 50 super rockets at me. Li Qing's fingers were tapping on the phone screen frantically. Keep sending super rockets. The number of super rockets sent out is increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant, there were 188 planes. The PK time also stopped at this moment. The value of Lu Wanqing's gift finally settled at over 2 million. But on the other hand, the other side only has a pitiful gift value of 200,000. From the PK value of both sides, it is obvious that Lu Wanqing occupies the vast majority, while the opponent only occupies a small part. It's easy to tell who's strong and who's weak. At this moment, Lu Wanqing was completely stunned. She pinched her cheeks symbolically. And the pain. It seems that this is not a dream. It's true. There are really people giving her tips like crazy. Ever since that phantom god came, he became extremely popular almost instantly. She didn't even react. When she saw that she won the PK, she suddenly woke up from her dream and began to express her gratitude for the gift excitedly. Thank you for that girl talking to me, thank you, thank you. She didn't even know what to say anymore. This was one of the few PKs she won, and it was also the most satisfying one for her. She was just almost, about to accept the punishment and shout out that she was a pig. Thinking of this, she became extremely excited, her heart beating rapidly. This phantom boss came here so suddenly. It was as if he had rescued her from an ice hole. This phantom boss is too good. Although she didn't know this big guy, she was still very grateful in her heart and her good impression of him doubled. At the same time, the viewers in the live broadcast room were instantly excited. When have they ever seen such a grand scene? The last time Donya was like this, when there were hundreds of super hot fans everywhere, was when those big anchors, such as PDD and LBW, returned, and there was such a scene of super hot fans everywhere. Today, they actually saw it in the live broadcast room of such a small anchor. Oh my god, the super rich lady is here. Fuck, our Ching Ching has a big brother too. This big brother's thighs are so thick, I'm determined to hug him. Don't any of you care about the punishment just now? The host on the other side should say I'm a pig 100 times. The female anchor on the opposite side was also dumbfounded at this moment. I thought I would win the PK, but unexpectedly, I lost. Still lost to a small anchor with tens of thousands of fans. Now, there are only a few comments on her side. The fans were attracted to the other side to watch the top noble of the fighting birds, the Phantom God. The 188 posts just now were extremely popular and instantly attracted a lot of popularity to Lu Wanqing's live broadcast room. Her popularity has now even soared to over 10 million. You know, when she was most popular before, her followers were less than 100,000. At this moment, the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room was scrolling wildly. Phantom God Daddy Bull Coin. Phantom God Daddy Bull Coin. Phantom God Daddy Bull Coin. Chapter 34, Meet the Female Anchor Offline. Li Qing looked at the barrage of comments that almost exploded in the live broadcast room and smiled slightly. Now, he just wanted to watch the female anchor opposite him take the punishment. Let her shout I'm a pig 100 times in front of so many people in 2 live broadcast rooms. Let the opposing anchor accept the punishment, don't waste time. As the top aristocrat in the Doniel live broadcast, the Phantom God, Li Qing's account sends out barrages in exclusive customized colors, which are very cool and eye-catching. As soon as it was released, it was immediately tagged by the viewers in the live broadcast room. The barrage in the entire live broadcast room instantly changed. At that girl is nagging me, let the other anchor accept the punishment quickly and stop wasting time. Crazy screen swiping. Lu Wanqing saw Li Qingfa's barrage and nodded quickly to show that she had received it. This phantom boss is really interesting. At this time, he did not forget to protect her interests. Lu Wanqing's favorable impression of him increased a little bit. Our phantom god has spoken. Sister, when are you going to punish me? When the female anchor on the other side heard this, she was stunned. She thought she had a sure win, so she made such a boast. Now the live broadcast room on the opposite side has become extremely popular because of the hundreds of posts from the super rich man, attracting tens of millions of views. There are so many people in the live broadcast room. If she is asked to accept the punishment and say that she is a pig, it will be too difficult. But if you don't say it, how can she continue to live broadcast PK in the future? She nodded and had no choice but to accept the punishment. I am a pig, 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 I am a pig. Hungry as a pig, or pig, or pig. The female anchor finished speaking in one breath, and her voice even changed at the end. Many viewers flocked to her live broadcast room, of course not to give her gifts, but to post comments. Pig, 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 pig. Pig, 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 pig. The screen was filled with comments showing Pighead's expression. After she finished speaking 100 sentences, she could no longer bear the pressure of the barrage of comments and was so overwhelmed that she quickly ended the live broadcast. In Lu Wanqing's live broadcast room, these netizens were attracted by Li Qing's popularity. When they entered the live broadcast room, they unexpectedly found that the female anchor Lu Wanqing was so pure and beautiful. Soon, the comments were filled with crazy praise for her. The female anchor is so pretty, why didn't I notice it before? I'm a fan, I'm a fan. The female anchor is so young and beautiful, no wonder she was suddenly rewarded by the big boss Wanqing. I can't control myself. Host, why don't you add some super rich people on WeChat? Among the overwhelming barrage of comments, many were asking Lu Wanqing to quickly lick the rich man Wanqing and add the WeChat of the rich man Wanqing. After all, it was this phantom boss who helped her win the PK. Li Qing was just about to post a comment when he suddenly found himself banned for no reason. WTF? He scrolled up the message and found out that it was actually one of the property managers. Lu Wanqing soon discovered that Li Qing had been banned from speaking. Soon, she helped Li Qing remove the ban. She was still curious about what was going on. How come her own housing manager is attacking the phantom god who is helping her? At this time, the room manager who was previously number 1 in her live broadcast room and is now number 2, and who had given her gifts worth more than 20,000 Chinese yuan, started to post barrages of complaints crazily. This phantom god is fake. I bet he is definitely a shill for Doniel Live. He gave you a reward, Qingqing, you won't get any benefit at all, it just helps you increase your popularity. Qingqing, don't give this person your WeChat. You said that you only allow me to add you on WeChat. Several barrages of comments were sent out instantly. The viewers in the live broadcast room were so confused when they saw the barrage of comments. After looking at it for a while, I finally guessed what it was. The host was previously number 1 on the list, but because this person suddenly gave the host hundreds of super popular phantom gods falling from the sky, he became jealous. This wave of melons is 66. I'm sure to eat it. I'm very curious, are there really some super rich people who are agents? No wonder, I also think this phantom god is just a proxy. A normal person would be crazy to give so many gifts to the anchor? Wouldn't it be better if he could buy pork ribs with so much money? Lu Wanqing saw this scene. The former number 1 on the list, now number 2 on the list, is here to cause trouble, and his target is the super hot phantom god who just gave him 188. She was a little overwhelmed for a moment. This big guy who was originally number 1 on the list had always been very caring towards her and had given her a lot of gifts. Originally, she would never give her WeChat to these people on the internet. But she made an exception and gave it to him. After that, the top guy on the list started saying good morning and good night to her on WeChat every day. She hasn't said anything yet, and now this has happened again. This is really not what she wants to hype. She just wants this to be over now. But I don't know what to do. Qingqing, I'm in Ningjiang City right now. Isn't the headquarters of Doniel Live also in Ningjiang? Ask this Doniel agent to come out and meet me offline. I can tell at a glance whether he is really a super rich man or not. When the viewers in the live broadcast room saw the second largest player on the list, they even started to ask the first largest player on the list to meet offline. The effect of this show exploded instantly. The netizens were all posting comments. Face to face, face to face, face to face. Face to face, face to face, face to face. Li Qing saw this and smiled slightly. TSK, this guy is really interesting. Coincidentally, he is also in Ningjiang City. It's just a meeting, what's there to be afraid of? Can you eat him? Okay, I happen to be in Ningjiang City, how about we meet offline tonight? Li Qing sent out this barrage in a domineering manner. The exclusive customized barrage of the Phantom God is very bright and conspicuous. The netizens immediately tagged this message to the top. The second largest figure on the list was not to be outdone. Let's meet when we meet. By the way, Qingqing, aren't you also in Ningjiang City? Come here too and be a witness. The second place's words instantly dragged Lu Wanqing into the water.
When the viewers in the live broadcast room saw this sentence, they exploded again. They are also very curious about what this super popular guy who easily posts hundreds of times looks like in real life. Is it really like what the second person on the list said, that he was a spy inside Donau? Anchor, remember to broadcast live at that time. Host, remember to tag me during the live broadcast. I'm already following you. The host must remember to go, I still want to eat the whole melon. Overwhelming barrage of comments came one after another. Lu Wanqing felt a little helpless when she saw that things had developed to this point. In fact, she is not such a girl who is good at hype. Otherwise, with her beauty, her popularity would have exceeded just tens of thousands. She really didn't expect that things would develop to the point where her number 1 and number 2 on the list would have to meet offline. She was even a little hesitant now. Should I go there alone at night? Chapter 35. Lu Wanqing is here too. Soon, a private message was received in the background of Li Qing's Donau live broadcast account. It turned out that the person ranked second on the list sent him a message. Where are you in Ningjiang City? Let's meet at the Regent Hotel tonight. Why haven't you replied to me yet? You just agreed to it in the live broadcast room. You are not going to be scared now and change your mind at the last minute, right? A few words came over instantly. He didn't even give Li Qing time to react. When Li Qing saw the news, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. After going through so much trouble, you finally asked me to go to the Regent Hotel? So exciting? Lijiang Hotel is one of the few luxury hotels in Ningjiang City. Meeting and having a meal in a place like this is appropriate for 2 people. Of course, it also allows him to show off. But he didn't know that Li Qing owned 30% of the shares of Regent Hotel. Good. See you at 6 o'clock. Call me when you get there. My phone number is 138237654XX. Li Qing smiled, and he suddenly looked forward to meeting her. 6 p.m. Li Qing drove the Bugatti and arrived at the Regent Hotel on time. His Bugatti, since its last appearance at the Regent Hotel. All service staff in the entire hotel were required to memorize the appearance of Li Qing's sports car. Just like Li Qing's handsome face. So at this moment, this car is deeply imprinted in the minds of all hotel service staff. When Li Qing just got off the Bugatti, he hadn't yet reacted. Dozens of security guards in uniform stood up instantly. Soon, they stood in 2 neat rows. On the other side, a dozen cleaning ladies were pulling the red carpet and laying it out in an instant. Li Qinggang walked onto the red carpet. Dozens of beautiful women in tight-fitting OL uniforms came out of the hotel. At this moment, they were lined up neatly at the entrance of the hotel. At a glance, all you could see were bright white legs. There is no doubt that all these employees are welcoming Li Qing. Welcome the young and mysterious Mr. Li. Li Cheng walked across the red carpet. All the security guards stood at attention instantly. They stood in a neat row, bowed 90 degrees, and shouted in unison. Hello, Mr. Li, welcome. The voice just fell. Not far away, dozens of waitresses at the door were also singing in unison in a crisp female chorus. Hello, Mr. Li, welcome, Mr. Li. Li Qing was a little uncomfortable. So many people came to welcome him. Sure enough, it feels good to be the boss. But strictly speaking, he is not the boss yet. He is just a small shareholder. Li Qing felt that it was too high profile and he couldn't let go. He waved to the leading security captain. The security captain came over with a respectful look on his face. Boss Li, what do you want me to do? I'm going to wait for someone here, so just pretend you don't know me. There's no need to be so special. Do you understand me? After listening to this, the security captain stood up straight with a simple and honest look on his face. I understand. We'll just pretend we didn't see you. After the security captain finished speaking, the security guards still stood in neat rows, not moving at all. Why don't you leave? How can I wait for someone later? The security captain stood motionless, like an iron tower. He glanced at Li Qing, looking somewhat embarrassed. Boss Li, this is what our superiors asked us to do. We have to do this. The rules cannot be changed. If we disband, our wages will be fined. Boss Li, it's okay. Just keep waiting for someone. I'll have the brothers pretend they don't know you and won't disturb you. The reason why these people were so enthusiastic was entirely due to the intention of the president of Regent Hotel Company. This was specially arranged for Li Qing, and it was also a token of my goodwill towards him.
Li Qing nodded. It seems that this is the only way.
After all, as one of the major shareholders, he has to have some status. He nodded, turned around and stood back on the sidewalk.
Why hasn't he, the person ranked second on the list, come yet? It's 6 o'clock as agreed. Li Qing made a phone call. I have something to take care of here. I'll be there soon.
Not long after I hung up the phone, a black Mercedes-Benz slowly drove towards the hotel and stopped at the door. The car door opened and a bald and greasy middle-aged man walked out. He had a beer belly, was dressed in a suit and tie, and looked respectable, like someone with some money. He looked around and saw that only Li Qing was at the door, looking at him.
You are the girl who was talking to me during the bird fighting live broadcast?
Li Qing nodded and looked at the greasy middle-aged man with some surprise.
There are so many men online who spend money on female anchors.
Are they this kind of people?
No wonder.
After all, when you get older, you can't pick up girls anymore, so you can only have fun by giving them tips online. The greasy middle-aged man looked Li Qing up and down with a look of contempt.
It seems like you are not an internal employee of Donao?
TSK, it looks like he's still a student.
Looking at the way you're dressed, you can't possibly be a phantom god. Your family background should be lower middle class.
The middle-aged man's eyes were quite vicious.
Li Qing's family conditions are indeed average. But he has a system.
There is a Bugatti, a cool school beauty, a small shop, and 30% of the shares of the most valuable Regent Hotel.
Such conditions are enough to defeat 99% of people. Hello, my name is Hu Tianyu. It seems that I overestimated you before.
There is no way you can reward Xingxing.
I don't care what your reasons are for rewarding Xingxing.
I hope you won't use the large amount of money you gave to boss around Xingxing. Because the money you give as a reward may never reach Xingxing's account in the end. Those few casual words came out with a strong smell of gunpowder and a hint of disdain. Li Qing narrowed his eyes and said nothing. He was just too lazy to pay attention to him, that's all.
This gave Hu Tianyu even more confidence.
I thought Li Qing was really scared by him. He walked over, patted his shoulder affectionately, and comforted him.
Don't be afraid. As long as you don't steal the limelight from me in front of Xingxing, eat your food obediently, and go back when it's time to go back, I will definitely not make things difficult for you. Just don't go into Xingxing's livestream room and act cool when the time comes. Otherwise, I will naturally find a way to deal with you.
Hu Tianyu's words were full of sharp edges and sharp swords behind his smile, with a strong sense of targeting him. Li Qing was slightly surprised. He was surprised by another thing.
Xingxing is here too? Hu Tianyu looked pleased. Yes, I made an appointment. Xingxing is a really hard girl to date.
If I hadn't told her that if I were to meet her offline, I might hit her, she wouldn't have come out.
Of course, don't worry, we live in a society ruled by law now. I won't do anything to you, but if I want to mess with you, it's still very simple. Chapter 36 Eating cabbage is too classy. Li Qing glanced at Hu Tianyu.
When he first spoke, the fat on his face was shaking, and he had a fat head and big ears, and a beer belly. When he said these words, the expression on his face was particularly obscene. For a middle-aged guy like this with a little money, that's the way it is. First, give the female anchor a reward online, and then take the opportunity to make an appointment with her and do something you want to do with her.
It's just a pity.
Xingxing is not that kind of girl.
He happened to be there too. He would never let Hu Tianyu succeed.
Come on, little brother, let's go upstairs and have a meal.
This is the most luxurious hotel in Ningjiang City. The average cost is 1,000 yuan per person. If you follow me this time, you will be in for a treat. You can have a good meal.
After saying that, Hu Tianyu sent a WeChat voice message to his phone.
Lao Wang, I'm here, come and pick me up. 1 minute later. An equally greasy middle-aged man walked out of the hotel. As soon as the two met, they immediately showed a smile on their faces, the kind of polite smile that anyone with a discerning eye could see, and greeted each other. Hu Tianyu pointed at the person next to him.
This is my friend, the deputy manager of Lijiang Hotel.
Today, for his sake, I will treat you to a state banquet. Boy, have you ever had a state banquet? Li Qing shook his head. He had really never eaten it. I'll open your eyes in a moment.
The deputy manager Wang next to him did not recognize Li Qing. He had just been promoted to deputy manager, and he only glanced at Li Qing's photo and didn't remember it at all. Otherwise, if Li Qing himself was standing here, he should have been directly respectful. At the door, the security guards who had just lined up to welcome Li Qing were still standing upright. But because Li Qing had just instructed him, he pretended not to know Li Qing and said nothing. When Hu Tianyu saw this scene, he was even more proud and thought that Lao Wang had done it specifically for him.
Boy, have you ever seen this scene? It must be my friend Lao Wang who came to welcome me. Thank you, Lao Wang. Lao Wang didn't realize anything was wrong, so he just smiled and agreed with a thick face. You're welcome. The presidential suite on the 5th floor.
In the huge room, there were only Li Qing and Hu Tianyu sitting at a round table.
Little brother, I advise you to keep a low profile. I know that phantom account is definitely not yours. It's okay, brother is generous, I won't bother with you. Today, I invite you to a state banquet. Have you ever eaten boiled cabbage? Buddha jumps over the wall.
Li Qing didn't care about these and ignored him.
He checked the time on his phone. When will Ching Ching come? It's almost there. As soon as the words fell,
Lu Wanqing pushed open the door and came in slowly. She was wearing super short denim shorts today, revealing 2 long, thin white legs, and a thin shawl jacket, which made her figure look graceful.
Hu Tianyu stepped forward immediately. Ching Ching, you are even prettier in person than in the live broadcast room. Come on, sit down. How about it?
You've never been to a place like this that costs thousands of dollars to eat.
You'll have to drink more wine and try some of this state banquet food. Lu Wanqing walked in and first glanced at the private room.
When she saw Li Qing, she was actually sitting there too.
She was stunned for a moment. Oh my god. Why is brother Ching Ching here? Really? He is the mysterious phantom boss?
Thinking of this, her heart rate suddenly soared to nearly 180 beats per minute.
This is such a surprise. Sometimes life is like this, even more dramatic than novels.
Hu Tianyu looked at Lu Wanqing and saw how excited she was. I thought it was her first time in this presidential room and she couldn't adapt for a while. A smug look instantly appeared on his face, as if he was feeling very pleased with himself after showing off.
Ching Ching, just take a seat.
I'll tell the waiter to serve the food.
Soon, the waitress outside came in.
When she saw Li Qing, the time when she was asked by her superior to be with the man who was now deeply imprinted in her mind, she was stunned for a moment.
Shit, I have to be extremely alert.
Directly serve this legendary Mr. Li comfortably.
What if one of her actions makes Mr. Li unhappy? Then she shouldn't even think about continuing to do it.
Thinking of this, she nodded and bowed quickly.
Bow 90 degrees, showing great respect.
Okay sir, I will notify the kitchen of your dish and serve it to you as soon as possible.
Hu Tianyu was very satisfied with the service attitude. He thought that he was given special treatment because he knew Lao Wang.
Little did they know, it was all because of Li Qing.
Lu Wanqing also sat down.
At this moment, she looked at Li Qing who was sitting across the table in surprise before she could speak.
Ching Ching, you may not know this yet, this ordinary young man is just him.
He is the top guy on that list.
That's it? He's just an ordinary guy.
I don't know where he got the money to reward you.
I guess the company won't give you a penny then. But it's okay. I'll give you gifts from now on. I'll support you.
Hu Tianyu grinned, and the fat on his face trembled. Lu Wanqing smiled politely. She glanced at Li Qing, who looked calm.
Li Qing didn't say anything and let Hu Tianyu pretend to be angry.
She didn't reveal herself, but just looked at Li Qing.
The two of them tacitly did not speak at this moment. It's like I don't know you.
During this period, Hu Tianyu kept finding topics to talk to Lu Wanqing, but Lu Wanqing was very perfunctory. Soon, the dishes were served one by one. Even after the waitress served the dishes, she bowed to the 3 people again, very sincerely.
Look at this service attitude. Let me tell you, it's all because I know Lao Wang here.
Lao Wang is the deputy manager here, my good friend.
This kind of experience, TSK, only by following me can you experience it here.
As he spoke, Hu Tianyu picked up a piece of cabbage from the boiling water with chopsticks.
What the hell, what is this? It's cabbage? A state banquet dish. Give me cabbage? This is too much. Where is your person in charge? Call him over.
Hu Tianyu pretended to be angry and slammed the table, scolding the waiter loudly. The waiter came in a hurry. "Excuse me, sir. Boiled cabbage is a dish at the state banquet." I don't care. Quick, call your person in charge to me." Hu Tianyu finished speaking with a bad attitude. He turned his head, smiling, and licked Lu Wanqing. "Qing, I'm sorry, these people actually got a cabbage. It's really low class. How can we eat such cheap cabbage?" Soon, the floor manager in charge of the private rooms arrived. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Li Qing sitting at the table. In an instant, the attitude became extremely respectful. "Sir, what's the problem? Why did they serve us cabbage for this dish? Cabbage that costs only a few cents a pound, is it worthy of our status?" The floor manager was surprised and immediately started sweating. Chapter 37 Qing, come and sit in my Bugatti. Don't worry about him, just go out first. Li Qing couldn't bear it any longer, so he stood up and waved his hand, signaling the manager to leave. He hated this kind of people the most, who relied on being guests and thinking they were gods in the hotel, acting condescending and deliberately finding trouble. I heard Li Qing speak. The floor manager breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He quickly bowed again and prepared to leave. "Stop, how can you leave? Is this your attitude towards service? Do you listen to him or me? I'm a good friend of your deputy manager Wang. Call your deputy manager Wang over." Hu Tianyu looked at Li Qing with dissatisfaction, and then started scolding again. The floor manager was dumbfounded. He knew that the status of Mr. Li in front of him was much more powerful than that of deputy manager Wang, who was just an employee. But Mr. Li is said to own 30% of the shares of Regent Hotel. The floor manager glanced at Li Qing. Li Qing sneered and nodded, indicating that he could go and call. He then hurried out. Moment. Lao Wang hurried over, followed by the floor manager. After entering the private room, the floor manager pointed at Li Qing and whispered in Lao Wang's ear. Lao Wang's face changed instantly. But Hu Tianyu hasn't noticed this yet. At this moment, the floor manager called Lao Wang over, which made him very proud. He felt that he had another chance to show off in front of Lu Wanqing. Who knows, this girl who has never seen the world, after seeing how capable I am, will throw herself into my arms at night, hee. Old Wang, tell me, does this floor manager listen to me or to someone else? Today I hosted a dinner for everyone and you served us cabbage. This is too much. But, for your sake, I won't pursue it. After saying this, he held his head high with his beer belly and his hands behind his back, looking superior. He thought he had done a great job and was very satisfied with himself. But, just for a few seconds. After quiet. There was something slightly off about the atmosphere. I saw Lao Wang's face was pale and he wiped the sweat from his forehead. He didn't even look at Hu Tianyu again. Instead, he walked directly up to Li Qing. Then, he bowed 120 degrees, with his head almost touching the ground. "Boss Li, I'm sorry, I was blind and didn't recognize you just now. Just tell me what you want me to do, and I'll serve you the food myself. If you don't like this cabbage, we can just change it for you." After Lao Wang finished speaking, he stood up straight and looked at Li Qing with a respectful look on his face. When Hu Tianyu heard this, he was stunned. "Mr. Li? Why is Lao Wang suddenly like this, respecting this kid who hasn't even grown all his hair yet? How could this guy be some big shot? He has never failed to judge people by their appearance. I think it's delicious. If someone doesn't like this boiled cabbage, you can tell him to get out." After saying that, Li Qing glanced at Hu Tianyu indifferently. "I still have this right? After listening to this, Lao Wang nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. "Got it, Mr. Li." Li Qing looked at Hu Tianyu again. "So, do you think this dish is delicious?" A moment. Hu Tianyu started sweating. Li Qing's look just now seemed calm and relaxed, but it instantly made him dare not refute. You know, Lao Wang is so respectful to this person and even calls him Mr. Li. He has been in society for so many years, so he is naturally not stupid. He quickly realized that this young man had an extraordinary background. But he just shouted that it was not tasty. If you say it tastes good now, it would undoubtedly be like giving yourself a loud slap in the face. He thought about it, felt his face getting hot, nodded with difficulty, and uttered two words. Tasty. Looking at Hu Tianyou's red face, he looked extremely embarrassed.
Puff.
Lu Wanqing saw the huge contrast in the look of Hu Tianyou, who had just been pretending to be cool and even made her feel a little disgusted.
She couldn't help laughing in an instant, covering her mouth.
She looked at Li Qing. The two people looked into each other's eyes again.
Brother Qing, I really didn't expect to see you here.
Lu Wanqing smiled, looked at Li Qing and blinked.
You didn't expect that?
Otherwise, why do you think I suddenly asked for your live broadcast room number?
The two people smiled knowingly at each other.
It feels like an old friend I haven't seen for a long time, very familiar. On the other side, Hu Tianyou, who failed in his attempt to show off, was extremely embarrassed. At this moment, he opened his little eyes in surprise and stared at the two people blankly.
What the hell? Qing actually knows this person? It seems that he is the one who was fooled? This made him feel like a huge loss.
Not to mention the daily rewards given to Lu Wanqing. I worked hard to arrange this dinner and invited Lu Wanqing out.
Unexpectedly, he actually knew this fake rich man?
Of course, he is now almost certain that he is truly a super rich man. He had spent so much time planning the dinner party to invite Lu Wanqing, but it turned out to be a wedding favor to Li Qing.
Lao Wang and the floor manager retreated.
Naturally, he didn't have the face to eat here.
Mr. Li. Mr. Li, I'm leaving first. Wait, let's go down together.
Li Qing felt uncomfortable eating here.
The dishes at state banquets are not actually that delicious.
They just have more cooking steps, are complicated and time-consuming, which invisibly improves their quality. Now, he just wanted to go to the stall with Lu Wanqing, order a few dishes, chat and reminisce about the past.
Downstairs.
Li Qing walked in front.
Just walked to the door. Dozens of waitresses, with long white legs, stood neatly at the door. Hello, Mr. Li, welcome to visit us next time. Outside the door.
Dozens of security guards in suits and about 1.8 meters tall cordoned off a small path.
Hello, Mr. Li, welcome to visit us next time.
Li Qingyun walked out calmly.
Hu Tianyou opened his mouth wide again. These people actually all welcome Li Qing? Oh my god.
This person is truly the god of bird fighting live broadcast. He opened his mouth, but was so surprised that he couldn't speak. He decided to cancel the bird fighting live broadcast account as soon as he got back. He no longer has the face to watch the live broadcast. At the door, a cool Bugatti was parked directly at the gate. A security guard came over respectfully.
Mr. Li, your car is ready for you.
Li Qing took the car keys and waved to Lu Wanqing.
Qing, get in the car.
Lu Wanqing had just walked along the way with a calm look on her face. But in her heart, she was already extremely surprised.
Li Qing, the little boy who grew up with me, is actually so successful?
It was as if this hotel was owned by his family.
Moreover, there is such a cool supercar.
She had always had a good impression of Li Qing. At this moment, her heart was pounding and she could hardly close her legs. Chapter 38. When I graduate from college, I will get married to Qing directly.
Lu Wanqing's little heart was beating wildly at this moment.
She was a little excited and a little scared.
Brother Qing, you're not going to take me to the hotel, are you?
Although my childhood dream was to imagine that Brother Cheng would marry me when I grew up. As she thought about it, her face turned red and her hands became wet with nervousness.
Brother Qing, where are you going to take me?
After Lu Wanqing finished speaking, she shyly turned her head away from the window.
What if Brother Cheng wants to go to the hotel? How should she accept it politely?
Li Qing glanced at Lu Wanqing. This girl, why did her face turn red as soon as she got in the car?
Is it because the car is too stuffy?
Li Qing pressed the car window and gently uttered two words.
To the hospital. Hospital?
Lu Wanqing then turned her head with a puzzled look on her face. She looked at Li Qing in surprise and blinked her eyes.
Yes, I want to go see my aunt. Last time you told me that she had leukemia.
When you earn enough money, you can have a bone marrow transplant.
Lu Wanqing's heart suddenly warmed. Oh, what was I thinking just now? Brother Qing is so nice.
Not only is he so good to me, but he also cares about his mother. She must grab such a good man.
20 minutes later. Li Qing's Bugatti stopped in front of Ningjiang First People's Hospital.
Qing, arrange surgery for your mother as soon as possible.
Treatment cannot be delayed. I'll give you another 1,000 super rockets. Is it enough? If the money is not enough, I will buy some more. The income from gifts on Donyo Live is split 50-50 between the anchor and the platform. But this is all the money Li Qing has. Enough, enough. Brother Qing, you are so nice to me. I'm so touched. After saying this, Lu Wanqing's eyes instantly turned red. Ever since her mother fell ill, the family has been left with nothing and has a lot of debts. She herself had to drop out of school to do live streaming. She has been very depressed these years. But now, Li Qing is like the sun. A ray of sunshine shone into her gloomy life, lighting up her future path. Li Qing gently touched Lu Wanqing's hair. It's okay. The lows in life will always pass. Just keep going and the sun will rise again. Aha! The two people talked as they walked into the ward. Lu Wanqing pushed open the door of the room. Mom, look who's here. On the middle bed, a middle-aged woman with crow's feet at the corners of her eyes was lying listlessly. Hearing Lu Wanqing's voice, he looked up. He took a closer look at Li Qing. You are Qing. Auntie, you still remember me. Good boy, we haven't seen each other for 7 or 8 years. Oh, it's all because of Auntie's illness. Otherwise, Qing would definitely continue studying like you. If we hadn't sold the house, you two would still be hanging out together now, and you might have been a couple a long time ago. Aunt Lu looked at Li Qing kindly and warmly, her eyes full of emotion. After saying that, he looked at Lu Wanqing again. Qing, it seems that my days are numbered. I always wanted to see you happy before I died. Why don't you just marry your brother Qing? That will help you understand one of your mother's concerns. You two grew up together, you know each other well, and I trust Qing too. Aunt Lu spoke softly. But at this moment, it was like a flash of lightning. The man was shocked by the thunder. Both of them were petrified instantly. After a moment, he finally reacted. Lu Wanqing stamped her feet shyly. Mom! I came to see you, and you're so anxious to send me out. Li Qing also recovered and began to change the subject. Yes, Auntie, you can't afford to delay this illness. I came here to tell you a good news. My family was given 10 houses after the demolition. I'm going to sell both sets, take out the money, and arrange surgery for you immediately. Aunt Lu was stunned for a moment. His eyes were filled with incredible expressions. This. How can Auntie be so embarrassed? Auntie, don't be so hasty to reject me. Don't feel embarrassed. When I graduate from college, I'll get married to Qing. He was afraid that Aunt Lu would refuse, so he said this on purpose to make Aunt Lu feel better. Li Qing finished speaking. It was quiet in the ward. Everyone in the ward was looking at Li Qing. Demolish 10 houses? Sell you 2 sets and arrange surgery for you? Oh my God. What kind of God is this? It seems that he has taken a fancy to the daughter of the Lu family. It really is great to have a daughter. It's better to have a daughter than a son. Aunt Lu was also stunned. She did not refuse Li Qing's kindness again. At this moment, she was a little moved and choked up. You are so outstanding, I feel relieved to leave Qing to you. Sure enough, only rich people deserve excellence. On the side, Lu Wanqing was also very surprised. Although she didn't know where Li Qing got so much money. But just now, she saw Li Qing's luxury supercar with her own eyes. She now believes Li Qing's words very much. Well, mainly because Li Qing's reasons are good. 10 houses were allocated after the demolition. There is still a little bit of persuasiveness. He has tried to keep it as low-key as possible. But everyone in the ward still looked at Li Qing as if he were the god of wealth, and they were filled with envy. He really doesn't want to pretend anymore. Compared with his 100 million worth of Bugatti, shares of Regent Hotel, and 1 billion worth of fighting bird wings, demolishing 10 houses is really nothing. He has tried his best to be low-key, okay? Of course, only the reason of demolition can perfectly explain his sudden wealth, it seems so reasonable. Li Qing rushed home from the hospital and just opened the door. Xia Yushi was sitting in the living room, staring at Li Qing menacingly. Li Qing! That's too much. Where have you been? I haven't seen you all day. I went to see my aunt, she was in the hospital. Li Qing said without changing his expression. In fact, he really went to see his aunt. Of course, just by the way, I took a look at my aunt's daughter. All right. You have your own things to do, right? I can't be too demanding.
Xia Yushi looked at Li Qing's serious expression and believed him. After saying that, she changed her shoes and prepared to go out.
Come on, let's go out now and I'll buy you some clothes.
Li Qing was stunned.
Why buy clothes? I already have clothes.
Xia Yushi rolled her eyes at him. Brother Qingqing, our Xia family is going to hold a party tomorrow.
I want you to come with me, so I'll get you dressed up first. The clothes you're wearing are definitely not good. Li Qing nodded. Indeed.
He bought all this stuff from Taobao. If you were to attend a family gathering with assets worth billions,
it's really embarrassing. It's a bit hard to justify. Li Qing nodded to show his understanding. Chapter 39. Pack it all up and buy it now. Half an hour later. Downstairs of Dingcheng Building. The two got out of the car. Dingcheng Building is located in a prime location in Ningjiang City, with a huge flow of people and every inch of land is valuable.
The whole building is famous for selling luxury goods.
The stuff inside easily costs tens of thousands of Chinese currency. Most people would feel embarrassed to go in without some money. The first floor mainly sells gold, silver, jewelry, and accessories. The second floor is filled with diamond rings, jade, gemstones, etc. The third floor has various high-end watches from big brands.
The fourth floor is known as a women's paradise with brand name bags, expensive cosmetics, etc. The fifth floor sells a variety of international brand name clothing.
It is very common to spend tens of thousands of dollars for just any outfit.
Li Qing knows this place. But he had never been inside.
Because it's useless to look at it, and he can't afford it.
Today he is here with Xia Yushi, and it is his first time here.
Xia Yushi took Li Qing's hand and ran straight to the third floor.
It seems that Xia Yushi comes here quite often. I went straight into a luxury watch store, which had all kinds of big brand watches. When the waitress inside saw Xia Yushi, the wealthy young lady, she immediately came up to her with a beautiful smile.
Little girl, what type of watch do you want to buy?
Xia Yushi pointed at Li Qing beside her. I want it for my boyfriend.
I want something expensive and looks classy. The waitress nodded, understanding what was going on.
She likes customers like Xia Yushi, who enjoy shopping with ease. In a while, as long as she succeeds in making this deal, she will get at least 1,000 yuan in commission. But then she looked at Li Qing again. But he was stunned. This boy looks young and is dressed very simply.
How can such a person afford a Rolex?
She took another look at Xia Yushi, the rich young woman.
I understood it instantly. It seems that he is being taken care of by a rich young woman. TSK, this made her even more sour. Suddenly I had a goal to strive for. He immediately perked up and pointed at one of the high-end gold Rolexes and started introducing it. Little brother, you can consider buying this gold Rolex Daytona.
This chronograph watch has a ceramic bezel and a public price of about 150,000 yuan. It is also equipped with a rubber strap, which is comfortable to wear during exercise. In addition, the 18K gold model has a champagne dial, which is low-key, luxurious, and beautiful. The waitress had already memorized these recommendations by heart, and now she recited them in detail, as if they were her own treasures.
Li Qing nodded. This golden watch looks really high-end. Damn, it costs 150,000 to make such a small thing, how can it not be awesome? Sure enough, it feels great to have money. However, he was not ready to buy it right away. Take a look and buy it. This is too rustic. At the very least, you should watch a few more. Not bad. Anything else? Yes, I have.
The waitress quickly pointed to another watch. You can consider this, the 18K white gold small 3-hand watch from the Lang 1815 series, the price is 170,000 Chinese yuan. The Lang 1815 dial with track scale, Arabic numerals and blue steel hands look beautiful together. Of course, it also has a transparent back movement, a carved gooseneck fine tuning, gold sleeve shaft eyes, and blue steel screws. These combined together make the whole watch look quite sexy. After the waiter finished speaking, he saw that Li Qing looked calm. Thinking that he was not interested yet, I immediately introduced the next one. This Patek Philippe Sports Series 5711 is stainless steel watch Nautilus costs 187,100. This watch is a fresh take on Patek Philippe's classic timepiece that is casually elegant. Through some subtle and detailed changes, this series of watches not only has a more fashionable taste, but also continues its original essence. After the waiter finished speaking, he looked at Li Qing attentively. After all, what they do is, to put it bluntly, the service industry. As long as they can satisfy the customers, they can do anything. Sir, are you satisfied with any of these watches? The watches I just introduced to you are all Seiko's high-end watches. They are top-notch in design, polishing, and movement. Li Qing was stunned for a moment. It was the first time for him to buy such an expensive watch. If he had to choose, he would really feel good about both. Aside. Xia Yushi became a little impatient and waved her hand. These watches are only over 100,000? They are so cheap. Pack all three. Brother Qingqing, just bring one tomorrow. The waiter was stunned for a moment. This little girl, with her little mouth opening and closing, spent more than 500,000 Chinese yuan just like that? She looked at Li Qing with some envy. Sure enough, men who live off women are happy. She quickly wrapped the three watches. Hand it to Li Qing. But before Li Qing could reach out his hand, Xia Yushi took the initiative to extend her hand. Brother Qingqing, let me help you get it. We'll go to the 5th floor in a bit, and you just keep on going and buy clothes. The waitress was petrified instantly. It seems. It turned out to be this little beauty. Was she licking the boy? Is this still being kept? Oh my god. This guy is so happy. As a woman, she felt jealous instantly. I wish I could have a little ding-ding. Go to the elevator on the 3rd floor. Li Qing was a little surprised. Xia Yushi is spending money so lavishly. If I could marry her home as my wife. If there is no mine at home, I really can't afford it. Xia Yushi, this watch is too expensive. I thought a few tens of thousands at most would be enough. I didn't expect you to buy more than 100,000 yuan directly, and bought them all in one go. Li Qing opened his mouth in surprise. Even though he has a system. But it is hard for us to experience the happiness that rich people have. Xia Yushi, however, looked disapproving. Brother Qingqing, when I have the chance in the future, I will buy you a better one, okay? You can just take these watches with you for now. You know that crappy watch my dad wears? That broken watch, Vacheron Constantin, Patrimony Heritage Series Minute Repeater Perpetual Calendar Watch, Global Special Limited Edition, more than 5 million Chinese yuan. It is said that it is the same style as the richest man Wang Jianlin. Wang Jianlin, do you know his son? Wang Xikong, the famous rich second generation. I'll buy you a more expensive one later. Li Qing was stunned for a moment. It seems that he is really being taken care of by this little rich woman. Ah, this. 5th floor. In front of the Blue Leopard store. Li Qing had only heard of this brand on the internet before. A mid to high-end men's clothing brand, Lampo suits from Blue Leopard are derived from Italian style, combined with Asian style design, exquisite fabrics and excellent workmanship. They are the ideal clothing choice for senior white-collar workers. Two people walked into the store. Xia Yushi herself seems like a golden signboard. Several waitresses immediately gathered around. Little beauty, choose clothes, what style do you want? Xia Yushi pointed at Li Qing behind her. I buy clothes for my boyfriend. I'm in a hurry, you guys talk. After saying that, Xia Yushi walked in, pointed at a few suits at random, and told Li Qing's size. This, that, and this. Pack all of these and buy them. The three waiters didn't even react. Did they hear it right? Although, they have seen many wealthy people in such luxury stores. However, I have never seen such a huge man. He didn't even ask the price. Buy it without even trying it? Chapter 40 Signing for 40% of the shares of Xia Group and Yi Group. Not long. Downstairs. Xia Yushi carried a lot of bags and got into Li Qing's Bugatti. Brother Qingqing, please change into these clothes tomorrow. Choose whichever outfit looks best with you. Tomorrow night, please keep a low profile. When the time comes, all the relatives in the venue will be here. Just follow me and don't talk nonsense. Li Qing nodded. Anyway, he didn't plan to do anything. At the party tomorrow, he just needs to eat and drink for free. The next morning, Li Qing opened his eyes. Ding dong. Whether to sign in today. Sign in. Signing in every day seems to have become a habit. Ding dong. Sign in successfully, sign in reward 40% of Ningxiang Xia Group's shares, 40% of Yi Group's shares. Li Qing was stunned for a moment.
There are only a few families in Ningjiang City. Among them, Xia Yushi's family is the Xia group, and the Yi group is another large family that is opposed to the Xia group, and its strength is comparable to that of the Xia family. Li Qing finally reacted. No way, no way? Several major families in Ningjiang City. At this moment, he has half of the shares? According to this, he is basically one of the richest people in Ningjiang City now? Moreover, they are the first generation of rich people. Still hidden. Li Qingrun was a little confused. He looked at the share transfer book on the bedside, and everything on it reminded him that this was all true. This system is awesome. At the same time, inside the Yi Group building and the Xia Group building, almost at the same time, two female secretaries rushed into the office at the same time, and their words were almost the same. Chairman, the 40% of our company that we sold off was bought by the same person this morning. Most importantly, this person's name is not shown on it. What? As a listed company with a value of several billion, the company was in financial crisis due to the recent financial storm, and the shares it sold off were actually bought up by a mysterious person? This made them very panicked. What if this person sells off the company's shares at some critical moment in the future, causing the company's stock price to collapse instantly? Two voices sounded almost at the same time. No matter what method you use, you must find that person. It was almost time for school to end in the afternoon. Li Qing and Xia Yushi walked out of the classroom. Li Qing was about to drive his Bugatti when Xia Yushi grabbed him. Brother Qingqing, someone might offer you a drink at the party tonight, so you'd better not drive. Don't drink and drive. Li Qing nodded and waved to stop a taxi at the school gate. The two of them changed their clothes at the Repulse Bay Villa before heading straight there. 20 minutes later. Xia Group Building. As one of the few super high-level buildings in Ningjiang City, it has a total of more than 50 floors, and it competes with several other family group buildings. The two took the elevator and went all the way to the 55th floor. The 55th floor is the top floor of the Xia Group building and is also almost the highest place in Ningjiang City. Standing on the 55th floor, through the glass window, the scenery outside is unobstructed and even spectacular. Therefore, this floor is also the place where Xia Group uses to hold gatherings of some of the company's senior executives. Of course, Xia Yushi was not the only one in her home. She also has an uncle, an aunt, and a grandfather who has retired to the second line. His father, as the chairman of the Xia Group, naturally has extremely high power in the entire family. However, he only holds more than 20% of the shares, while some other relatives hold more than 30%. So many times, for some major events, he still needs to hold a family meeting and vote to decide. The stainless steel and glass elevator slowly ascended. Through the glass, Li Qing looked at the scenery outside the window, which was gradually disappearing. He felt as if the whole world was at his feet. Finally reached the 55th floor. Xia Yushi pulled Li Qing in. It was as bright as day inside, with dazzling white chandeliers, jade white marble tiles on the floor, and various plush chairs, all of which exuded the word luxury. Men and women in suits and dresses were walking back and forth inside, and everything about it declared that this was an upper-class party. Xia Yushi pulled Li Qing and asked him to sit at the table in the corner while she went to say hello to her relatives first. Li Qing sat here without feeling nervous or restrained. He didn't belong here anyway. Just be an outsider who doesn't know what to do. A waiter was carrying a plate with some exquisite pastries. Li Qing also took a small piece. Put it in your mouth and taste it. Sweet. The sand is soft. Soft and delicious. It can be said that it is quite delicious. Li Qing hurried over again and stopped the waiter. He asked for several more in one breath. Eat it with big mouthfuls and stuff it into your mouth. The waiter couldn't help but smile. Li Qing gave a thumbs up and praised him. It's quite delicious. Not far away, Xia Yushi, who was dressed in a jet black dress and looked as noble as a black swan, was chatting with a noble woman. The lady took very good care of herself. She was in her 40s, but her face was as smooth as jade, without even a single crow's feet. If it weren't for her slightly plump face, she would have looked a little fat. She totally looks like a young woman in her 30s. As Xia Yushi was chatting, she pointed in the direction of Li Qing. The lady's eyes followed that direction. Over there, Li Qing stood in front of the waiter. He swallowed 3 mung bean cakes in a row, and his cheeks were bulging. The lady withdrew her gaze and looked at Xia Yushi in astonishment. Is this the bodyguard your father found for you? Are you sure he didn't just find someone for you? Why do you still keep this vulgar person? Seeing Li Qing being repeatedly rejected by his aunt, Xia Yushi was anxious. She blushed and whispered an excuse. Aunt, actually I kind of like him. The lady's eyes widened instantly, with a look of surprise. Presumptuous. As the eldest daughter of Chairman Xia, do you know how many shares of the group you will inherit in the future? Your net worth is easily hundreds of millions, how can you be so reckless? CC, it's not your aunt who is talking about you. Your vision is so poor. Xia Yushi shook her head repeatedly and was ready to speak for Li Cheng. But the lady interrupted her rudely. Don't say anything, I know what you mean. Okay, since you can't be cruel, I'll help you. After saying that, the lady walked straight towards Li Qing in her high heels. Li Qing had just swallowed the mung bean cake in his mouth and licked his lips with a look of satisfaction on his face. He felt that this party was totally worth it. Mung bean cake is so delicious. He just turned around and was about to sit back down. Behind him, a noble lady. He didn't know when she stood in front of him, glaring at him fiercely. You, get out. Immediately. There was a kind of authority in his tone that could not be refused. Li Qing was stunned for a moment. A little surprised. Then, the corners of his mouth raised and he actually chuckled. No? Sister, didn't I just eat a few extra mung bean cakes? You actually kicked me out, is that necessary? You guys are so stingy. Chapter 41 Xia Yushi is getting married. The lady was stunned for a moment. This young man seems to be not very smart. She put her hands on her hips. I said, get out. Is this kind of place something you can come to? He's wearing low-end stuff worth tens of thousands of dollars. And he's wearing a watch worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's too low-end. TSK, it must be CC who bought it for you with her own pocket money. I think you look uncomfortable in what you're wearing. After all, you don't deserve it. Li Qing was a little angry. He had never met a woman who didn't know how to respect others. At this moment, he really wanted to slap this unreasonable woman. The kind that makes a popping sound. However, he remembered what Xia Yushi had told him yesterday. Come to the party, I hope he can be more low-key. Li Qing was about to raise his hand, but then slowly retracted it. Take a deep breath and calm yourself down. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the lady in front of him. I just won't leave, what can you do to me? The lady was stunned for a moment. Indeed, she really couldn't do anything to Li Qing. I can't do that in front of so many people. She looked at him like a shrew, pulled his clothes and told him to get out. Doing so is certainly not in keeping with her noble status. She opened her mouth and yelled angrily. Where's the security? Where's the security? As soon as the words fell. Not far away, a middle-aged man hurried over. Behind him, followed Xia Yushi who looked helpless. Shouru, you're going too far. When will you change your arrogant attitude? I invited this person here, so you must not be rude. Li Qing looked over when he heard that. It turned out to be Uncle Xia. Several days later, he remembered that the last time they met, he was tricked by Uncle Xia and signed a tyrannical contract that required him to be with Xia Yushi every day. Oh my god, it's this old fox again. Li Qing couldn't help but be stunned and felt a little depressed. Uncle Xia finished speaking. In an instant, most of the noble lady's momentum was gone. He opened his mouth, but in the end he didn't dare to talk back. He turned back and glared at Li Qing fiercely before leaving silently. Uncle Xia then looked at Li Qing with a kind look in his eyes. Li Qing, are you and CC getting along well these days? Li Qing nodded reluctantly. Very good, couldn't he be better? Uncle Xia felt relieved to hear this and patted Li Qing on the shoulder. Come on, young man. I'm optimistic about you. Li Qing was stunned again. What does Uncle Xia mean by this? It looks very beautiful. But he was scared by Uncle Xia's trick. What if? What if? Uncle Xia was trying to trick him again. For example, he must devote himself to Xia Yushi, what should he do? But it's okay. Uncle Xia finished saying this. He picked up the wine glass and walked to the next table to socialize. Xia Yushi came over quickly. I'm sorry, Brother Qingqing, my aunt is very kind to me, she just wants me to be at a disadvantage. She is a good person in every way, except that she doesn't know how to respect others. Li Qing nodded. It's okay, I won't respect her either. But I've been very tolerant of him for your sake. I hope she doesn't go too far. Xia Yushi pulled at the corner of Li Qing's clothes like a spoiled child. No, brother Qingqing. From now until the end of the dinner, I will follow you all the way, not leaving your side. Li Qinggang and Xia Yushi sat down. Not far away. An extremely handsome man with a feminine face in his 20s squinted and looked at Xia Yushi. He is 1.83 meters tall, 2 centimeters shorter than Li Qing. In terms of appearance, although he is very handsome, he is still a little bit inferior to Li Qing. However, he was extremely arrogant. He didn't even look at Li Qing, who was standing beside Xia Yushi, completely treating him as heir. He held the wine glass, walked straight over and stood beside Xia Yushi. Yushi, long time no see, you look a lot prettier now. Xia Yushi looked at the person in front of her. He frowned and recalled carefully. Moment. You are, brother Yihan? Yes, it's been a long time since we last met. I'm so honored that Cici still remembers me. Maybe, when Cici saw me for the first time, she felt that she had to marry me. Yihan raised the corners of his mouth slightly and smiled faintly. It can be said that he is quite narcissistic. Before Xia Yushi could speak, he leaned down again and whispered in Xia Yushi's ear. I heard that we are getting engaged soon. I feel relieved to see that you are much prettier than when you were a child. So, Yushi, are you ready to marry me? Xia Yushi was stunned when she heard the voice. Suddenly I heard such a big news. She turned pale instantly. You're talking nonsense. How come I didn't know about this? Yihan spread his hands and explained. I heard that everyone in your family agreed to this marriage and is very optimistic about our union. But it seems your father disagrees. Maybe he has been suppressing it and hasn't had the chance to tell you yet. Oh, by the way, let me tell you a secret. As long as you marry me, your Xia family will be able to survive this financial crisis. Think about it carefully, for the sake of your family. After saying this, Yihan smiled and left. Xia Yushi was petrified instantly. Yihan is the only son of the Yi family and the founder of the Yi group. He is a man of great integrity, so he certainly won't joke around easily. It is very likely true. This news made her instantly confused and at a loss. Li Qing walked up to her. He just heard everything the two of them said. He was also a little surprised. I thought that since Xia Yushi was born in such a wealthy family, she might have never had any worries since she was a child. After all, when it comes to money, there is nothing that cannot be solved. But now, he saw Xia Yushi's dilemma. I felt some sympathy instantly. Because of the family's interests, she sometimes has no choice but to sacrifice herself. But since Li Qing knew about this, that simply can't happen. He glanced at Yihan's back. Full of sneers. Sand dollar stuff. Look how proud you are of yourself. You will cry soon. The other side of the hall. The core members of the Xia family gathered together to discuss things. The leader among them was Uncle Xia. Boss Xia, please give me a word. We all know that you can't bear to part with your daughter and can't bear to let her marry the Yi family as a sacrifice. But you can see that if our entire company's finances continue to be overdrawn like this, we will have no choice but to declare bankruptcy. We are a big family, not just Xia Yushi. If necessary, it doesn't matter if she makes some sacrifices. You know, everything is for the family. Uncle Xiao listened to what these relatives were saying. He had a stern face and said nothing. The atmosphere was somewhat solemn. He raised the cup and drank the espresso in it. My mouth is full of bitter taste. He was stunned for a moment. Finally nodded. That's it, then. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Many people even showed joy. Chapter 42 I will make your company bankrupt instantly. On the other hand, Yi Qingyun, chairman of the Yi Group, soon heard that the Xia family had voted unanimously in favor of the marriage. He was a little excited and couldn't wait to announce it in front of everyone. Yi Qingyun walked onto the platform. He took the microphone and coughed lightly a few times. The whole audience fell silent instantly, and everyone's eyes were focused on him. Everyone, today I am taking advantage of everyone's gathering together to announce a good thing. My son Yihan and the daughter of the Xia family are already engaged. From now on, our Yi family and Xia family are one family. I believe that it won't be long before everyone here will be able to drink the wedding wine from our two families." The whole audience was boiling instantly. They applauded. Soon the atmosphere reached a climax. The main thing is that today's gathering is basically composed of people from the two major families, the Xia family and the Yi family. Therefore, naturally everyone will be happy about this kind of good thing that benefits everyone. In the corner, Xia Yushi had a sad expression on her face and was in a trance. Two tears slid silently down her pretty face. Li Cheng and Xia Yushi have been together for so long, but he has never seen her like this. You know, in my memory, Xia Yushi has always been cheerful, happy and sunny. He reached out, grabbed Xia Yushi's hand and squeezed it gently, trying to comfort her and silently give her some strength. "Yushi, don't worry. As long as I say it's okay, you will never marry this person. Do you believe me?" Hearing this, Xia Yushi looked at Li Qing with a depressed look. If it were normal times, Li Qing would have taken the initiative to provoke and comfort her. She must have responded to him excitedly and enthusiastically. But at this moment, she really wasn't in the mood at all. "I just feel that the future is full of difficulties and life is bleak." She even thought about it. Might as well just jump from here, from the 55th floor. It's all over. I heard that Yihan has had countless women around him since he was 16. The longest one is said to last no more than a month. It can be said that he is a famous playboy who has dated countless women. Moreover, his absolutely beautiful yet unusually feminine face was really not to her liking. She likes Li Qing's masculine looks the most. What a pity, it seems that she and brother Qingqing are not destined to be together. She shook her head silently, her heart full of bitterness. Not far away. When Yihan saw Li Qing, he was actually holding Xia Yushi's hand. His pupils shrank instantly, and his eyes were filled with coldness. Although he is very fickle. But this does not mean that his woman can let other men touch her at will. Moreover, she is his fiancée who is about to be engaged. Yihan stood up and walked straight towards the two of them. Yihan stood in front of Li Qing. He slammed the table. Li Qing looked up and just glanced at him indifferently. A faint smile. "I heard that your Yi family also sold 40% of the shares? Since you have chosen to sell off your shares, how can you possibly have the money to help Xia's group solve its financial crisis? So, you are lying, you are deceiving people." Li Qing's voice was not loud, but it was powerful. At this moment, it was like a bolt from the blue. Everyone fell silent upon hearing the sound. All eyes were focused on Li Qing. Thinking back on what he just said. Who is this person? How did he know that Yi Group had actually sold 40% of its shares? Such shocking news. When they heard that Li Qing actually revealed the secrets of their group, Yihan's face turned pale instantly. He was speechless. Yi Qingyun stood up instantly. He walked towards Li Qing without changing his expression. "What nonsense are you talking about, young man? How do you, an outsider, know about the shareholding situation of our company?" Yi Qingyun's words were bland, but they hit the nail on the head. Everyone suddenly understood. Yes. How could this kid know such confidential information? It is definitely a slanderous fabrication made up by him to attract attention. But the other side. Uncle Xia smelled something wrong. He quickly and quietly told his secretary to start checking. Li Qing already knew that these people would definitely not believe him. He can't say that these shares were signed in by the system to prove his own? No one will believe this. Li Qing took a deep breath. In that case, he might as well start his performance directly. He glanced at Yi Qingyun indifferently. The tone was extremely arrogant. "I'll give you two choices. Option A, let Yihan and Xia Yushi cancel their engagement, and I will ensure that your company is safe. Option B, do not cancel the engagement. But your company. Bankrupt immediately." As soon as the words fell, everyone at the scene burst into laughter instantly. No way? Did they hear it right? Where does this boy get such a big tone from? Even Xia Yushi's aunt shook her head. What a pity that Cici, such a good girl, actually fell in love with a fool. Everyone thought Li Qing was bragging. The only exception is Xia Yushi. At this moment, she looked at Li Qing and felt deeply moved. There were few people in the entire hall who really cared about what she wanted and whether she would be happy. Li Qing was able to stand up and speak for him at this time. She was already deeply moved. Although Qingqing's method seems a bit silly and doesn't quite work. But she was quite touched. He even walked over and gently tugged at Li Qing's sleeve. Brother Qingqing, please go. From now on, forget me. I won't see you again. Sometimes, there are things that are not up to us to decide. After Xia Yushi finished speaking, tears silently flowed down her face. Li Qing shook his head, his eyes full of confidence. If I say it's okay, then it's okay. After saying, Li Qing turned his head and looked at Yi Qingyun coldly. So, what is your choice? I choose B. You tell a good joke, young man. Yi Qingyun sneered and patted Li Qing on the shoulder. Li Qing also laughed. I declare that your Yi group has gone bankrupt. The sound echoed in the hall. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Then there was a burst of laughter. Could it be that this young man was so angry that he said something like this? This is too low. After Li Qing finished speaking, he quickly took out his cell phone. He had previously listed the company's shares of Yi Group that he had signed for at a low price of 0.01 yuan. At this moment, he gently pressed the sell option. When these online stock investors saw the sharp drop in the share price of Yi Group, they immediately responded and sold their shares collectively. The stock price of Yi Group plummeted at a speed visible to the naked eye, falling rapidly and directly hitting the bottom. With such a low price, it doesn't matter to Li Qing whether he makes money or not. Even if he sells it at a huge loss, he will not lose money. Anyway, I signed in. As long as we can bring down the Yi Group and save Xia Yushi, then it's all worth it. Chapter 43. Xia Yushi, are you ready? Li Qing had just sold all of Yi Group's shares. 10 seconds later, a female secretary in black stockings hurriedly pushed the door open. Walk straight up to Yi Qingyun. Boss Yi, our company is bankrupt. The mysterious man who owns 40% of our company. Just now, I sold all my shares at 0.01 yuan per share. Now our company's stock price has plummeted, causing the entire company's market value to shrink by 99%. What? The whole audience was in an uproar. Yi Qingyun even covered his chest with his hands, unable to accept this reality. How so? Then Yi fainted on the ground. Yi Han quickly supported Yi Qingyun and knelt on the ground. Dad, wake up. The whole audience was silent. Everyone looked at Li Qing. All the ridicule from before was gone. None of them dared to laugh at Li Qing anymore. This is the person who just caused a multi-billion-dollar group company to go bankrupt in an instant? This. For Li Qing, this was something that had been expected. He looked calm. In front of everyone, he walked to Xia Yushi. Now, you believe it. What I said must count. Xia Yushi was also extremely shocked at this moment. Sure enough, Brother Qingqing always gives me unexpected surprises. Brother Qingqing, thank you for being so nice to me. Xia Yushi smiled brightly. Not far away, Xia Yushi's aunt saw this scene. His face turned pale in an instant. No way? This Li Qing is so powerful? Now I think about her attitude towards Li Qing just now. She regretted it so much. At the side, the Yi family's female secretary in black stockings hurried in. Boss Xia, we have found the mysterious person who acquired our company. That person's name is Li Qing. The sound was not loud, but everyone heard it. In an instant, the whole place was silent again. Everyone looked at Li Qing in unison. This young man is so good at hiding his true identity? You know, they both own 40% of the shares of the Xia and Yi families. With this amount of wealth, he can be considered the richest man in Ningjiang City. Daddy, I actually like Brother Qingqing very much. We invited him to this party today just to take this opportunity to announce this matter. Xia Yushi pulled Li Qing and walked up to Uncle Xia and her aunt. Li Qing, he now owns 40% of the shares of Xia Group. Even Aunt Xia Yushi, who had always looked down on Li Qing, was dumbfounded at this moment. She looked at the two people, not knowing what to say. I opened my mouth, but my throat felt like it was stuffed with chicken feathers and I couldn't speak. She is already over 40 years old, but she has always been proud of her noble character, so she has not married yet. But I didn't expect that the guy I looked down upon was actually so powerful. This made her doubt her life and her own vision. Li Qing smiled faintly. Uncle Xia, regarding the contract I signed with you last time. Uncle Xia heard the voice and pushed his glasses up on his nose. I will destroy the contract immediately. But what is your relationship with CC now? When I graduate, I will marry CC.
Li Qing's voice was not loud. But the hall was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Naturally, everyone heard what Li Qing said. You know, Xia Yushi, as the eldest daughter of the Xia family, owns more than 10% of the shares.
Li Qing owns 40% of the shares. Two people get married, a strong combination.
In this way, the two of them directly occupied half of the Xia group. It seems that the Xia group will have to change its name to Li in the future. Xia Yushi naturally also heard what brother Li Qing said. She covered her chest and suddenly became excited.
Sakura opened her lips slightly and was about to say something.
Before he could say anything, Li Qing walked over. He hugged Xia Yushi and kissed her roughly in front of everyone.
The whole audience was shocked once again. Li Qing didn't think anything of it. After all, that's what I just said. It's officially announced.
So strictly speaking, Xia Yushi is already his fiancée.
In that case, what if we kiss now? Who dares to say anything?
Xia Yushi felt like something soft and slippery entered her mouth. Her breathing suddenly became rapid and her face flushed. Brother Qingqing, he actually took the initiative to kiss her.
Moreover, it happened in front of so many people.
In front of all her family members. This made her even more shy. Her whole body instantly went limp and she fell directly into Li Qing's arms.
Let him do whatever he wants. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Everyone looked at the two people. Of course, no one dared to say anything. After all, Li Qing is in this position now. Who dares to say anything? Moment.
Li Qing released Xia Yushi's cherry lips. He licked his lips gently. There was also the taste of Xia Yushi's mouth on it. Sweet, delicious, and refreshing. He finally gave away his first kiss in 18 years. He suppressed his restlessness and held back his semen. Then, he gently touched Xia Yushi's fragrant and soft hair, feeling very comfortable.
Xia Yushi's mind is now blank. Oh my god.
Just now, she kissed brother Qingqing for such a long time without paying any attention to anyone else. She felt her face getting hot instantly. It was so exciting that I couldn't close my legs and mouth. Li Qing's mung bean cake was enough. Beep has also been installed. There's no point in staying here anymore. So he just took Xia Yushi's hand and walked out of the house. Everyone in the audience was silent, staring blankly at the two people as they left. This young man is young and frivolous, and he is too pretentious.
But there is nothing we can do. Who lets him have the capital to show off?
You know, the combined assets of all the people present here are barely as much as the two of them.
What qualifications do they have to speak? Two people got into the Bugatti.
Li Qing drove the car to Qipan Mountain in the suburbs of Ningjiang City in one breath. Lupan Mountain is rugged and steep, with the mountain road winding up. But once you reach the top, the view is stunning. Especially at sunrise and sunset. Standing on the top of the mountain, looking at the vast land below my feet, I can see everything at a glance.
My heart is filled with emotions and I feel like the whole world is at my feet. It can be said that the experience is superb.
It was dark at this moment and there was not a single car on the road. Li Qing directly accelerated the Bugatti to 180 km/h.
10 minutes later.
The Bugatti slowly stopped at the top of Qipan Mountain.
In Bugatti. The two people sat quietly. Li Qing glanced at Xia Yushi. Shall we stay here tonight and watch the sunrise?
Xia Yushi nodded, her eyes full of charming little bird-like beauty. Brother Qingqing, it's still a long time before dawn.
What have we been doing for so long? Li Qing gave a wicked smile.
Of course, do what you love.
Two people can do some double sports together to exercise our bodies, hee hee.
Xia Yushi bit her lower lip tightly at this moment, with stars twinkling in her eyes, seeming to be full of anticipation. Li Qing touched her hair gently.
So, are you ready? Chapter 44 Signing in the top basketball talent. Brother Qingqing, I'm ready. Ding dong. School beauty Xia Yushi favorability plus 9,999. Congratulations to the host, you have unlocked the hidden achievement reward.
The school beauty Xia Yushi is about to pledge her love to you. Please be prepared.
Hearing the prompt from the system, Li Qing licked his lips. He felt a little hot in his throat. Kiss Xia Yushi directly. 1,050 words omitted here. The Bugatti rocked for an hour straight. Finally it stopped moving. Xia Yushi lay beside Li Qing contentedly. The two of them had just finished an hour of exercise and were both tired. They soon fell asleep in each other's arms. When it was just dawn, the two of them woke up almost at the same time. Li Qing took Xia Yushi's hand and walked out of the Bugatti. In the early morning, it was still quite cool on the top of Qipan Mountain. But it does not affect the mood of two people holding hands and watching the sunrise. Two people sat on the edge of the cliff, facing east. Watching the morning sun rising up little by little, it finally dispersed the last bit of dawn. Xia Yushi leaned on Li Qing's shoulder. At this moment, her whole heart was in turmoil. How she wished that time could stop forever at this moment. Brother Qingqing, I will love you forever if you want me to. Li Qing nodded. Good. By the way, Brother Qingqing, I don't care how many women you have in the future, I want to be the biggest one. Li Qing? Li Qing was driving a Bugatti on his way back to school. Ding dong. Whether to sign in today. Sign in. Sign in successfully, sign in reward top basketball talent, do you understand it immediately? Li Qing was stunned. His sign in reward could actually allow him to comprehend talent? The system dad is awesome. Understanding. Ding dong, success in understanding. Li Qing felt a warm current flowing through his body, as if something was injected into his whole body, making him feel extremely comfortable. At this moment he felt full of energy and he wished he could jump on the Bugatti right now. Although Li Qing is 1.85 meters tall, he can't play basketball. When he was in high school, he watched the boys playing basketball on the court. Every time they made a shot, the girls would scream. He was very envious at the time. But now, he can. Moreover, he is a top basketball talent. In other words, he is the type that can easily rock the entire venue and become everyone's focus. When he performs, won't all the girls watching in the audience have an instant orgasm? Li Qing suddenly became very excited. Li Qing walked into the classroom and prepared for class. There happened to be a basketball at the back of the classroom. It looked like someone brought it directly to the classroom after playing basketball in the morning. He stepped forward and picked up the basketball. The moment my hand touched the basketball, a sense of familiarity as if it was born with me suddenly came over me. He felt as if every cell in his body was activated. He patted the basketball. It was almost a subconscious action. He couldn't wait to start dribbling, jumping, and then dunking wildly. Unfortunately, it's only 10 minutes before class. The class was quiet. The noise made by Li Qing bouncing the ball soon caused dissatisfaction among some students who were preparing for their lessons. Student Li Qing, can you go out and play ball? This is a classroom, please keep quiet. Many students in the class turned their heads and condemned Fongming with their eyes. Sorry, everyone. I won't take any more photos. Li Qing apologized and stopped hitting the ball immediately. Then he began to put the basketball on his fingers and gently spin it. The basketball was spinning very steadily and rapidly on Li Qing's fingers, just like it was on flat ground. This quickly attracted the attention of everyone in the class. Suddenly some students began to whisper. Since I'm not allowed to dribble the ball, I just start spinning the ball to show off, huh? I want to see how long he can last. I guess, no more than 10 seconds. You're overthinking it. 3 seconds at most. Not even 1 second more. But, a minute passed. What the hell? Am I seeing things? It's still spinning? I kept watching to make sure I didn't stop. Soon, 3 minutes passed. Oh my god, is this still a human being? So perverted? That's right, Li Qing is too persistent. Not far away, after hearing this, Xia Yushi blushed quietly. The last 2 periods in the morning are physical education classes. The physical education class that Li Qing chose happened to be basketball. Originally, he was an entry-level rookie in basketball. I have always maintained a humble and learning attitude. But now, what the hell is this even worth learning? What is there to learn? There's no problem in letting him be the teacher and teach everyone. The physical education teacher's name is Zhao Zhuangshi. As the name suggests, he is tall and strong. He is 1.9 meters tall and wears Adidas sportswear. At this moment, he had a whistle hanging around his neck and held a basketball in his left hand. Students, there are 3 necessary conditions for accurate shooting: accuracy, stability, and repeatability. In simple terms, they are: Now, I will show you a standard 3-point shot. Everyone, please watch carefully.
Zhao Zhuangshi was seen standing on the 3-point line, aiming slightly at the basket. Then, he bent his calves slightly, squatted down, jumped up lightly, and threw the basketball. The basketball drew a parabola, hit the hoop, and kept spinning. After spinning around the ball frame twice, he finally fell in with difficulty.
Wow, Mr. Zhao's 3-point shot is so cool. When the teacher was young, he was definitely a main player in the school team.
Yes. Maybe when the teacher was playing basketball on the court, all his little fans must have been screaming.
These students started to lick Zhao Zhuangshi one after another.
After all, most of the physical education grades depend entirely on Zhao Zhuangshi's mood.
I heard a burst of praise from my classmates. This made Zhao Zhuangshi very happy and he was overjoyed.
But on the surface, he remained calm and waved his hands in a very low-key manner. No, this is just a basic requirement for being a physical education teacher. Although it looks simple when I make it, you must practice repeatedly with an open mind.
Li Qing was standing in the crowd just now, and his hands were itching to move.
He couldn't wait to end the free training.
At this moment, I couldn't help but mutter under my breath. That's it? Isn't it enough to have hands? The sound is not loud.
But it just happened to reach Zhao Zhuangshi's ears.
Who just said that having hands will do? Student, stand up. I'll give you a chance to perform.
Li Qing walked out directly. Zhao Zhuangshi sneered.
Just this kid? With a thin body, I'm afraid the wind will blow you away, right?
He threw the ball to Fong Ming, ready to taunt him later.
Young man, please start your performance.
Li Cheng nodded and strode outside the 3-point line. As soon as he took the basketball, he felt the feel for it instantly. At this moment, he raised the ball and threw it lightly and casually.
Chapter 45. Please join the school basketball team.
The ball drew a parabola in the air and passed through the frame easily without even touching it. It can be said that it was a perfect 3-pointer. Until the ball hits the ground. The whole place was still quiet.
Everyone looked incredulous. Teacher Zhao, my shot is okay, isn't it?
Li Qing rubbed his hands lightly. He felt that he could continue to pretend. Zhao Zhuangshi was also stunned.
It seems you are lucky, then have one.
As he said that, he picked up the basketball himself and threw it to Li Qing.
Li Qing took the ball and took a deep breath. Then, cast gently. The second 3-pointer. The third 3-pointer. The fourth 3-pointer.
Li Qing shot 10 shots in one breath, all of them were 3-pointers.
The whole audience was shocked again. If a 3-pointer is a matter of luck. But 10 3-pointers in a row, how do you explain that? Zhao Zhuangshi was instantly excited.
As a basketball teacher, he also serves as the coach of the school basketball team.
Nature knows what this means.
At this moment, he looked at Li Qing as if he was looking at gold ingots, his eyes shining.
My classmate, you are incredible. You are a basketball genius that Ning University only sees once in a century.
With this talent, this physique, plus my professional training.
Within 3 years, isn't it easy to get into the CBA or NBA?
Hiss.
All the students in the audience took a deep breath. Li Qing is so awesome. How about it, classmate? Are you interested in joining the school basketball team? I will support you.
Sorry, teacher,
I'm not interested.
Li Qing directly interrupted Zhao Zhuangshi's words, finished speaking lightly, put down the basketball, and stood back in the team. Zhao Zhuangshi was stunned.
All the students in the audience were dumbfounded once again. No way.
There are tens of thousands of freshmen in Ningbo University every year, and many of them are scrambling to join the school basketball team.
But only a few people are admitted every year.
If students who join the school team play well, they may be able to join the provincial team or the national team in the future.
If you bring honor to the school and win honors, it will be easy to get a place in graduate school in the future. But Li Qing just refused now?
Zhao Zhuangshi swallowed his saliva. He really couldn't bear to see such a top-notch basketball talent disappear like this.
Classmate, this is such a good opportunity, are you sure you don't want to seize it? Teacher, I just said that I'm not interested. Please don't bother me anymore, okay? The bell for the end of get out of class just rang.
Zhao Zhuangshi was stunned for a moment. I had no choice but to announce the resignation. Then he watched Li Qing walk away,
leaving him confused. Afternoon.
Before advanced mathematics class. Xiaoyushi sat next to Li Qing, very well behaved and looking like a little woman. Li Qing was playing with his mobile phone. When he looked up, he suddenly saw Xiaoyushi looking at him.
Is there something on my face? Why are you looking at me?
There are no flowers, but you are prettier than flowers. At this moment, Xiaoyushi looked at Li Qing lovingly. She didn't know why, but the more she looked at Li Qing, the more she felt that he was handsome, extremely handsome. This made her feel distracted and she had no mood to study at all.
Boom boom boom.
There was a knock at the door. It turned out to be Zhao Zhuangshi, who was peeking at the classroom door.
The classmates were very curious. Physical education teacher, why are you in the classroom? This reminded them of the meme on the internet. Mathematics is taught by the physical education teacher. No way, no way? Is the physical education teacher going to teach them advanced mathematics? Excuse me, is Li Qing here?
Zhao Zhuangshi asked. Li Qing quickly stood up and prepared to go out to see what Zhao Zhuangshi was going to do. But when Zhao Zhuangshi saw Li Qing, he instantly became very friendly. He actually walked straight up to Li Qing and asked in front of the whole class.
Student Li Qing, why don't you want to join the school basketball team? How about this, as long as you join the school basketball team, I'll let you be the main player of the basketball team.
Of course, your future is bright. The coach of the national team is my old classmate. As long as you continue to perform like this, I guarantee that you will join the national team directly after graduation. If you don't want to continue playing basketball after graduation, I can also apply to the school to allow you to directly study at Ningbo University.
As long as you are willing to join the school basketball team now. The whole class was shocked. No way, Li Qing actually got into such a good situation? This is so cool. If I had known this earlier, I would have learned to play basketball. I must ask Teacher Zhao later if the school team is still recruiting. After Zhao Zhuangshi finished speaking, he looked at Li Qing with a fiery gaze. He came with sincerity this time. He didn't believe that Li Qing would not be tempted by such favorable conditions. So he is quite confident. At this moment, I hold my head high and chest out with pride. Just waiting for Li Qing to say, "Teacher, I do." But Li Qing's mouth twitched slightly, but it was a bitter smile. This Zhao Zhuangshi actually chased me into the classroom? Damn, this is like putting a beep on his neck and forcing him to act like a beep. Ahem. I'm really sorry, Mr. Zhao, I appreciate your kindness. But I still don't want to join the school basketball team. The whole class was shocked again. Everyone looked at Li Qing. As expected, he is worthy of being the man confessed to by the school beauty. So horrible. You don't even look down on the school basketball team? Ningda is full of hidden talents. Many children of officials and wealthy families have tried their best to get in through various backdoors but failed. Li Qing actually refused just like that? Damn, don't give it to me. The boys were all heartbroken. The girls looked at Li Qing with infatuated faces, wondering how come they didn't discover such a good man earlier. Zhao Zhuangshi's eyes were wide open. The expression on his face was full of surprise. He even cleaned his ears to make sure they were not blocked. Did he hear it right? This classmate rejected him again. He sighed. Calm down. Then he spoke again. How about this, classmate? Tomorrow is the final of the Ningjiang City University Basketball League. I hope you can play a game for our school's basketball team tomorrow. Just this one fight. After this one, I won't look for you again. How about that? Li Qing nodded reluctantly. In that case, then fine. All the students in the audience were almost shocked. Li Qing is so awesome. They suddenly looked forward to tomorrow's basketball league final. I really want to see how powerful Li Qing is. Zhao Zhuangshi left. The whole class was still talking and couldn't stop. Xiaoyushi looked at Li Qing with eyes full of admiration. Brother Qingqing, you can actually play basketball? Li Qing nodded. I just learned it recently. How about it, do you like it? Li Qing asked back. I don't like playing basketball, but I like men who play basketball. After Xiaoyushi finished speaking, she looked at Li Qing with eyes full of peach blossoms, her little heart beating fast. Chapter 46 Sign in for top singing skills. Li Qing squeezed Xiaoyushi's little hand. It is boneless, soft, and tender. It can be said that the feel is superb. Come and see my performance tomorrow afternoon. In the evening after school. Brother Qingqing, you worked hard last night.
I'll buy you something to nourish your body. Li Qing was stunned for a moment.
Sure enough, things are different after a girl becomes a woman. Be considerate. Li Qing nodded.
Xia Yushi continued talking to herself.
It's said in the book that to capture a man, you must first capture his stomach. So from now on, I will cook your meals. Tell me, Brother Qingqing, what do you want to eat tonight?
Li Qing was stunned for a moment. You know, Xia Yushi has just learned how to wash dishes.
Let her learn to cook? All right. Li Qing sighed inwardly. Xia Yushi, please let me go. You should eat the dark food you made first. I want to live a few more years.
When Xia Yushi heard Li Qing dislike her cooking skills, her face turned red instantly.
He lowered his head and said embarrassedly, Brother Qingqing, I didn't say I would cook it for you right now.
The next day, Li Qing woke up on Xia Yushi's big pink bed. Beside him, Xia Yushi disappeared.
Ding dong. Whether to sign in today. Sign in. Ding dong. Successful sign in rewards, top singing skills. Do you want to learn immediately? Study.
Ding dong, learning success. Li Qing suddenly felt that he had something different.
The whole person feels a strong sense of rhythm.
Even my throat felt a little itchy and I couldn't help but hum a few lines of song.
The sky is blue and waiting for the rain, and I am waiting for you.
The moonlight was salvaged, blurring out the ending.
Just like the blue and white porcelain handed down from generation to generation, it is beautiful in its own right. You have a smile in your eyes.
After Li Qing finished humming, he felt incredible.
This sounds so good. You know, he was tone deaf before. He could even sing hulua out of tune.
But now, just singing it casually is simply heavenly music.
Outside the door, Xia Yushi pushed it open and walked in.
She held a plate with a glass of milk, an orange, and 2 slices of toast with sausage and eggs.
Brother Qingqing, were you playing music just now? How do you know I like Zhou Jieluan's Blue and White Porcelain? I love this song so much.
Hee, since we've had an in-depth exchange, we become more and more in tune with each other.
Li Qing? Didn't I play any music just now? Look at my phone, it's still charging over there.
Li Qing was stunned for a moment after he finished speaking.
I understood it instantly.
The corners of his mouth rose slightly, showing a little pride. It seemed that Xia Yushi mistook the song he had just hummed for the original version of the song.
Sure enough, top singing skills are awesome.
Next time I go to KTV, I will also be a microphone master.
Brother Qingqing, did you sing it?
Li Qing nodded and spread his hands.
Okay, let me be honest. I won't pretend anymore. I was actually singing Blue and White Porcelain just now.
Xia Yushi was a little surprised when she heard that. Impossible, the singing just now was so beautiful, how could it be possible? Li Qing smiled faintly.
Don't you believe me?
If you don't believe me, I'll sing another song for you.
Calabash Brothers, Calabash Brothers. 7 flowers on one vine. Fearless of wind and rain. La 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 la. Ding dang 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 Calabash Brothers. Ding dang dang, dong dong dang 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 great skills. La 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 la. Although hulua is a children's song.
But at this moment, it was sung by Li Qing. It instantly rose to a higher level.
It's even better than the original.
Xia Yushi's eyes were wide open at this moment. There was surprise written all over his face. No way, Brother Qingqing can actually sing a nursery rhyme so fresh and refined.
It even sounds nice. This is so amazing. He really is worthy of being Xia Yushi's man. Love it, love it.
Xia Yushi's eyes were instantly filled with stars as she looked at Li Qing.
Brother Qingqing, this is the loving breakfast I made for you. Breakfast is the most important meal of the day. You often skipped breakfast before. This is not a good habit. From now on, I will cook for you every day.
Li Qing was surprised after hearing this and nodded with some emotion.
Sure enough, since Xia Yushi became his woman. It's indeed a little different. In the past, I was like a little pig and slept as long as I could. Now,
she even got up earlier than him and prepared breakfast for him. Although it is a very simple breakfast, it can be made with just your hands. But it warmed his heart.
Brother Ching, this is a cup of hot special milk. It's for your protein supplement. This is an orange, it's for your vitamins. This is bread with fried eggs and sausages. It will keep you full of energy for the whole day. Li Qing sat directly on the bed and started to eat breakfast. It's so comfortable to eat while sitting on the bed. This even made him want to go to Bihu to answer questions. What is it like to eat in bed? I have loose stools. I'm in bed, I just finished my meal. The first class in the morning is over. The class's Arts and Cultural Committee member walked up to the podium. Students, we have been in school for 2 weeks and will be holding a welcome party soon. The school asked each class to prepare a program. As soon as he finished speaking, the classmates in the class became unhappy. What the hell, the orientation actually asks us freshmen to prepare? This wave of operations by the school is really amazing. Let us welcome ourselves. What the hell? The Cultural and Arts Committee member clapped his hands and signaled everyone to be quiet. Everyone, stop complaining and think about how to prepare for the show. Does anyone have any good ideas or suggestions? Feel free to bring them up now. The class became lively again after a while. Li Qing and Xia Yushi sat obediently in their seats. These days, the students in the class are eating dog food from the two of them every day. I've already eaten my fill. Especially eating the school beauty's dog food. This made all the boys in the class feel so humiliated. A voice quietly sounded in the class. Isn't Li Qing from our class very outstanding? Even the school beauty can be captured, so let Li Qing prepare this program. In an instant, everyone in the class responded and followed suit. Yes, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. This time, I vote for Li Qing. Congratulations to Li Qing. You can show off again. Many of these students were sarcastic and spoke in low voices. It was obvious that he wanted to make fun of Li Qing. Li Qing was stunned for a moment. Soon, he stood up. The whole class fell silent instantly. Everyone's eyes were focused on Li Qing. Li Qing smiled faintly and spread his hands. Does anyone really think that preparing a show is difficult? Just sing any song. Isn't it enough to have a mouth? Chapter 47 Wearing sneakers to participate in a basketball game. Li Qing just finished speaking. The whole class looked at him in shock. Oh shit. No way. Isn't Li Qing too pretentious? Can do anything, and be number one in everything? The Cultural and Arts Committee member nodded excitedly. Very good. It seems that Li Qing has agreed to prepare for this program? Li Qing nodded. The Cultural and Arts Committee member suddenly grinned. Oh, I forgot to tell you. The welcome party will be held tonight. Time is very tight. So, Li Qing, you now have less than 12 hours to prepare. Hurry up and prepare. As soon as the Arts Committee member finished speaking, the whole class burst into laughter. Oh my god, such a short time? Can Li Qing be ready? I can't prepare anything. I will be preparing for nothing when the time comes. Hey guys, when the time comes, let's just watch Li Qing make a fool of himself. Li Qing calmly patted the table, signaling everyone to be quiet. Soon, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly into a smile. No one will spend time preparing for the show, right? Can't we just perform it on the spot? In an instant, everyone in the class looked at Li Qing. The whole classroom was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Oh, no! This Li Qing is too good at pretending. It's not time to play basketball or perform shows yet. The beeps are installed one after another, seamlessly. They were just stunned by the look. This is simply the king of beep. Afternoon. Stadium. Li Qing changed into the school team's jersey. At this moment, I am following the school basketball team, standing next to the basketball court, waiting for the game. He is not a basketball player. Time was tight, so I didn't buy any basketball shoes and just wore a pair of casual sneakers. Seeing that he had no sneakers, Voiture was even ready to take off his own shoes and give them to him. Li Qing quickly waved his hand to refuse. Teacher Zhao is a big guy, 1.9 meters tall, and most of the players on the basketball team are over 1.9 meters tall. Let us not talk about whether the shoes smell bad or not. The shoes don't fit. When Teacher Zhao saw that Li Qing was unwilling to change his shoes, he became anxious instantly. The competition is almost approaching and he hasn't prepared his shoes yet. How can this be possible? Li Qing, what are you going to do with your sneakers?
10 minutes before the game, when Zhao Zhuangche was about to give a speech to cheer up the whole team, he asked Li Qing first. Among these players, Li Qing is a super rookie. Logically speaking, it is impossible for him to play in the first round, at most he will be a substitute. But now he has abandoned his prejudice and valued him so much.
He just wears a pair of sneakers to play basketball?
Hearing the voice, everyone in the team looked towards Li Qing. The average height of this group of team members is over 1.9 meters. At this moment, looking at Li Qing, who is 1.85 meters tall, he feels like a dwarf.
Seeing that he just came to play basketball, he was wearing only sneakers? WTF?
Ah, this really made me laugh to death.
What kind of godly teammates are these? This is equivalent to missing one person. Will we still be able to fight in the future?
Ah, no wonder our Ning University ranks first among Ningjiang universities in terms of overall strength, but we can't get first place in every basketball league.
You said that with people like this who came in through the back door, how can we win?
These old team members started to complain and mock Li Qing. Li Qing didn't think too much about it. After all, he had never played basketball before.
However, he is still very confident,
since he signed up to learn from a top basketball talent.
So playing in a mere college league, isn't that just a random killing?
Thinking of this, Li Qing's lips curled up slightly.
It's okay, you can just fight as you like later. I'll make sure you win.
Li Qing's voice was neither loud nor soft. It just happened that all the players in the audience, including Zhao Zhuangche, could hear it clearly.
Zhao Zhuangche had seen Li Qing make 10 consecutive three-pointers before, and he was quite confident in his ability.
So at this moment, he smiled and nodded, very satisfied with Li Qing's 2 words. He really is the one he has chosen, he is so good at pretending. How much ability do you have? Just act as loud as you can.
If you can act cool, you can definitely play well.
He just admires Li Qing's pretentiousness.
Classmates, since the new member Li Qing has said so,
what are you worried about? Whenever you get the ball, just remember to pass it directly to Li Qing. I'll say it again, you must cooperate well with Li Qing. After hearing this, all the players were shocked again.
Anyone who has played basketball knows that it is never a one-man game. But what teacher Zhao said just now was too exaggerated, wasn't he it?
But the game time was about to start, so they didn't have time to think too much.
The college team competing against them today is the Ningjiang Sports University team. Every profession has its specialization.
Ningjiang University ranked first in academics in Ningjiang City, but Ningjiang Institute of Physical Education basically won all the first places in sports competitions,
including basketball.
After all, Ningjiang Sports University is professional in this regard.
Every time Ningda played against Ningjiang Sports University, it lost more than it won.
This time, Coach Zhao arranged for another funny player wearing sneakers to join the team.
How the hell did he win?
Soon, players from both sides began to enter the field. The auditorium of Ningda Stadium was already filled with thousands of spectators, and the surrounding areas were crowded with people. In order to ensure that everyone in the stadium can see the game clearly, the school even built a super large electronic screen, which broadcast the game in real time through 8 cameras. When Li Qing walked into the arena, some sharp-eyed people soon noticed something different.
Fuck, am I seeing things? That guy actually came to a basketball game wearing a pair of sneakers? Yes, you read that right. This person is from the Ning University team. Fuck, have these nerds from Ning University become stupid from studying so hard that they actually forgot to change their shoes? There were students from Ningda University and students from Ningjiang Sports University who came to cheer. But after seeing Li Qing's unique sneakers, they all burst into laughter.
Soon, with a whistle, the game began. Zhao Zhuangche positioned Li Qing as a shooting guard. After the players got the ball, they passed it directly to Li Qing, asked him to stand outside the three-point line and shoot freely. The students from Ningbo University team also cooperated well with Li Qing. One of the players grabbed the ball and passed it to Li Qing. Li Qing took the ball directly and threw it lightly. The basketball draws a parabola in the air. A perfect three-pointer was born. Li Qing successfully scored the first ball of the game.
The players of Ningjiang Sports Institute were not fools.
They quickly realized that Li Qing, who was wearing sneakers and looked plain-looking, was actually a master.
Chapter 48 Crazy Dunk.
Soon, they began to consciously join forces to defend Li Qing. But in the blink of an eye, Li Qing made 4 or 5 three-pointers in a row.
The whole audience was shocked. You know, the game time is less than 5 minutes.
As the leader of Ningjiang College basketball, Ningjiang University Sports College has not scored a single goal so far.
But on the other hand, Ningda made 5 consecutive 3-pointers.
Moreover, they were all shot by the short guy in sneakers.
Fuck, this is the boss. If he's so awesome even in sneakers, then wouldn't he be able to beat them if he had better equipment? You guys are a bunch of idiots, what do you know? This guy is a defender and doesn't need to run much, so what's wrong with wearing sneakers? It doesn't affect anything at all. The Ningjiang Sports Institute team realized something was wrong. The coach immediately paused the game and took a short break. Discuss some countermeasures and then continue the battle.
A few minutes later, with a whistle, the game started again. Looking at the players around him who were sweating profusely, Li Qing was dry all over.
He didn't even run away just now.
His movements are basically boring, catching and throwing the ball.
Like a 3-point shooting machine, it's effortless. Isn't this too easy? You don't even use your legs to play basketball.
But soon, he found that something was not right.
As soon as he took the ball, several players from Ningjiang Sports University appeared on the opposite side and blocked him. Those 2-meter-tall players from Ningjiang Sports University were all standing next to him. Wherever he went, they surrounded him. These people were like a wall, blocking him.
Several of them were half a head taller than him. As soon as he stretched out his hand, the ball was thrown.
He was stopped instantly.
Then, the Ningjiang Institute of Physical Education players got the ball, dribbled quickly, shot, and finally scored the first 2-pointer. Li Qing was stunned for a moment.
Damn it, you can still target me like this?
Zhao Zhuangshi, who was standing by, was shocked when he saw the situation and thought it was not good. He thought Li Qing was just talented in 3-point shooting.
Now that he is being targeted by Ning University Sports College, how can he continue to play to his strengths?
It seems that Li Qing can no longer be relied upon. We can only hope for the performance of other players. But soon, he realized that something was wrong. He discovered that Li Qing, who was originally playing as a defender.
At this moment, he was running around on the court like a forward.
Li Qing, who is 1.85 meters tall, is like a nimble loach among a group of tall basketball players, dribbling the ball in crazy and fancy ways.
All kinds of fancy fake moves, so fast that it's dazzling.
The fools at Ningjiang Sports Institute were just about to reach out to stop Li Qing. But Li Qing dribbled the ball between his legs, made a feint to the east and attacked in the west, and broke through the defense in an instant with lightning speed.
He managed to tear his way through the 5 Ningjiang Sports University players who were surrounding him and broke out. After rushing out, he was as fast as a god, and no one could stop him. He ran to the basket in 3 or 2 steps.
Then he jumped hard, held the ball tightly with both hands, and slammed it down.
With the basket shaking violently, a perfect dunk was born. The whole audience was shocked again. You know, this is just a college basketball game.
It's not like in CBA or NBA, where tall and talented basketball players with extraordinary jumping abilities can dunk at will.
And with Li Qing's height of 1.85 meters, he can actually jump up and dunk easily? This jumping ability is too amazing.
All the girls in the stadium screamed instantly, wishing they could go to the court and kneel down to lick the handsome Li Qing. The boys were also very excited. They wished they were the basketball in Li Qing's hand so they could witness this glorious moment together. Next, after Li Qing tried to learn how to dunk, it was as if he was assisted by God.
How dare you stop me from shooting a 3-pointer just now?
Sorry, that's just my 2-cent dunk. From then on, as long as Li Qing got the ball, the players from Ningjiang Sports University would have no chance of stopping Li Qing.
Because nothing you do is of any use, everything you do is in vain.
There is no way to stop Li Qing from dunking. They just need to wait quietly for a few seconds. Next, there came the crazy screams of girls like orgasms from the audience seats in the stadium. It can be said that this basketball game was entirely a performance show by Li Qing alone.
The entire game now consists of 3 steps. Li Qing took the ball.
Li Qing dribbles the ball.
Li Qing scored.
At this moment, in front of Li Qing, these members of the Ningjiang Sports Institute who had always been self-righteous suddenly felt ashamed. Now when Li Qing plays with them, it is like a professional player from a provincial team playing against a group of 6th grade students.
Isn't it enough to just have hands and feet? Just ravage me as you like.
There were countless wonderful shots on the large electronic screen in the stadium, almost all of which were taken of Li Qing. It can be said that all the girls in the stadium have completely memorized Li Qing's handsome face.
They were instantly attracted by Li Qing's cool and invincible spiking action. Some even wanted to know who this handsome boy in sneakers was. After knowing his name was Li Qing, word spread quickly. Soon everyone knew. In an instant, the entire stadium began to shout Li Qing's name. Li Qing, awesome. Li Qing, awesome. Some girls have even started taking photos. They directly took a picture of Li Qing's handsome look on the electronic screen and posted it on their moments. Accompanying text, "It's official, my boyfriend is Li Qing." Soon someone even commented on them. "Good sister, Li Qing is mine. Mine, mine. Don't steal it from me." Sisters upstairs, I have nothing to say, just draw your swords. On the court. Li Qing's crazy dunks stole the show. The players from Ningda were a little unhappy. But after all, they could win the game, so they were still very happy to watch Li Qing's performance alone. But the players from Ningjiang Sports University on the opposite side were in a very miserable situation. "I can't stop it, but I can't just give up like this." So he had no choice but to risk his life, struggling in vain, and become Li Qing's foil. The entire electronic screen showed them all being beaten by Li Qing. This is too humiliating and embarrassing, isn't it? As a sports school, they are professionals in this field. But now, he was actually beaten by someone from Ning University who was directly at a higher level? Without saying anything more, they just hope the game can be over quickly. End the darkest moment of their football career as soon as possible. Finally, with a whistle, the game ended without any suspense. They didn't even want to look at that humiliating score again. The Ningjiang Institute of Physical Education College Basketball League's decades-long winning streak was ruined in their hands. It was ruthlessly ended by a student named Li Qing from Ningda. Chapter 49, Everyone got pregnant. At this moment, they walked out of the stadium dejectedly. The other side. After the game, almost all the girls in the audience rushed over. The target of these girls, without any prior agreement, is almost the same person, Li Qing. Li Qing had just finished playing ball when he suddenly felt something was wrong. Before he could react, in an instant, a group of girls surrounded him. Li Qing was stunned for a moment. Is this what it feels like to be surrounded by beautiful women? He had only experienced this feeling in dreams before. Unfortunately, the reality seems to be different. These girls have all turned into little fangirls at this moment. They rushed to Li Qing and squeezed him. "Brother Li Qing, please sign an autograph for me. Brother Li Qing, I love you so much, let's fall in love together. I'm going to say it now, Brother Li Qing, let's go directly to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the certificate. Look, I even brought my household registration book with me. How dare you say that? Brother Li Qing, I love you, I want to give birth to a baby for you. Li Qing? Please, stop squeezing me. I'm almost deformed." In view of this situation, a school-wide broadcast began to sound from the loudspeakers in the stadium. "Girls, please stop rubbing against Li Qing. Student Li Qing just finished playing basketball and won great honor for our school. I know you are also very excited, but student Li Qing still needs to rest now. Please save some energy for him." The sound of the horn resounded throughout the school. Li Qing became famous instantly. The girls in the school who did not come to the stadium were confused when they heard the broadcast. By that token, how handsome must Li Qing be? No, I'm going to the stadium now to see if I can catch up with the hot ones. The boys looked envious. Oh my god, this guy has reached the peak of his life? I'm not afraid of rubbing. Girls, let go of that Li Qing and come rub against me. Originally, it only took Li Qing 3 minutes to walk out of the stadium. He walked for half an hour. Finally, it was with the help of his good brothers from the school basketball team that Li Qing was able to escape in the chaos. Damn, it's true. Girls generally don't act casually. But once you start to act casually, you are no longer a human being. Li Qing's remarkable performance on the basketball court instantly attracted a large number of fans. 99% of them are female fans. Li Qing finished class in the afternoon and went to the toilet. In the desk pocket, it was instantly filled with love letters. Xia Yushi, who was sitting next to him, was dumbfounded. No way, Brother Qingqing, so many girls actually wrote love letters to you? Li Qing spread his hands. He said he was helpless too. What can he do? There are so many love letters, I have to read them one by one. Choose whoever you want, this is totally like choosing a concubine. But now, he already has Xia Yushi. Moreover, these women were complete strangers to him. He doesn't fall in love with every girl he meets. He is not Aquaman. He can't give his love to so many girls at the same time. Oh, forget it, just throw it all away. Li Qing said with some heartache. Are you sure? Xia Yushi looked at Li Qing with a wicked smile. Brother Qingqing, you really are the man I like. Love you, moi. After Xia Yushi finished speaking, she happily picked up the pile of love letters and threw them directly into the trash can at the back of the classroom. The front and back doors of the classroom. The girls who had just stuffed love letters into Li Qing's pockets were leaning against the door, looking anxiously. They looked at Li Qing eagerly, waiting for a little luck to befall them. Li Qing was able to pick out the love letters they wrote, and fell in love at first sight, and fell in love with them from then on. As a result, when they saw Li Qing, an extremely beautiful woman just hugged the pile of love letters and threw them away? Without even opening it to take a look? Just throw it away like that? They spent an entire afternoon writing it with great effort. Click, click, click. In an instant, countless girls' heartbreaking voices rang out. Night. Welcome party. Because the stadium is not big enough. So it can only accommodate a few thousand students. The rest of the people can only watch the live broadcast indirectly on their mobile phones or computers. Previously, the Cultural and Sports Committee member helped Li Qing draw lots to decide his order of appearance. As a result, Li Qing was lucky enough to get the last spot to appear. By then the show was almost over. Everyone is aesthetically fatigued. Once Li Qing comes on stage to perform, it will be difficult for him to make a comeback. So after the classmates heard the news, I laughed instantly. Hee, just wait and see Li Qing make a fool of himself this time. Li Qing didn't think there was anything wrong. Top singing skills are definitely worth it. At this moment, he was sitting calmly in the audience, watching other people perform. He didn't even plan to change into a formal suit or anything, and would just go on stage in casual everyday clothes. It's okay, he just has this confidence. I don't rely on this at all. I rely on my hard power. Time flies. The host came on stage. Next, we welcome Li Qing from the 2020 Finance Class 1 to sing a song Xiaoqiu for everyone. This is the last show. There were many students in the stadium and some were even preparing to leave early. Otherwise, when the event is over and thousands of people leave at the same time, the entrance will be blocked. But soon, an ethereal and clear bass voice, like the sound of nature, slowly sounded. When you walk into this happy place, carry all the dreams and thoughts on your back. Different colors of makeup on different faces. No one remembers what you look like. After 3 rounds of drinks you are in the corner, stubbornly singing bitter songs. Listen to it being drowned in the noise. You pick up your glass and say to yourself, 1 cup to the morning sun, 1 cup to the moonlight. The deep and melodious singing voice, coupled with the lonely and desolate lyrics, directly raises the level of style. Li Qing even managed to bring out the feeling of vicissitudes and loneliness that the original singer didn't have. Originally, those students who were preparing to leave were stunned for a moment. They couldn't move their feet any further, as if they were frozen in place. He stood there blankly, concentrating fully and listening attentively to Li Qing's singing, which sounded like a god descending from heaven. This is too good to be true. It's worth it even if I lose 10 years of my life to listen to it for 10 seconds. Oh, stop it, my ears are getting pregnant. I'm pregnant too. Me too. Li Qing on the stage was still singing passionately and attentively, totally unaware that he had made all the girls in the audience pregnant with his singing. When the huge electronic screen in the stadium slowly projected a close-up of Li Qing, who was singing with his eyes closed in ecstasy, the entire audience instantly reached a climax again. Isn't this the basketball idol Li Qing from this afternoon? Chapter 50, Sign in for the God-level medical talisman. Li Qing, Li Qing, Li Qing. The entire audience instantly shouted Li Qing's name. The sound was overwhelming, and the scene was very spectacular. Li Qing's voice is like the sound of nature, and her singing is even better than the original singers. When combined together, it is simply intoxicating. Li Qing stood on the stage and sang, looking at the audience's reactions in surprise. He had never understood why there were such overly fanatical and brainless fans. Some even fainted from excitement when they saw their idols. Now he finally understood a little. Alas, it's all because of his singing. There is no way, it's just too intoxicating. So contagious.
Music has this magical power that makes people unable to extricate themselves. It seems that he will win first place in this welcome party without any suspense. Given this situation, it would be unfair not to give him the first place. If he wasn't first, the audience might have exploded and rushed to the judges' seats. After Li Qing finished singing, almost all the students on the judging panel gave Li Qing full marks. On the other side, the audience cheered. 100 million more, 100 million more. Li Qing smiled stiffly into the microphone and bowed.
Next time, definitely next time. There's no way, he has only sung one song so far. The atmosphere in the whole venue was already so exciting.
The girl screamed and became pregnant instantly.
If there is one more song,
I'm afraid these girls of his would give birth right away.
It's better to quit while you're ahead.
Anyway, he has already got the first place. There was an incident where the basketball court was surrounded in the afternoon. At this moment, Li Qing slipped away quickly and secretly as if his feet were greased. There's no way around it, he's now considered a celebrity in the school. If I leave late, I'll be surrounded by crazy fans.
He doesn't want to be squeezed.
Li Qing drove the Bugatti and slowly entered the Repulse Bay community.
In the car, Xia Yushi looked gentle and affectionate.
Today, Li Qing became very popular in school and became the dream of all the girls in the school.
As his girlfriend, she was also very excited.
Thinking back then, she had a keen eye and noticed at first glance that Li Qing had an outstanding temperament and was different from others. Although he suddenly confessed to Li Qing for some inexplicable reason, he was ruthlessly rejected.
Many people laughed at her at that time. A cool and aloof school beauty actually kneels down and licks others like this?
Now, Brother Qingqing has proved it with his actions. How foresight she was at the beginning. She discovered the potential of Li Qing. Brother Qingqing, the eternal god. You know, Li Qing is now the idol of all the girls in the school. As the girlfriend of the male god, she was particularly excited.
She quickly punched Li Qing's legs with her two little pink fists. Brother Qingqing, you've worked hard today. I will make it up to you when I get home tonight.
There was a hint of cunning in Xia Yushi's eyes.
Li Qing gave a wicked smile. Compensation for what? You know. The next morning,
Li Qing opened his eyes.
Ding dong. Whether to sign in today. Sign in. Ding dong, sign in successfully. Sign in reward, 3 god-level medical talismans. Each talisman can cure all diseases, but each talisman can only be used once. In Li Qing's hand, 3 yellow talismans with red characters appeared instantly.
There were some unfamiliar small seal characters written on them, which looked very mysterious.
How is this used?
Ding dong, before using the magic talisman, the host only needs to hold the magic talisman in his hand and recite it silently in his heart, and it will be used automatically. The system seemed to understand the problem in Li Qing's mind and explained it directly.
Li Qing nodded. Sure enough, the system is still awesome.
My parents are getting older, so I reserved 2 of these 3 god-level medical talismans for them.
There is another one that you can use as you like. Li Qing picked up the phone.
See the WeChat message sent by Lu Wanqing above.
He was suddenly notified to go to the hospital without saying why. He was shocked. It seems that the talisman that I just signed in will have to be used up immediately. In the hospital ward,
Li Qing pushed the door open and walked in. Aunt Lu on the hospital bed was instantly excited when she saw Li Qing. Qingqing, remember what you said before, you should marry Qingqing as soon as possible. I only have this one daughter, and she's the one I'm most worried about. Li Qing was stunned for a moment, then quickly nodded in agreement.
Don't worry, Aunt Lu. I will definitely treat Qingqing well. That's good. I know you have always been a good and reliable child. Aunt Lu nodded with satisfaction. Lu Wanqing, who was standing aside, looked depressed. Qingqing, is Auntie ready for surgery? Li Qing asked with concern.
Lu Wanqing shook her head silently and motioned Li Qing to go out and talk.
As she walked out of the door, Lu Wanqing's eyes instantly turned red.
Brother Qing, the doctor said that it is difficult to find a suitable bone marrow donor for my mother, but we really can't delay it any longer, otherwise we will have to prepare for her death.
I really can't bear to leave my mother.
As Lu Wanqing spoke, she lowered her head and began to wipe away her tears.
Li Qing touched Lu Wanqing's head comfortingly. It's okay, I have a way to deal with this. It just so happened that he had signed for the God-level medical talisman this morning. He was depressed at the time, wondering why he was suddenly given such a thing. Sure enough, the rewards for each system sign-in were distributed according to his recent needs. After Li Qing finished speaking, he ignored Lu Wanqing's surprised expression and directly pulled her back to the ward. Li Qing walked up to Aunt Lu. "Auntie, don't worry. I will cure your disease," Li Qing said as he poured a glass of water. He picked up a healing talisman in his hand and held it over the glass of water. I recited it silently in my heart. In an instant, the talisman in Li Qing's hand disappeared. Everyone in the ward had been staring at Li Qing intently. This scene suddenly appeared and everyone was shocked instantly. Although at the beginning, everyone thought Li Qing was weird and couldn't understand what he was doing. But just now, they all saw it with their own eyes. That magic talisman actually disappeared from the water cup out of thin air. Isn't this too anti-scientific? After Li Qing used the magic talisman just now, Aunt Lu's illness was actually cured. But in order to better explain the reason, he still made up such a superstitious method. "Aunt Lu, drink this glass of water. The talisman just now has taken effect. Now it is all dissolved in it. Just drink it and all your illnesses will be cured." After Li Qing finished speaking, Aunt Lu gave a bitter smile. "Qingqing, it's really hard for you to think of all kinds of ways for me. Hey, if this magic talisman is really that effective, why would people still come to the hospital? Why not? I'll just ask you to do it." Aunt Lu joked to Li Qing with a wry smile. Then, he sighed slowly. After all, it was Li Qing's sincere intention. We can't let the child down. Chapter 51, Bringing my girlfriend home. She still took the glass and drank it all. The moment I finished drinking it, maybe it was a psychological effect. She felt that her whole body seemed to become much more comfortable and unobstructed. Clearly something had changed. Li Qing saw that the aunt drank the glass of water obediently. He nodded proudly. "Where's the doctor? I'll call him to check your condition." Lu Wanqing walked over and looked at Li Qing in surprise. "Brother Cheng, are you sure my mother's illness has been cured?" Although she felt that her mother's leukemia could not be cured so quickly, she just let it go. However, she still chose to believe Li Qing. After all, since the last time she met Li Qing, he has brought her countless surprises. Brother Cheng is now like the sun, guiding her. To her, Brother Qingqing is already her god. Li Qing nodded confidently to Lu Wanqing. "Okay, I believe you. Then I'll call the doctor and have my mother's blood tested again." A few hours later, Lu Wanqing took Aunt Lu's blood test report, her face full of shock. The above analysis of results shows that her mother's white blood cells have completely returned to normal. Nothing unusual at all. When she handed the blood test report to the doctor who came to inspect the ward. After the doctor finished reading it, he was stunned for a moment, then he slowly spoke. According to the blood test report, the leukemia has been completely cured. As soon as he finished speaking, all the other patients in the ward, as well as their families, instantly looked at Li Qing. No way. They didn't expect that Li Qing's previous tricks would be laughed at by them. It actually works? The doctor was stunned for a moment before he continued speaking. What is this, a medical miracle? The leukemia patient in the next bed pointed at Li Qing and said, "This is the man who cured her illness." Upon hearing this, the doctor also looked at Li Qing. He has been practicing medicine for 20 years. I have never encountered such a magical situation. How did this seemingly young boy cure such a difficult and complicated disease? It was this person who just took out a magic talisman and cast a cup of holy water, and her illness was cured. When the doctor heard this, he was stunned for a moment. He adjusted his glasses and suddenly became serious. "Dear patient, please believe in science and medical skills. Don't say such superstitious things in the hospital anymore." Obviously, he didn't believe in Li Qing's magic tricks. Li Qing smiled faintly. This is actually quite good. Otherwise, the doctor might really believe it and chase him to ask how he cured leukemia, which would be troublesome. The doctor questioned Aunt Lu for a long time but couldn't get any clues. I could only leave with shock and regret. The doctor just left. With a plop. The family member who was on the next bed just now knelt down directly towards Li Qing. "Brother, I know you can do magic. I believe in you. You are definitely a god descending to earth. Please, save my wife. Li Qing sighed. Brother, don't you think I'm just an ordinary person? There is no such thing as magic. Believe in science.
After Li Qing finished speaking, he patted the confused elder brother on the shoulder.
All living beings suffer, and he can never help them. Aunt Lu's leukemia was miraculously cured. Everyone was shocked.
Only Li Qing remained calm.
After all, the system daddy is awesome. All kinds of messy diseases are no problem in front of Li Qing's god-level medical talisman. The talisman can cure the disease directly.
At the hospital gate, Aunt Lu, who had just completed the discharge procedures, instantly broke into a happy smile when she saw the long-lost son. Brother Qing, thanks to you for casting the spell, although I don't quite understand why.
But I'm still super grateful to you.
As Lu Wanqing spoke, she looked at the handsome Li Qing and suddenly blushed.
When I think of the funeral arrangements my mother had given me.
Once again, he told Li Qing to take good care of her. She became shy without realizing it.
Although Brother Qing and the other two grew up together. But that was back then.
Now, the two of them haven't seen each other for a long time and are feeling a little shy.
Brother Qing, the matter between us.
When Li Qing saw Lu Wanqing's face was as red as an apple, he immediately understood what she meant.
Alas, there is nothing he can do.
Ever since he got the system, his luck in love has also improved.
He naturally knew what Lu Wanqing meant.
But he is just a freshman in college and only 18 years old.
He is still a child. He gently touched Lu Wanqing's smooth and pretty face and spoke with confidence.
You've worked hard taking care of Aunt Lu over the years. From now on, as long as I'm here, I won't let you suffer anymore. Lu Wanqing was somewhat touched, but at the same time somewhat confused.
Brother Qing, what does this mean? Did he promise to support me in the future?
She instantly became excited and nodded happily in agreement.
Okay, Brother Qing. On the side, there was Aunt Lu, who had experienced this.
Looking at the young boy and girl, their smiles were particularly kind and gentle.
Li Qing, if you have time in the future, remember to come and see me often. Auntie likes you the most. Li Qing nodded. Aunt Lu's assist was great. Will Aunt Lu miss him?
She must want him to come and see Lu Wanqing more often.
It seems that he will have to accept Lu Wanqing as his wife from now on. Afternoon. After school. Li Qing was preparing to return to the Repulse Bay Villa with Xia Yushi.
Drawing baby, galloping wild horses and thorny roses.
Li Qing took the phone.
Xia Yushi quickly leaned over curiously, wanting to listen to what was being said on the phone.
Is it another girl who was secretly pursuing Li Qing and called him? Son, Mom misses you. Can you come home and stay for one night?
Mom made your favorite dishes for you: sour shredded potatoes, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, shredded pork with fish flavor, and twice-cooked pork. Li Qing was stunned for a moment.
Indeed, school has been open for 2 weeks. Although his home is in Ningjiang City, he has never been home. Okay, Mom, I'll go back now. Li Qing nodded and agreed. My dear son, be careful on the road. Got it, Mom. I'll be back in half an hour at most, don't worry. Li Qing hung up the phone.
He turned his head and looked at Xia Yushi, who had been leaning close to his ear and eavesdropping on his phone call.
Xia Yushi. You're going too far. Do you have to follow me and watch over me even when I poop or pee?
Xia Yushi knew that she was in the wrong, so she pouted her lips unhappily, looked aggrieved, and shook her head.
Brother Qingqing, I'm just worried about you. I'm afraid you'll be captured by those bad guys over the phone. Li Qing? Am I a 3-year-old? Will you be captured by bad guys? Brother Qingqing, don't be angry. I want to go home with you, too.
Li Qing was stunned again when he heard the voice.
Chapter 52 Brother Qingqing, where should I stay tonight? Why are you coming home with me? Let's go back to our own homes and find our own mothers.
Xia Yushi lowered her head, pulled on Li Qing's clothes, and acted coquettishly.
Brother Qingqing, I want to go back to your house with you and take a look.
You know, I took you to all my family gatherings.
And you said you would marry me after graduation.
So, why don't you let your mother see her future daughter-in-law?
Is it because I'm not pretty enough? You think I'm not good enough and it's embarrassing for you. As Xia Yushi was talking, suddenly something started to feel wrong.
She clenched her little pink fists and waved them in the air fiercely.
No, Brother Ching, I must go to your house. Don't you like me anymore? Be careful or I'll punch you in the chest with my little fist. Li Qing was stunned again. Sure enough, the woman's face changed faster than she took off her pants. She was clearly acting in a coquettish and begging manner just now, but the next moment she became fierce and began to doubt him. Li Qing thought about it. Indeed, I am an adult and go to college. My mother has always been very open-minded. She shouldn't care about my affairs, right? After all, he can't stay single for his entire life. It's normal to have a girlfriend, okay? Li Qing finally nodded and agreed. Oh well. Oh yeah. Love you, brother Qingqing. Muah. Xia Yushi instantly looked extremely happy. She jumped up, hugged him, and kissed him on the face. Li Qing touched the saliva on his face with some disgust. Okay, don't get so excited. Let's go, I'm going to be late for home. If Li Qing goes home, he naturally cannot drive the Bugatti. If his parents saw him driving such a luxurious supercar, they must have thought that Li Qing had done something illegal to become so rich suddenly. After all, you should be low-key in front of your parents. So, Li Qing chose to take the bus home with Xia Yushi. This way, his mother wouldn't criticize him for wasting money when she sees him taking a taxi home at the doorstep. Half an hour later, Li Qing took Xia Yushi back home. There are only his parents at home, and he is the only son. When the two saw Xia Yushi following Li Qing, they were stunned for a moment. Hello, uncle and aunt. Xia Yushi greeted the two of them enthusiastically. Hello to you too. Mr. and Mrs. Li smiled restrainedly. Qingqing, who is this female classmate? It's her female classmate. I brought her home for dinner. Oh, it's a female classmate. Dad and Mom Li looked at each other, smiled knowingly, and understood instantly. After all, my son is already grown up. You're already 18 years old. Bringing a female classmate home is totally normal. The two of them immediately looked enthusiastic and quickly asked Xia Yushi to sit down and prepare to eat. After sitting down, the two men stared at Xia Yushi carefully again. Just like picking vegetables in the market, looking at them over and over again. The two people looked at each other too directly. Xia Yushi, who was originally very calm, suddenly became uncalm. What should I do? What should I do? Could it be that brother Qingqing's parents looked down on me? Xia Yushi's mind was in a mess, but on the surface she still sat there with a smile on her face. Brother Qingqing's family is just an ordinary family, and the furniture is old. Brother Qingqing told her before he came that his house was definitely not as luxurious as the villa she lived in. She thinks it's okay. She is going to marry brother Qingqing in the future, not anyone else. As long as brother Qingqing is good enough to her, that's enough. Li Qing's parents tasted Xia Yushi carefully. Feel it instantly. This girl is so beautiful and has such a good temperament. Are you blind? She actually fell in love with my own son. My son is just average. He actually found such a beautiful girlfriend? The two of them were excited instantly. He quickly started to pick up food for Xia Yushi. Come on, girl, eat more. When he saw Li Qing's father and mother, he suddenly picked up food for him without warning. Xia Yushi was particularly happy. It seems that Li Qing's parents recognized themselves. After dinner, Xia Yushi even took the initiative to wash the dishes. It's great to see that this girl is so sensible. Mr. and Mrs. Li were smiling from ear to ear. Wait until Xia Yushi walked into the kitchen. The two of them then hurriedly asked Li Qing. Son, how did you find such a beautiful girlfriend? Tell me. Did she fall in love with you first or did you fall in love with her first? Who's chasing whom between you two? Li Qing was stunned for a moment. Mom, why are you so gossipy? Nonsense, Mom doesn't care about you. Li Qing spread his hands. Don't get too excited, she's just coming to our house to have a meal. Dad Li patted Li Qing gently. Silly son, how can your mother and I not be happy that you brought home such a beautiful girlfriend? Maybe you two will really become a couple in the future. You have to treat the girl well from now on, you hear me? Li Qing then nodded. I know. I'm in a relationship, why are you more excited than me? After dinner, Li Qing squatted at the door and played with his mobile phone. Not long after, Xia Yushi also came over and stood beside Li Qing, looking intimate. In addition to Li Qing, there are many old neighbors at the door. For example, those friends of the same age as Li Qing and their parents.
At this moment, Xia Yushi was next to Li Qing, and their actions were extremely affectionate, as if she was afraid that others might not notice that they had a special relationship.
A neighbor and playmate of Li Qing's age walked over and asked enviously, "Li Qing, is this your girlfriend?"
Li Qing glanced at Xia Yushi, who had been beside him and rubbing against him, and sighed.
He nodded helplessly.
"Oh my god, Li Qing, your girlfriend is so beautiful."
"That's right, she looks so fresh and fresh, just like the big stars on TV. This kid from the Li family is really good.
He has only been in college for a few days and he has brought back such a good girlfriend." The other neighbors at the door came over immediately upon hearing the noise, gossiping among themselves. Li Qing suddenly heard these old neighbors were so concerned about his love life, and he scratched his head a little embarrassedly. But on the side, Xia Yushi proudly puffed out her chest. These people are Li Qing's neighbors, and they all praise her for her beauty. This made her very happy.
"Brother Qingqing, look, they are all so jealous of you.
You have such a good girlfriend, but you still don't know how lucky you are."
"I don't know how to be satisfied at all."
Li Qing rolled his eyes at her.
"You are so beautiful, haven't you been praised since you were a child? Why are you so happy now?"
Xia Yushi curled her lips.
"That's different.
I'm your girlfriend.
I feel very happy to bring honor to you." He. Xia Yushi giggled, then quickly frowned. "By the way, Brother Qingqing, where should I stay tonight? Shall we stay in your room together?" Chapter 53. Sign in to a lakeside villa.
Yes, where does Xia Yushi live?
Li Qing thought of this and smiled evilly.
"I can't live with him and in his room. If my mother knew about this, she would break his legs.
Since you are at home, keep a low profile." "Xia Yushi, this is my home. You have to be reserved, you know?"
Xia Yushi was stunned for a moment and nodded.
"Hey, Brother Qingqing, I know. Night."
Mother Li was very considerate and cleaned up a small room for Xia Yushi to live in. Li Qing lived in his room.
No words were spoken that night.
In the morning, Li Qing and Xia Yushi were preparing to leave home and go to school. Mrs. Li and Mr. Li took Xia Yushi's hand and said goodbye to her with a warm look.
"My dear daughter, my uncle and I like you very much. You two should help each other in school and study hard. If Li Qing dares to bully you, remember to tell your auntie. Your auntie will help you teach this brat a lesson."
When Xia Yushi heard Li Qing's mother say this, she was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling.
"Thank you, auntie."
Li Qing on the side curled his lips in disapproval.
"Cut. Do you dare to tell tales about me in front of my mom again? It doesn't matter whose mother she is. He must be favoring his son." On the way back to school. Ding dong. Whether to sign in today. Sign in. Ding dong. Sign in successfully. Sign in reward is a lakeside villa in Repulse Bay. A lakeside villa in Repulse Bay?
Li Qing was stunned for a moment.
Repulse Bay is the residential area where Xia Yushi lives. There are villas worth tens of millions everywhere. In addition, there is a large artificial lake in the shallow bay. There is a small artificial island in the center of the artificial lake. There is only one super luxurious giant villa on the island.
When Li Qing passed by before, he only glanced at it from a distance.
There is a neatly trimmed green belt outside and a huge luxury villa inside. Underground parking, giant swimming pool, everything.
The swimming pool is quite big, and it would be no problem to invite dozens of beauties to have a hot girl party together.
Of course, the price of the lakeside villa is also great.
It is said that the developer offered a full 1 billion Chinese yuan. Li Qing was thinking at the time, whoever can afford such a super villa must be a super rich person.
But I didn't expect it to go around in circles. This villa was actually given to me as a reward from the system for signing in. This system is awesome. Li Qing now doesn't even have the mood to go to class.
The system has just put the villa's property certificate and a bunch of door keys into my pocket.
At this moment, he couldn't wait to see his huge luxury villa worth 1 billion Chinese yuan. He decided to just skip class. A university without skipping classes is an incomplete university.
Li Qing implemented this incomplete policy to the end without hesitation.
Xia Yushi, who was standing by, widened her eyes when she heard that Li Qing was going to skip class. "Brother Qingqing, aren't you going to class? If you don't study hard, what will you do if you fail the final exam?"
Li Qing waved his hand and smiled calmly.
Failing the final exam? That's not happening. Maybe by then, the system will reward me with a super academic talent or something. You can become a top student and get first place in the exam. It's great to get so many scholarships. It's also good that Xiaoyushi doesn't go with him. Otherwise, he didn't know how to explain it to Xiaoyushi. How come I suddenly have another lakeside villa? Half an hour later. Li Qing stood by the artificial lake. In front of him was a bridge with a custom-made white marble railing, leading directly to his lakeside villa. There is also a special security guard at the bridgehead to prevent outsiders from entering the island. After all, not everyone can visit the luxurious lakeside villa on the island. The privacy of the homeowner must be protected. Li Qing looked at his personal security guard standing in front of the bridge and felt a little emotional. Each villa is equipped with a dedicated security guard. In this case, the property management fee will definitely not be cheap. Li Qing walked over. "Hello sir, the island inside is a private residence and you are not allowed to visit." When the security guard here saw Li Qing coming over, his tone was still quite polite. After all, those who can come in here must be wealthy people with villas worth tens of millions, and he can't afford to offend them. Li Qing took out the property certificate from his pocket and handed it to the security guard. The security guard took the ID and looked at it carefully. Fuck. Someone actually spent 1 billion Chinese yuan to buy this luxurious villa. I've been standing at this door for almost half a year, and I thought no one would live here. Welcome, please come in, sir. The security guard handed back the ID and stood up straight instantly. He stood aside, bowed, and made way for Li Qing. "Oh, sir. I'll call and have the private butler, chef, nanny, and driver assigned to you come over to serve you." Li Qing was stunned for a moment. I didn't expect the developer of this villa to be so thoughtful. "So, are you going to pay the wages for these people or am I going to pay them?" Li Qing asked curiously. The security guard smiled instantly. He felt that any big shot who could afford to live in a villa worth 1 billion Chinese yuan must be worth at least 10 billion yuan. This little bit of money won't matter to you. The wages of these servants will be deducted from your property fees. He waved his hands quickly. "Forget it, I don't want it anymore. Just ask the butler to come over. I'll only hire him for 1 day. Li Qing is just a pauper now. Although he owns shares in the Xia Group, he has not yet cashed them out and has no money at all. His Bugatti can hardly get any more gas. Where is the money to hire so many people? This is so damn extravagant and wasteful." The security guard was stunned when he heard the voice. I didn't expect that this mysterious tycoon who bought the lakeside villa was so frugal. Sure enough, what a certain celebrity said was right. Wealth is earned through saving. "Okay, sir, I'll arrange it for you right away." Li Qing then nodded. He planned to go in and take a look around by himself. Li Qing crossed the white marble bridge and walked to the small island in the middle of the lake. In front of the villa is a super large lawn. The grass is green and lush, and the most important thing is that it looks very clean. After all, no one comes to step on it. Li Qing felt that he could just roll around there without worrying about getting dirty. Such a large lawn can even be developed into a golf course in the future. You can play golf there when you have nothing to do and show off. Or if he signs in and gets a helicopter or something as a reward, he can just park it on the lawn and use it as an airport. Li Qing opened the door of the room with the key. After opening it, Li Qing discovered that the lock on the door was also quite smart. It is even equivalent to a small computer. As long as you set it up and remember Li Qing's handsome face, you can open the door directly through facial recognition in the future. Li Qing doesn't even need to carry keys anymore. Just scan your face. Chapter 54 Qingqing, come and live with me. Li Qing walked in. Instantly, I was shocked by the luxurious layout inside. The walls of the entire villa are basically made of glass. Except for the door, the other 3 sides of the first floor have huge floor-to-ceiling windows. The lighting is excellent and you don't even need to turn on the lights during the day. Of course, there is no need to worry about being spied on. After all, this villa is on a small island in the middle of the lake. The nearest place outside the lake is 500 meters away from here. Unless you use a telescope, you may not be able to see it clearly. Therefore, there is no need to worry about your privacy being leaked. Of course, if you are still worried, or think the sunlight outside is too glaring, he can even use a remote control to automatically raise and lower the sun shading and noise reducing curtains to block out everything from the outside world. after the curtains were drawn. When the lights were turned on, the room instantly took on a different look. At this time, there was a muffled knock at the door. It was the unique crisp sound made by high heels stepping on the marble floor. Li Qing turned his head and found a lady in black stockings wearing a professional OL outfit standing at the door. She had on delicate makeup and was wearing a pair of black framed glasses. Her appearance was above 9 points. Li Qing was stunned for a moment. Could this beautiful lady be her housekeeper? He had previously thought that he was a butler, like the mature and steady middle-aged men on TV who helped him keep everything in order. Who are you? Both of them asked the question almost at the same time. After all, in the eyes of this black-stocking housekeeper, Li Qing is really too young. He doesn't look like the kind of wealthy person who would spend 1 billion Chinese yuan to buy this villa. Not to mention his gray hair, he must at least be a middle-aged bald man. But she really didn't expect that Li Qing was so young. Moreover, he was so handsome that even her sister, who was almost 30 years old, couldn't close her legs when she looked at him. Hello, I'm Zhao Wen, the private butler hired by the Repulse Bay Lakeside Villa. Excuse me, are you the owner of this villa? Li Qing nodded and handed her the property certificate to prove himself. After reading it, Zhao Wen handed the certificate back with both hands and bowed. Hello, Mr. Li, let me introduce this villa to you. After Zhao Wen finished speaking, she quickly stood up and began to introduce herself very professionally. Mr. Li, the floor of the villa in front of you is made of black marble imported from Europe. The black color shows nobleness and luxury. The crystal chandelier above the living room sparkles and shines under the light at night. It is crystal clear. There is also a pure black fragrant wood table and an exquisitely carved bookcase. There are leather sofas, mahogany furniture, and temperature-controlled waterbeds here. This is a luxurious gaming room, equipped with 5 computers with a configuration of about 100,000 yuan. You can play games anytime. By the way, there's a movie theater and dedicated parking lot in the basement downstairs. Li Qing listened to Zhao Wen's professional introduction and visited every corner of this villa that belonged to him with surprise. There are more than 30 rooms, each with a different purpose and all the functions you need for daily life. On the second floor, there is a private balcony and lounge chairs. Standing on the balcony and looking into the distance, you can enjoy a broad view. In the summer, you can lie on a lounge chair, open a bottle of champagne, enjoy sunbathing, or even jump directly into the swimming pool downstairs. Come and have a wonderful high-altitude diving. Zhao Wen explained for more than an hour. Finally, he took Li Qing to visit the entire villa. Afterwards, Zhao Wen handed Li Qing a business card. Mr. Li, if you need anything or have any questions in the future, you can come to me again. Li Qing nodded and took the business card handed to him by Zhao Wen. The way Zhao Wen talked and the temperament she exuded when she introduced herself just now gave people a sense of sophistication. Especially when introducing the villa to Li Qing, he didn't recite it word for word as if he had memorized it before. Instead, it seemed as if he spoke it casually and fluently. Li Qing took a look at the business card. It says on it, Zhao Wen. Graduated from Harvard University, USA. Current personal butler, annual salary offer, 3 million Chinese dollars. 3 million Chinese yuan? Li Qing was stunned for a moment. If that's the calculation. Today he hired Zhao Wen for a day, although he only spoke for an hour. But in just such a short hour, it was worth almost 10,000 Chinese yuan? Li Qing suddenly felt like crying but had no tears left. 10,000 Chinese dollars an hour. Even finding a young model to do sports with is not that expensive. With this price, you can definitely find a 3rd or 4th tier celebrity. However, he is still the owner of a villa worth billions. Although I am a little poor, I can still afford it. After Zhao Wen left, Li Qing stood on the second floor balcony of the lakeside villa and looked into the distance. In an instant, the scenery of the entire artificial lake comes into view. The sun shines on the lake, making it sparkle. He felt that he could just wear swimming shorts, put on sunglasses, lie on a lounge chair and sunbathe. If you feel you've had enough sunbathing, you can jump directly from the second floor and do an aerial dive. Absolutely perfect. Thinking and thinking. Li Qing suddenly thought of Lu Wanqing. Is she still renting a house now? Otherwise, just bring Lu Wanqing and her mother over. Li Qing took out his phone and called. Qingqing, I have an extra house here. Come live with me. I can give you free rent. Lu Wanqing on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment. Brother Ching, this is too direct. Does this mean that he wants me to move over and live with him?
Thinking of this, Lu Wanqing blushed instantly. But she still agreed.
Okay, Brother Ching, when can I move in? Now. By the way, Aunt Lu can come too.
I have plenty of rooms here.
Lu Wanqing was stunned for a moment. Is she going with her mother? This is not a good idea.
She shook her head quickly. My mother is used to living at my aunt's house.
No need. I can go alone. Oh well. Li Qing gave Lu Wanqing an address. 2 hours later, Lu Wanqing came with 2 large suitcases.
Li Qing was waiting for her at the door, afraid that the security guard would not let her in.
When Lu Wanqing walked into the Repulse Bay community, everyone was stunned. All the houses in this community are villas? Oh my god, Brother Ching, are all the houses here villas? This is too luxurious. I have never lived in such a nice place since I was a child. By the way, which villa is yours?
Li Qing shook his head lightly.
Pointed to the building in the artificial lake not far away.
Lu Wanqing looked at it from a distance and was stunned for a moment, with her mouth slightly open.
No way, Brother Ching, the entire island is yours? I guess so. The house up there is mine anyway. Lu Wanqing's face was instantly filled with shock.
She would never have thought that Li Qing would actually ask her to live in such a luxurious island villa. When she entered the Repulse Bay community, she was already dazzled by the luxurious villas along the way.
When she followed Li Qing into the lakeside villa, she was even more shocked.
Inside the villa, all kinds of luxurious furniture dazzled her and overwhelmed her.
Chapter 55. The anchoress boyfriend is so handsome.
Although she is not a materialistic girl. But she was very touched that brother Li Qing was so good to her and brought her to live in such a nice house.
By the way, Qing, you can broadcast live here from now on.
Li Qing specially cleared out a room for Lu Wanqing and moved in a computer so that Lu Wanqing could do live broadcast.
Lu Wanqing nodded with emotion. Oh, by the way, where's that idiot? Why didn't I see him?
I was busy at that time and didn't have time to take care of it, so I left it at a friend's place and it arrived in the evening. It's been a long time since I saw Erwo, and Li Qing still misses him a little bit.
Now that his house is so big, he can just let that idiot run wild in the yard.
I am not afraid of its nature as a husky to destroy the house. It's such a big place, just tear it down as you like. Li Qing set up the live broadcast equipment in the room, while Lu Wanqing found some small dolls and decorated the background of the live broadcast room.
After everything was prepared, I couldn't wait to start my first live broadcast in the new environment. Lu Wanqing entered the live broadcast room and sent a reminder to start the broadcast.
In an instant, many fans poured into the live broadcast room. Lu Wanqing greeted her fans as she did before. Li Qing sat next to Lu Wanqing, where he was not watched by the camera in the live broadcast room, and watched Lu Wanqing's live broadcast in a low-key manner. After thinking about it, he took out his mobile phone, logged into the Wanqing account, and went to support Lu Wanqing's live broadcast room.
Welcome that girl Wanqing to the live broadcast room.
Li Qing's unique entry effect instantly occupied the screens of everyone in the live broadcast room. Although Li Qing was sitting next to Lu Wanqing at this moment, but he still pretended to be cool and posted a barrage of comments to create an effect for the show.
Host, feel free to PK today. I guarantee you'll win.
After Li Qing sent out his domineering and cool barrage, the entire live broadcast room was shocked.
Fuck, she really is the boss's woman. No wonder the female anchor looks so tough today.
We have a super rich and powerful phantom god in our family, so why not just PK with him?
Hurry up and go PK, anchor. I've been watching you live for 3 months and I've seen you lose every day. Now I just want to see you win all the time so that everyone can have a good time. Yeah.
If you lose, remember to let those girls broadcast live the skipping rope show, hee.
Lu Wanqing nodded and clicked on PK to please her fans.
She has been live streaming for so long, and this is the first time she is looking forward to a live PK. After all, with Li Qing in charge this time, she is not afraid of PK with anyone. I'm not afraid of losing at all, and I don't have to worry about the punishment for losing being too severe or anything like that. After Lu Wanqing connected to the opposing anchor, she directly asked the other party how he planned to play. The host on the other side happened to be a girl with a big peach face. She complied with the fans' request and made the opponent jump rope for half a minute if they lost. Of course, with the help of the Phantom God, the outcome is no doubt about the outcome.
The girl with the big peach on the opposite side was jumping rope, and her two peaches were shaking up and down in an instant. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room was flooding the screen like crazy. So big, so big, so big. Stop dancing, I feel dizzy. Who can handle this? I can't get enough nutrition. Lu Wanqing live streamed for 2 hours straight. She had never felt so happy before, and she had been on a winning streak. Soon, it was already 35th consecutive victory. The host on the opposing team instantly became timid when he saw Lu Wanqing, the host with more than 30 consecutive wins. Just admit defeat on the spot. Phantom Dad is awesome. It was so cool to watch the anchor PK today. Yes, yes, yes. Today I can finally feel proud of myself. At this time, Lu Wanqing received a call. It turned out that a friend brought her dog here. She needs to go to the door and pick up the idiot. My friends, I have to go out for something, I will be back in 10 minutes. After Lu Wanqing finished speaking, she turned off the microphone and walked over to speak to Li Qing outside the camera. Brother Qingqing, I'm going out first. Use your Phantom account to interact with them in the live broadcast room. Li Qing nodded. Okay, go ahead and don't worry. After Lu Wanqing left, the live broadcast room is still active. Although the host was gone, the fans and friends were still chatting and having a great time in the live broadcast room. In the camera, the only thing left was the chair that Lu Wanqing sat on during the live broadcast. The host has left. Now I declare that it is the chair's turn to broadcast live. Don't be ridiculous. That annoying woman just now finally stopped blocking the anchor. That's great. Fuck, this anchor is so pretty, please sing a song for us. In the live broadcast room, a group of drama-minded netizens immediately started making jokes with chairs. Li Qing couldn't help laughing when he saw these comments. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed through his mind. What would happen if he walked into the live broadcast camera now? This bunch of idiot fans can make so much fuss just by looking at a chair. If he suddenly appeared in Lu Wanqing's live broadcast room, the live broadcast effect will definitely explode instantly. Think of this. Li Qing curled the corners of his mouth. He walked straight over and sat on the chair where Lu Wanqing had just been doing the live broadcast. He even turned on the microphone in the live broadcast room. Hello everyone. Lu Wanqing's boyfriend. Li Qing's official announcement had just finished. The live broadcast room exploded instantly. The barrage of comments were swiping the screen like crazy. Even some fans who had been lurking in silent all the time started to post comments and complain. No way? The anchor actually has a boyfriend? My youth is over. The female anchor who has been giving gifts all the time actually has a boyfriend. I'm so sad. Really? We don't believe it unless you prove it. Li Qing saw these comments and smiled bitterly. How can I prove this? Lu Wanqing is not here now. Li Qing thought about it and simply took out his cell phone to support himself. He used the Phantom account to launch a barrage of comments in the live broadcast room. Oh my god, the anchor's boyfriend is so handsome. So handsome, so handsome. I love his looks. I suggest that in the future, the anchor's boyfriend should be the anchor. The barrage has been sent. Li Qing started to give out gifts like crazy. Instantly, the Super Rocket gift special effect occupied the screen of everyone in the live broadcast room. That girl sent me 100 super rockets. That girl fired 300 super rockets at me. That girl sent 999 super rockets at me. Li Qing has given away all his cell phones. In the live broadcast room, he quickly and seamlessly smiled faintly. Thanks for the gift. Thank you, Master Huanshan, for the 999 super fires. Don't worry, I will take over Qingqing's role and broadcast live to everyone in the future. Li Qing just finished speaking. In the live broadcast room, the barrage of comments has filled the entire screen. All kinds of crazy complaints. The show effect was instantly maximized. Shocked. The Phantom Boss has always been thinking about the anchor's girlfriend. Why, I feel like what Boss Huanshan said is actually a little bit right. Now that Boss Huanshan said that, I also think the new anchor looks handsome and very much to my liking. Brother Huanshan has good taste. I also think the new anchor is not bad. Li Qing looked at the live broadcast room, and the rhythm was gradually being led astray by him. The corners of his mouth slightly raised. Chapter 56 Live PK with Meyer.
Li Qing has completely immersed himself in the situation at this moment and regards himself as a real anchor.
He even sang a song in the live broadcast room. After all, if I don't show off my top singing skills that I signed up for before, when will I show them off?
He transformed himself into a singing host, singing passionately into the microphone.
Now, let me sing you a song called People Like Me by Mau Mau.
A person as outstanding as me should have lived a brilliant life.
How come after more than 20 years, I am still drifting in the crowd? A smart person like me has long bid farewell to innocence.
Li Qing's affectionate and ethereal singing voice instantly conquered 99% of the male viewers in the live broadcast room. After all, as a female anchor, Lu Wanqing's live broadcast is watched by male fans.
Fuck, I love this song. Is the anchor gay? I'm fine with that. Anchor, do you want to fencing? I can do it, flip me. Li Qing?
After all, we are all men, so the barrage and Li Qing were joking around very casually at this moment.
The live broadcast room was instantly filled with a relaxed and happy atmosphere.
My dear brothers, I sing so beautifully, it would be unreasonable if you don't give me some gifts. Li Qing just finished speaking. I don't like cilantro, so I sent out a plane.
2 planes are always given away for free. This Li Bai is really good at sending out a super rocket.
Although the gifts sent by these netizens are not expensive, compared with his super popularity which often costs hundreds of dollars, they are not worth mentioning at all. But Li Qing still read out the IDs of these fans one by one and kept thanking them for the gifts.
Sudden. Qingqing's boyfriend's leg hair gave away a plane. Li Qing? Brothers, this is too much.
You are taking advantage of my leg hair. The fans in the live broadcast room saw that someone actually changed Doniao's ID to send a gift and asked Li Qing to read it out. With this wave of operations, the show effect was instantly maximized again. However, Li Qing still thanked loudly for the gift and read out the ID.
Thank you for the big plane sent by Qingqing's boyfriend's leg hair. Thank you, boss. You are so generous.
In an instant, the barrage of comments exploded.
Stop kidding me, I'm almost getting my abdominal muscles cracked from laughing. The anchor has so much leg hair.
If one leg hair could give away a plane, oh my god, the anchor is rich.
I got it. I'll change my name right now.
2 minutes later, gifts started to pour in the live broadcast room.
Qingqing's boyfriend's hair sent out a plane. Qingqing's boyfriend only has 3 centimeters to send out a plane. Qingqing's boyfriend's boyfriend sent a super rocket.
In an instant, all kinds of awesome bird fighting IDs were flying around, and they were frantically giving gifts in the live broadcast room. Li Qing wanted to laugh as he read out these weird fan IDs.
Damn, these netizens really know how to have fun. 20 minutes later. Lu Wanqing took the idiot and walked into the room.
When she saw Li Qing actually sitting in the chair where she was broadcasting live, she was stunned for a moment.
Brother Qing, why are you here? Shu, I'm helping you with the live broadcast.
Look, the popularity of your live broadcast room is almost 1 million. After Li Qing finished speaking, he stood up, and Lu Wanqing moved over and took a look. When she saw the popularity in the live broadcast room and that many people were giving gifts, she couldn't help but open her mouth in surprise.
Oh my god, Brother Qing, how did you do it to get so many people to give you gifts? You've only been live for less than half an hour.
Lu Wanqing said curiously, glancing at the barrage inadvertently.
The anchor's girlfriend, please move out of the way and don't block the anchor. Yes, what's so good about women? Let the anchor come back and continue to thank us with gifts. If the anchor's girlfriend doesn't leave, I'll leave.
Lu Wanqing was stunned for a moment.
Oh? The anchor's girlfriend? What are you doing? Please, I am the real anchor, okay? These fans really are. That's too much.
Although Lu Wanqing knew in her heart that the fans were joking with her, she still admired Brother Qing very much.
She was only away for less than half an hour.
Li Qing immediately took over her position and replaced her in the live broadcast. And she is more popular than herself. She was instantly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. At this time, Li Qing also walked back into the camera of the live broadcast room.
Okay, good brothers, stop messing around, I'll be on camera more often in the future.
Now that the host is here, let her continue broadcasting. I'll just stand by and watch. In an instant, the barrage was filled with crying emojis.
These fans all expressed that they were reluctant to part with Li Qing, a powerful anchor who has both good looks and talent.
Li Qing looked at the comments and felt like laughing.
But he still nodded and agreed. Okay then, I'll help Qingqing have another live PK match with you guys, and then I'll go offline, okay? By the way, this is my first PK, please give me some strength, and make sure I win later. Now that Boss Wanchen is no longer in the live broadcast room, I can only ask everyone for help. I want to see how much support you have for me. Li Qing tried to fool these netizens with a lot of words. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room responded instantly. No problem, I'll use all my salary this month to buy you gifts, and I'll just eat instant noodles. I finally found such an interesting anchor, love it. Don't worry, I guarantee you will win soon. Sure, after all, I've known you for a long time. I'll give you a card later. Don't think it's too little. Li Qing was very satisfied when he saw the large number of comments expressing support. Soon, he clicked on a live PK. Lu Wanqing stood aside, in the corner of the live broadcast room, silently watching Li Qing's live broadcast. Soon, the live PK match was successful. Li Qing was surprised to find that the host on the other side was actually Dai Mayor Xiaobao Wen. WTF? How could a small anchor like me, with 100,000 fans, be matched with such a big anchor? How can I win this? Maybe it's because he's so popular right now, so he was directly matched with a big anchor with millions of fans. Li Qing didn't expect to see the female anchor he often saw during the PK in the live broadcast room. Moreover, I am still video chatting with her at this moment. Li Qing became a little nervous for a moment, and was petrified. I don't know how to start. Hey, handsome guy, you're so handsome, let's be boyfriends. Dai Mayor was as playful as ever and was the first to make a joke towards Li Qing. No, I don't make friends easily unless you beat me in PK. After Li Qing finished speaking, he blinked and looked at Dai Mayor. Dai Mayor was stunned for a moment, took a look at the popularity of Li Qing's live broadcast room and his number of fans, and instantly laughed. Brother, if I compete with you, it's easy to win. So this time, you're guaranteed to win. Chapter 57, Great Heavenly Dragon, Great Luo Magic Spell. Li Qing spread his hands. That's not necessarily true. If you lose, you can treat me to a meal. I heard that you happened to come to Ningjiang to play recently. I'm right here. Dai Mayor nodded while looking at the comments in the live broadcast room. Okay, if you win I'll treat you to a meal, it's a deal. After saying that, she suddenly frowned and seemed to regret it. No, my fans in the live broadcast room said that you actually have a phantom boss over there? And I heard that you have won 35 consecutive PK games live. It's all because of this phantom god that you win. Hundreds of super fires are flying everywhere at any time. Oh, how can I play this? This is not fair to a small anchor like me. You bully me. As Dai Mayor was talking, she suddenly became possessed by the spirit of drama and muttered with her lips pouted. But if you look at my live broadcast room, among my VIPs, that phantom boss is no longer there. He's been offline for a long time. I think you can easily beat me. Li Qing quickly pretended to be very weak and encouraged Dai Mayor. Indeed, without the blessing of his phantom account, there would be no hundreds of super hot posts. Now he really can't beat Dai Mayor, who has millions of fans and tens of millions of popularity. Tisk, you're always pretending as soon as you open your mouth. If you dare to beat me later, I won't let you go when we meet offline. In the live broadcast room, Dai Mayor looked fierce and spoke to Li Qing with gritted teeth. It's a pity that Dai Mayor has a very sweet appearance, so she can't be fierce at all. Instead, she looks a little cute. By the way, who is that beautiful girl standing behind you? Dai Mayor quickly spotted Lu Wanqing behind Li Qing. That's my girlfriend. She's standing next to me, here to cheer me on during the live PK. Bah, you scumbag, you have a girlfriend but you still compete with the female anchor. Dai Mayor raised the corner of her mouth slightly and pretended to spit at Li Qing. Li Qing? The system randomly matches the anchor, how do I know the gender? This is not something I can control. Soon, the PK began. In an instant, the gift value of the opposite girl increased rapidly, directly crushing Li Qing. The value of Li Qing's gift is not even 1/5 of Dai Mayor's. The progress bars of the gift values of the two people are in stark contrast. Damn, the gap is quite big. This was his first live PK, so he couldn't just lose like that. Dear brothers in the live broadcast room, please give us some gifts. Li Qing was a little humble and begged for gifts in the live broadcast room. No, I just want to see the anchor become Dai Mayor's boyfriend. For such a good thing, I will definitely help the anchor. What the hell is this? Is the anchor a fool? Did he win the PK but lose the girl? Yes, I support the anchor changing his girlfriend. He can definitely change her to an older woman who is into a levels, just to change the taste, he. Li Qing couldn't help but sigh when he saw these comments. Brother, please don't mess with me. Suddenly he glanced and saw the idiot lying on the ground with a silly look on his face. At this moment, it was looking at Li Qing in confusion. I have no idea what Li Qing is doing sitting in front of the computer alone. When Li Qing saw the idiot, he instantly had a bold idea. Come here, idiot. Because he had signed up for animal communication before. As long as he wanted, he could communicate directly with the idiot. The idiot understood what Li Qing said and walked over, wagging his tail. Li Qing immediately gave up his chair and let the idiot sit on the chair he sat on during the live broadcast. The idiot didn't hesitate at all. He just jumped lightly and sat on it. In the live broadcast room, when these fans saw a cute husky actually ran onto the host's chair, they instantly became excited. Oh my god, this is impossible. The anchor turned into a husky? To be honest, maybe I've been single for too long. Now looking at this husky, I actually think it has a handsome face. Besides being cute, what else can this husky do? Come show it to us, host. Li Qing quickly ordered the idiot to sit up straight, then put a paw on his ear and saluted. In an instant, the barrage of comments exploded in the live broadcast room. Is this still a husky? It's actually a spirit? Oh my god, isn't it said that after the founding of the country, spirits are not allowed? Era, can you talk? Come and sing a song for me. Li Qing looked at these comments and wanted to laugh. Idiots definitely can't talk. If you could talk, that would be awesome. Then it will become a divine dog. This way. Li Qing had just told Erwo that if he behaved well, he would be rewarded with canned beef later. So at this moment, he obediently followed Li Qing's request and kept saluting. Putting a paw on the ear, although the action is very non-standard, it looks extremely funny when done by a dog now. Even the viewers from Di Meyer's live broadcast room on the opposite side came over to see this husky that could salute. When Di Meyer saw the husky saluting, she was also stunned for a moment, then she looked carefully at the idiot on the screen. Oh my god, no way. Are you sure this husky isn't a real anchor? Di Meyer couldn't help but laugh and joked. Soon, more than half of Di Meyer's fans had left, and even the top 2 on the list and other big names came over. They all ran to Li Qing's live broadcast room. Quick, what talents does this husky have? Show us some. Yes. I'm tired of watching people live streaming every day. This time I can finally change things up and watch Era live streaming. As long as this husky shows some strength, we will give you gifts just for the dog's sake. Li Qing looked at the comments in the live broadcast room, and the tempo seemed to have been picked up. He nodded with some satisfaction. Soon, after a brief exchange with Era, he once again promised that he could arrange for him to have dog food imported from the United States. After the idiot understood what Li Qing meant, he started a new performance. Li Qing pointed at the idiot sitting on the chair and suddenly muttered loudly. You are such a rude monster. I can tell at a glance that you are not human. You are such a jerk. How dare you show off your skills in front of an expert? Great and mighty heavenly dragon, great magic spell. The Buddha, Siddhagarbha, and the Prajnaparamita. After Li Qing finished reading, the idiot was stunned for a moment. At this moment, it was squatting on the chair like a human, with its 2 paws raised helplessly. The innocent and cute expression, coupled with the silly surrender gesture, instantly made the viewers in the live broadcast room burst into laughter. This idiot, I'm dying of laughter. I'm typing and posting comments with one hand, because my stomach hurts from laughing so hard, I have to hold it with one hand. This wave of Era's operation is amazing, I'm a fan. Chapter 58 The Idiot Husky is popular. Soon, the gifts promised by the fans were given away. Lonely Peter Pan sends out 10 super rockets. Empty, Lonely and Cold sent out 50 planes. You and I met on the mountaintop and gave away 100 business cards. The super invincible handsome guy sends out 5 super rockets. Li Qing and Erwo's collaboration and wonderful performance successfully made the fans in both live broadcast rooms burst into laughter and directly captured their hearts. In an instant, everyone became fans of Li Qing's husky. Many of Di Meyer's fans also turned against her. They came over and frantically gave gifts to Li Qing's live broadcast room to show their love for him. Li Qing's gift value was rising rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the other hand, Dai Meier hardly moved at all. In the end, the value of Li Qing's gift ruthlessly exceeded the gift value of Dai Meier on the opposite side. Dai Meier, who has millions of fans, actually lost to Li Qing, a small anchor who has only 100,000 fans. Moreover, this happened when there was no big brother in Li Qing's live broadcast room. I saw that PK was actually overturned. Dai Meier looked a little shocked. To be precise, she did not lose to Li Qing. But lost to a dog, a husky? Thinking of this, even Dai Meier couldn't help laughing. Damn, it's not a loss to lose to such a funny husky. Dai Meier now accepts defeat with all her heart. I never thought that my lifelong reputation would be ruined by this husky. Okay, after the show ends, I'll send you a private message on my WeChat. By the way, when you have dinner with me, remember to bring this husky with you. I want to see this amazing little dog with my own eyes. Li Qing nodded and thought to himself, I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed. After all, the idiot can only understand what he says. Soon, Li Qing and Dai Meier waved and said goodbye. The two people ended the PK and disconnected the live broadcast room. On Li Qing's side, the fans who just came from Dai Meier didn't even go back. At this moment, everyone was shouting that they wanted to see the hostess talent show, and hoped that Li Qing would not block the host. When Li Qing saw the barrage, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Okay, I'll let Era show you his talent in a moment. But, can you guys give me some attention first? After Li Qing finished speaking, he glanced at the number of fans. When he took over the live broadcast just now, there were only more than 90,000 fans in the live broadcast room, and it was almost 100,000. But in just a blink of an eye, the number of fans has already reached 120,000? Sure enough, there are many benefits to PK with a big anchor like Dai Meier. If the PK is exciting, it's no problem to gain some followers at the same time. Li Qing brought his idiot and interacted and chatted with fans in the live broadcast room for a while before he ended the broadcast tiredly. Before, he didn't feel anything when watching other people's live broadcasts and felt very relaxed. Now it's my turn to live stream, and after only a few hours, I feel sore all over and my throat is smoking. Sure enough, being a host is not easy. On the side, the real anchor, Lu Wanqing. At this moment, she had completely shrunk into the corner. As a bystander, Li Qing's wonderful live broadcast just now had deeply shocked her. I originally thought that it was amazing that Brother Qing could do the live broadcast himself. Unexpectedly, he could even bring his husky along for the live broadcast, maximizing the live broadcast effect. Oh, why didn't I think of letting my husky appear on camera before? The most important thing is that the husky is surprisingly obedient in front of Li Qing. You know, the IQ of the husky is actually not very high. She had trained for a long time before, but it was still impossible to get the husky to go to the toilet by itself. It still looked stupid. But just now in front of Li Qing, it turned into a super well-behaved little puppy. Brother Qing, how did you do that? Lu Wanqing looked at Li Qing with surprise in her eyes. Well, it's actually a talent. Li Qing smiled slightly and said mysteriously. At the same time, some fans who are good at editing and who were watching Li Qing's live broadcast just now edited out some wonderful parts of the video. Of course, most of them are shots of huskies. The most classic part in it is the one where Li Qing points at the confused idiot and loudly recites the great heavenly dragon Daluo spell. These wonderful shots were edited into condensed videos of a few minutes and uploaded to the short video apps Slowshow and Douyin. As soon as the video was released, it became popular instantly. The cute and silly idiot was made into various emoticons, which became popular on the internet. Some people even made a ghost video of the part where Li Qing chanted a spell at the idiot, and posted it to the ghost video section of Polipoli, which has been played over 1 million times. This also indirectly made Lu Wanqing's live broadcast room popular. Many people came here after seeing the idiot on the video platform. Lu Wanqing's fan following is also skyrocketing. But the two were still confused at this moment. Completely unaware. The thing that excites Li Qing the most right now is the offline dinner he just had with Dai Meier. I can actually meet the big anchor offline. Li Qing was a little excited. Especially a female anchor who was a level and drives better than boys. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to compete with her, and he felt a little nervous. Li Qing added Dai Meier's WeChat and quickly made an appointment with her to have dinner at Tongjilu the next day. Xingqing, are you going with me tomorrow? Li Qing looked up and asked. Lu Wanqing shook her head.
No, they made a dinner appointment with you, but they didn't mention me.
Li Cheng nodded and touched Lu Wanqing's hair. You're not going to be jealous of me, are you?
Lu Wanqing curled her lips generously.
Tisk, Brother Cheng, do I look such a stingy person? Haha, but I think Dai Mayer is a pair of aces. Don't you men like peach-sized ones?
After Lu Wanqing finished speaking, she puffed out her chest proudly.
I'm much bigger than her, okay? Li Qing couldn't help laughing.
What Lu Wanqing said does make some sense.
But tomorrow, he will just have a meal with Dai Mayer. He didn't have any other ideas.
Of course, there is no guarantee that when Dai Mayer sees him, she will fall in love with him at first sight, be instantly conquered by his unique personality charm, and kneel down to lick his ass.
Brother Cheng, what are you thinking about? Why is your smile a little strange?
Li Qing instantly stopped his bold thoughts.
Glanced at Lu Wanqing. I'm wondering what to eat for dinner later.
Lu Wanqing nodded, but muttered something.
Then why were you smiling so perverted just now? Li Qing? You're talking nonsense, I didn't. That's how serious people laugh. Chapter 59 Sign in the Top Musician Talent.
After Li Qing finished the live broadcast, he felt a little tired.
So he just stayed in the room next to Lu Wanqing.
Anyway, there are more than 30 rooms in the lakeside villa, so you can stay wherever you want. As for Xia Yushi, he explained to her that he was going back to the dormitory to sleep tonight.
The next day, Li Qing got up on time. Ding dong. Whether to sign in today. Sign in. Ding dong, sign in successfully. Sign in reward is top musician talent. After learning, you will master all instruments. Do you want to learn immediately? Study. Moment.
Li Qing felt that the meridians in his arms seemed to be opened up. Light, soft, and very flexible.
Li Qing feels great now.
It is no exaggeration to say that even if you give him 2 chopsticks and a few different glasses, he can play a world-famous song.
There's nothing I can do, it's just this awesome.
The system gave him such a great talent.
It seems that he is going to show off again today.
With the support of the system daddy, no one can stop you from pretending to be awesome. Li Cheng and Dai Mayer planned to have lunch at noon.
So he went to class as usual in the morning.
As soon as he walked into the classroom, he saw Xia Yushi standing at the door, as if waiting for him.
Brother Qingqing, I just saw your roommate.
Li Cheng nodded, feeling that something was not right with Xia Yushi.
Your roommate just told me that you didn't even go back to the dormitory last night.
Li Qing was stunned for a moment.
Oops, I forgot to tell my brothers. So, Brother Qingqing, where did you go last night? I went clubbing with my friends last night.
Li Qing hesitated and spoke while touching his hair.
As soon as the words fell,
Xia Yushi pinched her waist, looking somewhat unhappy.
You didn't invite me to the disco. Brother Qingqing, you are going too far. Next time, please take me with you. Li Qing?
He breathed a sigh of relief. Li Qing deliberately sat with his roommates.
Good brothers, Xia Yushi just asked me where I went last night. Why didn't you help me cover for me? That's really mean of you. You're deliberately trying to trick me, aren't you? Zhang Xiaoqian looked sad when he heard the voice.
Third brother, you don't know that the school beauty was standing at the door just now. As soon as she saw us, she asked, "Where is Li Qing?"
I thought something was wrong, so I just replied, "Doesn't Li Qing live with you every day?"
As a result, the school beauty knew it instantly. Li Qing looked like he wanted to cry but had no tears.
Did Xia Yushi use all his intelligence to trick his roommate and interrogate him about his whereabouts?
Several roommates felt something was wrong when they heard the noise and started gossiping.
Third brother, didn't you just get together with the school beauty? Why are you staying out all night so soon? Tell me quickly, are you getting tired of the old and falling in love with something new? Oh my god, third brother is really good.
He even got tired of the school beauty. He is worthy of being a role model for our generation.
Li Qing waved his hands repeatedly. What nonsense do you guys talk about every day? Am I that kind of person?
Li Qing finished chatting with them and quickly waved his hand.
By the way, do you know the game anchor Dai Mayer from Donyao? I know. It's that female PUBG anchor with a big chest and a love for driving, right?
By the way, Fan used to watch her live broadcasts frequently. Li Qing smiled pretentiously.
Well, since we are all brothers, I will confess. I'm going to do a live broadcast with Dai Mayer at noon today. When the time comes, you can go to her live broadcast room to see the heroic figure of the third brother. Of course, if any of you want me to help you get a signature from Noire, I can help you. Li Qing just finished speaking. The three people were stunned for a moment. You look at me and I look at you. They stared at each other, completely confused. No way, third brother, I know that Noire has recently come to Ningjiang City, but you actually said that you want to do a live broadcast with her? Stop bragging, we are all good brothers, why are you pretending? Yes, at most you know where Noire is going to broadcast live, so you must go and snipe her. Li Qing shook his head. I'm afraid these roommates are fake fans of Noire. You can tell at a glance that you definitely didn't watch Noire's live broadcast last night. Come on, don't say anything. Remember to watch the live broadcast on time at noon. The three roommates still looked like they didn't believe it at all. Stop bragging. If you spend more than 10 minutes in front of Noire at noon, I will eat my desk alive. That's bullshit, I'll ascend to heaven right here. Li Qing was stunned for a moment. His roommate was really an old gambler. He could even make such a bet. Okay, I've remembered your 2 bets, Chi-fan, what about yours? Then I'll eat 3 pounds of shit. Li Qing swallowed silently. Just for the sentence, he must win this time. By the way, third brother, what if you lose? You haven't told me yet. Li Qing was stunned for a moment. Then I'll treat you to a week of sea-caught hot pot. A week of hot pot? The three of them were somewhat moved. If I could fish at sea for a week straight, I would be able to satisfy my craving for seafood. As long as Li Qing treats them, it doesn't matter if they keep eating spicy food and end up shitting their assholes inside out. Okay, it's a deal. Make a deal. School is over at noon. Xia Yushi ran to Li Qing obediently. Brother Qingqing, what are we going to eat for lunch? Li Qing shook his head. I have an appointment at noon, you can go eat by yourself first, I will accompany you in the evening. Oh, alright then. Xia Yushi said lightly when she heard this. Li Qing always has a lot of excuses recently. Although she didn't know what Li Qing was doing. But she felt that Li Qing would not be the kind of man who would go too far. She doesn't ask for much. As long as brother Qingqing still likes her, it will be fine. Li Qing walked out of the teaching building and drove his Bugatti directly to Tongju building. Unfortunately, he arrived at Tongju building at an inopportune time and was unable to catch up with Noire and join him, so he couldn't show off in front of her. But it doesn't matter, Li Qing doesn't need this anyway. There is no need to wait in the Bugatti specifically for Noire to come and act cool in front of her. Li Qing was very gentlemanly and went directly to the front desk to reserve a table. Originally, as the name suggested, he thought Tongju was a traditional restaurant. But I didn't expect that the environment here is quiet and elegant, and it is a bit similar to the atmosphere of a Western restaurant. In one corner of the lobby, there was even a platform with someone playing the piano live. Next to him, there was a man in a black suit playing the violin. The piano sounds clear and deep, perfect for listening to while eating. The seats in the lobby are spaced far apart, which is also suitable for guests to chat in low voices. All in all, the environment is very good. No wonder Noire insisted on choosing this restaurant yesterday. It seems that she was attracted by the environment here, which is very suitable for live broadcast. Chapter 60 Meeting with Noire. Li Qing booked a table at the front desk, which was right in the corner next to the window, perfect for live streaming without being disturbed. Then he took out his cell phone and sent the seat number to Noire. I sat down first and waited for her to come. 10 minutes later. Noire arrived late. Sorry, I couldn't get a taxi just now, so I was delayed for a while. It's okay. I have nothing to do anyway. Noire hurriedly sat down while holding a selfie stick to broadcast the live broadcast. As soon as I sat down, the first sentence was, "By the way, where's your husky?" Li Qing. He was instantly confused. Is he not as attractive as a husky? This is outrageous. I checked online last night and found that pets are not allowed in Tongju building, so unfortunately I can't bring Era with me. Oh well. Noire nodded and looked at the camera of her phone and tidied up her hair, which was a little messy from the rush. After all, as a female anchor, you must always pay attention to your image. Of course, you can go home with me after dinner and visit Era on the way. Noire? Li Qing, are you trying to trick me again? Li Qing waved his hand. I told you to come to my house to see the dog, but you were overthinking it.
Di Meyer rolled her eyes at Li Qing.
Okay, I'm speechless.
In Di Meyer's live broadcast room. Naturally, he heard the strange conversation between Li Qing and Di Meyer, and the barrage of comments instantly started flying.
Oh my god, this old woman, this experienced driver, actually fell into the hands of this little brother today. Look at the expression on Di Meyer's face after she was tricked. I'm almost dying of laughter.
Anchor, please show us some handsome guys.
I'm sick of seeing you, an old woman, every day.
Di Meyer looked at the barrage and waved at Li Qing.
Li Qing, come quickly. The fans in the live broadcast room all want to see you. They miss you very much after not seeing you for a day. Li Qing, are you sure they don't miss the dog at my house? TSK, what do you think?
Your Hachi is so smart.
I think you, as its owner, must be no worse.
As expected of a silly girl, she made Li Qing happy with just a few words. He quickly went over and sat next to Di Meyer and appeared on the camera in the live broadcast room with her.
Handsome, so handsome. Why do I feel like when two people sit together, it feels like the photo on their marriage certificate? Fuck, this old woman and this handsome guy really look like a couple. I'm telling you, why don't you two just get married right here and get your marriage certificate? I don't know why, but as soon as Li Qing entered the live broadcast room, there were comments that were crazy about the two of them being a perfect couple. When Di Meyer saw these comments, even though she was an experienced person, she still felt a little shy. Suddenly, I felt a little weird towards Li Qing. But he was still stubborn and denied it repeatedly. You guys, really? Every day, whenever a man appears in my outdoor live broadcast camera, you say that he is a good match for me. The last time I appeared in my live broadcast room, that old street sweeper, you guys also said that I was a good match for him. This is outrageous. This is simply too much.
Li Qing was originally enjoying the rhythm of the barrage. As a result, Di Meyer's words were like a bucket of cold water poured down on her.
Cool and refreshing. Well, it seems he was overthinking it.
At this time, a tall, thin, and somewhat gentle boy wearing a pair of glasses walked in.
As soon as he entered the restaurant, he glanced over here. Then, he walked straight towards the two people and came in front of Di Meyer. Di Meyer, it's really you. Hello, I'm your fan. I just saw you come here during the live broadcast. The environment looked familiar to me, so I came here to snipe you.
Di Meyer was stunned for a moment. As a big anchor with millions of fans, her fans are all over the country. So every time she goes to a new place, especially when she is live streaming outdoors, she is easily recognized by her fans on the street. She was already used to this situation.
Hello. Di Meyer greeted calmly. Can I have dinner with you? I'll treat you to a meal. After all, I watch your live broadcast every day. As your loyal fan, I like you very much.
The male fan's face was filled with excitement. It can be seen that he is a crazy fan of Di Meyer.
Is that so? All right then.
The fans said they wanted to treat her to a meal.
Although Di Meyer felt it was a bit abrupt, she couldn't refuse.
After all, he was her fan, and there were so many people watching in the live broadcast room, so she could only nod and agree. The male fan with glasses quickly took over the guest's duties and skillfully ordered dishes to the waiter without even looking at the menu. It can be seen that he has indeed eaten here many times and is very familiar with it.
After ordering a meal,
the male fan with glasses looked at the two of them politely.
How about it? These dishes should be enough for the three of us. Okay. Di Meyer nodded.
Li Qing, who was standing by, looked at this male fan of Di Meyer who suddenly appeared and felt that something was not right about this boy. Especially the look in his eyes when he looked at Di Meyer, which contained a kind of fanaticism that could not be concealed.
It's really crazy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come over and forced himself to sit down and eat with Di Meyer. It was originally a dinner appointment between the two of them.
Now suddenly a third party comes into the picture.
Damn, he is still a man. Li Qing felt unhappy instantly. However, he just thought about it in his mind.
But there was no expression on his face.
After all, she is a fan of Di Meyer.
The menu has just been delivered and it will take some time before the food is served. The male fan with glasses watched Li Qing and Di Meyer interacting with the viewers in the live broadcast room. He sat alone opposite them and felt a little lonely. His eyes rolled around as he was thinking of ways to make his presence felt in front of Di Meyer.
Listen to the piano music coming from the corner of the restaurant. Suddenly an idea came to my mind. Di Meyer, do you like listening to piano music? I'll go play one for you. I started learning piano when I was 5 years old, and now I have passed the 10th level. When Di Mayer heard the voice, she looked at the male fan. You can actually play the piano? That's amazing. Okay then, go ahead and talk. I can just broadcast you playing the piano in the live broadcast room. I think boys who can play the piano are very handsome. The male fan with glasses saw that Di Mayer was interested in her and instantly showed a happy expression. He walked straight onto the stage and whispered something to the waiter who was playing the piano. Chapter 61, Transform into a Top Pianist. Then the waiter nodded, stood up and left. The fan with glasses sat down and started playing the piano. Di Mayer walked over with a selfie stick in hand and started broadcasting live the video of this fan playing the piano live in the live broadcast room. The male fan with glasses had slender fingers that danced flexibly on the piano keys. Li Qing just listened quietly for a while, and he miraculously recognized the song. What he was playing at this moment was Rhapsody on a theme of Paganini. This is a piano piece composed by Rachmaninoff, famous for its slow 18th variation. It has a beautiful, touching melody and is full of romance. To be fair, this male fan plays the piano really well. As expected of a level 10 piano master, he is really good at it. But at this moment, in front of Li Qing, who had just signed a musician's talent today and was proficient in all musical instruments. That's simply showing off one's knowledge in front of an expert. So ridiculous. Soon, the song ended. Below the stage, the waiter who had just given up the piano now had an intoxicated expression on his face. He even walked over and praised the male fan with glasses in front of all the viewers in Di Mayer's live broadcast room. Sir, you just played the piano to such a high standard without more than 10 years of experience. I was already deeply intoxicated by your piano playing. It was so beautiful. The waiter praised the male fan with glasses enthusiastically, which made him smile very happily, and he couldn't stop showing pride on his face. But he still waved his hands modestly and low-key. No, I just played it casually, routine operation. As he spoke, he secretly glanced at Di Mayer out of the corner of his eye. I felt very happy when I saw Di Mayer's admiring expression. He feels it's worth it to be able to show off in front of his favorite female anchor. Di Mayer also looked at him in surprise, and kept praising him for being so awesome. The barrage in the live broadcast room. Oh my god, what a big shot! He talks so nicely. It's so beautiful. When I heard the climax just now, I wanted to crush my balls. It sounds good, please sing another one. Li Qing stood aside and looked at the male fan with glasses. It was just funny to see him showing off like a peacock spreading its tail to win the right to mate. It's just a broken piano. It's already 2020, and you're still bragging about it? The man with glasses was immersed in the aftertaste of playing the piano and couldn't extricate himself. Li Qing's voice sounded faintly. That's it. Isn't this something you can play with your feet? In an instant, everyone present looked at Li Qing in shock, with an incredible expression on their face. In the live broadcast room, viewers also heard this sentence. The barrage of comments started to flash wildly in an instant. No way, Li Qing is so good at pretending? I just want to see the guy playing the piano with his feet. +1, I want to see it too. Me too, I love watching this kind of piano performance. The fan with glasses took one look at Li Qing and was instantly petrified. Get up and let me play with you. Want to play? The fan with glasses was stunned for a moment. He was completely confused by Li Qing's acting. He didn't even say a word, he just stood up and made room for Li Qing. Li Qing sat down in front of the piano and gently stroked the keys with his hands. Di Mayer looked at Li Qing in surprise at this moment, and quickly gave the camera of her mobile phone to Li Qing. In the live broadcast room, large amounts of comments were flying around again. Oh my god, didn't the boss just say he wanted to play the piano with his feet? Bad review, it's not a foot. As for the feet, I won't say anything. I don't want to see the piano being played, I just want to see the big guy's feet. Li Qing lowered his head and looked at the piano, as if he had already anticipated the thoughts of the viewers in the live broadcast room. He just explained it briefly. After all, using your feet is not very elegant. Since everyone here is a respectable person, I will not use my feet. Why don't you listen to me playing the piano with my hands first? I'll see if I can give you an intracranial orgasm. After Li Qing finished speaking, he curled the corners of his mouth slightly and began his performance. Just now, in the short 10 seconds when he was bragging, he had already thought about what song he was going to play. Because of the talents of the top musicians who signed in that morning, he now had all kinds of famous songs in his mind, which he could recite at will. His fingers also had the muscle memory of playing the piano. As long as he put his hands on the keys, just like when he played basketball before and touched the ball, he would naturally have a feel as if he was born with it. He finally decided to play the fourth piano sonata Moonlight, written by Beethoven. It is a fantasy and improvisational piano piece with soft melody and rich colors. Li Qing didn't know why, but this song suddenly popped up in his mind. For no reason, he just wanted to play it. Li Qing sat down in front of the piano, put his hands on it, and gently pressed the keys. Soon, a soft melody sounded, and the light piano sound floated in every corner of the restaurant. All the customers who were dining in the restaurant put down their chopsticks and looked towards the table curiously. I saw a handsome young man in casual clothes, with the fingertips of his hands dancing back and forth on the black and white keys, playing pleasant and melodious piano music accompanied by a brisk rhythm. Even though many of those present knew nothing about the piano, they were attracted by the melodious and pure music and looked over. They seemed to be bewitched by the sound of the piano. They all stopped eating, talking, and all other activities. They just pricked up their ears and used their whole souls to feel the wonderful sound of the metal strings with a unique rhythm. When Li Qing's dancing fingertips pressed the last piano key and the last note floated away, the whole piece of music came to an end. Instantly, the whole audience was shocked. Everyone in the restaurant's eyes were focused on Li Qing. Moment. The whole restaurant burst into applause in tacit agreement. Lasts forever. It's so beautiful. What's the name of this song? It doesn't matter what song it is, the main thing is that this guy is playing it. I don't even want to eat, I just want to listen to the song. This restaurant is really good. Even a guy like me who doesn't know how to play the piano can hear it. The other side. Die Mayer's live broadcast room was instantly boiling with excitement. Various barrages directly exploded. Oh my god, sir, I kneel down right now. Stop talking, I almost cried when I heard it just now, it's so damn good. This is awesome, sir. This is the most beautiful piano piece I have ever heard. Die Mayer also looked at Li Qing with a feeling of admiration from the bottom of her heart. I feel like I was conquered by Li Qing's piano playing. When she heard the exciting part just now, she got wet directly. Chapter 62, Die Mayer Airport. On the side, the male fan with glasses was stunned for a moment. His throat felt like it was stuffed with chicken feathers, forming an O shape, and he was unable to utter a word. After hearing Li Qing's piano playing, he realized how rubbish he was and how unworthy he was. As a professional who is proficient in piano, he can say without exaggeration that Li Qing's level is completely that of a national-level pianist. It's on par with the genius pianist Lang Lang. There are few people in the whole country who can play the piano better than Li Qing. Unexpectedly, he could hear such beautiful piano here. And it was performed live. Thinking back to what he had done just now, he was so recklessly pretending to be so arrogant. At this moment, he just wanted to find a hole, crawl into it, and never come out again. Damn, this is so shameful. He knew he was too embarrassed to stay here any longer, so he quickly found an opportunity, used the excuse of going to the bathroom, and quietly slipped away. After Li Qing finished playing a song, a gray-haired foreigner in the restaurant even walked over directly. Sir, the sound of the Beethoven piece you just played was so beautiful that it even reminded me of my hometown. Oh, God. I am completely immersed in your piano playing. Sir, for God's sake, I have decided to waive the bill for your table. Apparently, this foreigner is the boss. No wonder this restaurant is disguised as a Chinese restaurant, but the atmosphere feels like a Western restaurant. The fan with glasses who had just boasted that he would pay for them has already sneaked away. If it's free, that's pretty good. Li Qing thought happily. The other side. In Die Mayer's live broadcast room, the audience members also reached a climax again in an instant. Oh my god, if you play the piano well, you can get a free meal? Wow, wow, wow. The young man played a piano piece angrily, and the store manager called him an expert. My wife asked me why I knelt on the keyboard. I said it was because the piano was so beautiful that I knelt down. Die Mayer was also stunned. Although, she didn't quite understand the piano music played by Li Qing. But when I saw everyone in the restaurant, they all had expressions of admiration from the bottom of their hearts. What's more, the boss gave them a free meal after hearing this. This made her re-examine Li Qing in front of her. This guy is quite handsome. There is also a cute husky. Well, I can also play the piano. Versatile and humorous. This good impression is maxed out. There was also a different feeling in the look in Li Qing's eyes. Li Qing, I didn't expect you to play the piano so well. By the way, what about that promise you made earlier about playing the piano with your feet? Hurry up, play it for us. Everyone in my live studio heard what you said just now. Unexpectedly, Dai Meier still remembered what Li Qing boasted just now. Li Qing was stunned for a moment. Be reasonable. He really can't play the piano with his feet. Just now, it was mainly to highlight how great he is at playing the piano, so he deliberately boasted about it. Now. Li Qing still smiled calmly. Okay, I'll play it for you alone at night when you're at my house and it's just the two of us. After all, there are so many people watching you in the live broadcast room, I can't let go. After Li Qing finished speaking, a wicked smile appeared on his face, and he gave Dai Meier a meaningful look. Dai Meier was also shocked instantly. Li Qing actually dared to tease him in public. Moreover, it was the kind of suggestive teasing that was hard to refute. When the fans in her live broadcast room saw this scene, they instantly became excited again. Oh my god, why let Dai Meier watch it alone? We want to watch it too. 10,000 people signed a petition in blood, asking Li Qing to play the piano with his feet on live broadcast. If you're new, I don't understand, so I'm asking, is it a paid program to go home with my sister at night and play the piano with my feet? Oh. I want to watch paid shows too. Come on, can't I just give gifts? Soon, gifts flew everywhere in the live broadcast room. I want to see Li Xin play the piano with his feet and send out 10 super rockets. Li Qing's leg hair sent out a plane. The piano under Li Qing's feet gives out 10 application cards. Li Qing looked at the comments in the live broadcast room and the gifts sent by those stupid IDs, and he instantly felt annoyed. Damn it, it's really Dai Meier's live broadcast room. He drove the car and threw me directly into the Mariana Trench. Li Qing smacked his lips and sighed. Of course, don't you see whose fans these are? Dai Meier puffed out her chest proudly. If he is not careful, he will expose his airport attributes. What a big pair of A's. I love it. I seriously doubt that the anchor is a man. I suggest the anchor to become sworn brothers with Li Qing. In the live broadcast room, the style of the barrage suddenly changed, and instantly started playing the joke about Dai Meier's flat chest. This barrage of comments instantly made Dai Meier so angry that her brows furrowed. You guys are going too far. What's wrong with me? I am proud to save fabric for the country. As expected, she is worthy of being the top Donyao anchor Dai Meier. With just a few words, she cleverly resolved the barrage of comments attacking her. Instead, there is a new program effect. Probably because of Li Qing's performance at the piano just now. It may also be because Li Qing's chat is very humorous. All in all, both of them enjoyed the meal very much. After the meal, Li Qing and Dai Meier said goodbye while greeting the viewers in the live broadcast room. Goodbye, my good brothers, bye. Dai Meier's outdoor live broadcast was unexpectedly successful, and its popularity even reached 6 million at its peak. This is double the 3 million views she had when she live-streamed PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds at night. At this moment, fans and netizens saw that Li Qing and Dai Meier were going to separate, and they could no longer watch the two of them bickering in a funny way. There was an instant of wailing in the barrage. Li Qing, can you please not leave? I hope you will come to Dai Meier's live broadcast room more often in the future. Yes, it's been a long time since I saw Dai Meier smile so happily. I suggest that the two of you pair up and broadcast outdoors. Even if it's fake, it'll be fine as long as it's entertaining. The rhythm of the barrage instantly soared. When Dai Meier saw these comments, her face turned red. She looked at Li Qing with a dazed look, wanting to hear what he would say next. Li Qing was also stunned when he saw this wave of comments. To be honest, a veteran female anchor like Dai Meier does have a special flavor for him. It would be nice for two people to become friends first. As for the opportunity in the future, it would be great to often come out and live broadcast with her. Okay. I also like live streaming with Dai Meier. How should I put it? Dai Meier gives me the feeling that she is as familiar as a long-lost sister. Chapter 63 Sign in to the top dance talent. Li Qing said with a smile in the live broadcast room. As soon as the words fell, Dai Meier glared at Li Qing with a resentful look on her face. Stinky brother, who are you taking advantage of? Sister is several years older than you? After Dai Meier finished speaking, she puffed out her chest a little proudly. I'm older than you, call me sister.
Li Qing smiled faintly.
TSK, I don't even know if yours is bigger than mine. Seeing is believing. You have to see it to know it.
Brothers in the live broadcast room, tell me, is this right? After Li Qing finished speaking, he glanced at Dai Mayer with a wicked smile. Dai Mayer immediately gave Li Qing a cold look in anger.
This is too much. Doesn't it seem like she can't get around the flat chest issue today?
In the live broadcast room, the barrage of comments also took off.
What were those two people talking about just now? Why can't I understand a word? Oh my god, what a fast car. Seeing is believing, I want to see it too, so I can compare the sizes. +1+1, I want to be a witness too.
There was another happy atmosphere in the live broadcast room. Of course, as a host, especially a female host who was known as a veteran, Dai Mayer would naturally not take Li Qing's jokes like this to heart. This actually made her feel a little different about him, Li Qing. It also invisibly brought the two people closer together. When saying goodbye to Li Qing, she even took the initiative to say that she would invite Li Qing out for dinner in a few days before leaving, and also give everyone an outdoor live broadcast. Dai Mayer even glared at Li Qing on purpose, warning him not to have any wrong thoughts.
I invited him to dinner for the sake of the fans in the live broadcast room and for the show effect.
Li Qing nodded, grinned wickedly, and said with an expression that said, I understand, indicating that he was ready to accompany you at any time.
At the same time. Ningda. In a dormitory in a boys' dormitory building. Following the end of Dai Mayer's live broadcast,
several boys screamed instantly.
Oh my god, no way. It's over, I lost big this time. Isn't this kid been on Dai Mayer's live broadcast for almost 2 hours? This is too good to be true. When did this third brother hook up with the female anchor? These three people are Li Qing's roommates.
Thinking back to the things they agreed with Li Qing during the morning class, those bets were simply too cruel.
It's over. Looks like I'm really going to eat the desk alive? Mine is difficult, do I really have to ascend to heaven right here? Stop talking. You are not as miserable as me. My bet is to eat 3 pounds of shit. Shi Fan said with a sad face. He thought that this was something Li Qing could never do. So I just made a boast and made such a risque bet. But unexpectedly, Li Qing actually won. All three of them looked confused. What should I do? Is it really time to fulfill the bet? This is too outrageous. Li Qing drove the Bugatti back to Xia Yushi's villa in Repulse Bay. When I opened the door, Xia Yushi was lying on the sofa, playing Douyin. Seeing Li Qing coming back, he sat up immediately. Brother Qingqing, you're back. Look, what is this? After Xia Yushi finished speaking, she quickly raised her phone. A Douyin short video was playing on the mobile phone screen. Li Qing took a closer look and found that it was a clip of the live broadcast he had done yesterday in Lu Wanqing's live broadcast room, scolding an idiot. In that clip, he just pointed at the idiot and shouted, "Great heavenly dragon, great magic spell," and then the idiot instantly made a funny face. This wonderful clip was edited and made into a Douyin short video, which has received millions of likes at this moment. In other words, the number of views has reached at least tens of millions. Brother Qingqing, you are famous now, do you know that? When did this happen? Why didn't I know about it?
Li Qing was just about to explain when Xia Yushi continued talking to herself.
By the way, I even checked it online. In the end, I discovered something incredible. Did you go out to eat with a female anchor at noon today? That's the silly girl anchor. I even went to Doniao's live broadcast room to watch the outdoor live broadcast of the two of you. I never thought that, Brother Qingqing, you can actually play the piano. That's amazing, you are worthy of being my man.
After Xia Yushi finished speaking, she looked as if she wanted to say something but hesitated, and was a little shy. Actually, Brother Qingqing, if you like her, you can definitely chase this silly female anchor.
I don't mind at all, let her be my little sister. Of course, I still want to be big.
Li Qing was stunned for a moment.
Xia Yushi's series of words contained too much information.
It took him a while to digest it before he realized the meaning.
Yushi, you are so nice to me. Having an open-minded girlfriend like you, Li Qing was a little excited.
Other people's girlfriends are always like a lion or a tigress.
My school beauty girlfriend is so considerate. She even supports me in being unfaithful and having a harem. Love it.
Just for this reason, Xia Yushi will always be the greatest in his heart.
The next day, Li Qing opened his eyes. Ding dong. Whether to sign in today. Sign in. Sign in successfully, sign in reward top dance talent. Do you want to learn immediately? Study. Ding dong, learning success. Li Qing suddenly felt that there was something extra on his body. Ah. Sing, dance, basketball. Damn, he has learned it now. Can he also make his debut like the popular singer Koen Shin? He can also say it proudly in front of the camera. Hello everyone, I'm a trainee who has been training for 2.5 years. I like singing, dancing, rap, and basketball. As Li Qing thought about it, he instantly became full of confidence. To be honest, he has mastered these skills, and is not any worse than that Mr. Kai. If he can make his debut, he can totally do it. Li Qing thought happily in his heart and prepared to wait and see if there would be an opportunity in the future. Soon, he got up, dressed, and washed up. He saw that Xia Yushi, the lazy bug, was awake on the bed. Brother Qingqing, I'm going to dance class today. Because I was with you, I missed several dance classes. Will you go with me today? Li Qing was stunned for a moment and nodded. If it were in the past, if Xia Yushi asked him to go, he would definitely not be willing to do so. After all, those who practice dancing are girls, and most of them are girls with perfect figures and super good looks. He was afraid that if he went, he would not be able to bear the visual shock. Maybe the nosebleed 1T stop. But today, he just happened to sign a top dance talent. He also wanted to know how good his dancing skills were. Chapter 64, Teach the Girls to Dance. Maybe she can just give Xia Yushi some pointers on her dancing moves, and be low-key and show off. Brother Qingqing, you actually agreed to me? That's great. To be fair, as a girl, it is good to learn dancing. Xia Yushi is a living example. It was because Xia Yushi had learned dance that it was easier for her to develop various postures. Thinking of this, Li Qing curled the corners of his mouth and smiled wickedly. Tiannan Building, 5th floor. In the huge ballet studio, Li Qing was sitting there bored. He looked at the group of slender girls in white stockings in front of him, standing on tiptoe and spinning and dancing ballet. The picture is so beautiful, so exciting, and so tempting. He was so distracted by what he saw that he almost couldn't hold his gun. I quickly lowered my head to play with my phone, browsed Douyin, and relaxed. At this time, a teacher wearing light makeup and loose dance clothes came in from the door. Teacher Zhao, do you have any students who can dance the cha-cha? I have to leave for a while because of something urgent. I want to find someone who can dance the cha-cha and help me watch over the group of beginner students and give them some simple guidance. Upon hearing this, Teacher Zhao stopped dancing and nodded to Teacher Gao to indicate that it was okay. She looked at the group of ballet students in front of her. Do any of you know how to dance the cha-cha? Cha-cha is actually a type of Latin dance. Although it is not a very common dance, it is not rare either. But Teacher Zhao finished speaking. This group of ballet dancing girls were in complete silence. It seems that none of these girls can do it. The teacher who came in for reinforcements was instantly disappointed and was about to leave. Li Qing suddenly stood up. Or, let me try. A faint voice fell. The whole place fell silent instantly. All the girls in the dance studio, including the two dance teachers, looked at the young boy in front of them with great surprise. What, you can actually dance the cha-cha? By the way, aren't you that guy, Xia Yushi's boyfriend? In the crowd, Xia Yushi's name was called, causing the girls around her to look over instantly. This made her feel a little shy. She looked at Li Qing with shining eyes and blushed unconsciously. At the same time, she was also very surprised. No way, Brother Qingqing is so versatile that he can even dance Latin dance? Li Qing nodded. Yes, I am Xia Yushi's boyfriend, but this does not affect my ability to dance Latin dance. How about I perform a scene? The two dance teachers were also stunned for a moment and looked at each other. You know, there are actually not many people who learn Latin dance, and boys who learn Latin dance are even rarer. However, the two of them finally nodded, indicating that Li Qing could try it out first. Li Qing walked over in front of all the girls in the dance studio. He didn't wear any special dance clothes today, but he happened to be wearing some loose clothes, so it wouldn't affect his dancing posture too much. When the cha-cha dance was mentioned just now, a memory automatically popped up in his mind. Cha-cha is lively, warm, and playful. Its footwork is 4 beats per measure with 5 steps, slow, slow, fast, fast. Slow walking takes 1 step per beat, fast walking takes 2 steps per beat. When dancing each step, you should apply pressure on the front of your feet, bend your knees slightly, and when your center of gravity falls on one foot, lower your heels, straighten your knees, and swing your hips to the side and back, while the other leg relaxes and bends its knees. Although these descriptions are very profound and complex, Li Qing felt his scalp tingling instantly. But now that I have stood up, I can only jump with gritted teeth. After all, I'm the one who's pretending, so I've got to finish it even if I cry. Li Qing quickly got into dance pose. Strangely enough, the moment Li Qing got into position, he had an innate feeling guiding his body. It was as if the body no longer belonged to him. He only needed to follow his muscle memory, completely relax, and dance as he pleased. The cha-cha dance is sexy and hot yet full of tension. It is actually more suitable for women to dance and is used to show off the unique body curves of girls. But at this moment, Li Qing was dancing the cha-cha, and perhaps because of his top dancing talent, it gave people a different feeling. The 2 professional dance teachers were moved to tears by the graceful dance moves. They stared at Li Qing until he finished jumping, and then they came back to their senses from the shock. All the girls in the audience were staring at Li Qing blankly at this moment. Oh my god, there are actually boys who can dance the cha-cha so skillfully? If you didn't know in advance, Li Qing is Xia Yushi's boyfriend. They would definitely throw away their reserve and chase after Li Qing to ask for his WeChat ID. Teacher Gao, who taught cha-cha, also walked over at this moment and looked at Li Qing with admiration on his face. Young man, your cha-cha is so good. I'm not being modest, you're really better than me. Have you ever considered participating in a Latin dance competition? With your dancing skills, you can definitely. Sorry, I'm not interested. You just said you needed my help to look after those students. Do you still need me to help? Li Qing interrupted Teacher Gao without any hesitation. To be honest, he was too lazy to participate in any dance competition. If he wants to show off, he can just join the school basketball team and show off on the playground every day. But what's the point of pretending the same thing every day? It's just boring. When Teacher Gao heard that he was rejected, he was stunned for a moment and then nodded. Well, come with me. Li Qing followed her and walked out amid the surprised gazes of a group of girls behind her. Soon, Teacher Gao took Li Qing to another dance studio. This dance studio is full of young girls, about 16 or 17 years old, in the prime of their youth. At this moment, they were wearing sexy black Latin dance costumes, exposing their thighs. Li Qing just took a glance. Hiss. A patch of white. In the ballet studio just now, all the girls were wearing white stockings. But now, it's just naked. He couldn't suppress it at all. Teacher Gao pointed at Li Qing and began to introduce him to the female students. Teacher Li will teach you cha-cha in a while. He dances the cha-cha even more professionally than I do. If you don't know how to do it, you can ask this teacher for advice. Don't be shy. As soon as Teacher Gao finished speaking, the group of little girls looked at the young and handsome Li Qing with tears in their eyes and they were instantly excited. Wow, such a handsome Latin teacher is here. Handsome guy, how are you going to teach us later? The kind that is hand in hand? Teacher Li, do you have a girlfriend? If not, you can choose me. If you have a girlfriend, would you mind having one more? I can do that too. Li Qing was shocked instantly. Sure enough, little girls are more open. At this moment, he was like a hard-working little bee, who fell into the flowers and completely lost his way. Li Qing took a deep breath and suppressed his semen. Chapter 65 Discovered by the School Bell. On the side, Teacher Gao, who had let the wolf into the house, felt relieved when he saw that Li Qing was so popular among the students. From now on, everyone should follow Teacher Li and learn Latin dance. I have something else to do here, so I'll leave first. Everyone must study hard. When school is almost over, I will come back to check on your progress today. After Teacher Gao finished speaking, he left. She had just left, in the dance studio. Li Qing was surrounded by girls in an instant. Some of the girls were rubbing against him and chattering non-stop. Teacher Li, why don't you choose me to be your dance partner? I'd be happy to demonstrate to everyone. Teacher Li, can I add your QQ? WeChat is also okay. Teacher Li, you can choose me as your dance partner. I have a great figure and big breasts. I'll go. These little girls are so direct and unrestrained. Li Qing now even began to doubt who the wolf was. I'm afraid that he, a little sheep, has now fallen into a group of hungry waves. Li Qing did not answer their questions, but simply clapped his hands, signaling them to be quiet. Everyone, stop arguing and come dance with me now. By the way, if there is anything you don't understand about the cha-cha dance, you can ask me one by one later. Come on, first review the cha-cha dance you learned earlier with me, so I can see how you dance. After saying that, Li Qing turned his head and prepared to lead the dance. In front of him was a large mirror. At this moment, even if he had his back to them, he could still see how they danced through the mirror. To learn the cha-cha dance, we must first practice the tandem step, which is also called the shrimp C step. It is the most basic step of the cha-cha dance. The cha-cha-cha dance consists of 5 steps, but the steps that best express the rhythm and characteristics of the dance are mainly steps 3 to 5. Come on, follow me and let's go. After saying that, Li Qing pressed the button of the speaker and dance music started playing. Soon, Li Qing's body began to sway to the rhythm of the music. These young girls are still in the early stages of learning Latin dance and are more focused on basic skills in solo dance, so they don't need a dance partner for the time being. At this moment, they were very obedient and started to twist their bodies along with Li Qing. The cha-cha, a Latin dance, is actually more suitable for girls. It relies on the hips and waist to twist, and through the free rotation and expression, it gives people a feeling of enthusiasm and incitement, sexiness without being coy, happiness and very contagious. As the music gets more lively, the movements of the cha-cha dance become larger. The skirts of Latin dance dancers are not very long to begin with, and once they start twisting their body, they cannot cover anything. Li Qing looked through the mirror and behind himself, he saw a large area of twisting thighs. Oh my god, this mirror is so white. Li Qing looked in the mirror and felt a little dry in the mouth. He swallowed, quickly calmed himself down, and continued to concentrate on leading the dance. It has to be said that this scene was very shocking for Li Qing, a healthy boy with thriving hormones who was in puberty. It's really a bit of torture for him to just watch and not be allowed to touch. Now he just hopes that time can pass faster. Teacher Li, you are so young, but you can dance Latin dance so well. How old are you? Yes, Mr. Li, how old are you? You are so handsome. Teacher Li, you must answer this question. After dancing for a while, one of the girls asked Li Qing a question, asking about his age. Li Qing has not answered some of the previous questions. But this question is the question in almost all of their minds. In an instant, one stone caused 1,000 waves. The group of little girls echoed and asked questions. The expressions on their faces seemed as if they would not cooperate with him in dancing unless he answered them. It seems that there is no way out without answering? Li Qing scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly, well, actually I'm only 18 years old. Only 18? He's only 2 years older than me. He's only 3 years older than me. A man 3 years older than me is a treasure. Brother Li, you don't have a girlfriend yet. If you don't have one, you can consider me. What the hell, it's obvious that girls who are 3 years older than me are the ones who. Girls who learn to dance seem to generally mature early. At this moment, I heard that Li Qing was only 18 years old. She was even more passionate and unrestrained, and started to tease the young and handsome Li Qing. How could Li Qing have the nerve to respond to such lewd words? He was afraid that if he let them continue talking like this, what they said next would become even wilder. He quickly stopped them from talking. Stop talking, come on, let's continue dancing. Cut. Seeing that Li Qing ignored them, the little girl sighed and had to dance with Li Qing obediently. Time passed so slowly. Li Qing took out his cell phone and took a look at it. In about half an hour, he will be free and can give his little brother a holiday. Teacher Li, can you dance a cha-cha with me and show it to everyone? I have learned the cha-cha duet dance before, so I have the basics. One of the girls, who was wearing light makeup and looked somewhat mature and charming, said to Fong Ming. The words had just fallen, before Li Qing could answer. Teacher Li, we want to see it. Teacher Li, welcome. Teacher Li, this is just a small request. The remaining girls heard this and clapped their hands in agreement. Although they have just started learning, they still want to see the couple dance the cha-cha, especially now that the handsome Li Qing is dancing the cha-cha for them. Oh well. Anyway, school was about to end, so Li Qing explained to them the various key points and precautions of Latin dance while dancing. I've been talking about it for a long time and my mouth is dry and I'm a little tired. Dancing in pairs can allow him to stop talking for a while, rest his voice and kill some time. Li Qing nodded in agreement. He stood up and played Lou Bega's classic song Angelina as accompaniment. Soon, as the familiar melody sounded, Li Qing and the girl held hands and began a passionate duet cha-cha. The two people stepped back and forth passionately,
twisting their bodies wantonly, turning around each other constantly, and changing their dance moves. After the dance, the two people cooperated with each other very well. As the song ended, the cha-cha dance performance finally ended, and the two let go of each other's hands. Li Qing was even a little nervous just now, and his hands were sweating. After all, he has never held the hands of many girls. I was so nervous that I didn't know where to put it. On the side, the girls who were watching just now. I orgasmed for both of them. Wow, Teacher Li is amazing. Love it, Teacher Li, will you come to teach us again in the future? Teacher Li, I want to dance with you too. Chapter 66 Goodbye Xia Bia. Li Qing wiped the sweat from his forehead and was about to answer. Suddenly, he looked up and saw Xia Yushi standing at the door, looking at him intently. Li Qing was stunned for a moment. No way? It looks like Xia Yushi has been here for a while. She saw how intimate she had been with the little girl. You're not going to think too much, are you? My heart couldn't help but pound, and I felt a little nervous. But soon, in the next second, Li Qing realized that he was completely overthinking. Brother Qing. You must be very tired here teaching these little girls to dance. Thank you for your hard work, Mua. Xia Yushi looked the same as usual, even more affectionate than before. Li Qing was stunned. To be honest, Xia Yushi rarely treated him so disgustingly in front of so many people. After all, Xia Yushi has always been the type of person with a slightly shy and cold personality. Otherwise she wouldn't be called the cool school beauty. Li Qing immediately realized what was going on. Xia Yushi must have seen it just now, he was dancing with the girl in his arms. Also, these girls looked at Li Qing with shining eyes. She is Li Qing's only girlfriend now. There is naturally a strong sense of crisis at this moment. Now, a big part of the reason why she deliberately spoke to Li Qing in a coquettish manner was to assert her sovereignty. She is now Li Qing's official girlfriend. Girls, you better step back a little. Li Qing quickly understood what Xia Yushi meant and smiled calmly. He walked straight towards Xia Yushi. I haven't finished teaching here yet, are you done so soon? Xia Yushi smiled sweetly at Li Qing, and her whole body made people feel comfortable like a gentle spring breeze. My teacher also has something to do today, so he asked us to get out of class early. So I came here first, and wanted to see how you teach. You guys dance, I'll just stand by and watch, I won't disturb you. Xia Yushi finished speaking. Just now, those little girls wanted to rub against Li Qing's body and seek the right to mate. Instantly, there was a cry of grief in my heart. Who would have thought that Teacher Li actually has such a beautiful girlfriend? You know, after all, Xia Yushi's appearance is the best among the more than 20,000 girls in Ning University. As soon as the school started, she was recognized as the campus belle of Ningda by all the boys in Ningda. In terms of appearance, she directly crushes 99.9999999999999% of girls. Therefore, these enthusiastic and unrestrained girls were instantly speechless after seeing the beautiful Xia Yushi. After all, Li Qing already has such a beautiful girlfriend. How can you still appreciate these wild flowers and weeds? Sure enough, only the super beautiful sister in front of me is worthy of such an excellent boy like Teacher Li. Each of them instantly buried their previous little thoughts deep in their hearts. He even didn't dare ask for Li Qing's contact information. When it was time to go home from school, everyone, as well behaved as an obedient primary school student, lined up to greet and say goodbye to Li Qing. Goodbye, Teacher Li. I hope I can see you again next time. Teacher Li, you teach really well. I am soaked all over by dancing. Teacher Li, I really hope you can keep teaching us. Li Qing waved goodbye to everyone one by one. This short teaching career ended so quickly. It seems that he is still very suitable to be a teacher. Especially teachers in girls' schools. The feeling of being surrounded by that group of little girls just now was a bit painful. But let me be honest. It's still very cool. Li Qing silently made a check mark in his heart. He now has one more option for his future exciting career. Beside him, Xia Yushi pouted and looked at Li Qing angrily. Brother Qing, if I hadn't arrived in time, would you have been conquered by these little girls? Li Qing? He frowned with some disdain. Nonsense, who am I? Xia Yushi raised her head. Humph, I feel uncomfortable seeing so many little girls surrounding you. Li Qing spread his hands. I can't help it. I'm just too charming. The words had just fallen. Xia Yushi's little pink fist was already waving over. Ah!
Lady, spare my life. It was already 6 o'clock in the evening when Li Qing and Xia Yushi came out of the dance studio. He taught the girls how to dance the cha-cha for an entire afternoon. After spending the whole afternoon pressing the gun, I felt both tired and fulfilled, and exhausted all over. Suddenly, he received a string of messages on WeChat. Little boss, are you there? Why is your delicious little restaurant closed? Wow, why can't I find you? By the way, please don't leak my recording. Li Qing looked at the long string of messages sent by Xie Biao and then he remembered. It seemed that he did record Xie Biao's conversation at that time. Of course, it's a very normal recording. It was a recording of her shamefully imitating a dog's barking. He thought Xie Biao would be ashamed and would never come to him again. But today, I sent him WeChat again. It also reminded him of himself, where there was a small restaurant on the commercial street in the university town. Li Qing was stunned for a moment. I haven't been to that store for a long time. I'm afraid the vegetable garden in the backyard of that restaurant is now overgrown with weeds. I wonder if those cucumbers have grown big and thick now. Can I still give it to the girls who come to the restaurant to eat? He now owns 35% of the shares of the Regent Hotel and 40% of the shares of the Xia Group. Receive hundreds of millions in dividends every year. He no longer has to humble himself and be a restaurant owner, pedaling a tricycle and running around. Who would open a restaurant if they were serious? Anyway, Li Qing is not open anymore. He is now learning to be like a serious person. When he has nothing to do, he drives a Bugatti, takes girls with him, and races fast, pretending to be cool in a low-key manner. Thinking of this, he recalled his long-legged sister Xie Biao. The long-legged girl is also okay, she is a pretty girl next door, and looks quiet and well-behaved. Li Qing finally replied to her on WeChat. I quit this shop a long time ago. What do you want? Li Qing sent the message in less than 3 seconds. The WeChat notification sound rang. Xia Biao almost stayed on the chat interface of her phone and replied instantly. I want to ask you to do me a favor, can you? Do you have time now? I'll treat you to a meal first. Li Qing was stunned for a moment. Replied directly to agree. Okay, see you at the gate of Ningde University in half an hour. After Li Qing replied, he lowered his head and thought for a while. Xia Yushi said a few minutes ago that she had made an appointment with her best friend to hang out and the three of them were planning to go shopping. He doesn't want to go shopping with girls. The woman became extremely excited when she was walking down the street. Especially when two girls with similar interests get together to go shopping. That means you have endless energy. Chapter 67, Pushing Xie Biao against the wall. If that happened, he would probably break his legs. It just so happens that he can take this opportunity to slip away. Xie Biao invited him to dinner equals his cousin invited him to dinner. Just create a cousin out of thin air. Xia Yushi, my cousin said she wants to treat me to a meal. Your bestie will be here soon anyway, so why don't you two just get together? Xia Yushi was stunned for a moment when she heard the voice. Cousin? How come she had never heard that Li Qing had a cousin? Although she had some doubts, she couldn't resist the temptation of shopping with her bestie, so she finally nodded in agreement. Oh well. Half an hour later. The gate of Ningbo University. Li Qing's Bugatti slowly stopped. He took out his cell phone and sent a voice message to Xie Biao on WeChat. Hey, where are you? I'm here. Upon hearing the voice, Xie Biao looked around, but did not see any trace of Li Qing's tricycle. I didn't see you, where have you been? Li Qing soon saw his long-legged sister Xie Biao, who was talking on the phone not far away with a confused look on her face. She was wearing a pleated skirt today, revealing her signature long legs, which were thin, white and long. All the boys couldn't take their eyes off her. You silly little girl. Li Qing directly pressed the horn of the Bugatti. Beep, beep, beep. Xie Biao was instantly startled by the sound of Li Qing's horn. Li Qing stuck his head out of the car window and waved at her. Get in the car. When Xie Biao saw that the person in the luxury supercar honking the horn was actually Li Qing, she was stunned for a moment. Oh, no. What about the small boss who opened the restaurant before? Where is his super cool pedal tricycle? Is this how you make money by running a restaurant? Just earned a supercar? She walked towards Li Qing with a confused look on her face. When he saw the door of Li Qing's Bugatti automatically slide upwards like a cicada's wing, his eyes lit up. I was shocked. Oh shit. She instantly felt that Li Qing was extremely handsome. Well, that's not right. In fact, it's mainly because his car is so cool. Xia Biao got in the car. Then he looked at Li Qing stupidly. Don't speak either. Li Qing? Aren't you going to treat me to a meal? Tell me where you want to go, and we'll go right there. When Xia Biao heard this, she suddenly blushed and looked at Li Qing shyly. Li Qing? Why am I shy again? What is going on? Why is it that every time he drives a sports car, the girls who look at him blush? It must be that the way he drives the Bugatti with one hand is so charming. Actually, I was planning on treating you to a snack at school. After all, I don't have that much money. I'm just a poor student. Xia Biao finished speaking and lowered her head. Li Qing nodded to show his understanding. Okay, just tell me what you want me to do for you. I'm afraid it won't be good if I guess your meaning wrongly again. Xia Biao raised her head when she heard Li Qing ask this. Recently, a boy has been pursuing me. After Xia Biao finished speaking, she bit her lip, looking as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Then what? I don't like him. I want you to help me get rid of him, okay? I was thinking, you ride the pedal tricycle and I'll just sit on it, and then he'll be speechless. But I didn't expect that you would become so outstanding now. I can't find any way to stimulate him. After hearing this, Li Qing was a little confused. WTF. It turned out that Xia Biao had treated me as a tool. And he is also a tool that serves as a negative example? It seems that Xia Biao just wants to use her pedal tricycle to stimulate her suitors? Li Qing's face turned pale in an instant and he covered his chest in pain. The eggs shattered all over the floor. This Xia Biao is too much. Xia Biao saw that Li Qing was a little angry and anxious. No, I'm really annoyed by that boy, so I want you to help me. After all, you're the only boy I know, and I can't find any other boys to help me in college. As Xia Biao spoke, her face turned red again. Indeed, Xia Biao is the kind of girl who is quiet and speaks little. Maybe she was really annoyed by that boy. There was no other way, and she even remembered Li Qing, who still had the leverage over her, and asked him for help. Li Qing nodded. Well, ask him out now. I'll help you. When that happens, I'll make sure he never harasses you again. Of course, you just need to cooperate with me when the time comes. Xia Biao looked obedient and nodded. Half an hour later. Xia Biao stood at the gate of Ning University. I saw a somewhat elegant boy wearing a black sweatshirt walking over. Walked straight up to Xia Biao. Yao Yao, you finally came to your senses today and asked me out for dinner. By the way, Yao Yao, last time I confessed to you, you said you would think about it for a few days. How are you thinking about it now? Xia Biao was stunned for a moment, looking at the annoying boy in front of her. I clearly rejected you last time, but you kept asking me if I could reconsider. I really had no choice but to say this. If you keep talking nonsense like this, I'll leave. As Xia Biao spoke, her face turned red again. Then he turned around and walked quickly towards Li Qing. The boy in black clothes behind him hurriedly chased after him, looking relentless. Yao Yao, how could you do this to me? Xia Biao quickly walked to Li Qing's Bugatti. Li Qing simply slid open the car door and walked out. Walked straight up to Xia Biao. Beauty, I like you so much. I fell in love with you the first time I saw you in the car. Do you know that in the 1 minute I saw you just now, my heart beat 521 times for you? I live completely for you now. After Li Qing finished speaking, he strode directly towards Xia Biao. Then, he pulled Xia Biao into his arms. Then he lowered his head and covered her cherry lips with his mouth. On the other side, he put his hands on her head and forced her against the wall. Hiss. The students around were instantly shocked. At this moment, they all stopped and looked at the two people. From what Li Qing said just now, the two of them have only known each other for less than a minute? Damn, are people so tough nowadays? They soon saw the Bugatti supercar behind Li Qing. I understood something instantly. Damn, it's great to have money. Aside. The boy who had been chasing Xia Biao was also stunned for a moment. The girl that I pursued with great efforts but couldn't get. I was pushed against the wall so soon. At this moment, his balls were almost broken. This is too miserable. Sure enough, if you have money you can do whatever you want? The look in his eyes when he looked at Li Qing instantly lit up. It's so abominable. Why isn't his father a rich second generation? He also wants a supercar. He also wants to have sex with the girl right on the street. Chapter 68, Another addition to the harem. Xia Biao instantly felt as if she had been electrocuted, and her whole body went limp. I can only let Li Qing control me. Before, Li Qing just told her to remember to cooperate with him later. But she never expected that he would ask her to kiss him? This was her first kiss. Just like that, it was taken away by Li Qing in front of everyone? Xia Biao's mind went blank. For her, time seemed to freeze at this moment. She stopped thinking. Until Li Qing let go of her red lips. Only then did she come to her senses. When they saw the people around them, they were all looking at them in shock. She was so embarrassed that she couldn't ejaculate anymore. A few blushes instantly covered her entire pretty face. And the other side. The boy in the black sweatshirt who had been pestering her just now. The whole person couldn't be more stupid. He originally thought that Xia Biao rejected her simply because she didn't want to be in a relationship. But until now, he saw Xia Biao kissing a boy she just met in public. This. His worldview was shattered to pieces, and he could never pick it up again. Li Qing kissed her all in one breath and looked at Xia Biao for a few seconds. Then, he turned around and looked at the boy in the black sweatshirt, walked over and patted him on the shoulder. Brother, have you learned it? To pick up girls, you need skills. If you were as handsome as me, would you lick Xia Biao every day and be a licker? The boy in the black sweatshirt was dumbfounded again. Li Qing is indeed very handsome. But he still felt that this was not the main reason. The main thing is that cool and awesome Bugatti. Didn't he lose to a Bugatti? Life is so difficult. He was not going to believe in love anymore. After such a sudden blow, his balls were shattered to the ground. He planned to sneak away and find a place where no one was around to make up for it. The boy in the black sweatshirt finally left. He left without even saying hello. Xia Biao breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that the trouble that had troubled her for many days was finally solved. This annoying person is finally gone. But little boss, you just now, actually. A quiet girl like Xia Biao has no deterrent power at all when she is angry. Instead, it feels like she's acting coquettishly and cutely with Li Qing. The voice was so soft and crisp, and he couldn't sound fierce at all. This is too much. What are you going to do? Tell me how you plan to compensate me. Li Qing was stunned for a moment. Xia Biao's three soul-searching questions made him a little panicked. In fact, his original plan just now was not to forcefully kiss Xia Biao. But the moment he got out of the car and saw Xia Biao, suddenly I realized that she is still quite pretty. Especially when being harassed by boys, she shows that helpless look, expression, and a series of small movements. It directly aroused his desire as a boy to protect girls. He suddenly walked over as if by magic. He pulled Xia Biao and kissed her in one breath, forcibly showing off his masculine charm. Damn it! What the hell? It seems that my harem has successfully expanded by one more person. At this moment, looking at Xia Biao's eyes that were about to burst into tears after being kissed by him, Li Qing was stunned for a moment. Little boss, why are you silent? You have to be responsible for me. Li Qing touched his hair and took a deep breath. After all, I am a man. How could he disappear without recognizing me once he puts on his pants? Xia Biao, be my girlfriend. Li Qing's words had just fallen. Xia Biao let out a coquettish sound instantly. She was waiting for Li Qing to say this. Soon, he fell into Li Qing's arms again. The people who had been watching around suddenly cheered. Love comes too fast, like a tornado. Sure enough, in front of Bugatti, there is no goddess that cannot be conquered. Damn it, why do I have a sour feeling? Li Qing held Xia Biao in his arms. Somewhat unbelievable. I didn't expect that the speed at which he was gathering his harem had become so fast. All in all, it took no more than an hour. By the way, young boss, now that you have closed your restaurant, what are you doing? Do you choose to go home and inherit the family property? Xia Biao, who was lying in Li Qing's arms, suddenly raised her head, looked at Li Qing in front of her, and asked curiously. She thought that Li Qing was just a restaurant owner and a rich second-generation nouveau riche. Although the two are now in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. But she still has to ask clearly, right? Li Qing shook his head. Actually, I'm still a student, a freshman in the finance department of Ningbo University. Xiaobiao was stunned for a moment. When she first met Li Qing, he was just a restaurant owner. So it was natural to think that Li Qing was older than him. But unexpectedly, Li Qing was actually her classmate. Moreover, he is one level lower than her. Oh my god. You are actually one grade younger than me. Call the senior quickly. Li Qing was stunned for a moment. He also didn't expect that the silly-looking, slow-reacting, and silly long-legged sister Xiaobiao was actually one level higher than him. Oh my goodness, has he hooked up with the senior girl already? Tisk, do you think you act like a senior in front of me? Xiaobiao was stunned for a moment. Indeed, she always acted silly in front of Li Qing. Even last time, Li Qing took the opportunity to record the conversation, giving him the leverage over him. Oh well. Anyway, you're my boyfriend now, so it's okay to be a little silly in front of you. It's good enough that you're better than me. But you are younger than me. Then I will call you Xiao Qingqing. When Li Qing heard this disgusting name, he almost vomited blood. Little Qingqing? Can you please not call me like that? Li Qing felt himself being called by Xiaobiao. The whole man's masculine energy suddenly disappeared into thin air. No, I like it, so you can control me. Xiaobiao quickly revealed the arrogance and domineering nature of a girlfriend. Li Qing finally nodded helplessly. Little Qingqing, little Qingqing. It's actually not that bad if you get used to it. It sounds quite nice too. By the way, Xiao Qingqing, do you know? We have an unwritten agreement in our dormitory. It's about which girl in the dormitory gets married first. His boyfriend must treat all the girls in the dormitory to a meal. Xiao Qingqing, I just announced in the dormitory group that I'm no longer single, and they immediately started clamoring for you to treat them to dinner tonight. Li Qing was stunned for a moment. It's not that he is afraid of inviting girls to dinner. But, it's a shame to meet Xiaobiao as roommate so soon. He had an uncomfortable feeling, something was weird. By the way, are your roommates still single? Chapter 69 Dormitory Party. Xiaobiao was stunned when she heard Li Qing ask this. Still nodded. Yes, there were 4 singles before, but now, there are only 3 left. Are they good looking? Are they pretty? What's their figure like? Do they have big breasts? Li Qing asked 3 soul-searching questions directly, wishing he could see all of Xiaobiao's roommates. Xiaobiao felt a little annoyed when she heard Li Qing's direct question, and her face turned red. Xiao Qingqing, why are you talking like this? Now that you have me, are you still thinking about my roommates? Li Qing shook his head seriously. It's not that I'm worried about it. It's just that my roommates are still single. After all, as a father, you have to consider your sons, right? After Li Qing finished speaking, he winked at Xiaobiao. How about it, do you understand what I mean? How about making some arrangements for them? We are all family anyway, so let's just keep the wealth within the family. Xiaobiao nodded, not quite understanding. Xiao Qingqing, what do you mean? I mean, I just happen to be inviting your roommates to dinner. Why not, I'll just bring my roommates to have dinner together, and have a social gathering with your dormitory at the same time. If some of these couples fall in love with each other and really get together, wouldn't that be wonderful? After Li Qing finished speaking, Xiaobiao was still a little confused. Her expression was dazed as she thought foolishly and digested his words. After a long while, he excitedly shook Li Qing's hand. That's amazing, Xiao Qingqing. If this is the case, you don't have to pay for it yourself. Besides, if they really succeed, they will definitely thank us too. I'll go back to the dormitory and tell them that the boys in my boyfriend's dormitory also want to treat us to a meal and socialize. They have all been single for a year in college, and they are all horny. If there is a junior dormitory willing to socialize, they will definitely be willing. After Xiaobiao finished speaking, she quickly said goodbye to Li Qing happily and returned to the dormitory. Li Qing was also preparing to return to the dormitory. Go tell your roommates this good news. Li Qing returned to the boys' dormitory. Brothers, I, Huhan-san, am back again. Do you miss Brother San? Li Qing pushed open the door of the dormitory and spoke loudly. But 3 seconds passed after Li Qing finished speaking. The whole dormitory was still quiet. Li Qing looked around. The 3 good brothers in the dormitory were looking at Li Qing with horror. It's like when a primary school student doesn't finish his homework in class and looks at the teacher with a worried look on his face. It can be said that they were all huddled in bed, shivering. Li Qing? What's wrong with you?
I haven't been home for just a few days.
No. Don't be like this, you don't really think of me as your dad.
Li Qing looked at his panicked brothers and suddenly remembered something.
What the hell? I remember now. The bet about Dai Meyer that day. You swallowed the desk alive, you ascended to heaven on the spot, and by the way, Chi Fan, you also ate 3 pounds of shit. Li Qing knew the reason instantly.
I made a bet with them that day that if I appeared in Dai Meyer's live broadcast room for more than 10 minutes. They all placed their bets at that time. Now Li Qing is back. This means that they should fulfill their original words. So, when the 3 people saw Li Qing, they all panicked. When Li Qing found out that this was the wrong reason, he immediately smiled.
What was I talking about? It turned out to be this. Good brother, I was just having fun at the time, just arguing with you guys didn't take it seriously, did you? When the 3 heard this, they breathed a sigh of relief. They all looked at Li Qing with gratitude. Fuck, third brother, why didn't you tell me earlier? That's right, I've been scared these past few days. I've been suffering from insomnia, dreaminess, backache, frequent urination, and frequent nocturnal emission. By the way, third brother, why are you so cool? The brothers were all watching your live broadcast that day, but you just stood there in front of Dai Meyer, beeping one after another and pretending to be cool. Especially after you finished playing the piano, the look in Dai Meyer's eyes when she looked at you made it seem like she wanted to have sex with you right there and then. TSK, the brothers are so envious.
Li Qing smiled faintly and waved his hand.
Calm down. This is just my normal operation. It's just a little silly girl. Wait and see, next time I will live stream with Xiao Wenchuan for you guys to watch.
The 3 brothers in the dormitory were shocked again. Although they felt that Li Qing was bragging again. But when I think about all the bragging Li Qing did, it basically came true.
So now, I just believe most of it.
Oh my god, he is worthy of being the 3rd brother.
He can even get Xiao Wenchuan.
Brother, if you can really do a live broadcast with Xiao Wenchuan, I will kneel down to you.
Come on, 2nd brother, you should just kneel down right now.
Look at how often 3rd brother keeps his word. Li Qing listened to the nonsense of these brothers with a smile, and quickly clapped his hands, signaling them to stop.
Good brothers, stop arguing. I have great news to announce now. Just now, I made an appointment with a girls' dormitory in the school to socialize with us. It is said that the girls in that dormitory are all fair-skinned, beautiful, with long legs, curvy bodies, and hot bodies.
Oh, by the way, they are sophomores. Li Qing had just finished speaking when he noticed that his 3 good brothers in the dormitory were all drooling.
Instantly transformed into an old pervert. Li Qing paused and asked back. Come on, are you going or not?
If you don't want to socialize, then I will just tell them I refuse. Li Qing said this and took out his cell phone, pretending to send a message to reject the offer.
No, brother, I will definitely go.
Yes, this good opportunity must be seized. If any brother dares not to go to the dormitory, his chicken will be torn apart.
Li Qing then smiled, nodded, and put his phone back. Half an hour later. In a private room at a Depanji restaurant near Ningda University.
On one side of the table sat Li Qing's roommates.
On the other side sat Xia Biao's roommates. Xia Biao did not lie.
Her roommates are all pretty, above average looking, pretty good looking.
Although not as pretty as Xia Biao, the difference is not much.
In addition, they knew in advance that there would be a social gathering, so they dressed up carefully, looking gorgeous and very attractive. Li Qing's good brothers were so stunned by what they saw that their eyes were full of green light. Each of them instantly chose their own target, lowered their heads, composed themselves, and thought about how to perform in a while.
Chapter 70 I wonder who dares to take action.
After all, except Li Qing and Xia Biao. It was the first time for everyone to meet each other, so they were still a little reserved and couldn't relax. But after a few beers, everyone felt tipsy and the atmosphere became more lively.
Gradually, they talked more. Li Qing and his roommates are usually very active in the dormitory.
Now in front of the senior schoolmate, everyone tried their best to show themselves and flaunt all the humorous cells in their bodies. I wish I could get the right to mate tonight.
Maybe it's because Xia Biao's roommates have been single for too long.
At this moment, when I see Li Qing and his roommates, these freshmen, I find them pleasing to the eye. I just felt that she was pretty and I was very satisfied. In addition, under the catalysis of alcohol,
they responded to Li Qing's roommates one after another.
From time to time, they exchanged glances and sent each other secret flirtatious glances. It seems that tonight's gathering was very effective. Li Qing felt very relieved. Being able to be a matchmaker is a unique feeling. After the 8 of us finished our meal, we still felt like we hadn't had enough to chat about. Someone suggested that we go to KTV and sing some songs. Immediately, everyone responded and agreed. Li Qingze and Xiaobiao looked at each other with smiles, their eyes full of meaning. Ditian KTV is a relatively good KTV near Ningda, with above-average consumption. For students, it is considered very advanced. Li Chang and his roommates are about to get the right to mate. No one is afraid of spending money anymore. Who cares what KTV it is, just go. 8 people booked a private room. As they walked upstairs, they soon paired up in pairs, forming 4 pairs. Except Li Qing hugging Xia Biao. The other 3 pairs were vague and maintained a subtle but perfect distance. Occasionally, I couldn't help but touch you tentatively, and because of the alcohol, it seemed even more ambiguous. When Li Qing came, he had already told his roommates that Xia Biao was his girlfriend. In addition to envying Li Qing, the roommates all patted their chests and promised that they would definitely cover for Li Qing and not reveal any information about the school bell. At this moment, 8 people went upstairs and entered the private room. The dim and blurry lights in the private room, coupled with the throbbing of hormones catalyzed by alcohol, made the relationships of the couples who had just met become much closer. After entering the KTV, Li Qing's good brothers immediately transformed into KTV singing gods, took the microphone and sang passionately. Whether the singing was good or not is another matter, but at least they looked like they were enjoying it and were singing it very seriously. Li Qing felt much more relieved when he saw his good brothers working so hard to perform in front of the girl. Maybe by then, these brothers will really be able to succeed. Do you need to go to the bathroom? I'll go with you. Shifan spoke enthusiastically to Xia Biao's best friend, the blonde sister Sun Xianxian whom Li Qing had known before. She couldn't drink much, and I didn't know if it was real or she was pretending, but she was staggering a little when she walked. It just happened to give Qifan an opportunity. Qifan put Sun Xuanxuan's hand on his arm and indicated that he would take her to the bathroom. Just as the 2 men walked into the bathroom, a slightly drunk man in a suit walked out with a somewhat unfriendly look on his face. Looking at Sun Xuanxuan's raised buttocks that Qifan was holding, his hand reached out as if possessed by a ghost. Sun Xianxian instantly felt something was wrong, her face turned red, and she lightly hit Qifan with a dazed look. How annoying! Has his true colors been revealed so soon? It's still early, why are you in such a hurry? Qifan? Miss, what are you talking about? Don't talk nonsense, I didn't. Sun Xianxian sobered up instantly. If it's not you, who else could it be? Is there a ghost? When she turned her head, she saw a man in a suit standing behind her, looking at her with a fascinated look. Pervert! How dare you touch me? Sun Xianxian instantly felt that she was violated and screamed. At the side, Qifan, who had just met Sun Xianxian, became unhappy instantly when he saw her being teased. He has a hot temper. My goodness, now he dares to touch the girl he likes in front of him, this is outrageous. How dare you touch me? Xianxian, look, I'm here to vent your anger. As soon as Qifan finished speaking, Sun Xianxian screamed. Qifan, don't get excited. Stop it quickly. 2 minutes later. The man in the suit had a bruised face and nose, looking like a pig. After the beating, he naturally sobered up a lot. Boy, you dare to hit me? Do you know who I am? Which private room are you in? I'm going to have to deal with you later. Qifan was also shocked when he heard the threat from the man in the suit. But Sun Xianxian was still in front of him. No matter what you lose, you must not lose your momentum. Thinking of this, Qifan also straightened his neck. Without showing any fear, he spoke loudly. I'm in room 303, come find me if you dare. The man in the suit wiped his mouth. Just wait, I'll make you crawl out of D10 KTV today. Having said that, he walked away without looking back. Sun Xianxian nervously pulled Qifan's clothes and said worriedly. I know you did this for my own good, but you were too impulsive just now. What now? Why don't we just tell them and leave? Although Qifan was scared to death in his heart, he still looked calm and majestic on the surface. What are you afraid of? We have a few good brothers in the dormitory. Who dares to mess with us? Xianxian, don't be afraid. Follow me, and you can rest assured. Sun Xianxian had no choice but to nod. Shi Fan and son Xianxian walked into the private room.
Oh my god, Shi Fan, why did you two take so long? Could it be in the KTV bathroom? I've seen a lot of movies with this kind of plot. Brother Fan is really awesome. It's actually lasted more than 10 minutes.
Shi Fan was teased by his brothers, so he quickly waved his hands and cursed back. Although he was smiling on the surface, he was actually feeling nervous inside. He had been sitting down for less than 3 minutes. There was only a heavy muffled sound.
Bang!
The door of the KTV room was actually kicked open. At the door, there stood 6 sturdy men in black clothes, each of them about 1.85 meters tall. The person leading the group was the man in a suit whom Shi Fan had just beaten up in the toilet. The man in the suit had a swollen face like a pig's head at this moment, with a fierce expression on his face, and waved his hand.
Don't let any of these people go. As soon as the words fell, 6 strong men walked in directly. The 8 people panicked instantly and were dumbfounded. I dare not even breathe. Li Qing took a deep breath. Stand up straight. Wait. I'm standing here today. Let me see who dares to take action. Chapter 71. Mr. Li, nice to meet you.
Li Qing finished speaking calmly. The 6 strong men looked at each other and were stunned for a moment. Li Qing's confident look at this moment made them feel something was wrong. The leading man in a suit saw that they were all stunned and walked over directly.
Hey little bastards, I have to sign a big contract tonight, and you guys are doing this to me? If you dare to delay my good things today, none of you 8 will be able to climb out of this door. I don't care who you are. Even if the King of Heaven is here today, I'm determined.
The man in the suit said this arrogantly, raised his arm and waved it gently.
Signal to these people not to be afraid and just fight. If anything goes wrong, he will take responsibility.
The man in the suit is named Wu Lei, and he is the young master of a listed company in Ningjiang City. Today we just happened to invite a big shot here to sing and discuss some business cooperation. In the middle of the conversation, he went to the toilet while drunk and couldn't help but make a dirty move, and now he looks like a pig. He hadn't even concluded the deal yet, but he already had a bruise on his face, which was a big taboo in the business world, so naturally he was furious.
I wish I could skin these people alive right now.
Li Qing stared at the 6 strong men in front of him. Although he appeared calm on the surface, he was actually very panicked inside.
After all, did the system dad sign him in on some self-defense techniques? It would be good if he knew martial arts now. Follow the normal routine.
With the kung fu given by the system, it's easy to deal with these ordinary people.
It's no problem to beat 10 of them at once. What a pity. Now he is just an ordinary person.
Behind him, several good roommates from the dormitory also stood behind him.
He looked like he was rolling up his sleeves and ready to follow him. Good brother, if it doesn't work, let's beat him today. It's just a beating, come on, who's afraid of who? It's not our fault. Since they chose to take action, let's not waste time talking to them.
Several people posed. Several strong men also took action and were about to come over.
Suddenly, a lackey-like man hurriedly walked up to Wu Lei.
Brother Lei, Mr. Xiao is getting a little anxious waiting.
Wu Lei's face changed instantly when he heard this. What the hell, what are you doing? Didn't I ask you to calm him down first so that I can teach these bastards a lesson? Brother Lei, I really can't delay any longer. President Xiao is here. Look, he's over there.
He had just finished speaking. An old man in a black and red satin tang suit, followed by a few people who looked like bodyguards, slowly walked over.
He walked straight up to Wu Lei and just glanced at him indifferently.
It seemed that he saw him being beaten into a pig's head.
But I wasn't very surprised, and I didn't even ask any questions. Today's reception was pretty good. I have something else to do, so I'll go back first.
After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave. Wu Lei hurriedly chased after him, walked to Mr. Zhao's side, nodded and bowed, looking like a dog licking his boots.
Master Xiao, I'm so sorry for tonight. We hadn't finished drinking yet, and I had to go to the bathroom. Look, these bastards have disfigured me. Please wait a moment and watch me take care of them. After this is over, we will have to continue discussing the business between our 2 families. At this moment, he was completely different from the arrogant and domineering look he had just shown in front of Li Qing and the others. 2 completely different faces. At this moment, none of the 8 people in the KTV room took any action.
Apparently, this so-called Mr. Xiao is Wu Lei's friend. The bodyguards behind him looked even more powerful than these 6 strong men. It was already difficult for them to deal with 6 strong men, and they didn't want to deal with a few more. So I'll keep quiet for now and wait and see what happens. If something goes wrong, it's never too late to take action. Mr. Xiao heard the voice and turned around. But he just put his hands behind his back and glanced towards the room. But in an instant, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. That subtle surprise quickly disappeared. Then he had an expression as steady as a rock. You just said that these young men have a grudge against you? Wu Lei nodded, gritting his teeth. Yes, I'm here to discuss business with you today. It's such a big deal, but these little bastards are so ignorant. If they mess with me today, they won't be able to walk out of here in one piece. As Wu Lei spoke, he even clenched his fists and waved them in the air a few times. The old man in tang suit nodded calmly. What if I protect them? Wu Lei had a smile on his face. He didn't even hear clearly what the old man in tang suit said. Whoever can possibly protect them, whoever dares to protect them, I will beat him up too. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man in tang suit's face changed instantly. On the side, Wu Lei's lackey quickly pulled his sleeve and reminded him in his ear. Boss Wu, what Boss Xiao just said is that he wants to protect them. Wu Lei heard it very clearly this time. His face turned pale instantly. He glanced at the old man in tang suit with horror. When I saw that his face was a little unhappy, I panicked instantly. Mr. Xiao, you just said that you want to protect them? Wu Lei's voice was not loud, but everyone in the audience heard it. Everyone was shocked instantly, including Li Qing and other students in the KTV. Everyone's eyes were now focused on the old man in tang suit. Even students like Li Qing could tell from Wu Lei's demeanor and his cautious movements and expressions in front of him just now. He is the most powerful person. But now, he actually said he would protect them? When Wu Lei saw the old man in tang suit, he just narrowed his eyes, looked at him, and said nothing. He was a little confused. He didn't know why someone suddenly did this to him and went against him. Master Xiao, why are you doing this? Is it because I didn't treat you well today? How about I invite you out to play again some other day? As long as you are happy, I can do anything. Just have fun. At this moment, Wu Lei was like a frightened little rabbit in front of the old man in tang suit. I was afraid that any poor service would offend him. But the old man in tang suit didn't even look at Wu Lei again. Instead, he walked directly into the KTV room. Behind him, those bodyguards with extraordinary skills followed him and were inseparable. The old man in tang suit known as Mr. Xiao entered the KTV room and walked straight up to Li Qing. Then, he stretched out his hands to Li Qing with a warm look, completely different from the cold look he had shown in front of Wu Lei just now. Mr. Li. Nice to meet you, nice to meet you. I've wanted to meet you for a long time, but I didn't expect to meet you here. Chapter 72 Young people should be a little crazier. What? Mr. Li? Li Qing was confused. What the hell is going on here? He looked at the old man in front of him. He looked very dignified and felt a little friendly, but when he looked at his face, he couldn't remember who he was. There is really no impression in my mind. Li Qing looked slightly bewildered. Excuse me, who are you? When the old man in tang suit heard this, he suddenly understood. Oh, sorry, I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Shawshank, and I'm the chairman of the Regent Hotel Corporation. That's you. You were so rich a few days ago that you bought 35% of our company's shares. I've been wanting to take some time to visit you these past few days, and I didn't expect to meet you here today. After meeting him today, I can see that he is indeed a young and promising young talent. He is a handsome man, and his reputation is well deserved. Mr. Li, if you have any requests or needs in the future, just let me know. From now on, your business will be my business. Shawshank held Li Qing's hand affectionately and was very polite. After all, after Li Qing acquired the shares of his hotel that day, he ordered the entire company, from top to bottom, to recognize Li Qing's handsome face. Li Qing is taken very seriously. He was so happy that he met Li Qing today and recognized him immediately. Behind him was Wu Lei, who was about to attack Li Qing. At this moment, I was stunned. Is this the young student? Own 35% of the Regent Hotel? From now on, his affairs will be Shawshank's affairs? No way, sir. Why is he so unlucky? You know, it was not easy for him to make an appointment with Mr. Xiao today because of a business cooperation with Regent Hotel.
I hope that in the future the property services of Regent Hotel will be directly handled by their company. Dozens of 5-star hotels. That's a lot of business. For this reason, he shamelessly begged Shawshank many times. He cares about my well-being every day, and he is just short of flattering Shawshank. It seems that the old fox Shawshank is about to give in. But he actually beat up his guest of honor? Actually, to be precise, it was almost a fight. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine, from his tailbone to the top of his head. You know, most of his company's business relies on the supply of dozens of chain branches of Regent Hotel. This would make Mr. Xiao unhappy. If you choose any other supplier, you're done. Then he just declared bankruptcy. Think of this. He is a smart man who adapts to changing circumstances. He even walked straight over to Li Cheng. Soon, there was a plop. Kneel down immediately. Bossly, I was blind and offended you and your friends just now. Please forgive me today. If you're not satisfied, I'll keep kneeling until you're satisfied. At this moment, the classmates behind Li Cheng were shocked again. What the old man in tang suit, Mr. Xiao, said before was enough to shock them. This man in a suit, Wu Lei, looked extremely arrogant just now. But now, he was kneeling in front of Li Cheng like a dog? Is Li Cheng so awesome? How come I didn't notice it before? Unexpectedly, they have such a powerful boss by their side. 35% of the shares of the Regent Hotel. Hiss. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but gasp. No wonder Li Cheng just now stood in the front pretending to be cool. After all, little Wu Lei is nothing compared to him. Li Cheng looked at Wu Lei, who was kneeling at his feet, with an expressionless face. This person was so arrogant just now. If he hadn't happened to meet Shawshank today. Maybe he really got caught here. In that case. Then let him kneel for a while. This kind of idiot deserves it. Shawshank, who was standing next to him, saw that Li Cheng hadn't said anything. I nodded silently in my heart. As expected, he is worthy of being the one who can afford to acquire 35% of the shares of Regent Hotel. Although he is young, he is quite calm. He cleared his throat and prepared to help push. Since Mr. Li hasn't said anything, why don't you show some sincerity? Let Mr. Li feel how much you regret now. When Wu Lei heard what Shawshank said, he was stunned for a moment. As a person who has been working in the business world for many years. Soon, he understood the meaning. Don't hesitate, just stretch out your hands. Pa, pa, pa. Pa, 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 pa. Pa, 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 pa. I saw him slapping with his left hand and then with his right hand in a very rhythmic manner. He raised both hands high and slapped himself in the face with all his might, without missing a single blow. Very quickly, in an instant. His face, which was already swollen like a pig's head, was now even more red and swollen. The whole face just gained a lot of weight. Li Cheng was stunned for a moment, and let him fan himself for a full 2 minutes. Only then did he wave his hand with a look of unfulfilled desire. Okay, today is our class reunion. We don't want to see blood, after all, it's unlucky. That's enough, you can go now. Li Cheng's words had just fallen. Wu Lei stood up with a look of joy on his face, his swollen mouth trembling. That's great, thank you Mr. Li for your forgiveness. Mr. Li is so generous. Thank you, Mr. Li. Wu Lei bowed and turned to leave. Behind him, the 6 strong men who were completely shocked felt very lucky at this moment. Fortunately, they did not listen to Wu Lei and did not take action. Otherwise, they might be the ones kneeling on the ground now. Now seeing Wu Lei leaving, everyone just ran away. Shawshank saw a slightly smug expression on Li Cheng's face. Feeling very satisfied, he walked up to Li Cheng again and said goodbye. Mr. Li looks very handsome and promising. After meeting him today, I found that his reputation is well deserved. Since Mr. Li has a game today, I won't bother you. See you next time. If you need anything, you can always call me. As Shawshank spoke, he took out a golden business card from his pocket and handed it to Li Cheng. Li Cheng took the business card and took a look at it. This is an extremely luxurious business card with a layer of gold-plated pattern on it. The surface is covered with a thin layer of gold foil, which glows golden under the light, demonstrating its nobility and luxury. You can tell at first glance that this is a privately customized business card worth thousands of dollars. Li Cheng quickly put away the business card. No problem, thank you Mr. Xiao for your support today. You're welcome. After Shawshank finished speaking, he prepared to leave. Soon, he turned around and looked at Li Qing again, with a smile in the corners of his eyes and a meaningful expression. Mr. Li is doing well today. After all, young people should be more crazy. Chapter 73 Sign in to the top fitness talent. Shawshank is gone too. At this moment, in the entire KTV room, only Li Qing and his roommates were left. Of course, there are also Xiaobio and her roommates. Everyone stared at Li Qing blankly. Oh my god, third brother. When did you become so arrogant? Yeah, just now the brothers had rolled up their sleeves and were just about to take action. But you gave everyone a surprise. To be honest, third brother, you are always the god. Xiaobio and her roommates were looking at Li Qing in shock at this moment. Yao Yao, your boyfriend is so amazing? Yes, my god, look at that person just now, he actually knelt down at your boyfriend's feet in embarrassment. Your boyfriend was so handsome just now, so cool. Xiaobio also looked at Li Qing with admiration. Li Qing waved his hand lightly. It's okay, don't get excited. It's just a small episode. Keep having fun, everyone. A small episode did not affect everyone's passion for karaoke. 8 people partying until 11 o'clock. I just got back to the dormitory on time to sleep. It was late, so Li Qing had to sleep in the dormitory tonight. The next day, Li Qing opened his eyes. Ding dong. Whether to sign in today. Sign in. Ding dong. Sign in successfully, sign in reward top fitness talent, do you want to learn? Study. Ding dong, learning is successful, congratulations to the host for obtaining pectoralis major, 8-pack abs, and unicorn arms. Li Qing felt his muscles swelling and full of strength. In an instant, he felt that some of his clothes were a little tight for him, as he was originally a little thin. Li Qing quickly got up and walked to the mirror in the dormitory. At this moment, he got up and had no time to put on his clothes. He was only wearing a small pair of underwear. He stood in front of the mirror, his entire body visible. If it weren't for his handsome face, he would be very recognizable. He couldn't believe that the muscular man in the mirror was himself. Under a pair of strong arms, a pair of broad and full pectoral muscles, and 8 abdominal muscles arranged in an orderly manner below, the wild charm of being a man is instantly displayed. Li Qing kept standing in front of the mirror and posing in various ways, admiring himself. He had never looked at his body so pleasingly. This is so fucking awesome. Especially these 8 well-defined abdominal muscles on my body. What the hell? I really want to touch it just by looking at it. If those Fujoshi saw this, they would pounce on him and take advantage of Li Qing. Li Qing is very satisfied with his current full and strong muscles. At this moment, his figure is so thin when he is dressed, but has muscles when he takes off his clothes. Coupled with his height of 1.85 meters, he is simply a walking clothes rack. Directly perfect. The whole person's male hormones exploded instantly. Li Qing stood in front of the mirror and admired it for a long time. The roommates also woke up one after another and saw Li Qing standing in front of the mirror. Oh my god, third brother, how come your muscles are so awesome? It's so handsome. I, a grown man, am drooling over it and can't help but want to touch it. Third brother, you have such an amazing body, why don't you get a boyfriend? We are all good brothers in the dormitory, why not let everyone have some fun first? Li Qing? Nima, what kind of bullshit are you talking about? Are you going to class yet? If you don't get up, you'll be late. Li Qing said this and quickly put on his clothes to cover up his perfect figure. Now with his figure, he is instantly popular with both men and women. He just wanted to go to the gym after school to get a membership and take a look at his muscles. Not only did they look strong, but they would also be very strong in practice. School is over in the afternoon. As usual, Xia Yushi wanted to take Li Qing to the restaurant for dinner. Li Qing shook his head. You go first, I'm going to go to the gym to get a membership. Xia Yushi nodded obediently. Okay, brother Qingqing, I'll bring you a meal, okay? Li Qing nodded. Now that I have this muscular body, I should pay attention to my diet. Then bring me 10 boiled eggs. Xia Yushi? Brother Qingqing, are you sure you can eat it? Li Qing nodded. Of course, I need to get some protein now. Li Qing and Xia Yushi parted ways and went to the Dihao gym near the school. Gym reception. The beautiful girl at the front desk was wearing cool and lovely clothes, revealing her snow-white chest. When she saw Li Qing coming over, she spoke directly. "Sir, are you ready to apply for a card? An annual card costs 3,000 yuan, and a half-year card costs 2,000 yuan. Li Qing was stunned for a moment and nodded. "When I came in just now, I saw that there was an event in your gym. If you break the gym record for squats, you'll get a free annual membership?" The receptionist took a look at Li Qing, looked at his thin body through his clothes, and nodded. "There is such an event, but sir, a professional bodybuilder came yesterday to participate. He squatted a full 300 kilograms. Sir, are you sure you want to give it a try to break the record?" The lady at the front desk said this and looked at Li Qing with a smile. She simply didn't believe that a small body like Li Qing could break the record of the previous fitness athlete weighing more than 300 pounds. "So it's useless to ask." Li Qing smiled faintly. "How do you know I can't?" Li Qing took a deep breath. Although he didn't know how strong he was. But he is so inexplicably confident. "Let me try." The lady at the front desk sighed. I don't know how many people have asked about this activity in the past few days, but when they heard the terrifying number of 300 kilograms, they all stopped wanting. But at this moment, the little boy in front of me wants to challenge me? "Coach Sun, come here. This boy wants to challenge the squat record in our gym." Soon, a muscular man came over. Glanced at Li Qing. "Young man, are you sure you want to challenge me? I advise you to just forget it." "How do you know I can't?" Li Qing smiled and walked over. When everyone in the gym heard that Li Qingran was going to challenge the gym's squat record, they all looked over immediately. A look of disbelief, waiting to laugh at him. Li Qing didn't say much and walked directly to the squat machine. He was wearing casual clothes today, not professional fitness clothes. It's a bit of a bother. Just take off your shirt. Show off his perfectly proportioned muscles. He has 8 full abdominal muscles and his whole body is like an inverted triangle, a perfect body like Eddie Peng. In an instant, everyone in the gym was stunned. These men who were lifting weights suddenly gasped. Isn't this figure what they dream of? And those girls who come to the gym to exercise their hip-to-waist ratio, take photos and check in, are instantly drooling. I really wanted to touch Li Qing's sexy abdominal muscles right there and then. Damn, this is a real young and handsome guy. I really want to get it on the spot. Chapter 74, is it only 500 kilograms? Li Qing naturally felt the gazes of everyone in the audience. Including those fitness girls wearing tight sportswear, each with tears in their eyes. It made him feel a little weird and embarrassed. He didn't say much and walked straight to the equipment. This was his first time squatting. Well, let us add another 100 kilograms first. After carrying 100 kilograms of weight, Li Qing felt a little heavy. But it's still very easy to squat directly. 100 kilograms, that's it? That's all. Li Qing's expression didn't even change, and he didn't even take a breath. Just skip the level and add another 200 kilograms. Challenge 300 kilograms. The people present were shocked when they saw Li Qing directly jump over 200 kilograms and challenge the 300 kilogram squat. I couldn't help but worry for Li Qing. After all, Li Qing's muscles look comfortable to look at, but the amount of muscle is still too little. But he is not a real big muscle man. How is it possible to carry 300 kilograms? Li Qing didn't think too much about it. He just took a deep breath and stood up slowly. Then, squat down easily without any pressure. 300 kilograms, he did it directly. The people watching around were shocked at this moment. This is a squat weight of 300 kilograms. So, doesn't this mean that Li Qing's long legs have at least 600 kilograms of strength? If this pair of legs kicked someone, the terrifying force of 300 kilograms would directly cause a comminuted fracture of the bone. No one has yet recovered from the shock. Li Qing just took a deep breath. Soon, he picked up another 100 kilogram weight and put it on his body. 400 kilograms of weight. This guy can actually keep adding more? Li Qing paid no attention to other people's gazes and focused on the squat in front of him. Just after taking a deep breath. After a deep squat, he slowly stood up again. Damn, this time I broke the gym's record. The receptionist who had just laughed at Li Qing's small stature was also stunned at this moment. She really couldn't believe that Li Qing had such a figure that she looked thin when dressed, but had muscular body when undressed. Surprisingly, he broke the record of that professional muscular bodybuilder. When Coach Sun next to him saw the scene,
he walked towards Li Qing without hesitation.
Sir, you have a very good image and temperament. And the explosiveness of your muscles is amazing. I wonder if you are interested in becoming an honorary coach at our Dihao gym.
You just need to register your name, and our gym can pay you 5,000 yuan a month.
A salary of 5,000 yuan, just for the sake of putting your name on the job. The people who were working out around were looking at Li Qing with envy in their eyes. One by one, they instantly found the motivation to continue lifting weights and exercising. Look, this young man is a true role model. As long as they squat, they can reach 400 kilograms. Sir, what do you think of this condition? Coach Sun looked at Li Qing in front of him and asked repeatedly.
You know, at his peak, he weighed barely 300 kilograms. Unfortunately, his time has passed.
Now is the era of young people. 400 kilograms. Even if I participate in a national bodybuilding competition and easily win an award, it shouldn't be a problem. For a great player like Li Qing, he would naturally try his best to get him. When the time comes, the gym will recruit more people. With someone like Li Qing who has a good image, figure and strong ability in charge, the performance of their gym will at least double. However, the young man in front of him heard such an attractive offer. There was no expression at all. He just frowned and seemed a little unhappy. Excuse me, could you please move aside? It's only 400 kilograms. Why are you so excited? Let me challenge 500 kilograms first.
Li Qing finished speaking calmly. In an instant, the whole place was silent, and you could hear a pin drop.
Everyone was shocked again. 500 kilograms. What the hell is this concept? You know, last year's national champion could only squat over 480 kilograms. But this young man in front of me actually wants to challenge 500 kilograms? Fitness is not something you can just add to it as you please. If you are not careful, you can easily get hurt.
In mild cases, it can cause muscle tearing, and in severe cases, it can cause bone fractures.
But at this moment, Li Qing actually said he wanted to challenge 500 kilograms? Young man, are you sure? If you're not careful, you might end up with a lifelong disability. That's not worth it. Coach Sun stood aside and reminded carefully. Li Qing nodded silently.
He continued to add without saying a word.
Soon, challenge to carry 500 kilograms.
Li Qing frowned, clenched his teeth, and stretched his calf muscles tightly, driving his thighs to exert force up and down.
Squat up slowly again. Hiss. 500 kilograms, challenge successful.
At this moment, everyone was looking at Li Qing.
Eyes full of shock.
I didn't expect that today I would see a national level weight bearing level in a small gym in Ningjiang City.
Let alone breaking the squat record in the gym. Direct national record, all is fine.
At this moment, the receptionist naturally seized the opportunity in time. He walked straight up to Li Qing and handed him a newly purchased annual pass to the Dihao gym with both hands, his eyes full of respect and enthusiasm.
Congratulations, sir, you have successfully broken our gym's squat record. This is an annual membership card. You are welcome to come to our gym more often in the future. You know, there is such a big guy who has an amazing record of 500 kilograms squat. There will definitely be a lot of people coming here by then. So, what is the money for an annual pass worth now? Just make a lot of money. Li Qing took the annual card. This is what he deserves for breaking the record, so there is no need to be polite. Li Qing has not yet taken off the burden on his shoulders. Instead, he looked down and his expression suddenly changed. In fact, 500 kilograms was just a bit of a burden for him. But it's not the limit. He wanted to try and see where his limit was. But the total weight of the weights in Dihao's gym is less than 600 kilograms? Li Qing turned around and glanced at Coach Sun. Only the 500 kilogram ones? I originally wanted to try 600 kilograms. Now it seems that we can only forget it.
Li Qing spread his hands, expressing a little helplessness.
Coach Sun was shocked instantly. He looked at Li Qing as if he were a monster. No way, no way. Can you even challenge 600 kilograms? Is this guy still human? Li Qing looked at the dumbfounded Coach Sun in front of him and sighed. Oh, this is so boring.
After Li Qing finished speaking, he prepared to leave. Behind him, the girl at the front desk quickly chased after him.
Chapter 75 Playing Games with Dai Meyer. Sir, wait a moment. What do you think of the conditions Coach Sun just told you? as an honorary coach of our Dihao gym. Li Qing thought about it. The fitness trainer is also good. There must be a lot of girls working out in the gym. I can teach them how to exercise step by step then. When girls work out, most of them wear tight, figure-revealing clothes, so you can feast your eyes and hands on them. But then I thought again. Just pick up girls every day. What's so good about picking up girls? After counting on his fingers, he now has the school beauty, Lu Wanqing, and Xiebiao, a total of 3 girlfriends. Li Qing was already very satisfied. Although there may be more to come. But for now, he has no shortage of girls. Thinking of this, Li Qing waved his hands repeatedly. No need, I'm already very happy to get an annual pass for free. Sir, are you sure you don't want to consider it? You don't have to do anything, just put your name on it, and you'll get 5,000 Chinese dollars every month. Li Qing's lips curled up slightly. Damn, you want to hire me for only 5,000 Chinese yuan? Who are you looking down on? No, I have plenty of money. After Li Qing finished speaking, he pushed the door and left. Leaving behind the people in the gym with shocked faces, as well as the front desk lady and Coach Sun who were a little embarrassed. Li Qing returned to the Repulse Bay villa and to his room with satisfaction. There is a computer in his room. Xia Yushi has an elective class in the afternoon, but he doesn't have any classes. So now, he can play games happily in his room alone. Li Qing had just turned on his computer when the WeChat notification sound on his mobile phone rang. Dai Meyer, Li Qing, do you still remember me? Holding chin. Li Qing? Flat-chested girl, is that you? Dai Meyer, knife, goodbye. Li Qing, okay, bye, $100. Less than 3 seconds after Li Qing sent the message, Dai Meyer's WeChat voice message popped up. Li Qing, I'm still live streaming, and you're saying this to me, don't I have any dignity? Oh, live broadcast, that's fine. Anyway, everyone knows that you are ahead of me, and it's always embarrassing. Stop messing around, wanna play a game? What to play? PUBG. What is that? PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Li Qing was stunned for a moment. Although the game PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds has been very popular recently, he doesn't play it much. The PC game is even more deadly every time. I'm not very good at this game. It's okay, just call me sister and I'll take you. Li Qing? Okay, sister, will you take me with you? Bring it online. Okay. The two added each other as friends in the game, quickly logged into the game, and started a sexy duo row. Li Qing also took out his mobile phone and opened the Fighting Bird live broadcast room. When I entered Dai Meyer's live broadcast room, I happened to see the camera from her side in the barrage in the live broadcast room. Fuck, I'm live streaming with Li Qing again, my youth is back. Where's Li Qing's husky? I don't want to watch you guys play games, I just want to watch the dog show. Based on Li Qing's skillful hand speed when playing the piano, I can only guess that he is also very good at playing games. Yes, I think so too. How about this, as long as Dai Meyer dies earlier than Li Qing, I will give her a plane. I mean what I say, come on, Dai Meyer. Li Qing looked at the comments in the live broadcast room and chatted nonsense about himself and Dai Meyer. As the person involved, he just felt it was funny at the moment. Damn, who says that if you are good at playing the piano, you will be good at playing games? If that's the case, then wouldn't the piano champion Lang Lang be able to go straight into professional competitions? Li Qing is actually just the opposite. In PUBG, he is the worst noob that can't be any worse. After getting on the plane, Li Qing consciously followed Dai Meyer to skydive. Li Qing, what are you doing? You're parachuting with me? Are you sure you're not afraid of getting killed as soon as you land on the ground? Li Qing smiled calmly. What's there to be afraid of? You'll just die as soon as you land on the ground. As long as there are other people, I will definitely be the one who becomes a box. Li Qing was skilled in playing the victim. On the other side, the barrage in the live broadcast room exploded. No way, Li Qing is acting like a noob again? That's right, it's obvious that he's ready to show off. Playing dumb to eat the tiger, an old trick, blindly guessing a wave of Li Xin, then a god descending from the sky, a frying pan hitting 4 people at once, and directly moving in a coquettish way to win the game. But 2 minutes later, Dai Meyer's screams were heard in the live broadcast room. Oh my god, Li Qing, are you really that bad? Oh my god, I thought you were pretending. With an AK, you can't even beat someone with a pistol? Li Qing smiled. why are you so excited? I've already told you that I'm a wimp, but you still don't believe me. It's not my fault, it's mainly because of the AK. The recoil is too strong. I can't suppress the gun.
Li Qing finished speaking. In Daimeir's live broadcast room, barrages of comments were flying.
Fuck, I never thought that Li Qing, who looks like a decent guy, is actually such a loser. To be honest, he is a complete rookie. I can play better than him with my feet. Why would I suspect that Li Qingshou was pretending to be so arrogant, pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger, and then making a god-level reversal tomorrow, pretending to be crazy? Together with Li Qing, he was killed 3 times in a row. Dai Meier has become stupid.
Unexpectedly, Li Qing, the big dish, was even worse than she expected.
Tell me, what can you do?
Li Qing was stunned for a moment. He didn't play much to begin with.
If you want to play PUBG well, it will take at least 100 hours. He only played for more than 50 hours. I can drive, and I drive really well. Next time, let's jump farther away, find a car and go to a deserted place. How about hiding a little longer? Dai Meier nodded. Oh well. Although Li Xin is not very good at playing the game PUBG. But Li Qing had a unique charm that made her want to play with her. Moreover, every time she broadcasts live with him, the effect of her broadcast is very good, and the popularity in the broadcast room is also very high. Even now, Li Qing's skills are so poor that he has been killed several times as soon as he landed. In the live broadcast room, the comments were filled with people criticizing each other non-stop. But this group of netizens continued to curse while watching Li Qing being killed as soon as he landed. There is nothing they can do, they just like to watch Li Qing and Dai Meier's live broadcast together. This time, Li Qing and Dai Meier successfully landed in a remote place. Since there were no other people around, they naturally wouldn't be killed as soon as they landed.
Li Qing went straight to find a motorcycle and said that he wanted to take Dai Meier to search for supplies.
Chapter 76, Playing Games with Dai Meier and Xiao Tuanchuan.
As we all know, motorcycles are one of the vehicles that are very difficult to drive in PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds. If you are not careful, it is easy to do a backflip and fall to death, which is a major car accident scene. Thinking of Li Qing's clumsy operation, Dai Meier was a little hesitant.
Li Qing, are you sure you can do this? Don't let me fall to death.
If that happens, the comments in the live broadcast room will definitely make us laugh to death.
Don't be afraid, get in the car, I'm a very good driver.
Li Qing said confidently.
After all, he is an old driver.
Except in real life, he is a very cool driver.
Driving in the game is also a must. Okay, then I will trust you a billion times. Dai Meier said this and got on Li Qing's motorcycle.
The character in the game was even very conscious and directly put his arms around Li Qing's waist, sticking closely to Li Qing. Li Qing's driving skills are indeed well deserved. Even when rushing down the mountain, it was very stable, as if walking on flat ground, without any rollover.
Li Qing even started singing Xiao Tuanchuan's song. I rode my beloved little motorcycle. It never gets stuck in traffic. Riding my beloved motorcycle. I was home in no time. He keeps me away from trouble and sorrow. At the same time, in the live broadcast room of Fighting Bird Room number 2222, the anchor Xiao Tuanchuan, who is known as the death song of esports and the girl who calls a pig, is curiously checking the room. At this moment, she directly opened Dai Meier's live broadcast room in front of everyone in the room. Coincidentally, at this moment in Dai Meier's live broadcast room, Li Qing was singing her famous song, Ride on My Beloved Little Motorcycle. Because Li Qing had previously signed a top musician talent. So this slightly silly song sung by Xiao Tuanchuan came out of his mouth. It actually sounds strangely nice.
In Xiao Tuanchuan's live broadcast room, after hearing Li Qing's singing, the barrage of comments exploded instantly.
Oh my god, there is actually someone who can sing Xiao Tuanchuan's song better than her? That's awesome, Xiao Tuanchuan, why don't you learn something?
I want to see him sing this song with Xiao Tuanchuan, and see if he can beat the authentic original singer Tuanchuan. Although Xiao Tuanchuan did not show her face in the live broadcast room, she was quiet for a while. Until Li Qing finished singing the song.
Xiao Tuanchuan exclaimed in surprise. Oh my god, this person's singing is even more stupid than mine? Besides, you're as bad at playing games as I am? Does anyone know who this person is? I want to play games with him too. I want to have what Dai Mei has. She and Dai Meier are the two major female anchors of PUBG, or PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Every time, People pick them out at the same time and talk about who is the real queen of PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds. She, Xiao. As a big bird fighting anchor with 20 million fans. Never give up. Soon, barrages of comments began to appear. This person is also a new girl I just met, her name is Li Qing. Xiao, if you want to play with him, let's go to Dai Mayer's live broadcast room and tell him. Ah, my little Tuanchuan actually took the initiative to look for boys to play games one day. My youth is over. The other side. In Dai Mayer's live broadcast room. Suddenly, a large group of fans with the name of Pig Jiaotuan came in and posted barrages of comments. Li Qing, come out and meet the guests. My Tuanchuan wants to play games with you. Li Qing was playing games on his computer while watching the barrage on his phone. He saw these comments almost at the same time as Dai Mayer. Dai Mayer was a little stunned. Li Qing was also dumbfounded. He knew Xiao, the funny female anchor with a silly voice. But now, her fans went straight to Dai Mayer's live broadcast room and said that Xiao Tuanchuan wanted to play games with him? Dai Mayer felt a little jealous, and her jealousy as a woman exploded instantly. Hey, Xiao Tuanchuan wants to steal my Li Qing too? Really? Just grab the platform resources from me. Even my friends are going to be robbed. Li Qing, go ahead and play with her. Don't let Xiao Tuanchuan wait anxiously. Dai Mayer said to Li Qing in a deliberately sour tone. Li Qing heard what Dai Mayer said, especially when he saw her heartbroken expression in the live broadcast room. I couldn't help but burst out laughing. Look at what you said, it's like we're doing some kind of double sport. It's the same whether you play in a duo or a three. So, can't the three of us play together? You too, why don't you both come? Li Qing just finished speaking. In Dai Mayer's live broadcast room. At this moment, her fans, as well as the fans of Xiao Chuanchuan who came over to lead the rhythm, instantly reached a climax. I'll go. Did I hear that correctly? Li Qing is so arrogant? You two are coming? He actually wanted to be alone and accompany two people at the same time. And they are all the top female anchors in the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds section of Doniao Live? Damn, this is something many of them would never have dared to dream of before. Li Qing said it so casually? This is outrageous, Li Qing, you are dreaming. I like both of these female anchors very much. If Li Qing can get two of them to play games with him live, I will directly send 100 planes to each of them. To be honest, I'm actually looking forward to such a scene. Li Qing finished speaking. Dai Mayer tilted her head and thought for a while, then actually nodded. Okay. I just wonder if Xiao Tuanchuan agrees or not. As a host, with Li Qing as the middleman and broadcasting live with Xiao Tuanchuan, the effect of her show will definitely be explosive. She soon figured out the reason. I agreed immediately. Soon, Xiao Tuanchuan's fans in Dai Mayer's live broadcast room directly posted this news in Xiao Tuanchuan's live broadcast room through barrage. Xiao Tuanchuan and her fans in the live broadcast room were stunned instantly. What is Li Qing thinking? He actually wants to treat everyone equally? Little Tuanchuan, don't agree to his request. If you want to accompany him, it can only be our Tuanchuan. Our Tuanchuan doesn't care about face. Yes, Xiao Tuanchuan, you have to remember that you are already a big anchor with 20 million fans. You have to grow up. Xiao Tuanchuan also paused for a moment. I thought about it, this is pretty good. I've decided. I can do a live broadcast with Dai Mayer. But we have to wait until tomorrow. It's too late today, forget it. Xiao Tuanchuan finished speaking. The fans in the live broadcast room were stunned for a moment. Damn, who exactly is this Li Qing? Could it be the rich guy from Douyu? Or is he the stupid son of a Douyu shareholder? Playing games with two big female anchors at the same time? This is too sour. Winner in life. A role model for our generation. Chapter 77 Sign in to the top gaming talent. Soon, the netizens spread the news to Dai Mayer's live broadcast room. Li Qing saw the barrage and said that Xiao Tuanchuan actually agreed. He was also stunned. It was just a pretense, I just said it casually. But unexpectedly, Xiao Tuanchuan actually wanted to be with me. Moreover, they were playing together with Dai Mayer at the same time. Are there three of them? Dai Mayer was also a little confused. Are we really going to play games with Xiao Tuanchuan this time? They have never played games together.
Although, both of them are top female anchors of PUBG. If the two of them play together tomorrow, it will definitely be shocking news for the bird fighting live. After Dai Mayer ended the live broadcast, Li Qing sent a private message to Xiao Tuanchuan, and the two added each other on WeChat. The next day, Li Qing opened his eyes and prepared to get up. Ding dong. Whether to sign in today. Sign in. Ding dong, sign in successful, sign in reward, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, top game talent. Whether to study. Study. Soon, a warm current came. Li Qing felt that there was something more in him, some indescribable feeling. He didn't have a class in the first period of the morning, so he had about 2 hours to spare. Li Qing turned on the computer directly. At this moment, he couldn't wait to feel the top gaming talent that he had just signed in. I directly started a game of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds and matched myself with a single player in a 4-person team. When Li Qing's right hand touched the mouse, a familiar feeling instantly came to his heart. It's like meeting an old friend whom I haven't seen for a long time, so familiar. He took a deep breath and sat up straight. The plane took off quickly. The moment he jumped out of the plane with a parachute. He himself seemed to have merged into one with the characters in the game. The operation of the entire character has never felt so flexible. Li Qing is playing on the island map. Now that I have top gaming talent. Not a coward at all. Just pick up the gun and do it. Li Qing glanced at the sky while parachuting. It was discovered that at least 5 teams of people jumped into Peace City at the same time. In other words, there may be 20 people in Peace City later. The pressure is a bit high. Li Qing jumped onto a roof without hesitation, then skillfully flipped to the second-floor balcony and went in to look for a gun. He had bad luck and only picked up an Uzi. As a submachine gun, although the firing rate of Uzi is very fast, the damage is very impressive. Li Qing searched the second floor thoroughly. All he had on him was a level 1 armor, 5 bandages, an Uzi, and a fragmentation grenade. After Li Qing finished searching, he was about to walk down to the second floor when he suddenly heard footsteps in his headphones. It took Li Qing just 2 seconds to hear it. 3 people have already entered the room downstairs. He was alone against 3 people. If it were in the past, Li Qing might have just jumped down from the second floor and slipped away quietly. However, in this case, his back would be exposed, and there was a high probability that he would be ambushed by the people on the first floor. But now he won't run anymore. Just go for it. Li Qing silently clenched the mouse in his hand. His heart was tense, but his fingers were slightly relaxed, preparing for the next step. Li Qing moved his feet slowly, and the sound of his footsteps was almost inaudible. It was very subtle. While pulling the grenade, he walked to the stairs. Now is the time when the 3 people downstairs have not heard him pull the string of the grenade upstairs. 3 seconds later, Li Qing threw away the grenade and bounced downstairs. Bang! After a loud bang. There were 3 people downstairs, but only one of them fell down? Li Qing was a little dumbfounded. No more nonsense, since it's already been exposed. There is no need to hide anymore. Li Qing took advantage of the fact that the people downstairs were still confused. Holding Uzi, he rushed downstairs. Day. Uzi's bullets were fired crazily at 3 people. Li Qing is signed the top talent at this moment, and his reaction speed, accuracy, and positioning are all top-notch. Now it's 1 against 2, and both of them are low on health because of the bomb? Don't panic at all. Just scan 2 people easily. Li Qing was just about to finish off the 3 men when his ears suddenly twitched slightly. In addition to the sound of 3 people crawling, he heard the faint sound of footsteps. It seems that their teammates have arrived. Li Qing and Uzi didn't have time to change bullets, and there were still 10 bullets left. There's no time to change the bullet. Li Qing pricked up his ears and listened carefully. Soon, a volley of bullets came over and killed the 4th person. Successfully killed 4. Li Qing uses all microphones in the game. So he just happened to hear the voice chat of the team that he had just slaughtered. Oh my god, we were both killed by the same person? What a shame. For in a row, they actually wiped out our team. Damn it. This is definitely cheating. Just now, almost every bullet hit the head. I was wondering how Uzi could be so powerful. It turns out he was locking his head. Reported. Li Qing smiled slightly after hearing this. He was actually cheated at the beginning? This shows that his top gaming talent is still pretty good. He didn't even bother to open the microphone to refute the teen he had just slaughtered. After all, there will be more people who will be ravaged by him in the future.
If everyone says that he is a hanger-on, does he have to explain it personally to each and every one of them? Invincible, no explanation needed.
Li Qing didn't think too much and directly looted the bags of this group of people. In P City, gunshots soon rang out one after another. I could tell that several other teams were fighting each other. After the battle just now, Li Qing had a clear understanding of his current strength. He is now almost at the level of a PUBG professional player.
Playing in such a low-score game? Then just do a bloodbath. Why be so timid? Just pick up your gun and do it.
Li Qing was holding an AK that he had just looted and went straight to the city to find someone to fight with.
Of course, it's not completely brainless. You can't just attack anyone you meet.
Every time Li Qing met someone, he immediately had a clear idea in his mind.
How should we fight? Should we throw mines to blow up the building, or just go up directly? Or you can be a bitch and attack the opponent by surprise. He always finds the best solution quickly. One man, one gun, killing madly in P City. No panic at all, everything is done with ease. Soon.
When the first poison circle is over.
In the entire P City, Li Qing is the only one left.
His equipment includes a level 3 helmet, level 3 armor, level 3 bag, an 8x scope, a 98K, and an AK. Supplies are also sufficient.
P City has always been a circle of destiny.
Li Qing simply stood on the roof of one of the houses. He held the 98K in his hand, like a gun god possessed.
I dare not say that it was one shot per person. But basically, just aim.
Every shot will hit the head, and as long as the helmet is not a level 3-1, the person will fall down immediately. What is even more outrageous is that there was a team preparing to come to P City, and they were in a jeep.
Li Qing shot the driver down with one shot.
Li Qing was also stunned for a moment.
Is this really outrageous?
Remember, moving objects are difficult to hit accurately. Li Qing just took aim and fired a shot based on his prediction.
He actually did it? Chapter 78. Let us start with the girl.
Li Qing was stunned for a moment, but without hesitation, he took advantage of the gap when the car on the opposite side stopped and had not yet thrown the smoke bomb. He knocked down the other two directly. The last one, Li Qing jumped down directly, threw 2 fragmentation grenades blindly into the smoke, and successfully wiped out the team.
Li Qing can basically imagine it.
After the opponents are wiped out by one person, he will definitely report him for cheating. This kind of operation that the opponent thinks can only be performed with cheats is completely basic operation for Li Qing.
He didn't cheat. Feel free to report it.
Li Qing is now in a killing spree. Soon there were more than 20 heads. The city P where he lives has always been a circle of destiny.
As the number of people alive on the computer decreases, that number gets smaller and smaller. It finally settled on 5 people.
The circle finally appeared in P City area. Li Qing quietly moved over and heard footsteps. It should be a team, distributed in 2 houses. After all, in this kind of low-end game, Li Xin is now completely slaughtering everyone. He didn't hesitate and threw the grenade directly. One of the mines knocked down 2 people in the room, and Li Qing rushed directly into the house with AK.
After a burst of gunfire. Li Qing won the game without any suspense. On the computer screen, good luck, we'll eat chicken tonight. Below, Li Qing's kill count is 32. The game is over, and Li Qing can finally relax a little.
Even though the last round was a massacre, I was still nervous.
Alas, it is a bit lonely to kill alone.
Now that he is signed up for top-level gaming talent, Li Qing suddenly feels a little excited.
He plans to play games with Dai Mayer and Xiao Tuanchuan in the afternoon. His performance yesterday was horrible.
A noob who is constantly criticized by the barrage.
But today, the comments are all kneeling down to lick Li Qing? Afternoon. The time for the agreed live broadcast has finally arrived.
Li Qing, Dai Mayer, and Xiao Tuanchuan entered the YY voice room together.
This is the first time Li Qing plays games with Xiao Tuanchuan. I heard Xiao Tuanchuan's silly voice in the YY voice. Li Qing couldn't help but burst out laughing. Li Qing, what are you laughing at? It's the first time I played a game with you and you dared to laugh at me. That's too much. Li Qing smiled again. Sorry, I'm a little excited.
After all, it's my first time playing games with such a big streamer.
I was so excited that I couldn't even hold the mouse in my hand. Li Qing just finished speaking. Dai Meier's voice rang out again. Li Qing, don't you mean I'm not a big anchor? How abominable. Li Qing? He suddenly felt very difficult. Play games with two girls at the same time, and they are both female anchors. It's easy to fail if you say something wrong accidentally. The live broadcast room exploded. Oh my god, I am dying of laughter. Li Qing has it too hard. Now he's stuck between two people. Just thinking about it makes me feel difficult. It's like a live broadcast of a major car rollover. Li Cheng, Dai Meier, and Xiao Tuanchuan, three of them logged into the game and started playing in a four-person team. When Li Qing was skydiving yesterday, he took the initiative to follow Dai Meier because he was not very good at it. But today, he directly invited two people to go skydiving with him. Dai Meier? Xiao Tuanchuan? Dai Meier, Li Qing, you've changed. Didn't you go skydiving with me yesterday? Xiao Tuanchuan, Li Qing, I heard you're not very good at it, why don't you come skydiving with me? Li Qing refused directly. After all, he is the only male in the team. When he needs to be hard, he will be hard. No, this is the first one today, so just follow me and dance. This time, I will definitely help you win the game. Li Qing just finished speaking these arrogant words. The live broadcast rooms of both sides exploded. It's over, it's over. Li Qing has started to brag again. This is crazy, you can carry it away now, next one. Don't say any more. If Li Xin can win the game, I will just use 10 rounds of Superfire. The desert map played by Li Qing and three others. This time he was not afraid and went to Picato's boxing gym, ready to jump there later. The supplies in this place are always abundant. Of course, there are also many people skydiving. Every time the route passes through here, a bloody battle always breaks out below. After Li Qing marked the point, the barrage of comments began to set the pace again. Oh my god, Li Qing is so arrogant that he dares to dance Picato? I'm going to wait for the three of them to be killed as soon as they hit the ground. If I go to a place with fewer people, maybe I can survive. How can I possibly win here? Li Qing, you big noob. You're making a fool of yourself again. While parachuting, Li Qing looked at the comments in the live broadcast room of the two people on his mobile phone. It's so infuriating. Who are you looking down on? Damn it, look, I'm going to show you a show right now. I'm like a god descending from heaven to earth, 10 in a row. I tell you to just shout 666 to me. After Li Qing jumped down, he only picked up a shotgun SK-12. As a semi-automatic shotgun, SK-12 has a very high rate of fire. So that's fine. It is only suitable for close-range combat. It just so happens that the boxing gym is very small. Li Qing held the SK-12 and started a crazy killing. Because many people didn't even pick up armor in the early stages, so as long as you shoot close enough and accurately, you can just shoot them and they will fall down directly. Li Qing was guarding the entrance to the second staircase, going in and out 3 times, killing people happily, when suddenly he heard Xiao Tuanchuan's voice. Hey, why did this guy sneak attack me? Xiao Tuanchuan had her but stolen and fell down. She glanced at the screen and saw that her teammates were all far away from her. Oh no, it's gone now. Her hands had even left the mouse, and she rested her chin on her hands, staring at the computer screen quietly, completely giving up struggling. Now all she has to do is wait for the other side to kill her. But the guy opposite seemed a little stupid, and both of his shots missed the target. Xiao Tuanchuan? I'm lying there, and you can't hit me? Could it be that he predicted that I might move, but he didn't expect that I would not move at all? Oh wow, he's truly an expert. She was sighing in her heart. In this situation where she is doomed to die, her opponent must let her live a little longer. This is undoubtedly a little torture for her. It's just death, why are you making so much trouble? Xiao Tuanchuan had just finished speaking. Bang! There was only a dull sound of shotgun blast. The man who knocked him down actually fell directly to the ground? She quickly moved the mouse and looked behind her. Wow! It turned out that Li Qing was here. After Li Qing knocked down the enemy, he squatted on the ground without hesitation and prepared to save Xiao Tuanchuan without saying a word. Xiao Tuanchuan felt a little surprised and touched. Unexpectedly, she was rescued by Li Qing even though she had given up struggling. Moreover, Li Qing rescued her right away on the spot, as if he was not afraid at all that someone would come and kill him.
As the seconds to rescue her dwindled, only 3 seconds remained. Xiao Tuanchuan held the mouse tightly, prepared to get up in a moment, and quickly put on a bandage.
Chapter 79 Li Qing, keep my word.
Suddenly, Li Qing's ears moved slightly. He heard footsteps.
It's on the stairs behind you.
Li Qing was stunned for a moment.
3 seconds left. Damn, we're about to rescue Xiao Tuanchuan. What should I do about this? Should I just wait for Xiao Tuanchuan to wake up, or should I put her aside and fight with her first? No time to think about it.
Li Qing made a decisive decision to save Xiao Tuanchuan first.
He only has 1 or 2 seconds to give the opponent. Be reasonable. He shouldn't die. He believed that he could kill the opponent with 1 shot.
Li Qing took a deep breath and gripped the mouse tightly. The person who came out from the corner of the stairs instantly discovered Li Qing squatting on the ground.
Without hesitation. Day. After a burst of gunfire,
Li Qing's health bar was completely depleted.
Wait until Xiao Tuanchuan finally stood up.
Li Qing turned around and shot.
Bang! Li Qing was at low health and successfully killed the enemy. Just a little bit.
If it was 0.2 seconds later, it would be Li Qing lying on the ground now. The audience in the live broadcast room were also worried for Li Qing just now. Now seeing Li Qing successfully counterattack and kill the enemy with only a sliver of health left, I can't help but exclaim how satisfying it is.
It's awesome. Watching Lee Sin play games is such a treat. It's so immersive. Oh my god, when did Li Qing become so powerful? Wasn't he a terrible noob in Dai Mayer's live broadcast room yesterday? It was so exciting. I thought Li Qing was going to die. I was so scared. Li Qing is awesome. Xiao Tuanchuan, Li Qing, do you want a big bag? I'll give you mine and I'll bandage it. Li Qing, I want it.
Why shouldn't he want the big bag that he earned through his own ability? Li Qing was happily packing the big bag while observing the situation in the boxing gym. After the fierce fight just now, only half of the people were left in the boxing gym. The pressure is still very great. Li Qing had just packed a big bag and was ready to go get another batch of bags.
Ah, why did I fall down? Where is that person? Why can't I see where anyone is?
In the YY voice, Dai Mayer's voice was heard again. At this moment, Li Qing directly transformed into a bodyguard for 2 people.
Okay, hold on, I'm coming. After a fierce battle, there were only 3 people left in Picato's boxing gym.
Li Qing, Xiao Tuanchuan, and Dai Mayer. The supplies in the boxing gym were indeed very rich. All 3 of them are wearing level 3 helmets and level 3 armor.
It's basically fully equipped. Li Qing, why are you so awesome today? How many people have you killed?
When walking out of the Picato, Dai Mayer asked curiously.
About 12.
Li Qing said lightly.
What? Li Qing, you have killed 12 people already? Dai Mayer was stunned. Damn, was the Li Qing she met yesterday fake? Why was he so terrible yesterday? Today I took it flying. In the live broadcast room,
the barrage of comments was also flying.
Oh my god, they are really capable. How could they make it out of the Pakadu alive with the whole team?
I told you, Li Sin must be really good at playing games. Li Sin, why this?
Why do I feel like Li Qing is definitely going to win this time?
When they walked out of Picado, Xiao Tuanchuan insisted on finding a motorcycle to take Li Qing with her so that they could compete to see who sang better. Unfortunately, only 1 jeep was found.
Jeep is fine, I'll drive it.
Li Qing took the initiative to take on the task of driver.
No, it's okay even without a motorcycle. Li Qing, please sing the song you sang yesterday, Riding My Beloved Motorcycle. How about we have a competition between the 2 of us? Li Qing nodded.
After all, Xiao Tuanchuan is the original singer of this song. He was a little excited to have the opportunity to compete with the original singer. Li Qing didn't hesitate and spoke directly.
I rode my beloved little motorcycle. It never gets stuck in traffic. Riding my beloved motorcycle. I was home in no time. He keeps me away from trouble and sorrow.
Li Qing finished singing.
Xiao Tuanchuan also started singing.
But after she finished singing, she fell silent.
Moment. Li Qing, I find that your singing seems to be better than mine. Damn it, there are boys who sing better than me. I'm so damn convinced.
In the live broadcast room, barrages of comments started flying again.
Nima, I am impressed by Li Qing's singing. Kneel down to the boss. That's so cool. Boss, are you still in need of a leg hair pendant? I can still rub it. In fact, Li Qing's main purpose of showing off today is not singing. Games are the main battlefield for showing off.
Li Qing drove a jeep to a high ground in the center of the circle. Holding a Type 98K rifle, he transformed himself into a sniper and started to harvest heads crazily.
It's like being possessed by the god of war.
The comments in the live broadcast room were filled with praises for Li Qing. Li Qing is indeed very powerful. The kill count now stands at 28.
Now he is just looking for someone to kill.
Li Qing's ears moved slightly.
Soon I heard a car behind me. Someone drove a car towards the high ground. Li Qing reacted instantly. Just as I turned around, I saw a jeep coming from the other side.
The place where he just stood was indeed too conspicuous. A big tree attracts the wind. If they don't kill him, this group of people will never be able to win the game. So now we have to rush forward with our guns even if it means risking our lives.
3-8.
The main reason is that the two girls around me are a bit inexperienced.
Just a little better than the average person. But it is one to many after all.
Li Qing was aiming at the jeep on the opposite side with his AK, but it was too late. The wheel of the car was about to run over Li Qing's face. Li Qing turned around and continued sweeping.
Successfully killed an entire team by himself.
But behind him, there was the team that Dai Meier and Xiao Tuanchuan were facing.
Both men were knocked down and made up.
Li Qing was stunned for a moment.
How dare you kill Xiao Tuanchuan and Dai Meier? Too much.
Without saying a word, he shot and killed the remaining two people.
At this moment, on the high ground.
In the end, only Li Qing was left, and there were boxes all over the floor.
Final round.
The screen showed that there were only 5 people left alive.
But Li Qing hasn't heard any gunshots yet. That is to say, Li Qing is still alone, facing a team.
Unfortunately, he was crouched behind a large rock at the edge of the circle. It was basically certain that the 4 men opposite him all had guns pointed at him. In the live broadcast room, comments from all commentators were concerned about Li Qing. Why don't you just throw a grenade and charge forward instead of setting off a smokescreen?
I think it's better to be steady, block the smoke and run in circles. No, it's a dead end. The 4 opponents are holding Li Qing.
Besides, Li Qing only has 2 smoke bombs and a mine now.
No matter how he seals it, he can't withstand 4 guns.
So, I suggest that Li Qing just use thunder to attack himself.
The time for shrinking the circle is approaching again. Li Qing felt that the time was about right.
He took a deep breath, gripped the mouse tightly, and prepared to go.
Xiao Tuanchuan, Dai Meier, watch out. Since I said I would take you guys to eat chicken, I'll keep my word. Chapter 80 Extreme Counterattack, 1v4.
Li Qing just finished speaking. Dai Meier and Xiao Tuanchuan were stunned. They both found it hard to believe it. After all, anyone who has played PUBG can basically see Li Qing's current situation.
This is a big adversity. Moreover, it was 1 against 4. 1 person against a full team. There was no time for them to think about anything more.
In the game, Li Qing's character has already started to move out.
At this moment, it can be said to be the most critical moment. Whether you can win the game or not depends on this one move.
Li Qing was seen controlling the character in the game and calmly throwing 2 smoke bombs behind the rock.
These are his last 2 smoke bombs.
If there were more smoke bombs, he might be able to throw a few more. Make the entire circle full of smoke, and then blend directly into the circle.
But now, he only has 2.
2 smoke bombs were only enough to cover Li Qing as he walked out of the big rock where he was hiding. Once the smoke bomb is gone, he no longer had any cover and became a moving target, a lamb to be slaughtered, at the mercy of the enemy. Therefore, this is also the reason why many people are not optimistic about Li Qing's victory. This is basically impossible to win the game. After 2 smoke bombs were thrown, the white smoke began to slowly dissipate. The 4 people on the opposing team also realized that Li Qing was about to take action. Anyway, Li Qing is the only one on his side, so they are sure to win. So he just walked out of the shelter and prepared to shoot while standing. The 4 men fired into the smoke. For a moment, 4 people, 4 guns, and 4 tongues of fire were licking the smoke frantically. If Li Qing had walked out of the smoke directly at this moment, he would have been easily turned into a dice. He had already guessed that the opponent would play like this. So, he chose to rush out from the edge of the smoke. As soon as Li Qing rushed out of the rock, he saw an enemy not far away, while the others were blocked on the other side of the smoke. He killed this person without hesitation. After knocking down one, the remaining three immediately gathered together. Li Qing didn't waste any words. He held his gun and rushed back into the smoke again and hid. Mad, didn't you just say that person was right in front of you? Where is he? It's your fault that you came too late. The man ran back into the smoke. What should we do? Should we help him up first? What the hell, there is only one person left, and he is playing hide and seek with us. We only have 2 smoke bombs here. The 3 of us can just rush in and shoot him. 1 shot each, and we can kill him, okay? After saying that, the remaining 3 people rushed into the smoke without hesitation. Soon. Bang. There was only a dull thunder. 2 of the 3 men were knocked down instantly. Only 1 enemy remains. Li Qing suddenly appeared again like a ghost. Day. In a one-on-one gun battle, Li Qing took the last kill without any suspense. 1v4. Successful extreme counter kill. There were 8 big words on the screen. Good luck, let's eat chicken tonight. Li Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief at this moment, let go of the mouse and keyboard, moved his fingers slightly, and raised the corners of his mouth. Finally succeeded in eating chicken. In the live broadcast rooms of the 2 girls, Dai Meier and Xiao Tuanchuan also cheered. They have been playing PUBG for a while and have won many chicken games. But this is the first time that a chicken as thrilling and impressive as Li Qing's has appeared. Although the 4 opponents were a little inexperienced in the final round, they were also very careless and thought that Li Qing was the only one left, so they let down their guard. But Li Qing's counterattack can also be said to be a classic. The comments in the 2 live broadcast rooms are rarely so consistent. They all said it was so exciting. Fuck, this operation is 666, awesome. A god descended from the earth and struck 4 with 1 blow. As expected, he is still my brother Qing. Li Qing was hiding his strength yesterday. I think the performance just now was barely good enough even if Wei Shen came. I think Li Qing's calm performance just now is enough for him to become a professional player. No more chatter, let's get 2 planes to cheer the boss up. Say chicken, don't say ba, send out 6 cards. Han Xiao banned beauty and sent out a plane. Li Xin is a noob and sent out 10 super fires. Li Xin is the boyfriend of Nami and sent out a super hot shot. In addition to the exploding barrage of comments, gifs from both sides' live broadcast rooms were also being blasted at each other like crazy. Some people even changed their names to start the trend of pairing Li Qing and Dai Meier together. Dai Meier was stunned for a moment, but still read out the ID loudly and thanked for the gift. Thanks to Li Qing, the boyfriend of Dai Meier, for sending this super hot shot. The 3 of them were in the same YY room, so Dai Meier's words were naturally heard by the people in Xiao Tuanchuan's live broadcast room. Li Qing's classic operation just now can be said to have made him a god in one battle. But now Dai Meier and Xiao Tuanchuan are playing games with Li Qing together. Fans of Dai Meier, are you going to lead the trend like this? Don't her fans have any dignity? Soon, Xiao Tuanchuan's live broadcast room was filled with gifts. However, the IDs of the people who sent gifts were all changed to the same format as Li Qing and Xiao Tuanchuan. Xiao Tuanchuan is a plane sent by Li Qing's girlfriend. Li Qing is Xiao Tuanchuan's boyfriend and gave him a card. Li Qing is already living with Xiao Tuanchuan. 10 cards are being given away. Xiao Tuanchuan looked at the live broadcast room and suddenly found that the rhythm was a little wrong. He was instantly confused and his face turned red. The fans are trying to create a CP relationship between the 2 of them, so it's not right for her to thank them for the gifts, and it's not right for her not to thank them either. Xiao Tuanchuan? No way, I say, what's wrong with you? I just played games with Li Qing for a while, you guys are going too far. Oh no, you are messing with my rhythm again. You are a bunch of stupid fans. That is too much. On this side, Dai Meier's fans were not to be outdone and continued to follow the rhythm of Dai Meier and Li Qing. Some fans who had just entered Xiao Tuanchuan and Dai Meier's live broadcast rooms were even confused. Who exactly is this Li Qing? Why are the 2 top female PUBG anchors vying to be associated with him? Li Qing also swallowed his saliva at this moment. Who asked him to play games with 2 top female PUBG anchors? It was just a small operation.
I was directly carried away by the rhythm. Of course, Li Qing was not very excited at the moment. After all, there will be many more such pretentious scenes in the future. He is a man who has seen the world. Li Qing quickly calmed down. Come on, Dai Mayor, Xiao Tuanchuan, I will continue to teach you how to eat chicken. Li Qing spoke to the two people more confidently at this moment. Of course, this time, naturally no one criticized Li Qing with barrages, and all the barrages were flattering Li Qing. Li Qing's performance in the next few games also lived up to expectations. Just let the two female anchors lie down and lose. Chapter 81 Red Bull Bottle on Bugatti. Li Qing also became a god with one play. The whole person turned into a girl-chasing maniac. It was also because Xiao Chuanchuan and Dai Mayor were doing a live broadcast together for the first time. Therefore, the popularity of the two people's live broadcasts reached an unprecedented height for the first time. Various gifts sent by fans are flying all over the live broadcast room. Approaching the end of broadcast. The barrage of comments in the two live broadcast rooms were also filled with requests, asking the anchor to invite Li Qing to play games together next time. Because watching Li Qing and the girl having sex made them feel very involved. It feels like I'm leading two female anchors to play PUBG. It's so cool to watch and super addictive. Li Qing said hello to Dai Mayor and Xiao Tuanchuan on YY Live and prepared to leave. This time he was playing games with two female anchors at the same time, and he felt a bit overwhelmed. After all, in addition to playing games with two girls, you also have to satisfy the audiences in the live broadcast rooms of the two female anchors at the same time. So Li Qing felt exhausted all over. Next time, he will not do such things as playing with two female anchors. Li Qing, bye, both of you. There is true love in the world. There is true affection in the world. I am destined to be with you. I will take you to eat chicken. See you next time. Dai Mayor? What the hell, Li Qing, why are you still pretending? We are on the same page. Dai Mayor, remember to take me to play PUBG next time. I love playing games with you. As soon as Dai Mayor finished speaking, on the other side. Xiao Tuanchuan, Li Qing, you performed quite well today. I look forward to my next chicken lying performance. Xiao Tuanchuan, Li Qing, do you think I still have a chance? The two female anchors showed no sign of weakness to each other and questioned Li Qing one after another. Li Qing? For the first time, he felt that the choice was so difficult. I've already said we'll see each other again if we're destined to, if you understand, I'll stop talking. After saying that, Li Qing hung up the call and left the YY voice room. Almost instantly, the voices of Dai Mayor and Xiao Tuanchuan were heard in the voice room at the same time. Dai Mayor, Li Qing, why are you still pretending? If you want to take me with you, just say so. Xiao Tuanchuan, that's too much. This is the first time someone refuses to play games with me, Xiao Tuanchuan. The live broadcast rooms of both sides also broke apart at this moment. They couldn't stand watching Li Qing's actions just now. I wish I could just be Li Qing's mouthpiece and accept the invitations from the two female anchors on his behalf. Li Qing is truly a role model for our generation. That scene just now can be said to be the pinnacle of life that many people dream of. Two female anchors with millions of fans invited at the same time. To be honest, this can be said to be the first time in the history of bird fighting, right? Ah, stop talking, I'm just jealous. At the same time, Li Qing hung up the YY voice. I feel hungry. I looked down at the time on my phone. Before I knew it, it was already 6 o'clock. In the afternoon, he played games with two girls. I've skipped an entire afternoon of classes. He felt that the teacher would not let him off in the next class. Forget it. It's just skipping a class. As a freshman, Li Qing is still a little afraid of the teacher, but it is impossible for the teacher to eat him. Li Qing opened WeChat and was about to send a message to Xia Yushi. Suddenly he saw that Xia Yushi had sent him a message. Ask him to accompany her in the evening and go out for dinner together. Because her cousin and cousin-in-law had just returned from the United States, so she asked him to go with them. Li Qing agreed readily. Then he drove the Bugatti out and headed straight for the gate of Ning University. 10 minutes later. At the gate of Ning University. Li Qing's cool and awesome Bugatti was parked in front of the gate of Ning University as usual. Just waiting for Xia Yushi to finish school. He looked at the beautiful college girls coming and going at the school gate. On a whim, he put an empty Red Bull bottle on the window of his Bugatti. Everyone knows. Red Bull costs $6 a bottle. according to the jokes on the internet. Soon a female college student will pick up the bottle of Red Bull in front of Li Qing's car window and then get into Li Qing's car. Then, everyone understands. Of course. Li Qing didn't have any other ideas, he just wanted to do an experiment for fun. However, after Li Qing placed an empty bottle of Red Bull on the window of his cool and wild Bugatti. After waiting for a while, no girl came to take the Red Bull and get into Li Qing's Bugatti. On the contrary, many college students passed by, looked at Li Qing's Bugatti with a smirk on their faces, and pointed and talked. Some people even held up their mobile phones to take pictures. Waited for a moment. Still no one. There was a sanitation worker who picked up garbage. Just walked over here. Without saying a word, he picked up Li Qing's Red Bull bottle and left. Li Qing? Ah, this is outrageous. Xia Yushi finally arrived. After walking out of the school gate, she saw Li Qing's Bugatti and quickly ran towards Li Qing happily, completely losing her previous image of a cold and aloof school beauty. Sure enough, a woman is one way before she falls in love, and becomes a completely different person after she falls in love. She doesn't care about her image at all. Li Qing didn't mind Xia Yushi's appearance. This actually shows that Xia Yushi was in a completely natural and relaxed state in front of him, and treated him as her closest person. Xia Yushi opened the door of the Bugatti and got in. Where is your cousin going to eat? Auntie Zhou's food stall. Li Qing? Did he hear it right? Aunt Zhou's food stall is a very famous food stall in Ningxiang City, or more precisely, a large food court. Generally speaking, it is one of the best roadside stalls, with a variety of special barbecue snacks that are good quality and inexpensive. Xia Yushi, didn't your cousin just come back from the United States? Why is she eating at a food stall? Given your cousin's status as a returned overseas student, shouldn't she also have a Western steak or something? Xia Yushi shook her head and rolled her eyes at Li Qing. Brother Qingqing, you don't understand this. My cousin is so down to earth. She eats steak and hamburgers every day in the United States and is tired of it. She and my cousin's husband want to try something Chinese style for a change of taste. I think Auntie Zhou's food stall is perfect. Li Qing was stunned for a moment before nodding. Oh well. The thoughts of rich people are really hard to understand. 20 minutes later. Li Qing's Bugatti stopped in front of Aunt Zhou's food stall. It was almost 7 o'clock in the evening. This is the time when the food stalls have the most customers. The people who come here to eat barbecue at the night market are all ordinary people, so most of them dress casually, in big vests and big shorts, doing whatever is comfortable for them. At this moment, a super cool Bugatti suddenly drove over. In an instant, it attracted everyone's attention. Oh my god, no? You drive such a nice car and come to eat at a food stall? Chapter 82. Sorry, I haven't touched the guitar for 18 years. Li Qing actually doesn't want to be so high profile. I should have come to eat at the food stalls earlier. He came on his pedal tricycle. It is low carbon, environmentally friendly, and saves energy and reduces emissions. Li Qing didn't waste any time, he just opened the car door and got out. Looking at the people at the food stalls and their surprised eyes, he naturally knew what they were thinking. They must think they are the next generation. If I were my old self, I would have seen someone driving a Bugatti with a school beauty. He would also be extremely jealous. But now, only others can be jealous of him. Li Qing and Xia Yushi found a table and sat down. Li Qing used to be a poor guy, so he often came here to eat with his friends. On the other hand, a young lady like Xia Yushi had only heard of Aunt Zhou's food stall but had never actually been there. At this moment, Xia Yushi's cousin and cousin-in-law had not arrived yet, so Xia Yushi asked Li Qing to order the food first. The errand boy came over with a menu. Li Qing didn't even look at the menu and started ordering dishes directly. 20 skewers of lamb, 20 skewers of grilled squid, 20 skewers of grilled gluten, 20 skewers of leeks, 20 skewers of grilled chicken wings, and 1 grilled fish. Well, 2 more bottles of snowflake please. Li Qing ordered the dishes skillfully. The errand boy was stunned by the look. He just saw Li Qing's Bugatti and the beautiful girlfriend beside Li Qing. He thought Li Qing was the kind of person who was superior to others, and that this might be his first time to eat here, so he was hesitating about how to communicate with Li Qing. But who would have thought that Li Qing could recite the names of the dishes without even looking at the menu? Li Qing looked at the astonished errand boy and smiled slightly. You know, he used to eat here often with his 3 childhood friends. He knew exactly how much 4 people could eat.
The errand boy hurriedly wrote down the order of the dishes, then looked at Li Qing in surprise.
Dude, have you eaten here before? A regular customer. I can't believe you drive such a nice car and come here to eat.
Li Qing smiled faintly. Well, it's just that 10 houses in my family were demolished recently. Li Qing's white lie stunned the errand boy.
Damn, no wonder. It turns out to be the second generation of demolition. Directly demolish 10 houses? Sure enough, demolition makes you rich.
He was so jealous that his cell walls separated and his hand holding the menu became a little unsteady. When will his house be demolished? Li Qing and Xia Yushi waited for a full 20 minutes.
Xia Yushi's cousin and cousin-in-law finally arrived.
According to Xia Yushi, her cousin and cousin-in-law met while studying in the United States, fell in love and got married. It was also the first time she met her cousin's husband.
A little excited. Li Qing didn't care. Ever since he came up with the sign-in system, what big scene has he not seen? So I'm quite calm at the moment. The two people looked at a young couple getting out of the taxi.
The woman had fair skin, light chestnut curly hair, and was wearing a knee-length skirt. She also had a pair of sunglasses on her palm-sized face.
In terms of appearance, it's around 8 points. It's very different from Xia Yushi's.
The man next to her was even more outrageous.
He even wore a suit and walked down very formally. Two people came over quickly. Xia Yushi stood up and introduced Li Qing to the two people.
Cousin, this is my boyfriend, Li Qing.
Hello, my name is Dongli, and this is my boyfriend, Zhao Hui.
Li Qing quickly stretched out his hand and greeted him. The four of them sat down. If it were an ordinary day, it would be fine for Xia Yushi to meet her cousin. After all, the two of them had played together since childhood. But it was the first time that Li Qing and her cousin's husband met each other, and they felt a little strange.
Cece, let me tell you, when I was in the United States, I ate a lot of delicious meals. But I just can't forget the food stalls in China. I can finally eat it today.
After Dongli finished speaking, she looked at the special snacks on the other tables around her with curiosity, her eyes shining. Her boyfriend, Zhao Hui, who was standing next to her, had a look of disdain on his face.
Seemed reluctant to eat here.
Dongli and Xia Yushi hadn't seen each other for a long time and were chatting enthusiastically.
It's hard for Li Qing and Zhao Hui.
The two of them didn't know each other to begin with, and now they are just here to serve as tools to fill in the numbers. At this time, a little boy holding a guitar, about 16 or 17 years old, walked towards the four people.
Sir, would you like to order a song for these two beautiful ladies? It's only 30.
There are quite a few people like this singing and selling guitars in these food stalls.
But Li Qing never ordered it. Before, he had no money. Now, he has signed top musician talent. Are you listening to someone playing guitar and singing at this moment? This is simply torture.
Before Li Qing could speak, Zhao Hui beside him spoke first.
Hey, can you let me see your guitar?
As he said that, he reached out and took the guitar from the singing boy. The singing boy was stunned, but still handed the guitar to him.
Zhao Hui took the guitar and played it skillfully in his hands.
When I was studying in the United States, I joined a band.
I was still the guitar player in it. How about I play and sing a song for these two beauties to liven up the atmosphere? Xia Yushi and Dongli both smiled and nodded.
Li Qing curled the corners of his mouth slightly.
Okay. Zhao Hui picked up the guitar. Even though he was wearing a very formal suit, it couldn't resist the feeling of indulgence he felt when he picked up the guitar.
It wasn't just the wine last night that made me cry.
It's not just your gentleness that makes me reluctant to leave. How long do we have to go before you hold my hand?
What confuses me is the freedom to struggle. Zhao Hui played American rock in the United States, so Zhao Lei's folk song Chengdu, with its slow and quiet melody, made him sing out a frivolous and unrestrained feeling. But Zhao Hui was not aware of this at all and continued to sing with passion and emotion.
The song is over. He patted the guitar with satisfaction and then glanced at the singing boy. How's it going, buddy? I can sing and play pretty well, right?
The singing boy nodded very reluctantly and forced a smile.
Well enough.
The surrounding food stalls were noisy, and the sounds of people eating and chatting loudly did not seem to affect Zhao Hui's interest at all. Soon, he picked up the guitar again and prepared to play another song. Li Qing's ears had just been damaged.
He couldn't bear to watch it anymore. He stood up and walked up to Zhao Hui. Let me give it a try. I'm sorry, I haven't touched a guitar in 18 years. I don't know if I can still play it. As Li Qing spoke, he stretched the muscles in his hands. When Zhao Hui heard Li Qing say that he hadn't touched a guitar for 18 years, he was stunned. The young man in front of me looks to be no more than 20 years old. Haven't he touched a guitar in 18 years? Is this a joke? Aside. Xia Yushi was also slightly stunned when she saw Li Qing suddenly stand up. She has known brother Qingqing for so long. He can actually play guitar? Chapter 83 Can I be your disciple? Brother Qingqing, this is so amazing. It seems that he knows a little bit about everything, he is simply omnipotent. She looked at Li Qing with excitement in an instant. Beside her, Xia Yushi's cousin Dongli was also a little surprised to see Xia Yushi's infatuated look. Cici, can your boyfriend also play the guitar? I didn't see that. I want to hear how he plays it. Although Dongli is Xia Yushi's cousin, she is now also Zhao Hui's wife. Deep down, I naturally sided with Zhao Hui. When she saw her husband, he was interrupted by his sister's boyfriend before he could even finish playing the guitar. So he was still a little unhappy in his heart and snorted coldly at this moment. She wanted to see if this boy was better than her husband who used to be a guitarist in a band? Zhao Hui looked at Li Qing who was walking towards him. Although he felt a little embarrassed because he was disappointed, he still handed the guitar to Li Qing. Next to him, the original owner of the guitar boy, looked at his beloved guitar being played by two people in turn, and his face turned green in an instant. He came out to sing and make a living, but he hadn't sold a single song yet. Instead, the guitar was passed around by the group of customers, and they took turns playing and singing. How can he do business and receive customers? But he couldn't say anything, so he could only nod, with a very unnatural smile on his face. Li Qing took the guitar and held it in his arms skillfully. Without saying much, he started strumming the strings and singing softly. That's the person I miss and love deeply day and night. How should I express it? Will she accept me? Maybe I will never say those words to her. I am destined to wander the world. How can I have any concerns? The song Old Boy sung by Li Qing has lyrics of vicissitudes and melancholy mixed with the flavor of youth, and coupled with the light rhythm and melody, it makes people unconsciously intoxicated by it. Even the people at the surrounding tables put down their chopsticks and pricked up their ears to listen to Li Qing singing. Everyone stopped chatting, fearing that their talking would affect Li Qing singing. As Li Qing was singing, he found that everyone's eyes were focused on him without him noticing at some point. He has become the focus of the whole audience at this moment. Life is like a ruthless carving knife. It changed the way we look. Will it wither before it blooms? I had dreams. Youth is like a rushing river. Once you leave, you won't be able to say goodbye. As the lyrics gradually reached the climax of the whole song, the atmosphere of the whole venue was unconsciously aroused. People held their breath, and without exception, stopped what they were doing and turned to watch Li Qing's guitar solo. Some people even took out their cell phones and took short videos of Li Qing, preparing to post his wonderful performance on Douyin. As the last line of lyrics was sung. At the same time, Li Qing also finished strumming the last string. He raised his head. This discovery. Almost everyone in the food stall was looking at him. Even, everyone involuntarily formed a circle with him as the center. They all took out their mobile phones and took photos and recorded videos of Li Qing who was holding the guitar. Prepare to post on Douyin or Moments. I've even thought of the copywriting. I was eating at a street stall and met an artistic guy. His guitar solo shocked the whole audience. Compared to when Zhao Hui was playing the guitar just now, except for Li Qing and a few others, no one around raised their heads to look at him. With this comparison at this moment, the difference can be seen at a glance. Zhao Hui was also a little dumbfounded at this moment. You know, to him, Li Qing's singing and guitar are definitely top-notch. If you didn't know, you would have thought it was a celebrity performing. It created a very nice atmosphere. Just relying on playing an acoustic guitar and having a good voice to sing, he can produce such a beautiful song. This is absolutely amazing. Next to him, the singing boy who owned the guitar was also dumbfounded at this moment. To be precise, as a street performer, he usually sings on the streets and what he wants most is people's attention and popularity. But at this moment, the young man in front of him just sang a song and directly caused a sensation in the entire food stall. He was instantly envious. When Li Qing returned the guitar to the street singer, the young man looked at the young-looking Li Qing in front of him and hesitated for a moment. Finally, he spoke. Hello, can I learn guitar from you and become your teacher?
Li Qing was stunned when he heard the voice. His musical talent was entirely acquired through signing in, and his own singing was all muddled. It can be said that it all depends on the feel, and I just follow my feeling.
Do you want to learn guitar from him? Isn't he misleading the students? He can't do anything.
Li Qing shook his head decisively and rejected him.
I'm sorry, I don't think that's possible.
When the singing boy heard that Li Qing actually rejected him, he looked sad and gave Li Qing a resentful look.
Seems very unwilling.
Li Qing sighed, returned the guitar to him, then took out 50 yuan and handed it to him.
I just lent you my guitar and played with it for quite a while. I'm sorry for taking up your time.
After saying that, he quickly sat back in his seat. Only the street singer was left, holding his guitar with a sad face and holding the 50 yuan bill which was still warm in his hand. Xia Yushi looked at Li Qing at this moment, her two big eyes were full of water.
Brother Qingqing is so awesome. Campus singing god, Dunk King. Well, now the guitar can be played so coolly.
I'm so lucky to have such a boyfriend. She instantly felt happy and had a delighted expression on her face. But Xia Yushi's cousin Dongli and cousin-in-law Zhao Hui were not so happy.
When the two of them first arrived, they were returnees from overseas study and were a little proud and happy. But now,
since Li Qing finished playing the guitar after Zhao Hui just now, he also played a song called Old Boy, and it was a complete blast. They suddenly felt that they were not the most handsome guys.
He was so low just now that he almost cried. Cici, your boyfriend is so awesome. Dong Li sighed softly.
I didn't expect that my brother's 18 years of guitar practice were not in vain. Zhao Hui thought he had heard it wrong, after all, given Li Qing's level just now.
Not to mention 18 years of hard training, he dared to believe it, even 28 years of practice.
Li Qing smiled faintly when he heard the voice. Actually, I haven't touched a guitar in 18 years. After Li Qing finished speaking, he felt that what he said was a bit too pretentious, so he touched his nose and continued to explain.
Actually, I'm just playing around as an amateur, not a professional at all.
Zhao Hui was dumbfounded again. He suddenly felt that he shouldn't have taken the initiative to show off his guitar just now.
This was too embarrassing. Chapter 84 Sign in for top military training talent. Soon, the barbecue snacks were served one by one.
Li Qing picked up a skewer of roasted lamb that was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and started chewing it in big mouthfuls.
Because of the guitar incident just now, Zhao Hui obviously spoke less. But after a few beers, I gradually forgot about the unpleasantness. He gradually began to brag about his study abroad experience in the United States.
Little brother, let me tell you, in the United States, because taxes are low, cars are also very cheap.
I bought a Maybach right then and there. Do you know what it feels like to drive a Maybach at 190 miles per hour?
It felt like the entire seat was attached to my back, and the scenery outside the window was whizzing by.
It was like a dream.
What a pity. Some people are born without a car like this, and they will probably never have one in the future. Well, I also sold the car in the United States because I wanted to return to China to develop my career.
Zhao Hui drank a little too much snow beer and was a little tipsy. He was sighing at the moment.
Li Qing patted his shoulder.
Brother, don't be sad. It's just a car. If you want to drive it, you can take it anytime you want.
After Li Qing finished speaking, he took out the Bugatti car key from his trouser pocket and handed it to him. When Zhao Hui saw the Bugatti logo on Li Qing's car key, he was stunned for a moment.
No way.
As a car lover, he knew the car was worth a lot of money just by looking at the car keys.
He stuttered momentarily. This car key, is it really yours? Li Qing pressed the car key. Not far away, his wildly cool Bugatti responded.
Zhao Hui and Dong Li turned their heads, looking stunned.
Dong Li is actually the daughter of Xia Yushi's uncle, so she doesn't know anything about the Xia group. She thought Li Qing was just an ordinary person. But now, I was stunned. As expected, my cousin is so outstanding. My boyfriend is excellent too.
Originally, she thought Zhao Hui was a pretty good guy and encouraged her sister to find a boyfriend like Zhao Hui. But now, compared with Li Qing, Zhao Hui is inferior by more than one level. The two of them felt very depressed during the meal. They thought they were returnees from overseas study, but now they are being beaten up.
Oh, it's too difficult.
After the four of them finished their meal, they said goodbye one by one. It's a pity that Li Qing's Bugatti can only seat two people.
So the two of them, who had returned from studying abroad, had to take a taxi back home. Li Qing hadn't drunk a drop of alcohol just now, so he drove directly and took Xia Yushi straight back to the Repulse Bay villa. The next day, Li Qing got up. Ding dong. Whether to sign in today. Sign in. Ding dong. Sign in successfully, sign and reward top military training talent. Do you want to learn? Top military training talent? Li Qing was stunned for a moment, but finally nodded. Study. A warm current flows through. Li Qing felt like there was something different all over his body. The whole person feels a lot more energetic. Stand like a pine, sit like a bell, walk like the wind, lie like a bough. This is a complete portrayal of Li Qing now. Now, it would be no problem for him to directly perform a set of military boxing. The system is too awesome. It just so happens that he has been in school for half a month. The military training for freshmen at Ningjiang University is about to begin. System Dad, has he been given the military training talent simultaneously? When the military training comes, won't he directly become a little military training expert? Standing at attention? Just stand anywhere, it's okay to stand for the whole afternoon. Goose step? Sorry, I kick better than the instructor. Military boxing? That's even simpler, just punch with all your might. Thinking of this, Li Qing couldn't help but sigh. Hey, today happens to be the first day of military training. Looks like it's another day to show off. Li Qing quickly put on his clothes and washed up. Looking at myself in the mirror, I feel that I have become much neater, like a soldier. Xia Yushi just woke up, opened her eyes groggily and looked at Li Qing. Brother Qingqing, why do you look so upright today? It's like he's become a different person, so charming. Li Qing smiled faintly and puffed out his chest. Nonsense, am I not handsome every day? Xia Yushi was stunned for a moment when she heard the voice, then she covered her mouth and laughed. Yes, brother Qingqing, you are handsome in my heart every day. 8 o'clock in the morning. Li Qing changed into military training uniform and lined up on the playground with his classmates. On the playground, a group of instructors who were ready to go had already lined up and stood straight. Li Qing and his classmates stood in the audience, listening to the school leaders giving speeches on the platform in the playground. Dear students, military training is the cornerstone of growth and success. Military training is not just about happiness and laughter, it is destined to be a test on the road to growth. Classmates, there are no cowards on the battlefield of youth, and the words giving up and compromising must never appear in the dictionary of youth. Not afraid of the scorching sun, and proudly fighting against wind and rain. This is the true portrayal of our Ning Dazi. The speech, which sounded like reading from a script, made Li Qing drowsy. These leaders keep saying Manda when they speak every day. They can be regarded as masters of hypnosis. Finally, the beeping is over. Begin assigning instructors to each class. Among these instructors, there are some female instructors who look gentle and domineering, with a unique charm. Li Qing prayed in his heart that a female instructor could be assigned to their class. On the one hand, it would be a pleasing sight, and on the other hand, it would be novel and could change their taste. What a pity! The instructor who was finally assigned to their class was a male. He is tall and thin with a slightly dark complexion. I saw him wearing military training uniform and walking towards the finance class one with a bright look on his face. Hello everyone, my code name is Frog, you can call me Instructor Frog. From now on, I will be responsible for everyone's military training life. I hope everyone will cooperate with us. Let us grow together and make progress together. Frog instructor had just finished speaking. Li Qing heard a classmate next to him muttering something. You're so tanned and you're still called a frog? Toad is more like it. The classmates around him burst into laughter instantly. Because the voice was so soft, Instructor Frog couldn't hear it at all and continued talking to himself. Today, let's stand at attention first. After saying that, he raised his wrist, glanced at the time on his watch, and then said expressionlessly, let's all stand in military posture for half an hour to stretch our muscles. He had just finished speaking. He stood up straight instantly. Everyone, pay attention to my posture. I will correct your posture in a moment. Although the students were very reluctant to stand at attention, they had no choice but to do it. I remember that during the military training in high school, my whole body would ache every time I finished standing at attention. Not to mention that standing at attention is even more of a torture. My whole body aches, but I have to stand all the time and I can't move. Those who have experienced it will understand. Chapter 85, Competing with the Instructor in Standing at Attention. But Li Qing has now signed up for the military training talent. So I'm not afraid at all. Isn't it just standing at attention? He is simply a model soldier. And, stand anywhere. It doesn't matter how long you stand. Li Qing stood straight. Soon, he stood out from the group of students who were standing crookedly, like a crane among chickens. Instructor Frog also quickly noticed Li Qing. Look at what you are standing on. Learn more about this classmate's standing posture. Look at the way he stands, so standard. Instructor Frog pointed at Li Qing and spoke loudly to the whole class. The whole class's attention was instantly focused on Li Qing. Li Qing stood straight, like a telephone pole, very standard. This Nima. It's Li Qing again. Li Qing has given them too many surprises these days. I can do anything and I am the best at everything. Damn, even if I were to cheat, it wouldn't be so perverted. Instructor Frog looked at Li Qing with admiration. So, just pull him out and let him stand at the front of the class, in front of the entire finance department. As a representative of model military posture. I saw Instructor Frog pull out students from his class to demonstrate, and they stood so standardly. The instructor from the next class, nicknamed Sweet Potato, instantly felt jealous. Damn, how can a normal person stand at military posture so standard when just starting out? It can't be okay. One look at Li Qing's military posture and movements showed that he had been a soldier for at least 2 years. Are you still pretending to be a newbie? Instructor Sweet Potato couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Walk straight up to Li Qing. Classmate, have you ever been a soldier or served in the military before? Li Qing shook his head. He looked straight ahead, his expression calm, and he stood straight. No. No? How is that possible? Instructor Sweet Potato was stunned for a moment. Finally, he patted Li Qing on the shoulder. Not bad. It seems you must have practiced a lot secretly. How long can you stand in military posture at most? Li Qing rolled his eyes and glanced at Instructor Sweet Potato. I don't know, whatever. You can stand there as long as you want. Li Qing said this calmly, his voice not loud at all. But at this moment, all the students on the playground were standing at attention in complete silence. Of course, they heard Li Qing's words clearly. Although they were still standing at attention, they appeared expressionless. But in my heart, I was deeply shocked. Are you pretending? How dare you say in front of the instructor that you can stand at attention casually? The boys even began to look at Li Qing with a mocking look in their eyes. Damn, it's fine if you just act cool in front of girls every day. Do you still dare to act arrogant during military training? See how the instructor will slap you in the face. Instructor Sweet Potato was also stunned. He has a stubborn temper. He is one of those nitpicking people on the internet. At this moment, hearing Li Qing's arrogant words, he actually said that he could stand anywhere? Damn, how can this be tolerated? You know, he is a veteran who has served for 7 years. Could this allow a freshman like Li Qing to show off in front of him? Instantly, he smiled coldly. Stand anywhere? Are you kidding me? How about we compete in standing at attention in front of your whole class? Instructor Sweet Potato said this and looked at Li Qing with a sneer. He hates people who like to show off the most. Do you still dare to act cool in front of him? Shouldn't we just call back? For a while, he just waited for this little brat, and he felt dizzy and his legs were shaking. In serious cases, the patient might fall to the ground and not be able to get up. Anyway, he is bound to be embarrassed this time. As long as he dares to accept the challenge. Hearing the voice, Li Qing looked up at Instructor Digua. He believed very much in the top military training talent that System Dad had signed him up for. So now, I have begun to sympathize with him. Because no matter what, he will definitely be the winner in the end. Since the instructor is so stubborn. Then let him face the reality and feel the beating from the freshman of Ningda University. Li Qing narrowed his eyes and nodded slowly. Okay. As soon as the words fell. Although all the people standing at attention were not allowed to move their heads, their eyes all looked towards Li Qing. Almost everyone was sighing silently in their hearts. Is Li Qing courting death? How dare he act arrogantly in front of the instructor? It's so interesting to see Li Qing being ravaged by the instructor on the first day of military training. I can't wait. Well, the old saying is true. Don't brag. If you brag, you'll be struck by lightning, from head to toe. If you act cunning, you'll be bitten by a dog, from head to toe. On the side, Frog Instructor, who was Li Qing's instructor, naturally also saw this scene. He was relatively calm and walked over to persuade Instructor Digua. Why are you competing with a student? Forget it, that's enough. Instructor Frog looked like a peacemaker. Instructor Sweet Potato had a look of disdain on his face, as if he was getting angry. After all, Li Qing is just a student. Can he still be intimidated by students? Wouldn't that be very embarrassing? No, since we said we want to have a military posture competition, then let's do it. You saw it, they agreed to it themselves. Just don't get involved. Instructor Frog glanced at Li Qing and saw that he seemed ready to continue, so he shook his head silently, sighed, and said, Well, remember to be safe. If you feel unwell, stop immediately and don't force yourself to continue. Li Qing looked at Instructor Frog with some gratitude. This instructor is a pretty good person. But his concern was unnecessary. There's no way he could lose. Soon, the military posture standing competition between Li Qing and Instructor Digua began. After the other students had finished standing at attention for half an hour, they began to stretch their legs and feet and looked at the two people who were still standing straight. Among them, it seemed that only Xia Yushi was worried about Li Qing. I was worried that he wouldn't be able to hold on any longer. After all, Brother Qingqing is still a student, how can he compare with professional soldiers? She walked quietly up to Li Qing. Brother Qingqing, if you can't do it, don't insist on it. It's okay. In my heart, you are my eternal idol. After Xia Yushi finished speaking, she raised her right hand, clenched her fist, and waved it, as if she was also cheering Li Qing up. Li Qing was standing in a military posture at this moment, unable to move or have any expression. But he still smiled faintly, rolled his eyes and glanced at Xia Yushi. Use your eyes to tell her that you are fine. Soon. An hour passed. Li Qing felt as if his body was no longer his own. The entire soul is completely detached from the body. There was no physical pain at all. For him, standing at attention is just like lying on the bed, meditating in a very relaxed and stress-free manner. On the other hand, Instructor Sweet Potato was frowning and seemed a little uncomfortable. But it is still within the scope that can be persisted. There shouldn't be any problem for a while. 2 hours passed. The two people are still standing. 3 hours passed. Chapter 86 Direct Standard Marching. At this moment, Instructor Sweet Potato felt like he was about to collapse. He glanced at Li Qing from the corner of his eye and was surprised to find that there was no sign of discomfort on Li Qing's face. What's going on? Even for a normal person, it would be difficult to stand in military posture for 3 hours straight. But how come this guy is so persistent? He began to feel a little regretful. Soon, 4 hours passed. The military training time is over. The students finished their military training in the morning. Many even walked up to Instructor Li Qing and Digua. They just raised their mobile phones and took photos and videos, preparing to upload them to the internet. In the end, who will win this little competition? Who will be the winner in the end? On one side is student representative Li Qing. On the other side was the representative of the instructors, Instructor Sweet Potato. Now, it has been the 4th hour of standing at attention. Li Qing's face was calm and composed, as if he had just stood at attention and was relaxed. But Instructor Sweet Potato's brows were already furrowed, and his entire state of mind was written on his face. Even tiny beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Looks very weak already. In fact, most people already have the answer in their hearts as to who will win in the end. Instructor Digua stood there for a long time, listening to the whispers of the students around him, and secretly glanced at Li Qing again. In an instant, the whole person was dumbfounded. It seems like this person stood in military posture for 4 hours without any pressure? This is fucking terrible. How can this be compared? He began to have second thoughts. As he thought about it, perhaps the wavering of his will affected his body. His legs slowly began to tremble, and he finally fell to the ground. Completely give up. In this contest, Li Qing finally won. The students who were watching the two people looked at Instructor Sweet Potato and burst into laughter without any hesitation. Li Qing acted as if nothing had happened. He only stretched his legs and feet when he saw Instructor Sweet Potato fall down.
Then, he glanced at the instructor lying on the ground.
Expressionless. This time, he won completely. He is the champion.
Instructor Sweet Potato, who was about to teach Li Qing a lesson 4 hours ago, couldn't even stand up at this moment. Several other instructors quickly ran over and helped him up. Li Qing was even too lazy to say anything more to him.
That is it, that is it, that is it?
I won't say much, the students who were watching just now naturally know everything. Just now, even the video of Li Qing and the instructor standing at attention was posted on Douyin.
Then add copywriting. Shocking. The instructor competed with the students in standing at attention, and the student beat him.
Seeing that Li Qing had finished standing at attention, Xia Yushi hurriedly ran towards Li Qing.
Brother Qingqing, you are so awesome. You actually stood in military posture for such a long time? Are you okay? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere on your body? Brother Qingqing, was it only after you saw me that you felt motivated to continue standing?
Xia Yushi's series of words were like sugar-coated bullets, which softened Li Qing's heart and made him feel very comfortable. Li Qing looked at Xia Yuan, whose eyes were moist and smiling, and touched her hair.
Of course. I couldn't stand.
But when I saw you swaying in front of me, I told myself that I must not give up. As soon as Li Qing finished standing at attention, he patted Xia Yushi on the head, which stunned all the students.
Fuck, no wonder Li Qing lasted so long just now. If I had a girlfriend as beautiful as this schoolgirl, I could last longer than him. Awesome. This is the power of love. I've learned that if I want to stand at attention for 4 hours, all I need is a school beauty girlfriend. Just a lunch break.
The video of Li Qing competing with the instructor in standing at attention in the morning quickly became popular on Douyin. Because it is the military training season now, freshmen from all major universities are undergoing military training. At this moment, I suddenly saw a role model of our generation like Li Qing, and he actually stood there and shot the instructor.
They immediately liked and commented 666, SDL, Ozil, etc.
It took Li Qing only time to have lunch at noon. When he returned to the playground to prepare for military training, his classmates told him that he had become famous. He is now the man who was praised by the whole network as the standing instructor. At this moment, Instructor Frog once again stood in front of the entire finance class 1 and looked at Li Qing with complicated eyes. Having such an awesome student, he felt both happy and worried.
What worries me is that I don't know how to train them in the future.
But at the same time, I am also proud of Li Qing. Before the afternoon military training, without exception, there was another half an hour of military posture as an appetizer. This time, Instructor Frog singled out Li Qing and made him stand in front of the team as a model representative. Naturally, no other instructor would be so ignorant as to come over and seek trouble in front of Li Qing. Even the sweet potato instructor who made a fool of himself in the morning didn't come in the afternoon, perhaps because he hurt himself from standing for too long. After standing at attention, they began to practice marching. In fact, we started practicing marching in the morning. However, Li Qing was busy with the military posture competition in the morning and did not participate. This time, Instructor Frog glanced at Li Qing with a meaningful look.
Can you goose step? Li Qing nodded. I'm not sure either, I'll give it a try.
Li Qing was telling the truth, because he had just signed in for the top military training talent in the morning, and he was not sure what it was like.
You can only know the specifics by trying it.
But when others, including Instructor Frog and the whole class, heard this, they were shocked again.
What the hell, do you want to give it a try?
Instructor Frog was also stunned, but finally nodded. Come, stand in front of the whole team and listen to my commands.
Stand at attention. In step, go. 121, 121.
After hearing the command from Instructor Frog, Li Qing stood up straight. At first glance, he does have a subtle military temperament. As the frog instructor's command sounded, Li Qing's legs were like springs executing a program, taking steps in perfect rhythm and in unison, without any error. All the students in the finance class were amazed by Li Qing's marching, which was comparable to the goose stepping at a military parade.
I was completely dumbfounded. This is so damn cool.
Not to mention their crooked marching this morning. Even if Instructor Frog were to kick, he wouldn't be able to kick so powerfully. When the girls saw Li Qing marching in such a rhythmic and graceful manner, they instantly felt aroused and even got wet.
Isn't Li Qing too handsome?
If I had met Li Qing earlier and got her right away, then there would be no point in being a school beauty now.
Chapter 87 Li Qing, please correct me again.
Instructor Frog was also stunned for a moment.
What the hell, the students are better at kicking than me?
This made him, as an instructor, feel very embarrassed. However, he was not jealous of Li Qing like Instructor Sweet Potato in the morning. Instead, he showed some admiration in his eyes.
Not bad, young man. The needle that kicks doesn't T-poke. Since all this is known, the marching skills of the whole class will be taught by you.
Li Qing was dumbfounded.
Ah. He must have heard it right. Did the instructor entrust the whole class to him? Yes, I am very optimistic about you.
Instructor Frog said this and walked over and patted Li Qing on the shoulder. Then, he whispered something into his ear.
You watch them marching, I'm going to go over there and smoke a cigarette.
After Instructor Frog finished speaking, he gave Li Qing a meaningful look. Li Qing nodded reluctantly.
Oh well.
On the playground, Li Qing stood in front of the entire class with his hands behind his back.
Now, let's break down the movements.
I'll count to 1, and you take your right foot.
1.
Li Qing just finished speaking. All the students instantly took their right foot forward and stood on one leg, waiting for Li Qing to read out the next number. But after Li Qing finished reading the number 1,
there was silence for 3 seconds. In an instant, some students could no longer support themselves on one leg.
The right foot that had just been raised was quickly put down shakily.
Li Qing smiled wickedly. 3 seconds, I can't hold on for more than 3 seconds. This is a 3-second man.
Li Qing just finished speaking. The students burst into laughter. The boy who couldn't hold on just now turned slightly red when he heard the title of 3-second man.
Everyone hold on. I'm going to take a look at your movements now to see if they're up to standard, and give you some pointers.
After Li Qing finished speaking, he walked among the classmates. I used my hands to press on the irregular parts of their bodies and corrected the students' postures one by one.
Some female classmates were surprised to see Li Qing giving them such personal guidance. I understood it in an instant.
Even if they can march in step, their movements are standard. But at this moment, in order to get Li Qing's close guidance, they all stood crookedly. Li Qing was correcting them and suddenly realized that most of the female students were standing incorrectly. Moreover, they all looked at him with blushing faces. Her eyes were full of shyness. Li Qing swallowed silently in his heart.
I feel like I'm being treated as a tool.
Li Qingkai helped a female classmate correct her front posture, but in an instant, her back posture became irregular again. Li Qing was stunned for a moment.
Just when I was about to give up on this female classmate, the female classmate had a reluctant expression. Li Qing, please correct me again. You can't be so perfunctory. Li Qing? Ah, this is outrageous.
After Instructor Frog smoked countless cigarettes, he finally came back. When he came back, he saw Li Qing still there giving him personal guidance, and he nodded with satisfaction.
Not bad, not bad. Take a break and let me guide these students.
Li Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Stand up quickly. However, when the girls in the class saw Instructor Frog coming back, he stood up straight instantly. The irregular movements just now disappeared in an instant.
This made it impossible for Instructor Frog to start. This made the frog instructor feel at a loss as to where to put his hands, and he instantly retracted his hands.
Ah, this is so painful.
The painful afternoon military training finally ended. The students were like wild horses, taking off their military training caps and running straight to the school cafeteria. There are no other benefits to military training.
I just became able to eat a lot more. The stomach gets hungry easily.
Li Qing and Xia Yushi walked towards the restaurant together. Xia Yushi glared at Li Qing somewhat unhappily.
Brother Qingqing, I'm too lazy to talk to you. Why were your hands so naughty in the afternoon?
They are all girls in the class, and you didn't let any of them go.
Humph, you old pervert. Li Qing? It's unfair. What an injustice that will last forever.
I was clearly correcting their gait. After Li Qing finished speaking, he seriously took Xia Yushi's hand.
This is the task assigned to me by the instructor. Do you understand the task? You think I want to, but I can't help it.
Li Qing finished speaking.
Xia Yushi then nodded thoughtfully. Oh well. Oh, there's nothing we can do about it. Who told you to be so powerful? But remember, you are not allowed to touch me randomly.
Li Qing nodded like a pile driver and agreed readily.
At night. Naturally, there will be no military training after dark. But the instructor still allowed the students to come to the playground as usual. All the students formed a circle. Play games together and communicate with each other to promote feelings. Li Qing originally thought that he could finally keep a low profile this time. But in the middle of the class, Instructor Frog suddenly asked which student had special skills and wanted to show off his or her talent. In an instant, all the students in the finance class won. Without exception, they all shouted Li Qing's name. Li Qing, who was sitting in a dark corner, staring blankly, was stunned for a moment. Damn it, he doesn't even let me go at night. Do you want him to continue pretending? I really became the king of beeps. The king of military training, Li Xin. Li Qing did not refuse and stood up directly. Then, I will sing a song for you. After all, Li Qing currently only has top-level singing talent and does not need any props. Just sing it with your throat. Li Qing stood in the center of the circle formed by the whole class. He cleared his throat and was about to speak. Wait, let me borrow a speaker for you. The sound is too quiet. Since you're going to sing, just let everyone in the playground hear it. The frog instructor smiled wickedly and looked at Li Qing. After assigning the task to Li Qing in the afternoon, the two chatted quite a bit and seemed to have developed some friendship. At this moment, he directly gave Li Qing a great assist. If you're going to brag, then brag as loud as you can. It instantly made him a celebrity in his freshman year. Li Qing was also stunned when he heard the voice. Then, before he could react, the whole class applauded and praised. Come on, come on. Li Qing touched his hair and took a deep breath. Okay, then I'll make a fool of myself for you all. Not long. Instructor Frog came over with a microphone in his hand, and two students beside him came over holding a huge speaker. This speaker was the one used by the school leaders when they gave a speech before the military training in the morning. The sound amplification effect is excellent, of course. Even if you stand outside the playground, it's deafening. Li Qing took the microphone. Put it to your mouth and blow gently. Hello everyone, I am Li Qing from the Finance Class 1. Now, I will sing for you Song Dongyes Anha Bridge. Li Qing's magnetic voice immediately melted all the girls in the playground. All the girls were so excited that they couldn't close their legs. Chapter 88, WeChat was flooded with additions. I wish I could go up to him right now and kiss Li Qing. Then let this man whisper in his ear. Of course, the screams of the girls in the audience were also endless. It just went crazy. Li Qing only spoke 2 sentences at this point. It caused such a sensational effect. Li Qing smiled calmly and continued. By the way, my WeChat is xxxxxxxxxx. If you want to have in-depth communication with me, you can add my WeChat. I'll say it again, my WeChat is xxxxxxxxx. If you want to add me, hurry up. Li Qing just finished speaking. The phone in my trouser pocket kept beeping. In an instant, the notification sound of WeChat was about to explode. It continued to ring for a long time, for a full 5 minutes before it stopped. After Li Qing reported his WeChat account, he began his official performance. Let me look at you again, from south to north. Like eyes blinded by the 5th ring road. Li Qing sang slowly in a low and melancholy voice, and it made me kneel down right away. The students screamed, pulled out their cell phones, turned on their flashlights, and swayed from side to side. For a moment, the entire playground was shining with lights, and the scene was very spectacular. I know. Those summers, like youth, can never come back. What replaces the dream can only be done reluctantly. I know. The boasts that have been made will be laughed off with youth. With the singing of the song Anha Bridge, the mood gradually reached a climax. All the girls in the audience seemed to have reached orgasm immediately. Listening to the screen, it seemed like the sound broke directly. If you don't know, you might think that something happened to these girls on the playground. The flashlight kept flashing brightly at him, and Li Qing couldn't help but squint his eyes. However, this still cannot resist his perfect appearance. The singing Li Qing, especially the Li Qing who's singing at this moment, is like the sound of nature. For girls, this guy is simply a male god. He wished he could kneel down and lick Li Qing right there and then. As Li Qing's song ended, everything returned to calm. The atmosphere in the venue exploded again. If it weren't for the circle formed by Li Qing's classmates and the obstruction of the instructors, these girls would probably just rush up to Li Qing and squeeze his balls to pieces. Li Qing became a legend with this song. It's very popular among the freshman circle of Ningbo University. Almost all freshman SQQ spaces and moments can see posts about Li Qing singing on the playground. Almost everyone knows Li Qing, the military training singing god Li Qing. After singing the song, he took a look at WeChat on his phone. Above, there are 99 plus friend reminders directly. I took another look at the Add Friends page. Keep pulling down. I kept paddling for a full half minute at an extremely fast speed, but I still hadn't reached the bottom. Damn, there are too many girls who like him, right? This is simply, just pick it at random. Almost all the WeChat accounts of freshman girls are in Li Qing's phone. Li Qing thought about it for a moment. I randomly picked a few lucky girls and accepted their friend requests. Later, whenever he wants to add more girls, he can just pick a few lucky girls and add them. Just pick whatever you want. The ancient emperors did not choose as many concubines as he did. All the male students in the class looked at Li Qing with envy at this moment. Li Qing's cell phone is extremely popular at this moment. I wish I could just come over and snatch Li Qing's phone. Several of Li Qing's good roommates also came over. Brother, you've added so many girls, why don't you share some with your brothers? Stop talking, I don't have high requirements, just pick the rest. The girls you can't add on WeChat, give them to me, I don't mind. Third brother, I suggest that next time you pretend to sing, just report my WeChat ID. Yes. I suggest the WeChat accounts of the 3 good brothers left in our dormitory. Let's take turns. Let's also experience the feeling of having our WeChat accounts flooded with new members. Li Qing looked at the 3 good brothers in front of him whose eyes were filled with tears. He waved his hand generously and made an okay gesture. No problem, Ajk. Anyway, he now has a girlfriend, Xia Yushi, a school beauty. These other girls in school? Can he still look at it? After Li Qing finished communicating with his 3 brothers in the dormitory, he was about to return to where he had just sat. Suddenly he noticed that Xia Yushi was not far away, staring at him angrily. Thinking back to when Li Qing was singing just now, all the girls in the audience reacted as if they had orgasmed 10 times in a row. Li Qing naturally knew that Xia Yushi was jealous. Soon, he smiled calmly and walked straight towards Xia Yushi. Don't say anything, I know what you mean. If you confess, you will be treated leniently. If you resist, you will be treated severely. I will just confess everything. After Li Qing finished speaking, he spread his hands. Actually, I just want to test how attractive I am. Some people in the province don't know how to cherish me. Li Qing said and rolled his eyes. Xia Yushi still glared at Li Qing relentlessly. Humph, brother Qingqing, you're going too far. I hope you can be more low-key when there are girls around in the future. I'm really afraid they will skin you alive and eat you. By the way, where's your cell phone? Hurry up and hand it over. Li Qing looked at Xia Yushi with an expression that showed she was unwilling to give up. Pretend to sigh. In fact, he doesn't care at all. It was just to tease Xia Yushi on purpose. Okay then, I'll give you the phone. Li Qing said this and handed the phone to Xia Yushi. As soon as Xia Yushi took Li Qing's phone, she opened WeChat and turned to the friend request page. Without saying anything, he rejected them one by one. Looking at Xia Yushi's 10 fingers flying quickly on Li Qing's mobile phone screen. The hand speed is amazing. Li Qing was stunned. This hand speed. Wouldn't it be possible to develop Xia Yushi's hands and help him in the future? Hey. 5 minutes later. Xia Yushi finally stopped. He rubbed his sore fingers. Brother Qingqing and your sisters have so many? There are actually 2,043? Li Qing? Li Qing didn't have time to speak. Xia Yushi looked at Li Qing's phone again and suddenly exclaimed. Oh my god. Brother Qingqing, you have actually added several girls. Luckily the quilt found it in time, otherwise. After Xia Yushi finished speaking, she deleted them one by one without hesitation. Li Qing felt a pain in his heart. This. You really won't leave any behind? After Xia Yushi finished deleting the messages, she raised her head and looked at Li Qing again. Brother Qingqing, you must never be like this again. Li Qing nodded quickly. Okay, I won't act like a big shot anymore when you're around. As soon as Li Qing finished speaking, Xia Yushi swung her little pink fist towards him. School beauty, spare my life. I was wrong. Hee hee, it's okay as long as you know you're wrong. I'll dare you next time. Chapter 89. Sign in and confess your love to succeed.
A tiring day of military training finally came to an end. Li Cheng and Xia Yushi returned to their villa in Repulse Bay. As soon as she entered the door, Xia Yushi dived into Li Cheng's arms like a little wildcat, and instantly collapsed on him, unwilling to separate.
Brother Qingqing, I think.
Before Xia Yushi could finish her words, Li Cheng covered her mouth with a kiss,
accompanied by Xia Yushi's moan. Soon, a 3-hour two-person sport began. Are you satisfied with this time? Early the next morning,
Li Cheng opened his eyes as usual.
Ding dong. Whether to sign in today? Sign in. Ding dong. Sign in successfully, sign in to get special talent as reward, confession will be successful. Do you want to study? Study.
Li Cheng no longer hesitates when learning talents.
As long as it is any talent given by the system. No matter what, just learn. After learning the talent, Li Cheng finally reacted. This time, his talent was to succeed just by confessing his feelings? Oh shit. In this case, if I like a girl in the future, I can just confess my love to her directly, right? Every confession is accurate and will definitely succeed. It's not difficult at all, just go ahead and start the strategy. From now on, any woman that Li Cheng sets his eyes on will never be able to escape his clutches. Thinking of this, Li Cheng's lips curled up into a charming arc. Sure. This time, the system dad finally gave me an awesome talent. Li Cheng couldn't wait to try out this talent. Thinking of this, Li Cheng pushed Xia Yushi, who was still sleeping beside him. Cece, I'll go buy you breakfast. You can sleep a little longer. After last night's nourishment, Xia Yushi was sleeping soundly. After hearing Li Cheng's words, he just murmured softly, and it was unknown whether he heard it or not. Li Cheng went to buy breakfast for Xia Yushi, but he was just bringing it with him. The main purpose is to go out and give it a try. This talent of confession will lead to success. Li Cheng quickly washed up, got dressed, and went straight to the breakfast shop at the entrance of the community. On the way, Li Cheng kept looking around, searching for a suitable target. What a pity. It is early in the morning now, and the whole community is filled with either uncles doing morning exercises or aunts accompanying uncles doing morning exercises. At the gate of the Repulse Bay community, Li Cheng finally met a female white-collar worker who was somewhat pretty. The female white-collar worker was wearing an OL uniform, with a curvy figure, black stockings and long legs, and high heels, which made her look tall and slender, and she looked very sexy. Li Cheng was stunned for a moment. You know, the female white-collar worker in front of him is at least 10 years older than him. Li Cheng, a young man who just turned 18, swallowed his saliva silently in his heart. Can he hold on to such a big sister? Forget it, if he hesitates any longer, he will really have no choice but to ask the aunt for the experiment. Li Cheng walked over without hesitation, without even thinking about it. Directly improvise on the spot. Elder sister. I've been following you for a long time. I like you so much. I hope you can accept my confession. A clumsy confession without any thought or language processing. Li Cheng himself felt that what he had just said was extremely vulgar. So after he finished speaking, he blushed immediately. This is simply the most awkward opening line ever. After all, how could one come straight in and reveal one's purpose without even a hint of embellishment? According to normal circumstances, the success rate of this is basically 0. Unless Li Cheng is more handsome than Chris Wu and Daniel Wu. But goose. After listening to Li Cheng's confession, the whole person was stunned for a moment. He had a somewhat empty look in his eyes because he was in a hurry to go to work and was about to be late. At this moment, his eyes became moist at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his big eyes were watery and sparkling as he looked at Li Cheng. She even stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. It can be said to be very tempting. Little brother. Brother. I like you too. Oh my god, my love is here. After saying that, she took out a notebook and a pen from her bag. Writing something quickly. Then he tore it off and handed a small note to Li Cheng. This is my cell phone number. I'm going to be late for work. Can you call me in the evening? I have plenty of time in the evening, you can make an appointment with me anytime. After the sister in black stockings finished speaking, she winked at Li Cheng and walked away in her high heels with a thumping sound. After walking about 10 or so steps, she turned her head again and gave Li Cheng a tender look, suddenly full of charm. Remember to call me and make an appointment, little brother.
After saying that, he stretched out his hand and blew a kiss to Li Qing through the air.
Moo-ah. Very loud.
Li Qing was standing there stupidly at this moment.
The whole person was in a mess in an instant.
Unexpectedly, his confession just now was so stupid that it couldn't be more stupid.
It actually succeeded? If this can be successful, then the sow can definitely climb trees. Sure enough, the system dad is awesome. After this inspection, Li Qing's confidence suddenly increased.
It seems that as long as he opens his mouth, he can succeed in confessing his love to anyone.
This is a talent that many men have dreamed of since childhood.
Li Qing now feels that all the beautiful girls in the world belong to him.
Any confession will do. It's simply invincible.
After bringing breakfast to Xia Yushi, the two of them finished eating, and then Li Qing drove the Bugatti directly to school. Fortunately, the white-collar lady in black stockings was in a hurry to go to work that morning and only gave Li Qing her contact information. If she wasn't at work, after he successfully confesses his feelings, won't he just stick to me? The kind of clingy person who doesn't even want to leave your partner to go to the toilet. That would be even more troublesome. So Li Qing decided to use this skill as little as possible in the future. Although, he also wants to be a sea king. At the same time, he gives his love to many beautiful sisters.
But his body can't take it.
It's a new day again, and military training begins again.
We practiced marching yesterday and learned military boxing today.
Li Qing naturally stood in front of the entire team again. Because he had signed for top military training talent, he now served as a model representative and performed military boxing for everyone.
You can directly replace the instructor and teach everyone. It really stole the show. Military training break time.
Li Qing and his classmates were sitting in a corner of the playground taking a rest. After spending the whole day yesterday, Instructor Frog had become more and more familiar with Li Qing and the entire finance class 1.
You can't just sit there during your break. We must have some rest that is characteristic of military training. In that case, let's have some entertainment. Li Qing.
As soon as Instructor Frog finished speaking, Li Qing, who had just sat down for less than a minute, quickly stood up.
Arrive. Let's put on a show for everyone.
Li Qing was stunned for a moment and scratched his head.
Instructor, I only know how to sing. How about I sing another song for everyone?
Instructor Frog looked at Li Qing expressionlessly, then suddenly smiled wickedly.
Singing all the time is so boring.
Look at you, you're so handsome and you speak so nicely, you're such a talented person.
Let me show you how to pick up girls. Chapter 90, Chatting Up a Senior Schoolmate.
Instructor Frog said this and pointed at the fence at the edge of the playground behind Li Qing.
Outside the fence is the sidewalk.
From time to time, seniors who did not have to undergo military training would pass by here. You lie on the railing, find a pretty senior schoolmate to confess your feelings to, and ask for their WeChat.
Remember, keep chatting up people until you get their WeChat accounts.
By the way, you have to find a pretty senior, not pretty ones. Li Qing was stunned again.
Instructor, how can you flirt with me like this?
Li Qing scratched his head.
I just signed in this morning. I have a talent that can make you successful whenever you confess. Is it that I am using it to show off now? Don't you know how? If not, I'll teach you. Hello, senior sister. You are so beautiful. Senior, please add me on WeChat.
After Instructor Frog finished speaking, he glanced at Li Qing.
Have you learned it? Just follow my instructions and repeat them once to the senior student outside the fence.
After Instructor Frog finished speaking, the whole class applauded and praised him. They love watching this kind of interesting pickup show the most.
So everyone is looking forward to it.
Come on, come on, come on. Li Qing was stunned for a moment.
It seems that he can only act arrogantly today. Oh, that's not right.
It was an invitation to chat up. Soon, Li Qing lay directly on the railing, holding the small pillars of the railing with both hands. This made him feel as if he was in prison, holding the cold prison bars and looking at the colorful world outside.
Watching the seniors coming and going outside, Li Qing quickly locked onto a target.
A cute little schoolgirl who wears light makeup, has an 80% good appearance, and wears a JK uniform with over-the-knee socks and small leather shoes.
The whole person looks very playful and cute.
It should be in line with what Instructor Frog called beautiful.
That senior girl in JK clothes, look at me, look at me. Li Qing quickly waved and greeted. As soon as the words fell. Outside the fence, the JK girl who was hurrying on her way quickly turned her head. When she saw Li Qing, who was lying on the railing in the playground, wearing a military training uniform, sticking his head out to greet her, I couldn't help but burst out laughing. Hello, senior, you are so beautiful. Senior, can you add me on WeChat? When Li Qing saw the JK girl smiling, he immediately chased after her and started talking to her. She had just finished speaking. Senior JK jumped and skipped towards Li Qing. I walked up to him and without saying a word, I held out the WeChat QR code on my phone. Okay. Little brother is so handsome. Just sweep me. JK senior sister's words had just fallen. The entire finance class one was shocked instantly. Oh my god, is it really that easy to pick up a girl? Just having a mouth and hands is enough. Don't say it, it makes me want to give it a try. Li Qing added JK elementary school sister's WeChat. The JK elementary school girl threw Li Qing a coquettish glance, sending her a secret signal. Little brother, are you free tonight? You can ask me to come to the playground. I will definitely not refuse. Li Qing was stunned for a moment. So proactive? Yes, senior sister, tell me on WeChat later. Li Qing readily agreed. After saying that, he quickly stepped down from the railing. He was afraid that if he talked to this JK senior for a few more words, it might directly activate his talent for successful confession. If that happens, the senior student would probably just climb over the railing of the playground. Just stick to Li Qing and 1T let go. Li Qing successfully added her senior sister on WeChat and returned to the team. Instructor Frog looked at Li Qing with satisfaction. He took the lead and applauded him. Did you see that? What is professionalism? This is professionalism. Who else wants to show us how to flirt with a senior? Frog instructor had just finished speaking. All the male students in the finance class raised their hands. It seemed that Li Qing's classic example of giving away the ball just now directly boosted their confidence. I instantly became inflated and thought I was at the same level as Daniel Wu. It's gotten to the point where you can just strike up a conversation. Instructor Frog smiled wickedly and shows a fat student who raised his hand most actively. Student, you come here. This chubby classmate is called Han Jun. But the person is not as good as his name. Height 170 centimeters, weight 170 centimeters. He is a real little fat boy. He just watched Li Qing's performance and instantly felt that he was back to normal. He also imitated Li Qing's actions just now and lay directly on the railing. I took a fancy to a senior girl with long legs who was wearing wide-leg jeans and a navel-bearing short-sleeved shirt, and then I started waving and chatting her up. Hello, senior. Senior is so beautiful. Senior, can you add me on WeChat? The long-legged senior sister turned her head when she heard the voice and glanced at the chubby junior brother who was lying on the railing. He was 170 centimeters tall and weighed 170 kilograms. There was an instant exclamation. He quickly covered his face and ran away. Classmate Han Jun was dumbfounded and completely confused. Why is this plot not following the script at all? WTF? In an instant, the loss in his heart was written all over his chubby face without any concealment. Instructor Frog walked up to him and patted his shoulder comfortingly. It's okay, failure is normal. Next, I'll find another classmate. Afterwards, Instructor Frog found 3 male students in a row and performed the railing pickup trick. Without exception. All failed. Those beautiful senior students outside the fences. As soon as they saw the tan junior in military training uniform, leaning on the railing and waving at them, they immediately avoided him as if he were a bad guy and ran away frantically. When Instructor Frog saw this situation, he sighed. So far. It seems that Li Qing is the only one who succeeded? Is it really that Li Qing is so charming? At this time, a beautiful senior schoolmate with long black hair, fair skin, and delicate features like a doll came towards them from outside the railing. If I were to rate her appearance, it would be at least 9.5 points. It was only 0.5 points less than Xia Yushi's full score. Perhaps, compared with the school belle Xia Yushi, the only flaw is her height. Only 1.62 meters. A bit lower. 0.05 meters shorter than the school beauty Xia Yushi. This girl is none other than Yi Xiaoming, the campus belle of Ning University before Xia Yushi came to the university.
At this moment, she had just finished class and was holding her books, preparing to cross the playground to go to another teaching building for class.
Little did they know.
He has been targeted by all the male students in the finance class 1 inside the playground fence. The boys suddenly saw such a beautiful senior schoolmate, walking towards them as gracefully as a willow tree in the spring breeze. Moreover, she is a year older than them and has a more mature and charming demeanor.
The feeling came instantly. Instructor Frog, look at this senior is simply amazing.
Hearing the voice, Instructor Frog quickly turned his head and glanced at Yi Xiaoming, who was on his way outside the fence. Instantly, Instructor Frog's eyes widened, and he even took off his hat, feeling so excited that he didn't know where to put his head.
Chapter 91, Kissed the Senior Sister Directly. Li Qing.
Li Qing stood up immediately after hearing the voice.
Arrive. Go, get this senior sister's WeChat for me.
Li Qing was stunned for a moment.
So, am I being treated as a tool again? What? Hurry up and do it.
If you keep wasting time, this pretty senior will leave.
If you can't get it, I'll make you do 1,000 push-ups.
Li Qing smiled bitterly in his heart.
Damn, it looks like it's time for me to perform again.
Li Qing didn't say much. He walked directly to the railing, stretched his head, and waved at Yi Xiaoming.
Hello, senior. Senior is so beautiful.
Li Qing just finished speaking. Yi Xiaoming held her textbook and headed towards the source of the voice. She saw Li Qing, who was leaning on the railing in his military training uniform and talking to her.
In an instant, he bent over with laughter. I feel like this little brother is really interesting.
She has always had high standards, otherwise, with her looks, she wouldn't have gone through a whole year of college without a boyfriend.
She didn't know what was going on today. I just saw Li Qing for the first time. In that instant, it was as if I was forcibly attracted to it.
His whole body involuntarily walked towards Li Qing. She slowly walked up to Li Qing.
You were just chatting me up.
Li Qing nodded quickly.
Didn't you say I was pretty? Why, did you only flirt with me? Li Qing?
Senior sister, there is something else behind your words.
Li Qing quickly flattered him. Senior sister, the needle doesn't poke.
When Yi Xiaoming heard Li Qing's praise, she took a step forward. In an instant, the distance between him and Li Qing was no more than 20 centimeters, and they could even hear each other's slight breathing.
So, you can definitely confess to me.
After Yi Xiaoming finished speaking, she was a little stunned.
Oh my god. No way, how could such words come out of my mouth? In an instant, her pretty face turned red. Instead, it adds a bit of charm and tenderness.
Yi Xiaoming finished saying this.
The entire finance class 1 behind Li Qing was instantly in an uproar. Fuck, this operation is so fucking amazing. I knelt down to Li Qing. Is Li Qing a harvester of senior sisters?
How could such a top-notch senior be so proactive in front of Li Qing? Where did I lose? After a burst of noisy whispers, all the students directly set the pace. Confession, confession, confession. The students shouted in unison and rhythmically, their voices loud and clear.
It immediately livened up the atmosphere. Li Qing swallowed.
It seems that this time the arrow is on the string and he has to shoot. He was not very clear about what happened today. Does it mean that after signing up for the talent of confession success, the success rate of chatting up girls has also increased? The current situation did not allow him to think too much.
Just speak directly. Senior, I like you very much. Will you accept me?
Yi Xiaoming heard Li Qing finally say this. She instantly became shy and lowered her head.
I do. With a sound of boom. The entire finance class 1 students were excited again. Isn't Li Qing too awesome? Is this a successful confession?
The best senior sister, just give it to me for free? They were so acidic that they exploded on the spot. After Yi Xiaoming finished speaking, she lowered her head and was shy for a few seconds.
Then lift your head straight up.
Eyes closed, lips slightly pursed. He looked at Li Qing with an expression that showed he was ready to take advantage of her.
Li Qing? Can I kiss her right away? But it has only been a minute since they met each other. That's right. Sometimes, reality is often so magical. Behind Li Qing,
the students in finance class 1 cheered loudly. It directly pushed the atmosphere to a climax.
A kiss, a kiss, a kiss. Li Qing looked at the charming former school beauty in front of him. I sighed in my heart. Don't miss the free school beauty. I just went straight up to him. Soon, the four thin lips touched. Li Qing and Yi Xiaoming both felt as if they had been electrocuted. The current slowly spread from their lips and quickly spread to their entire bodies, making them feel numb all over. Yi Xiaoming was so drunk that he couldn't help himself. Ah, is this the taste of love? This is her first kiss as she has been single all her life. She fell in love instantly. Hungrily, he demanded from Li Qing madly. Behind Li Qing, all the students, including Instructor Frog, were staring at this scene in amazement. It just makes people stupid. The two kissed for a full 30 seconds. In the end, it was Li Qing who took the initiative to withdraw. If we continue to kiss like this. He was afraid that his mouth would be swollen from being sucked. This senior sister is such an annoying little goblin. After the two people separated, they looked at each other. It was Li Qing who spoke first. I have to go back to military training. Sorry, senior. When Yi Xiaoming heard what Li Qing said, she instantly became unhappy. She put her hands on her waist, looking aggrieved. The little eyes stared at Li Qing innocently. After having fun, Li Qing was about to pull up his pants and run away? That's too much. No, I want to stand next to your class. I want to watch your military training in person. Don't even think about running away today. After Yi Xiaoming finished speaking, she puffed out her chest proudly. He walked straight into the playground from the side, stood next to the finance class 1, and watched Li Qing's military training. Today she has already set her eyes on this handsome little junior, whose name she doesn't even know yet. Li Qing saw that Yi Xiaoming was serious about it. I reacted instantly. Oh my god, it's over. It seems that the talent given by the system has taken effect directly. Confession will be successful. He just confessed. He even kissed the senior. So the senior student was so excited that she didn't even attend the class and just stood beside me blocking my way. Looking at the students next to me, they are from the finance class. At this moment, everyone looked at Li Qing with envy. In particular, when they found out that this senior sister, whose appearance was second only to Xia Yushi, was actually the school belle of the previous class, they were instantly excited. This is too sour. Li Qing is now a complete school beauty harvester. Not far away. Xia Yushi, who had seen the entire scene just now, was instantly confused. Brother Qingqing, are you so popular with girls now? So fast, he's already together with a beautiful senior? She had said before that Brother Qingqing could be unfaithful, but she must put him first. After all, an outstanding man like Brother Qingqing is like a flower that is loved by everyone. All the girls who see him want to come up to him and suck his nectar. She also feels that such men are more attractive. After all, a boy who can make countless women crazy is definitely a top boy. It shows that he is extremely charming. How could she not be happy with a boyfriend like this? Thinking of this, Xia Yushi felt relieved instantly. Humph, as long as Brother Qingqing still has her in his heart, that's enough. She will always be Brother Qingqing's most beloved woman. Amazed face? Chapter 92. Li Qing hugs left and right. Yi Xiaoming stood not far from the military training location of the finance class 1. With tears in his eyes, he looked at Li Qing. Li Qing suddenly felt a little unhappy in his heart, but on the surface, he remained calm. Instructing students in military boxing. As the school bell rang, the military training finally ended. Yi Xiaoming skipped towards Li Qing and enthusiastically took Li Qing's hand. Little brother. You've worked hard. Mooah. After Yi Xiaoming finished speaking, she stood on tiptoe and kissed Li Qing on the little face. After the kiss, Yi Xiaoming's little face turned red again. She no longer has the airs of a school beauty. All the students in finance class 1 were shocked again when they saw this scene. Oh my god. This is too much dog abuse, isn't it? Even in those online novels about school beauties, they don't dare to abuse the dogs like this. All the male students had their balls smashed all over the floor, so badly that they couldn't be picked up. The female classmates looked at Yi Xiaoming and kissed Li Qingba directly, and they actually felt refreshed. A bold idea suddenly popped into my mind. What would happen if they also kissed Li Qing secretly like this? First, use the process of elimination. You will definitely not be killed by Li Qing. Thinking of this, the female students became even more eager to try it. Yi Xiaoming's lipstick today is a bit bright.
So there was a big red lip mark on Li Qing's face.
It was branded instantly.
By the way, my name is Yi Xiaoming, and I'm from the School of Liberal Arts, class of 2019.
I don't know your name yet?
Li Qing was stunned for a moment.
Damn, you don't even know my name, and you kiss me?
Senior sisters, are you also casual?
Li Qing nodded.
Li Qing, class 20, finance, class 1. After Li Qing finished speaking, Yi Xiaoming took the initiative to walk to Li Qing and took his arm. It seems like they are as familiar as a couple who have known each other for a long time.
Xiao Qingqing, don't think I'm casual. In fact, I haven't had a boyfriend since I went to college. You're my first boyfriend. By the way, let me tell you a secret, this was my first kiss just now.
After Yi Xiaoming finished speaking, all the boys in the finance class 1 vomited blood.
No way, no way? Li Qing could actually conquer such a top-notch senior sister?
I thought that such a senior sister would be a casual person.
But I didn't expect it.
The senior sister is still so pure.
Is Li Qing the first love harvester?
After listening to Yi Xiaoming's words, Li Qing hesitated for a moment and turned to look at Xia Yushi not far away. After hesitating for a while, he finally spoke.
Actually, I have a girlfriend.
After Li Qing finished speaking, he pointed at Xia Yushi who was not far away.
She is my girlfriend, Xia Yushi. Now, it's not too late for you to regret.
After Li Qing finished speaking, his expression was very calm. I thought that this way, the senior student would let me go. After all, no one wants their boyfriend to be someone else's partner.
Yi Xiaoming turned around and looked in the direction Li Qing pointed.
His face was instantly filled with surprise.
Oh my god. It's her. Yi Xiaoming naturally knew Xia Yushi.
After all, as the campus belle of the previous session of Ning University, she thought she could dominate Ning University for several years. But unexpectedly, it only lasted for a year before being snatched away by a freshman named Xia Yushi from the class of 20.
It was not until she saw Xia Yushi's photo that she was convinced. After all, she was as pretty as she was, and a little taller than she was. It makes sense that I won against myself.
But it goes around in circles.
Unexpectedly. Today, this attractive junior boy she met actually has a girlfriend? Moreover, his girlfriend is exactly this Xia Yushi?
Forget about stealing her title of school beauty.
And he stole her boyfriend. That's too much.
But at this moment, looking at Li Qing, who was so handsome that his heart was moved, her heart was moved to tears.
She finally chose to share. No, how could I regret it? Xiao Qingqing, just be nice to me from now on. I don't ask for much. Just take some time to spend with me every few days.
Li Qing was stunned for a moment.
Damn it, he is so confused. How can everyone agree to this?
The students in the finance class 1 were also instantly excited.
Oh my god.
I never thought that the male protagonist, whom I had only seen in novels before, would have a crazy harem.
They thought it was just a novel. No, this is actually reality. Moreover, it was happening right before their eyes.
That man was Li Qing, who was regarded as a role model for our generation. Xia Yushi saw Li Qing and pointed at herself to Yi Xiaoming.
She quickly came over tactfully. Brother Qingqing, what are you two talking about? Why don't you call me? After all, I am your girlfriend.
Xia Yushi had just finished speaking.
The whole audience was shocked again. Anyone with ears could hear the hidden meaning in Xia Yushi's words.
It can be said that it is full of gunpowder. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on Li Qing and his new girlfriend.
Looking forward to what they will say next.
Li Qing didn't have time to speak. Yi Xiaoming raised her eyebrows, glanced at him, and then looked at Xia Yushi.
What a coincidence, junior high school girl.
Xiao Qingqing is also my boyfriend.
What a fate. Xia Yushi nodded calmly. That's good. After all, brother Qingqing is an excellent boy.
I don't mind sharing such an excellent boy with other girls.
What do you think?
After Xia Yushi finished speaking, she extended her hand towards Yi Xiaoming, indicating that she wanted to shake hands with her to reconcile.
Yi Xiaoming also nodded. I think it's pretty good.
She quickly stretched out her hands, and 2 slender, white and tender hands, each with their own unique features, were held together.
The two people actually lived together in harmony. Holy crap! All the students in the audience were shocked again. even Instructor Frog was shocked. As expected, the post-2000s generation is still the best at having fun. He suddenly felt a little regretful and wondered why he was not born a few years later. In this way, he can also seduce girls like Li Qing. The most annoying one is Li Qing. The two of them reconciled? He also said that he would share it equally with him? Rain and dew are equally shared? Please, he is not a tool, okay? How can we divide it equally? This is simply too much. The two girls shook hands peacefully. Xia Yushi took a step forward and took Li Qing's arm. Brother Qingqing, let's go eat together. On the other side, Yi Xiaomeng was naturally not to be outdone and directly put her arm around Li Qing's other arm. Xiao Qingqing, I want to have dinner with you too. Li Qing holds a beauty in each hand, and they are all extremely beautiful girls. When the boys in the entire playground saw this scene, their eyes were so sore that they almost fell to the ground. This kind of treatment is simply amazing. Are you going to pick up all the campus beauties of Ning University? It's simply too much. It was also the first time for Li Qing to enjoy this feeling of being embraced by women. How to say it? It feels great. But, I feel a little uncomfortable. Because I don't know why, the way other boys look at me is very meaningful. It's like he wants to be thrown into the Mariana Trench to feed the flounders. Chapter 93, riding a pedal tricycle to pick up the school beauty. But Li Qing quickly came to his senses and held his head high again. After all, at this moment, he is a man holding hands with two school beauties at the same time. He is the most handsome guy on this street. Not convinced? If you don't agree, just keep it to yourself. Brother Qingqing, what are we going to eat? Maybe it was because Yi Xiaomeng was next to her, Xia Yushi's voice sounded a little coquettish. Looks very soft and cute. Li Qing thought for a moment and was about to speak. Beside him, Yi Xiaomeng instantly pulled Li Qing's arm again. Xiao Qingqing, I want to eat hot pot, is that okay? Li Qing didn't have time to speak. Xia Yushi spoke again. Speaking of hot pot, it reminds me of this. The first time I went out to eat with Brother Qingqing, we had Haishan Lao hot pot. At that time, Brother Qingqing's chopsticks fell down, and when he bent down to pick them up, he said to me, "This hot pot is so white." Actually, I understand. Brother Qingqing must have seen my white calves and praised me for being white. Xia Yushi happily recalled every detail of her first time with Li Qing, a satisfied smile on her lips. This wave of dog food came unexpectedly. Yi Xiaomeng was so jealous that she immediately shook Li Qing's arm and started to act coquettishly. Xiao Qingqing, I also want to eat hot pot with you. I also want you to drop your chopsticks on the floor when we eat hot pot together. I also want you to accidentally see my calves when you pick up the chopsticks. No, just look at my thighs. You'll be praised straight away, this hot pot is so white and tender. After listening to this, Li Qing swallowed his saliva. Yi Xiaomeng's description is vivid and emotional. It made him drool. Of course. It must be because I remembered the delicious hot pot. Although during military training, the lunch break is only 2 hours. The round-trip taxi ride takes about an hour. It takes an hour to fish hot pot from the sea. Logically, it should be in time. Li Qing nodded. Okay. When Xia Yushi saw Li Qing, she actually wanted to go eat Haishan Laowa again, and this time she brought Yi Xiaomeng with her. He stomped his feet in anger. Of course, stomping your feet is one thing. She still has to go with him. She would never miss any opportunity for Brother Qingqing and this senior to be alone together. Li Qing was seen walking through the campus of Ningda with a girl on each side. Along the way, the rate of people turning back to look at me was almost 100%. Among them, many seniors immediately recognized the two girls next to Li Qing. One of them is Yi Xiaomeng, the campus beauty of the previous Ningbo University. And the other one is the current school beauty, Xia Yushi. Now the two school beauties almost simultaneously put their arms around Li Qing affectionately, appearing to have a very close relationship. Oh my god. This way you can get two Ning University campus beauties at the same time. This is the first time in the century-old Ning University. It happens once in 100 years. Many students even took out their cell phones and took a lot of photos of the three people. Prepare to post it on WeChat Moments and QQ Space to attract some attention. The copywriting has already been thought out. Shocking. A role model of our generation who can get two campus beauties at the same time appeared on Ning University campus. This is simply the pinnacle of life. I'm sorry. Li Qing's Bugatti is a top-tier sports car with only 2 seats. But now, there are 3 of them. It's impossible for Li Qing to get off the car and let the 2 girls get on, right? Li Qing thought about this and sighed. Suddenly, an idea came to me. Last time, he parked his custom-made pedal tricycle at the Regent Hotel and was taken directly to the downstairs of his dormitory by hotel staff. He hasn't ridden for a long time. My driving skills are a little rusty. Thinking of this, Li Qing was instantly eager to try it out. He was ready to ride his tricycle and take the 2 girls to eat sea climbing hot pot. Of course, he didn't do that on purpose. After all, he already has a sports car, but he can't drive it. Now there are only 3-wheeled vehicles that can be driven. If you take a taxi. Li Qing felt it was not worth it. How can a pedal tricycle be more comfortable and economical? You can keep exercising to keep fit all the time, and you don't have to worry about girls getting carsick. Riding a tricycle is embarrassing? That doesn't even exist. There were these 2 stunning beauties sitting on the back of his pedal tricycle. Who else dares to laugh at him? It's like he is riding a tricycle with a full load of Chinese currency on the back. It looks low-key and luxurious. Very meaningful. If you understand, you will understand. Li Qing thought of this and immediately agreed. I decided right away to ride a pedal tricycle. I'll ride my tricycle and take you to the sea to fish for hot pot later, Li Qing said to the 2 school beauties. As soon as the words fell, Xia Yushi quickly clapped her hands in praise. Okay. Brother Qingqing, last time you said you would take me on a tricycle, but you broke your promise in the end. This time I can finally ride it. So exciting. Xia Yushi looked delighted. There seems to be no sense of shame at all about riding a tricycle. After all, she is the only daughter of the Xia family, one of the big families in Ningjiang City. From childhood to adulthood, she has seen all kinds of high-end luxurious things. For her, it's nice to ride a tricycle occasionally. It's just like taking a poor kid to Disneyland in Shanghai and having fun there for a whole day. Novel and exciting, fun and stimulating. When Yi Xiaoming heard Li Qing, she actually suggested riding a tricycle to take them to eat hot pot. I was also stunned for a moment. But soon, I figured it out. So what about a tricycle? Having such a handsome, charming, and excellent boyfriend. Never mind tricycles. Even if I'm riding a bicycle or sitting on the back seat of his bike, that's still a kind of happiness, right? So Yi Xiaoming quickly nodded excitedly. This is so romantic. Xiao Qingqing, I didn't expect you to be so interesting. As expected, he is the man I like. Even on the way to eat hot pot, he can make it so fun. Love it. Li Qing had no objection to seeing the 2 school beauties. We hit it off instantly. Go directly to the downstairs of his dormitory and find the pedal tricycle that had been covered in dust for several days. When the dormitory manager saw Li Qing, she actually opened the lock of the pedal tricycle with a look of surprise on her face. Hey boy, this pedal tricycle is actually yours? I thought it was the old man who collected garbage outside the school. He wanted to pick me up, so he stopped here on purpose so that he could find an excuse to see me. I've been wondering these days, why hasn't he come yet? I didn't expect that I had wronged him. The dormitory manager said this with a look of heartache on her face. What he said just now contained a lot of information. Li Qing was so frightened that he didn't dare to think deeply. It's really terrifying when you think about it. He simply clicked the lock and got on his beloved pedal tricycle. He rode the bike to the side of the road and gently pressed the loud bell. Ding ding ding. Get in the car, 2 beauties. Li Qing parked the pedal tricycle just right like a gentleman. The 2 girls supported each other and sat up one by one. Chapter 94, post the photo of 2 school beauties to moments. The depressed dormitory manager, seeing 2 pretty girls, actually got on Li Qing's pedal tricycle. The boss's mouth suddenly grew bigger. Sure enough, men who can ride a tricycle have a unique charm. The old man who collects waste on a tricycle outside the school is no exception. The 2 school beauties sat on the back seat of the pedal tricycle. Li Qing suddenly felt a lot of pressure. After just a few kicks, my legs started to feel weak. Sure enough, it's better to bring a girl with you. If there are 2 of them, I can't handle it at all. Li Qing rode a tricycle with 2 school beauties on the campus of Ningbo University. This once again shocked the Ningbo University students on the road. Fuck. Is this even possible? You can pick up girls by pedaling a tricycle? Yes, you read that right. Not only can you pick up girls, but you can pick up two at the same time. Good brothers, have you learned anything? I suggest that our dormitory pool money to buy a pedal tricycle and take turns riding it out to pick up girls. Good idea. We can't afford a supercar, but can't we buy a pedal tricycle? In an instant, the sales of pedal tricycles in the Jingxi shopping mall near Ningda increased dramatically. The manager of the pedal tricycle called it weird. Li Qing rode his tricycle all the way to the gate of Ningda University. There are two exits at the main gate. One is a narrow sidewalk for pedestrians and electric vehicles. The other one is wider and is for cars only. But there was a long board blocking it. When Li Qing was almost at the door, he was stunned for a moment. Then I chose the car-only lane without hesitation. After all, it is a big car, how can it be squeezed together with an electric car? The security guard at the door glanced at Li Qing, and then glanced at the two beautiful sisters behind Li Qing. He swallowed his saliva instantly. Do college students have so many tricks to pick up girls these days? It would be fine if I just drove a supercar to pick up girls. Now even pedal tricycles are being brought out? Awesome! The security guard immediately showed awe to Li Qing. He pressed the switch and the baffle at the door slid up instantly. Li Qing held his head high and chest high, then rode his pedal tricycle out the door at high speed. Just now at school, the two girls couldn't stop laughing as soon as they got on Li Qing's tricycle. I don't know why, I just want to laugh. Maybe it was because these two beautiful ladies, sitting on such a simple tricycle and watching the handsome Li Qing pedaling hard, felt very funny. Passers-by saw two school beauties sitting in a tricycle and smiling so happily. In an instant, I was completely impressed by Li Qing. Compared with Li Qing, picking up girls with a supercar is bullshit. If you have the guts, learn from this big guy. Pick up girls on a pedal tricycle. Moreover, two are soaked at the same time. Li Qing rode out of the school gate. He and the two girls on the pedal tricycle instantly became a beautiful scenery on the road. Everyone looked at him sideways, were dumbfounded, and called him an expert. When the cars next to you can only line up obediently one by one, stuck in traffic. Li Qing's tricycle was seen moving flexibly, twisting left and right. It moves freely among the numerous vehicles like a loach. The owners of BMWs and Mercedes-Benzes were stuck in traffic, smoking and cursing, when they suddenly saw Li Qing's magical scenery. It became messy in an instant. What the hell? I drive a BMW and Mercedes-Benz, but am I just driving for nothing? It's not as comfortable as other people as pedal tricycles, with two beautiful sisters following behind. Sometimes, expensive things are not necessarily the best. Li Qing gave them the best interpretation. With the help of Li Qing's invincible driving skills. Less than half an hour. Li Qing's pedal tricycle stopped steadily in front of the Haishan Lao Hotpot restaurant. The waiter at the door saw Li Qing riding a pedal tricycle to eat. I was completely shocked when he saw the two beautiful sisters behind Li Qing. With a click, my three views were shattered in an instant. It turns out that a beautiful girl can also sit in a tricycle and smile so happily. He stepped forward quickly. Sir, let me park the car for you. As a waiter, he has stopped at all kinds of luxury cars, including Maserati, Maybach, and Bentley. But this pedal bike was the first time he helped a customer park it. Li Qing nodded. Okay, remember to be careful. Li Qing looked at the waiter with gratitude. Then he took the two girls and went straight into the store. As soon as you enter the Haishan Lao Hotpot restaurant, the rich aroma of hot pot hits you. Li Qing's mouth was watering instantly. Come and eat the hot pot from the sea. Especially when he brought two school beauties to eat Haishan Lao hot pot. This is the peak of my life. He and Xia Yushi have been together for so long. To be honest, I haven't posted any moments or posts to show our affection. Today, he decided to show his cards. He stopped pretending. I, Li Qing, have now reached the peak of life that none of you will ever reach. Li Qing, Xia Yushi and Yi Xiaoming found a seat and ordered the dishes. Afterwards, Li Qing took out his Mi 6 mobile phone. I suddenly wanted to take a selfie and post it on WeChat Moments. Do you want to take a picture with me? Li Qing smiled wickedly and asked the two people. Yes, I do. Yi Xiaoming nodded quickly. Xia Yushi just hesitated for a moment. Yi Xiaoming got there first in an instant. This made her very unhappy. As Li Qing's oldest woman, how could she not be on camera? Even if there is one more Yi Xiaoming, it's okay. After all, she didn't want Yi Xiaoming and brother Qingqing to take a photo alone. So, let us take a photo of the three of us together. Think of this. Xia Yushi also nodded repeatedly. I'd like to, too. Why don't we take a photo together, three of us? Li Qing smiled with satisfaction. This is exactly the effect he wants. Li Qing quickly slid open the camera button on his phone. Switch to the front camera. To myself. On both sides of him were Xia Yushi and Yi Xiaoming. Two girls who are as pretty as school beauties. The kind of girl who doesn't need any beautification or skin smoothing to slim her face, enlarge her eyes, or smooth her skin when taking photos. She is so beautiful. When Yi Xiaoming saw that Li Qing was about to take a photo, she quickly and affectionately put her arms around Li Qing's shoulders and moved her face so close that she was about to kiss Li Qing. Next to her, Xia Yushi saw Yi Xiaoming being so intimate in the camera of her cell phone and instantly became unhappy. This is too much. If this was taken and posted on Li Qing's circle of friends, people who didn't know would think that Yi Xiaoming was Li Qing's girlfriend and she was just a passerby. This one do. Wait, don't shoot yet. After Xia Yushi finished speaking, she leaned over, pouting her lips, and kissed Li Qing on the face without hesitation. When Yi Xiaoming saw Xia Yushi's appearance, she naturally followed closely. In an instant, Li Qing was kissed by a beautiful girl on each side. Although only the side faces are shown, it is not difficult to see that both sides are top-notch girls. Li Qing pressed the shooting button with satisfaction. With a click, this wonderful moment was finally captured. After Li Qing finished shooting, he didn't even put the 9-square grid together. Just send this photo out directly. Accompany with copywriting. Everyone, I don't need to say more. If you understand, you will understand. 1 minute after this circle of friends was posted, Li Qing's WeChat notification tone kept beeping. It exploded immediately. Chapter 95. Sign in for the best skin quality. Oh my god, is this person still you, Li Qing? Are you sure this isn't photoshopped? Ah, I'm jealous. Fuck, where did I lose? Li Qing, are these two beauties your girlfriends? No way, no way. Just 5 minutes. There were more than 30 likes and more than 10 comments. Li Qing has only about 100 friends on WeChat. Usually, he would post a circle of friends about closing orders on Bing6. There hasn't been a single like in half a day, let alone any comments. But at this moment, Li Qing suddenly felt a little shocked. Damn, the photos of beautiful sisters are indeed more attractive. The dishes for the Haishan hot pot were served one by one. The two beautiful girls beside Li Qing also took out their mobile phones, took nice photos of the hot pot from the sea, and then prepared to post them on Weibo or Xiaohongshu. They even secretly took a picture of Li Qing's handsome profile. As for the copywriting, I wrote, "What is it like to eat sea-caught hot pot with the boy you like?" After the soup was ready, the two girls happily enjoyed their hot pot. Li Qing also enjoyed the meal very much. Suddenly, Yi Xiaoming picked up a piece of tripe from the pot and put it directly into Li Qing's bowl. Xiao Qingqing, you look so thin, remember to eat more. It's okay, just eat. I will still love you even if you gain weight. Beside her, Xia Yushi saw that Yi Xiaoming was actually stealing so openly. How can this be tolerated? If she could bear it, she would not be a cat in her next life. Soon, she decisively picked up a piece of fat lamb roll from the hot pot. Brother Qingqing, come, you should eat more mutton. Mutton is very nutritious. You've been losing a lot of nutrients recently because of me. Fix it up. Li Qing? Beside him, Yi Xiaoming became unhappy instantly when he heard this. He quickly picked up a piece of beef roll for Li Qing. Xiao Qingqing, eat more. Otherwise, we will live together in the future, and you won't be able to do it if you don't have the strength. I like you to be strong, the kind that uses a lot of force. Li Qing? What kind of lewd words are these? At the same time, the two girls bickering with each other is also a unique way. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry for a moment. At this moment, the two school beauties, one on the left and one on the right, were both picking up food for him. This is simply the treatment of an emperor. Damn it, it's amazing. Next to him, the waiter who was serving Li Qing and the other two looked at the two super pretty girls next to Li Qing and actually took the initiative to pick up food for him. I was so shocked that my jaw dropped. No way, there are still girls licking boys these days? Moreover, two beautiful girls licked one boy at the same time? At this moment, as Li Qing's fishing waiter, he was too embarrassed to step forward to serve. I was afraid of disturbing Li Qing's enjoyment of eating. It ruined the atmosphere among the three people. This hot pot meal was very enjoyable. All three of them ate their fill. Li Qing took out his cell phone and checked the time. Oh shit, this is awful. There were only 20 minutes left before they gathered for military training. Li Cheng and the two girls ran downstairs directly. Without saying a word, he rode his tricycle and headed straight to Ningda with the two girls. Half an hour later, when Li Cheng and Xia Yushi arrived at the playground, panting and with red faces, all the students in the finance class 1 were looking at Li Cheng and Xia Yushi. Brother Cheng, where are you going to have fun? That's right, look, Sister Cheng is in such trouble. He doesn't even miss the 2-hour lunch break. He's really a master of time management. Xia Yushi looked at these male classmates who were joking and suddenly became angry. What? Li Cheng and I went out with Yi Xiaoming to eat hot pot. If anyone keeps gossiping, I'll let Li Cheng fight you. After saying that, Xia Yushi stretched out her little pink fist and gestured a few times in the air. Xia Yushi had just finished speaking. The male classmates who were joking just now became even more excited. Oh my god. Yi Xiaoming is here? Take two girls to eat hot pot? We understand, we understand. You are indeed a role model for our generation, arranging two girls at the same time. Li Qing became even more anxious as he saw Xia Yushi. He quickly walked over and patted her hair gently. It's okay, don't be angry. That's the way these idiots are. Just go to the girls' side. Don't bother with them anymore. You know, Xia Yushi's previous title was the cold and aloof school beauty. She always hangs out with the boys in the class and rarely speaks. This time, it's the first time I've said so much. Time flies. The days of military training passed by in a dull and uneventful manner. Of course, for Li Qing, he just spends his days pretending to be cool. These days, Li Qing's sign-in rewards are all sorts of random stuff. For example, the talent that allows one to drink water while sleeping, and the skill of being able to brag without having to think about it, are skills that even Li Qing himself feels are useless and annoying. It couldn't be more perfunctory. At the same time, after these days of military training, exposed to the sun, the students have all gotten tanned. Some students who were already dark-skinned have become even darker now. Students who originally had fair skin, such as Xia Yushi, also became a little darker. Li Qing naturally couldn't withstand the harsh sun. The whole person is completely wheat-colored. The last day of military training. Li Qing got up and opened his eyes. Ding dong. Whether to sign in today. Sign in. Ding dong. Successful sign in. Sign in reward, world-class skin quality. After signing in for the skin quality, you will no longer need any skin care treatments, because your skin quality is now flawless. Li Qing was stunned for a moment. Subconsciously, he reached out and touched his face. Wow! This feel. Light. Slip. Bomb. Greasy. It's so fragile that it can be broken with a blow. Just like jelly. Li Cheng went straight to the bathroom. In the mirror, he pinched his collagen-filled skin. I can't believe it. This is equivalent to seeing yourself in a beauty camera. The whole person is just skin smoothing and beautification. There were even a few acne scars on my face, but now they are gone. Hanging. Li Qing even reached out his hand and patted his face gently. Bang bang bang. Crisp sound, very realistic. This skin quality, wow. It is truly a world-class skin quality. It's simply invincible. From now on, please call him Pretty Boy Li Qing. He still remembered that the system had told him this when he signed in just now. After that, no skin care is needed. That is to say, even washing your face is not necessary. From now on, he will be handsome even without washing his face. Chapter 96, Standing on the Stage and Slapping Someone in the Face. From now on, when you get up, you just need to brush your teeth. Li Qing walked out of the bathroom happily. On the bed, Xia Yushi, who was sleepy, opened her eyes drowsily and glanced at Li Qing, who was standing in front of the bed. In that instant, I couldn't take my eyes away. His eyes suddenly widened. Walter? Brother Qingqing, how come he suddenly become so handsome today? No, it turned white. Her skin is so good that even a girl like her feels inferior to her. Originally, Li Qing's appearance could be rated above 9.5 points. Now, it's already 10 o'clock in 1 minute. 0.1 point more than the full score of 10. This made her like him even more. Brother Qingqing, why did you suddenly become so white? Li Qing scratched his hair and instantly thought of an excuse. He walked straight up to Xia Yushi, who had just sat up from the bed with a confused look on her face. Just like rubbing a dog's chubby face, he pinched the 2 little pieces of flesh on Xia Yushi's cheeks and pulled them gently. To be honest, I dreamed of an old man with a white beard last night. He said he could help me restore my skin to the smooth and tender state it was before military training. Then, I believed his lies, and this is what happened now. After Li Qing finished speaking, he spread his hands helplessly. Xia Yushi? Brother Qingqing, I almost believed your lies. You are such a bad old man. Xia Yushi rolled her eyes at Li Qing. Although she didn't quite believe what Li Qing said. But Brother Qingqing always manages to give her some surprises every time. She had gotten used to it a long time ago. After breakfast, the two went straight to school. After Li Qing signed in for world-class skin quality in the morning, he couldn't wait to let the whole class see his now fair and tender skin. If it were normal times, he may not have such a strong idea yet. But now, it's completely different. Especially in front of the whole class. After going through military training and being beaten in the scorching sun, they are now as tanned as Wang Baoxiang. He is now standing in Class 1 of Finance. It's like a crane standing out among chickens. Very conspicuous. It's hard not to pretend. During the military training these days, he signed up for top military training talent. All the possible limelight has already been revealed. Now, I can finally show off in different ways. So Li Qing was very excited. After arriving at the playground, as expected, Li Qing is as white as a mascot. It instantly became the focus of the entire playground. Fuck, why is this guy so white? Could it be that this is his first time in military training? What? You don't even know Li Qing from the finance class 1? He's the hottest guy in the freshman class these days. Yeah, he wasn't this white a few days ago, he was the same height as the rest of us. Why is he suddenly so white today? Li Qing was already accustomed to the shocked looks from his classmates. If the system calculates the shock value for him, his shock value is probably enough to wrap around the blue star 3 times and still have some left. At this moment, he walked directly to the military training location of the finance class 1. All the students in the class, without exception, looked at Li Qing. It's like seeing an alien. A classmate who usually had a good relationship with Li Qing pulled Li Qing. Brother Qing, did you get a whitening injection last night? No, or maybe a skin replacement surgery was done overnight? Li Qing waved his hands quickly. Only sissies get whitening injections. This is pure natural and pollution-free, okay? If you don't believe me, touch it. After Li Qing finished speaking, he turned his face to the side, indicating that he could boldly try the feel of it. So as to avoid people saying that he relied on something else. The classmate reached out his hand curiously and gently touched Li Qing's face. In an instant, my hand seemed to be electrocuted and I quickly retracted it. So smooth. It's amazing, Brother Qing. It's even smoother than a girl's face. Of course, I've only touched a girl's face in my dreams. After the classmate finished speaking, he quickly smiled awkwardly and explained. Li Qing smiled wickedly and patted his shoulder. Good brother, I understand. It's okay, we are all men. A new day of military training life has begun. There is only one morning of military training today. The instructors will leave in the afternoon. So at this moment, the students' mood is very complicated. Some feel very relaxed and comfortable. After all, the hard military training life can finally come to an end. But some are in a heavy mood. After all, I spent a whole week with the instructor. Even a stone will get warm. At this moment, I naturally feel very reluctant to leave my instructor. So I especially cherish the last time I spent with my instructor this morning. Instructor Frog stood in front of all the students in Finance Class 1 as usual. Students, you have all put in a lot of effort and sweat over the past 10 days. Of course, now each of you also has the marks of hard military training. For example, many of my classmates have gotten tanned. I saw it all. But don't always complain about being tired from military training and being afraid of getting tanned. Some students are even more tired than you, but they never complain. Everyone, look at Li Qing, who has been selflessly helping everyone with military training for so many days. But everyone, look at Li Qing now. He doesn't have a tan at all. What does this prove? It completely shows that Li Qing is a student who trains hard and can stand the test of military training. He is worthy of learning for all of us. After Instructor Frog finished speaking, he immediately led the applause. All the students in the finance class were shocked again when they heard what Instructor Frog said. Although they knew that Instructor Frog only graduated from junior high school. But wasn't the frog instructor's speech too good? He didn't get tanned at all during military training, but he can still praise Li Qing in various ways? After a round of warm applause, Instructor Frog waved his hand and signaled for silence. So, I and all the instructors have thought about it carefully. It has been decided that Li Qing will be the military training representative for our 2020 freshmen and will speak at the military training commendation meeting in the afternoon. Instructor Frog finished speaking. The entire finance class was shocked again. This is too good. Instructor Frog should at least find a student who has a strong military training atmosphere and at least a tan skin to be the representative. Li Qing's current appearance with slicked back hair and powdered face, when he went to speak as a representative, those who didn't know him would think he was a Korean oppa coming to Ningbo to give a concert. Li Qing was not too surprised. Instructor Frog is okay. It was not in vain that he took over the training of the students from Instructor Frog during these days, so that Instructor Frog could sneak into the corner of the playground and smoke cigarettes to his heart's content. It's okay, he still has some conscience. Noon. As usual, after class, Yi Xiaoming skipped to the playground, waiting for Li Qing to finish his military training. She recognized Li Qing at a glance among a group of students wearing military training uniforms and with tanned faces. I was stunned instantly. Xiao Qingqing is so white? Is this fake? She clearly remembered that Xiao Qingqing's color was not this color yesterday. Although he wasn't very dark yesterday. But it was definitely not as white as it is now. He's the kind of pretty boy who could be kept by a wealthy woman. This made her feel even more threatened. Xia Yushi was already feeling a little unhappy when she shared brother Qingqing with him. We must not let another woman snatch Li Qing away from him again. Military training is over. Yi Xiaoming skipped over to Li Qing. Xiao Qingqing, you are so fair today. Are you being moisturized by my fragrance every day? Come on, another one. After Yi Xiaoming finished speaking, she stood on tiptoes and kissed Li Qing's delicate little face again. All the students in the finance class have been fed dog food for so many days. I'm already full at this moment. I'm totally used to it, okay? Li Qing wiped Yi Xiaoming's saliva off his face. He looked at Yi Xiaoming with a look of pretending to be a little disgusted. You actually spit all over my face. No, I want to kiss you back. The kind that makes you wet right after the kiss. Yi Xiaoming saw Li Qing grinning and about to come over, so she quickly covered her face and ran away in small steps. Don't come over here, don't. Li Qing, Xia Yushi and Yi Xiaoming had dinner in the school cafeteria. These days, as long as Yi Xiaoming has nothing to do, she will come and wait for Li Qing to finish his military training, and the three of them will have dinner together. Although Xia Yushi was not very happy, she didn't say anything. After all, she is a generous woman. She wouldn't be so petty with brother Qingqing, okay? This will only make him think that he is the same woman as others. Vulgar. Her position in brother Qingqing's heart will always be extraordinary. Afternoon. Military training summary meeting. It was no exception, the sun was scorching. The freshmen of class 2020 have been exposed to the scorching sun for more than 2 weeks. I'm already tanned anyway. So what's the harm in sunbathing for a while longer? I'm not afraid at all, just go out under the scorching sun. The school leaders who always attend the conference show a new look after the military training. 2 weeks ago, a military training mobilization meeting was held. Li Qing remembers that he was listening to the school leader's speech in the audience and felt drowsy. This time, it won't happen at all. After all, he was going to speak on stage as an outstanding representative of the military training. Although these days, he has created countless military training myths and pretended to be countless. But, the last beep. He also had to continue pretending to be perfect. It won't fail.
after a long and rather nonsensical speech by the school leader. Finally, Li Qing seemed to be mentioned vaguely. Of course, I have also seen the results of the students' military training these days. Although I also want to listen to everyone's thoughts and experiences and feel the joy of growth in your hearts. But time is precious. In order not to waste everyone's time, we would like to invite Li Qing, an outstanding representative of the military training and a student who has accumulated a lot of military training experience during this military training, to speak. Before this student goes on stage to speak, let me imagine. She must be a student who has been reborn after more than 10 days of military training. She is full of energy and vitality. Of course, he must be just like you, full of military training, and he must be as tanned as everyone else. Don't be disgusted by this black color. This is how you, as freshmen, should look the proudest after the military training. Finally finished. Below the stage, there was weak applause and a chaotic drumbeat. Li Qing thought to himself, he is worthy of being the school leader. He can even write a short essay about the speech given by the military training representative. This time, it was finally his turn. Li Qing walked directly onto the stage wearing military training uniform. Li Qing just stood on the stage when people saw his fair skin. Instantly, all the freshmen in the audience were shocked. I remembered what the school leader said just now. It is said that Li Qing must be as tanned as everyone else. At this moment, I was slapped in the face. Some female students in the audience couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. Soon, the laughter seemed to be contagious and spread throughout the playground in an instant. This made the school leader very embarrassed. This student is the outstanding military training representative? Are you kidding him? So white and tender. Didn't this guy spend more than 10 days in an air-conditioned room and then was sent to speak just as the military training was about to end? This is nonsense. He now even felt that the students in the audience laughed just now because they thought it was a joke for someone like Li Qing to come and give a speech. You have no military training, and you still have the nerve to come and speak as an outstanding military training representative? That's too much. Thinking of this, he slapped the table without hesitation. This classmate. Excuse me, have you had military training? You haven't even had any military training, and you have the nerve to come and speak as an outstanding representative of military training? It is a disgrace to Ning University to have someone like you. You've only just arrived as a freshman, and you're already so arrogant. This is too much. He is really arrogant and shameless. The school leader was furious and pointed at Li Qing's nose and cursed. Li Qing was just standing on the platform where only school leaders used to stand, with excitement in his heart, and was about to clear his throat to speak. Suddenly, the school leader pointed at my nose and scolded me? He was confused at first. But it soon dawned on me. It seems that this leader thought that he had no military training at all because his skin was too white? Ah, no way, being too white is also a mistake. Li Qing didn't say a word in rebuttal and just listened to him scolding him. Below the stage, all the freshmen of class of 2020 were also stunned. The school leaders actually said that Li Qing did not have military training? Please. After 2 weeks of military training. Among all the freshmen of Ningde University, who doesn't know Li Qing? He is definitely a celebrity. Now the school leaders are saying without any evidence that Li Qing has not received any military training. They were the first to disagree. The crowd was immediately outraged, with excitement written all over their faces. After hearing what the school leader had said, Li Qing turned around and looked at the students in the audience. Then he slowly spoke into the microphone. Dear classmates of the class of 2020, tell me, have I been doing military training every day for the past 2 weeks? Yes. For a while. Thousands of voices, shouting in unison, the sound was magnificent, like an overwhelming tidal wave. Students who I see on the playground almost every day, please raise your right hands. In an instant, thousands of right hands were raised at the same time above the heads of the crowd on the playground, and the scene was very spectacular. Chapter 97, Dinner with Xiao Tuanchuan. Looking at the angry students below the stage, they all said in unison. The school leader, who had been angry just now, was a little panicked at this moment. Looking at this situation, he actually wronged Li Qing? These students in the audience are almost 20 years old and have already reached adulthood. We certainly can't just get away with it like this. Quickly, he wiped the sweat that had just appeared on his forehead. After calming down, he walked up to Li Qing with a relaxed expression. Excuse me, classmate. I was just reckless.
But I also care about the students. I don't want anyone to take advantage of loopholes and break the rules of military training. I hope you can understand. Li Qing nodded, glancing at him indifferently. Then he said nothing. He turned around, looked at the students in the audience, and began today's speech. After so many days of military training, Li Qing has now become a student with extremely high prestige among all the freshmen at Ningda University. Now, as his wonderful speech came to an end, he walked down from the platform. All the freshmen below the stage immediately burst into applause. The sound was deafening, one wave after another. Especially when he saw the leader who had just pointed at Li Qing and cursed him. He was about to take over Li Qing's microphone and continue with the next speech. The applause continued for a long time. Half a minute later, the applause was still loud. The school leaders were a little anxious. Students, you can stop now. Pa 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 pa. His voice spread through the speakers and was instantly drowned out by the applause. There was absolutely no sound. 1 minute. The applause continued. He stood on the stage with the topic in his hand and instantly felt awkward. Behind him, some other school leaders were still looking at him. He couldn't just stand on the stage and yell at the students. Li Qing felt that it was about right backstage. Forgive others when you can. So, just walk onto the stage. Classmates, it's okay. Thank you all for loving me. Li Qing just finished speaking. Instantly, the applause stopped. Just now, many students wanted to do something bad on purpose. I deliberately set the rhythm and clapped for more than a minute. At this moment, my hands are almost sore and I can't hold on any longer. Li Qing has now given the way out. Then they naturally stopped without hesitation. After all, their main purpose was to help Li Qing and punish the school leader. But, don't overdo it, just about enough is good enough. The school leader just now saw that the situation had finally calmed down. He then breathed a sigh of relief, adjusted his glasses, and took the microphone. Unexpectedly, this freshman in front of me. In just 2 weeks of freshman military training, he already had such great prestige among the freshmen? There is a bright future ahead. He couldn't hate Li Qing at all. After all, such a good seedling. He will definitely be a promising person in the future. It would be better to let him join the student union and train him well in the future. The military training summary meeting finally ended as scheduled. After what Li Qing did just now, it can be said that among all the freshmen of Ningjiang University, basically there is no one who does not know Li Qing. When Li Qing walks on the campus of Ningbo University, he will always see classmates walking in groups of 3 or 4. After seeing Li Qing, he directly pulled his friend beside him and whispered, "Fuck, isn't this handsome guy Li Qing? This is the first time I've seen him in person so close. Wow, so exciting, I really want to meet someone like this in real life. A big boss." The result was that many people on the street looked at Li Qing. This made Li Qing look confused. Shit, he obviously doesn't know them. He thought that these people might be his former high school classmates. They knew him, but he had already forgotten them. Now that everyone has seen me, I can't just not say hello. So, Li Qing waved at them helplessly. Hi. Hey. After the two people walked towards each other. Behind Li Qing. Wow, Master Li Qing is so elegant and easygoing. Yeah, he's so kind. He saw us looking at him and greeted us. Li Qing is so awesome. I decided to post a comment to commemorate this encounter with the boss. School is over in the afternoon. Li Qing took out his cell phone and sent a message to Xiao Tuanchuan on WeChat. I finally finished my military training today. Want to treat me to a meal? Send me a time quickly. My schedule is very tight recently, I wonder if I can spare some time to go there. 10 seconds later. Xiao Chuanchuan sent a WeChat message. Li Qing, I'm telling you, you're very arrogant right now. When we meet, I will teach you a lesson. Li Qing didn't reply to her. Half a minute passed. Xiao Chuanchuan's WeChat came again. From 7 to 9 p.m., do you have time? Li Qing sent it after seeing this. Have. By the way, I want to eat barbecue. Xiao Tuanchuan, no, I'm trying to lose weight recently. Li Qing, I suddenly want to eat meat, I hope you don't be ungrateful. Xiao Tuanchuan, okay then, you eat the meat, and I'll eat some grilled vegetables on the side. During the military training, Li Qing often played PUBG with two big anchors, Xiao Chuanchuan and Daimir.
After a few interactions, the relationship between them became more and more familiar. So when Li Qing and Xiao Chuanchuan talked on WeChat, they also used a very familiar tone. That familiar, even slightly uninhibited feeling. Last week, Xiao Chuanchuan said that she had recently come to Ningjiang City for a trip, so she had always wanted to ask Li Qing out so that they could meet up and have a meal. Li Qing has been declining because of military training.
Xiao Chuanchuan has been staying in Ningjiang City for a whole week and has not left yet.
Now that the military training is over, Li Qing directly asked Xiao Chuanchuan to meet in person.
As everyone knows, Xiao Chuanchuan never shows her face during live broadcasts. So many people have been wondering whether Xiao Chuanchuan will be the next Xiao Biluo.
The day she showed her face, she suffered a setback and lost a lot of fans. Some people even say that just by listening to Xiao Chuanchuan's voice, you can tell that he is a small tank. So Li Qing was also very curious at this moment.
What does Xiao Chuanchuan look like in real life?
This time, he can finally test it for the majority of netizens.
Is it Xiao Biluo, little tank? We will know the result soon. Half an hour later.
In front of Jingfu Barbecue Restaurant.
Li Qing changed into casual clothes and got out of his Bugatti. He had sent his handsome photos to Xiao Chuanchuan before.
But Xiao Chuanchuan refused to send him her own photos, saying that he would know after he arrived, so why did he need photos? Li Qing just got off the car.
Xiao Chuanchuan had already taken a seat in the barbecue restaurant. Chapter 98 From the front door to the back door.
She kept observing outside through the window glass and soon recognized Li Qing at a glance. When she saw Li Qing actually getting down from this crazy cool supercar, she was a little surprised. After all, she knew that Li Qing was just a freshman.
A freshman can actually drive a supercar? Is Li Qing a kid from a rich family? She was a little panicked for a moment.
After all, she heard that men become bad once they have money, so she doesn't like those particularly rich boys.
I think they will be very fickle. Li Qing walked into the barbecue restaurant. He took out his cell phone and sent a WeChat message to Xiao Chuanchuan.
I'm here, where are you?
Table number 5. Xiao Chuanchuan replied immediately.
Li Qing was stunned for a moment, put away his phone, and then looked towards table number 5. At table number 5, there was a big-eyed girl with long hair and wearing a mask. Seeing Li Qing looking at her, she quickly waved at him and blinked. Li Qing was also shocked when he saw Xiao Chuanchuan in person. Originally, he was a little worried that Xiao Chuanchuan might not be very good looking, which would result in a failure in the meeting.
But now, his worries can be completely eliminated.
Although Xiao Chuanchuan was still wearing a mask, only her eyes were exposed.
But it's not hard to see. Xiao Chuanchuan has a well-proportioned body, just a little bit fat. Moreover, Xiao Chuanchuan has fair skin and big eyes. Judging from the real appearance, it should be very high. Li Qing walked quickly toward Xiao Chuanchuan. Walked to table number 5 and sat down. Hi.
Li Qing greeted him indifferently.
Li Qing, I finally see you.
In order to wait for you to finish your military training, I have been playing in Ningjiang City for almost a whole week.
Xiao Chuanchuan is not as restrained as Li Qing.
Just like in the live broadcast room, he greeted Li Qing enthusiastically. Li Qing was stunned for a moment, then quickly discovered.
Damn it! Xiao Chuanchuan actually started a live broadcast this time. Outdoor live broadcast.
Li Qing is not afraid of live broadcast. The main thing is that Xiao Chuanchuan showed her face this time. This is her first time showing her face on a live broadcast.
Xiao Chuanchuan's first live broadcast appearance was with Fangming.
So, he suddenly felt a little stressed.
In Xiao Chuanchuan's live broadcast room,
all the fans have received notification from Xiao Chuanchuan about the start of the show.
Xiao Chuanchuan actually broadcast a live broadcast showing her face outdoors. In an instant, they flocked into Xiao Chuanchuan's live broadcast room. Even if some people are slacking off at work or in class, I clicked in without hesitation. Even if your phone is on silent mode, you still want to see Xiao Chuanchuan in person.
The popularity of Xiao Chuanchuan's live broadcast room directly exceeded 30 million. All the barrages were scrolling like crazy.
When I saw Xiao Chuanchuan showed up as promised, although she was wearing a mask. But it doesn't affect it, okay? After all, it is not difficult to see that Xiao Chuanchuan is definitely very good looking. So the netizens kept posting comments.
Beautiful, 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 beautiful. When Xiao Tuanchuan showed her face in the live broadcast room, Li Qing was walking towards her.
Originally, the mobile phone has always been equipped with a rear camera.
Seeing Li Qing at this moment, she was so excited that she turned on the front camera. I saw the barrage praising myself.
She was in a much better mood, too. Naturally, they are also very enthusiastic.
Li Qing, you seem very scared.
What's wrong? Are you stressed out when you're live streaming with me? Xiao Tuanchuan looked at Li Qing and spoke with a smile.
Li Qing shook his head.
Bullshit, I've also broadcast outdoor shows with Dai Mayer, okay? How could I be nervous?
That's hilarious. Xiao Tuanchuan looked at Li Qing, who was speaking seriously and in a very serious tone, and was soon amused again.
TSK, I was just teasing you. By the way, how is your military training these days? The management is very strict. Don't you have time to spare for me?
Li Qing then shook his head.
Busy.
After all, I am now a popular figure among the freshmen at Ning University. My sisters were chasing me, from the front door of Ningde University, all the way to the back door. If I don't do military training for one day, I'm afraid they will lose motivation in an instant and go on strike.
After Li Qing finished speaking, Xiao Tuanchuan covered her mouth and laughed.
Li Qing, I find that you are even more capable of talking nonsense in real life than you are online. Li Qing curled his lips.
Really? Okay, whoever lies to you is a puppy.
If you don't believe me, ask your 30 million fans in your live broadcast room if there are any freshmen from Ningjiang University.
Ask them to leave a comment to testify for me. Xiao Tuanchuan nodded. Okay.
My fellow pig screaming group members, are there any freshmen from Ningjiang University who can come and verify what Li Qing said to see if it's true or if he's just bragging? Xiao Tuanchuan finished speaking.
The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room instantly skyrocketed. It's true. I was the front gate of Ningjiang University at that time.
It's true, I was the back door of Ningjiang University at that time. It's true, I'm the girl that Ning Dade pursued Li Qing with. Xiao Tuanchuan looked at the various inappropriate comments in the barrage and was instantly amused and laughed non-stop with her hands covering her mouth.
Okay, you bunch of stupid fans, can we please talk properly? Oh, I won't ask you guys anymore. Then let's just assume that what Li Qing said is true.
Xiao Tuanchuan spread her hands helplessly.
On the side, the waiter brought the menu.
Li Qing looked at the menu and operated without hesitation. We ordered a lot of meat dishes, and we ordered whatever was the most expensive. Anyway, Xiao Tuanchuan said she would treat herself to this meal.
A big anchor with 30 million fans, how could he be short of this little money for barbecue?
After Li Qing ordered, he handed the menu to Xiao Tuanchuan with satisfaction.
Oh, I remember now, you said you wanted to be a vegetarian. Hey, then let me eat these delicious foods. You can order some vegetables or something.
Li Qing gave Xiao Tuanchuan an innocent smile. Xiao Tuanchuan was wearing a mask, so although her full expression couldn't be seen, one could see that her brows were furrowed with anger at Li Qing. Although I really want to refute Li Qing, but when I think about it carefully, what Li Qing said is not wrong. After all, she had said before that she wanted to eat grilled vegetables.
So I just nodded. Oh well.
Even though there's nothing wrong with eating vegetables, it's really annoying to see others eating delicious meat while I can only eat vegetarian food. Li Qing, please don't let me smell the odor when you grill the meat later, I'm afraid I can't stand it. Li Qing looked at Xiao Tuanchuan's crazy expression and laughed.
It's okay, it's okay. Didn't you wear a mask today? You probably guessed this would happen. As expected of you.
Li Qing gave her a thumbs up. Xiao Tuanchuan gave Li Qing a helpless look, ordered a few vegetables, and handed the menu to the waiter.
In Xiao Tuanchuan's live broadcast room, the netizens naturally saw the helpless scene of Xiao Tuanchuan just now.
At this moment, the barrage of comments was flying.
Chapter 99 The Iron-Willed Little Tuanchuan. It's okay, Xiao Tuanchuan, just eat the meat boldly and believe in yourself. You are the most useless person. Don't be afraid, Tuanchuan.
Be a plump, beautiful female anchor full of hope. Let her eat, let her eat. After Xiao Tuanchuan handed over the menu, she saw the comments in the live broadcast room and couldn't help but frown.
Wow, you guys are really going too far.
Why do you have to imitate someone else's words, like a scumbag like Li Qing, deliberately harassing me? I will definitely lose 10 pounds to show you guys. Beside him, Li Qing, who was waiting for the food to be served, suddenly looked confused.
How come he is a scumbag? And you're also mixing up the yin and yang of Xiao Tuanchuan?
It's ridiculous that he can be blamed for the barrage of comments from fans. Li Qing rolled his eyes at Xiao Tuanchuan. Forget it, since Xiao Tuanchuan invited him to dinner, he won't bother with her for now. Anyway, the meat and vegetables will be served soon, and Li Qing has plenty of ways to deal with Xiao Tuanchuan.
Xiao Tuanchuan, how about we compare and see who sings Ride My Beloved Little Motorcycle better?
Now we are all outside, without the help of any sound card. We all love the pure natural, absolutely unprocessed sound. Xiao Tuanchuan looked at Li Qing's malicious expression and shook her head firmly. Although, this song has basically become her famous song. There are even more people who know this song than those who know her. But last time, Li Qing's ear-catching opening in the live broadcast room amazed all the fans and netizens.
She herself is ashamed of herself. So I quickly shook my head. I don't want that.
Li Qing, don't try to trick me, especially in front of my viewers in the live studio.
Li Qing saw that Xiao Tuanchuan was no longer fooled and smiled evilly.
Fortunately, at this time, the grilled dishes of the two people were served one by one.
Finally, we can start grilling and eating.
Li Qing placed various meat rolls and bacon on the grill pan. As soon as the red and white meat rolls came into contact with the barbecue paper, they made a sizzling sound, which was very pleasant to hear. Soon, the aroma of animal fat began to rise and permeated table number 5.
Li Qing quickly moved over and took a deep breath of the fragrance. Then, a look of intoxication appeared on his face. Wow, it smells so good.
It smells so good of meat, my mouth is watering. Li Qing said this to Xiao Tuanchuan deliberately. After all, the only vegetarian dishes that could be placed in front of Xiao Tuanchuan were potato chips.
Li Qing, don't go too far. Be careful, you might tempt me to release the wild power in my body. I will destroy all the flesh you ordered. Li Qing nodded seriously. Okay, now that you've finished eating, we can just order more. But every time you eat a little more meat, you will grow a little more meat.
Xiao Tuanchuan suddenly felt like crying but had no tears. As a sister who is losing weight. Especially when it is still in the most difficult stage. At this moment, I was seduced by Li Qing's voice and appearance.
She is so difficult.
Li Qing turned the barbecue over one by one. When this side is cooked, it's almost time to eat. Xiao Tuanchuan looked at Li Qing eagerly as he turned the slices of meat.
Swallowed silently. High-end ingredients often only require the simplest cooking methods. After a busy day, Chef Li can finally start eating.
After Li Qing finished speaking, he picked up the thinnest piece of barbecue that was cooked first in the pan, dipped it in barbecue sauce, and put it into his mouth. Instantly, he felt as if the taste buds on the tip of his tongue were activated. The pleasure of enjoying delicious food quickly spreads throughout the body, and the whole body feels warm and comfortable. Even the expression on his face involuntarily changed to one of enjoyment. Close your eyes, chew the barbecue in your mouth carefully, chew it thoroughly, and then swallow it comfortably.
Then, nodded. Smacking lips intentionally. TSK, delicious, so fragrant. Xiao Tuanchuan's defense was instantly broken when she saw Li Qing's expression, which looked like he could be a food blogger. Can I have a small piece of meat?
It's just a small piece of meat, just a small piece.
It won't grow much meat.
Xiao Tuanchuan bit her lip and said to Li Qing.
Li Qing looked at Xiao Tuanchuan's expression and couldn't help laughing. Okay, eat it. It's okay, just finish this little piece and you can continue. Xiao Tuanchuan kept shaking her head while picking up the barbecue.
No, if I say one piece of barbecue, I must only eat one piece of barbecue. After Xiao Tuanchuan finished speaking, she quickly dipped the slice of meat she had just picked up into barbecue sauce. Then make a small hole in the mask and put it into your mouth.
The whole person has transformed into a taotai at this moment. After finishing eating, she still looked unsatisfied. Does it smell good? Li Qing asked deliberately. It smells so good. Xiao Tuanchuan nodded.
At this moment, in Xiao Tuanchuan's live broadcast room,
the barrage exploded instantly. Ah, this little girl smells really good now. Sure enough, no one can escape the true fragrance theorem.
A strong and righteous little Tuanchuan, he can sell out the country with a piece of barbecue. Li Qing looked at the barrage and burst into laughter instantly. Only then did Xiao Tuanchuan realize that she had been played a trick on him.
Damn it, you guys are going too far. At the same time,
Fighting Bird is broadcasting in another live broadcast room.
Dai Mayer saw fans posting comments. Li Qing is actually broadcasting outdoors and eating barbecue with Xiao Tuanchuan?
Soon, Dai Mayer opened Xiao Tuanchuan's live broadcast in front of the entire live broadcast room without saying a word.
Then I unexpectedly discovered that Xiao Tuanchuan actually showed her face. Dai Mayer soon felt that something was wrong. Something is wrong. Although Xiao Tuanchuan is a little fatter than me. However, for a certain part, she is several cup sizes ahead of me. She even looked down at her pair of aces. He took another look at Xiao Tuanchuan's big bear. Damn, I'm miles behind.
Her fans and friends in the live broadcast room naturally caught her little action. The barrage of comments kept popping up.
Dai Mayer pretended to be angry and patted the computer desk. Stop talking, I also want it to grow up quickly.
Stop brushing, go to Xiao Tuanchuan's live broadcast room. Tell Li Qing I'm here, tell him to be careful with his words.
Don't ever get caught saying bad things about me.
Dai Mayer's fans came to Xiao Tuanchuan's live broadcast room and kept saying, Dai Mayer is here. But Li Qing was still concentrating on grilling meat seriously, without looking at his phone at all.
Xiao Tuanchuan now directly transforms into a food broadcaster as a professional anchor.
She saw these comments the first time. Seeing that Li Qing was still busy eating barbecue at the moment, he didn't seem to be looking at his phone at all. Soon, she smiled wickedly.
Oh, right, Li Qing. Tell me, who's the bigger bear, me or Dai Mayer?
Li Qing had just stuffed a piece of barbecue into his mouth and was eating it with relish. At this moment he spoke vaguely.
Of course it's you. Dai Mayer, that old woman with a pair of aces, is no match for you. Chapter 100, Dai Mayer is also coming to have dinner? At the same time,
Dai Mayer had just finished giving the warning when she saw Li Qing chatting with Xiao Tuanchuan in the live broadcast room, saying that she was an old woman.
And it's a pair of A? She was instantly unhappy. What did I do to A? Have you eaten your rice? Li Qing, this is too much.
In an instant, the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room exploded.
Oh my god, I'm dying of laughter, ha ha ha, I feel embarrassed for Li Qing. This show is really good. It's over. She got slapped in the face in just 3 seconds.
It seems that Dai Mayer can't escape the flat-chested joke. Dai Mayer saw that after Li Qing finished talking about herself, she was still eating hard. He seemed to have no idea that he had said the wrong thing. This made her anxious in front of the screen. But he had no way to deal with Li Qing. You can't let your fans go to Xiao Tuanchuan's live broadcast room to tell him that you are angry.
That's too pretentious. At the same time, after Li Qing finished saying bad things about Dai Mayer, soon, Xiao Tuanchuan's malicious laughter was heard.
Li Qing raised his head suspiciously and glanced at her.
Tuanmei, why are you laughing so silly?
You are the idiot, your whole family is idiot.
Xiao Tuanchuan immediately retorted.
She was very unhappy when Li Qing said this about herself.
Someone just got into a big trouble.
Xiao Tuanchuan said this with a smug look on her face.
Li Qing?
Soon, he noticed the barrage in Xiao Tuanchuan's live broadcast room.
Why are there many fans brands that are not Zhu Jiaochuan anymore?
But it's a silly girl.
Moreover, Dai Mayer's fans were also leaving comments one after another. Is Dai Mayer angry? Why is Dai Mayer suddenly angry? Could it be that?
Li Qing suddenly remembered what he had said to Xiao Tuanchuan just now.
Damn! I was actually tricked. Little Tuanchuan, you did it on purpose, didn't you?
Xiao Tuanchuan looked at Li Qing, then quickly put on an innocent expression and shook her head.
You're talking nonsense, I didn't. I just asked you a question that girls like to ask. Who told you not to use your brain when you eat? I suggest you remember to eat with your brain next time.
Xiao Tuanchuan spread her hands helplessly, indicating that it had nothing to do with her. Li Qing had a heartbroken expression and had to give up.
Forget it. Dai Mayer isn't here anyway. She can't just follow the internet cable and come over to hit me.
He had just finished speaking.
Beep beep beep. The phone that Xiao Tuanchuan used for live streaming suddenly rang. The screen shows that the host Dai Mayer Xiaoboang wants to connect with you, do you accept?
Li Qing didn't have time to point out the refusal.
Xiao Tuanchuan was quick and got there first. Soon, the camera image flashed. Dai Mayer's familiar face appeared on the phone. When she saw Li Qing, she pouted instantly. Li Qing, you went too far just now. When we were having dinner together, you praised me in various ways. Now that I'm having dinner with Xiao Tuanchuan, you're deliberately insulting me, right? Damn Li Qing, I finally see through you, you old pervert who values women over friends. Inside the phone's lens, Dai Mayer said this almost with a vicious growl. I wish I could just smack Li Qing like a little mouse. Li Qing waved his hands quickly. No, actually you misunderstood me. I didn't say anything bad about you. Xiao Tuanchuan deliberately tricked me. Li Qing shook his head and quickly denied it. He definitely can't admit it. Whoever admits it is a big fool. TSK, Li Qing, just wait. I'm also going to Ningjiang City to play these days. After we get to Ningjiang, you still have to treat me to a meal. I don't care. Please or not? Li Qing was stunned for a moment when he heard the voice. Dai Mayer is coming to Ningjiang again? Okay, if you come, I'll treat you to a meal as a token of my apology. Okay, it's a deal. Dai Mayer had just finished speaking. The barrage in the live broadcast room exploded again. Didn't Dai Mayer just go to Ningjiang City to play? Why are you going again? Could it be that you went there on purpose to have dinner with Li Qing? I see. I didn't expect that an old woman who was a seasoned driver would actually like someone like Li Qing. I think Li Qing is okay. I vote for Li Qing. I vote for Li Qing too. The other side. In Xiao Chuanchuan's live broadcast room. When the fans heard what Dai Mayer said, barrages of comments instantly filled the air. How can Xiao Tuanchuan tolerate this? Come on, make an appointment with Li Qing too. Go ahead, Xiao Tuanchuan, you can't let that a type old woman like Dai Mayer snatch away such an interesting guy like Li Qing. Xiao Tuanchuan, hurry up and seize the opportunity. Li Qing is right in front of you now. Dai Mayer doesn't have such a good opportunity. In the two live broadcast rooms, the barrage directly set the pace for the respective anchors and Li Qing CP. The two anchors looked confused and a little shy at this moment. He immediately spoke out to stop it. Okay, stop leading me by the rhythm. Li Qing is such a shameless person, I won't even accept his gift for free. If anyone continues to stir up trouble, the housing managers will take action and issue a 365-day warning. Dai Mayer said loudly in the live broadcast room. Xiao Tuanchuan was not to be outdone either. Look at Li Qing, such a playboy. You guys are going to lead him, please don't take me with you. I just had a meal with him. At most, I'm just a dining buddy, everyone. Li Qing? Do you all dislike me so much? All right. Excuse me, he doesn't deserve. This barbecue cost Xiao Chuanchuan more than 400 yuan. After Xiao Tuanchuan paid the bill, he felt a sudden pain in his heart when he looked at the bill. Li Qing, you're such a big eater. You ate more than 400. Li Qing rolled his eyes at Xiao Tuanchuan. Oh my god, a big streamer with 30 million fans in Donyao still cares about these things. I'm already trying very hard to control my appetite, okay? Li Qing saw Xiao Tuanchuan take out her cell phone and prepare to call a Didi taxi. Did you take a taxi? Where are you going? I'll take you there. Li Qing raised the car keys in his hand. How about it? Have you ever ridden in the Bugatti Voiture Noire? It's a limited edition worldwide. Xiao Tuanchuan looked at Li Qing with a little disdain. TSK, Li Qing, you must have used this supercar to pick up girls a lot. I'm not sitting here. I'm going to take a taxi back by myself. I'm not your sister. I'm different from them, so I don't want those fans in the live broadcast room to say that I have a crush on you. Ugh. Xiao Tuanchuan pouted and said in front of the viewers in the live broadcast room with pretended disgust. But before leaving, he cut off the camera of his mobile phone and waved to Li Qing enthusiastically. I'll come to see you next time I come to Ningjiang, Li Qing. You still owe me a barbecue. Li Qing was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. As expected, women are very good at saying one thing and thinking another. Although he said he didn't want to, he still hinted frantically that he wanted to have dinner with Li Qing next time. Oh, woman! He watched Xiao Tuanchuan get into the car safely, and then drove the Bugatti back. Chapter 101 Sign in with the top table tennis talent. The next day. Li Qing wakes up. Ding dong. Whether to sign in today. Sign in. Ding dong. Sign in successfully, sign in reward top table tennis talent. Whether to study. Study. Ding dong, learning success. Li Qing felt warm and something different. He actually signed up for table tennis talent today? Speaking of table tennis, this ball sport can almost be said to be China's national sport. Looking around the world, all the top table tennis players are from China. Various rules regarding table tennis set by world sports organizations, including various serving requirements. Almost all of them are set to restrict the reckless performance of Chinese table tennis players. Throughout China, there are many people who cannot play football, and there are also many people who cannot play basketball. However, people who can't play table tennis are extremely rare. Basically, everyone, young or old, male or female, will play it a few times. Li Qing will naturally also come up with a few moves. But his play was just average. Now, signed with table tennis talent? It made him a little confused. He has chosen basketball as his physical education class. Now there's a ping pong ball? How can he pretend to be cool? There's absolutely no chance. Forget it, it's always better to have more skills. Li Qing didn't think too much and just got up and put on his clothes. Beside her, Xia Yushi also happened to open her eyes. By the way, Li Qing, I'm going to take you to see my grandfather today. My grandfather is a remarkable man. He started from scratch when he was young and established the Xia group. He just has a bit of a weird temper. But he has always loved me since I was a kid. I hope he likes you too. Are you going to meet Xia Yushi's grandfather today? Li Qing was stunned for a moment. According to what Xia Yushi said. Indeed, that old man should be considered very powerful. It is not easy to start from scratch and own such a big family business as the Xia family. Li Qing drove the Bugatti and followed Xia Yushi's directions. After twists and turns, we finally stopped in front of a villa with a slightly ancient style. This villa is not like the villas in Repulse Bay, where each villa is a residential area. This villa seems to be a single building, as if it was specially built. There are all kinds of towering trees around the villa, and the green environment is very good. Xia Yushi asked Li Qing to park the car directly at the door, and then got out of the car with Li Qing. She walked forward and knocked on the door of the villa. Soon, the door opened a little. An old man with gray hair stuck his head out. Uncle Mai, long time no see. Xia Yushi just smiled and greeted him. It turns out that the young lady is here. Miss, you haven't been here for a few days. Your grandfather is really worried about you these days and asked why you haven't come to see him yet. Mab said, pushing the door open. Seeing Li Qing standing behind Xia Yushi, he glanced at him. Who is this? He's a friend of mine. Xia Yushi hurriedly introduced. My beau looked at Li Qing and nodded. The young man is very handsome, worthy of the lady's choice. Mab said this and gave a thumbs-up gesture. Xia Yushi blushed instantly. Uncle Mai, why are you still so frivolous? Miss, your grandfather and I heard about the party that day, hee hee. After hearing about this young man named Li Qing, your grandfather expressed great interest and wanted to meet him. It just so happens that you came today. Come on, young man, come in, please. Mab said enthusiastically, and quickly made way. Li Qing walked into the yard. The villa has a large yard with a pond, lotus flowers, and a rockery corridor. The overall environment is quiet and elegant. In short, it is very suitable for retirement. This made him feel that when he gets older, he can build a small garden like this and enjoy his leisure time. The three of them quickly entered the living room of the house. The living room was empty, with Persian carpets on the floor, and all kinds of luxurious furniture shining brightly, with excellent decoration. After Mab entered, he just glanced at them calmly and quickly spoke again. The master is probably reading in the study now, please follow me. The three of them walked into the study. In the study, an old man in a Zhengshan suit and a pair of reading glasses was looking down at a book in his hands. Master, the young lady comes to see you. Hearing the voice, the old man suddenly raised his head. Li Qing noticed it only then. In front of him, Xia Yushi's grandfather had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, although his hair, eyebrows and beard had turned much whiter. But he looks very energetic, not at all like an old man in his 60s or 70s. If it was 40 years ago, Li Qing could be sure that Xia Yushi's grandfather was also a handsome guy, just like him. At this moment, when old Xia saw Xia Yushi coming, a doting smile soon appeared on his face, and it was a very kind smile. Cici came to see me. Finally you remembered me, this old man.
As Mr. Xia said this, he closed the book he had been reading and took off his glasses.
Grandpa, you've wronged me again. I just started college not long ago, so I'm a little busy.
Xia Yushi pouted, indicating that she had not forgotten him as her grandfather said.
Hearing this, Mr. Xia smiled. Grandpa is just kidding. I'm very happy that you can come and see me.
After Mr. Xia finished speaking, he stood up with his back straight.
Come on, let's go to the living room.
The study is not a place to receive guests and chat.
The four of them walked into the living room.
My beau, who had just brought 2 people here, quickly retreated on his own initiative. The 3 of them sat down on the sofa, and old Xia quickly glanced at Li Qing.
Who is this young man? Li Qing.
Li Qing quickly introduced himself.
He has always respected the elderly.
Especially a remarkable person like Grandpa Xia Yushi.
Oh, you are that Li Qing. It is said that at our Xia family gathering that day, the boy from the Yi family was so angry that he fainted? Oh, what a pity.
My body can't stand the hardship now, so I didn't go.
Otherwise, I really want to see how you made that arrogant kid from the Yi family so angry.
I've disliked his father for a long time, but I didn't expect you could make him so angry that he fainted.
It's so satisfying just thinking about it.
Li Qing was stunned for a moment.
The kid from the Yi family?
But soon, he reacted. After all, in front of Mr. Xia, Yi Qingyun, this middle-aged man, is really just a boy.
Li Qing smiled calmly. Grandpa Xia, I just said it casually.
He seems to be in poor health.
Be humble, be humble. Talented people emerge in every generation. Now, it's still you young people who rule the world.
That's right.
Can you play table tennis? What? Table tennis? Chapter 102 You are greedy for my CC.
Li Qing was caught off guard when he suddenly heard this question and was stunned for a moment. Beside him, Xia Yushi poked Li Qing.
My grandfather was very good at playing table tennis.
When he was young, he was a very famous amateur player.
Now that I'm old, I still play for a while every day. Don't look at my grandfather's age now, many young people are no match for him.
Old Xia looked at Li Qing with a smile, waiting for his answer.
Li Qing appeared calm on the surface. But I was already very happy. Wasn't he the top table tennis talent who just signed in this morning? It's time to use it now. Sure enough, the system dad never lied to me. So what if Xia Lao is an amateur?
Now, as long as the players are not from the national team, Li Qing can still beat them even if they are from the provincial team. Not to mention Mr. Xia, who is already an old amateur player.
Li Qingyun opened his mouth calmly. I'm not very good at playing, and I haven't played for a long time.
But since Grandpa Xia wants to play, I'll accompany you for a while. After Li Qing finished speaking, Mr. Xia nodded with satisfaction.
Take Li Qing and go to another room.
The room is very large, but there is only one ping-pong table in the middle.
Old Xia handed Li Qing a table tennis racket.
He took one for himself and walked to the opposite side of Li Qing's table. It may be because Mr. Xia often plays table tennis to exercise, but when he stands in front of the table tennis table, he does not look like an old man at all. Just like a young man full of energy, he is now ready to compete with Li Qing in ball skills. The moment Li Qing touched the table tennis racket just now,
a familiar feeling came over me.
It was like an electric current, spreading from my hands to my whole body, warming me up instantly. I can't wait to swing the racket and serve the ball. Unfortunately, the ping-pong ball is now in Mr. Xia's hands. Old Xia looked at Li Qing, smiled, raised the ping-pong ball, threw it high, and sent it over in an instant. The small ping-pong ball was like a cannonball at this moment, instantly launching towards Li Qing. Li Qing's brain hadn't reacted yet, but his hand swung forward without hesitation.
Maybe it's muscle memory.
After Li Qing swung the slap, he finally reacted.
Damn, he took the ball already?
The ball that Li Qing just dunked was even faster than the one shot by old Xia. Naturally, Mr. Xia had no time to catch the ball. He just stretched out the racket and had no time to adjust the position. The ping-pong ball bounced onto his racket.
It bounced off the table in an instant.
Li Qing won the first goal. With that ball just now, old Xia thought that Li Qing couldn't catch it. After all, Li Qing looked completely confused just now. How could he possibly catch this unexpected ball?
But he really got it. Moreover, he smashed it back with a backhand.
Let him lose directly. This was something he had not expected.
Only then did old Xia look at Li Qing again. "Young man, you have two tricks." Li Qing scratched his head. "Hey, that goal just now was just a coincidence." Mr. Xia nodded. "Quickly pick up the ball. Come on, come again." This time, he served the ball. Li Qing did the same thing as before, with a quick counter dunk. Bang! Very fast. If you don't look carefully, you can hardly see it. As expected. This ball. Mr. Xia still didn't answer the call. Mr. Xia saw the ball bounce out of the table again. Stunned for a moment. Although he is not a professional table tennis player, to be honest, it is rare for ordinary people to beat him. Is Li Qing a professional in this area? You're a professional athlete? Old Xia asked Li Qing curiously. Li Qing touched his nose. Grandpa Xia, Yushi and I are both in the finance class 1, studying finance. Old Xia said lightly, and after hearing this answer, he felt a little disappointed. Li Qing is so strong? He wouldn't say he was completely confident about his table tennis skills. But I still have 9.9 points of confidence. Thinking of this, he took the initiative to throw the ping-pong ball over. Prepare to change your approach. Young man, serve the ball. Li Qing took the ping-pong ball. Just throw it away. Then, a beautiful backspin ball was served. The ball is powerful, yet looks light and soft. But when Mr. Xia's racket touched the ball seemed to be disturbed. Miraculously, it bounced off from the other side. When Mr. Xia saw the ball bounce out of the table again, his expression froze. Although he could see that Li Qing's ball was a backspin ball, he had already hit it upwards. But it still spins like that. This was something he didn't expect. The ping-pong ball whizzed and flew directly towards Xia Yushi. With a bang, it landed beside Xia Yushi. Xia Yushi squatted down and was about to pick up the ping-pong ball. Suddenly, she was stunned. Oh my god! This ball is still spinning. Xia Yushi also knows a little bit about table tennis. She knew that this was a spinning ball sent by Li Qing. After being blocked by her grandfather, it fell to the ground and was still spinning like a top. Mr. Xia finally figured it out at this moment. This guy is an expert. Young man, you are quite capable. It seems that you are also a good amateur player. Come on, play a few rounds with me. Let's fight for 300 rounds. When old Xia looked at Li Qing again at this moment, it was as if he had seen a popular commodity, and his eyes instantly lit up with smiles. After all, when he gets old, this is the only hobby he has left. His daily opponents are always abused by him in various ways. Now that I finally have an opportunity, I was beaten by a master. Of course he was very happy to do so. After all, it's fun only when played by experts. Soon, hundreds of balls came down. Both of them were sweating profusely and said it was so exciting. The relationship between old Xia and Li Qing has also become closer invisibly. It was a temporary break at this moment, and the two of them stood together, leaning against the ping-pong table, chatting. It's been a long time since I had such a great time playing ball with someone. Boy, it's so fun to play ball with you. If I could play like this for an hour or two every day in the future, that would be great. At this moment, old Xia turned into a naughty old boy, and there was no age gap between him and Li Qing. The two of them are now very harmonious golfers. As long as Grandpa Xia wants, I can come over and play ball with you every day. Li Qing said with a smile. He always respects the elderly. He can learn a lot from chatting with the elderly, especially someone like Mr. Xia who has a legendary experience. After listening to Li Qing's words, Mr. Xia nodded with satisfaction. My boy, I appreciate your kindness. But don't think I don't know what's going on in your mind. Li Qing was stunned when he heard the voice. Could Mr. Xia actually tell what he was thinking? I saw Mr. Xia smile slyly. I know exactly what happened at the Xia family gathering that day. You must be envious of my CC. Am I right? Chapter 103 UOCC A Confession. Li Qing was stunned for a moment. She blinked her eyes innocently, tilted her head and recalled. He remembered that at the party that day, he seemed to have kissed Xia Yushi in public. It can be said that the whole person exuded the aura of a king and a domineering person at that time. That night, he directly turned Xia Yushi into a woman. The process was amazing. It seems that Mr. Xia has also heard about these things. But I don't know what specific thing he was talking about. Li Qing is a very thick-skinned person. Now that Mr. Xia has pointed it out, he was also ready to confess. But for the sake of face, you still have to pretend. Soon, he became like an innocent little boy, with a slightly uncomfortable expression. Grandpa Xia, you know everything. Old Xia touched his empty chin and nodded. Don't be afraid, I've always been an open-minded person. Just tell me the truth. Is it? Li Qing was stunned for a moment. Anyway, he has been playing table tennis with Mr. Xia for so long. Not to mention anything else, just talk about the skills. He has now conquered old Xia directly. Now that I want to seduce his granddaughter, why should I be so shy? Just say it directly. Anyway, he is so handsome, and he can sing, dance and play basketball. Xia Yushi is lucky to have a boyfriend like him. That was the blessing she earned as a nun in her previous life, and she broke many wooden fishes by beating them. Li Qing thought narcissistically in his heart. Soon, he nodded. When Mr. Xia saw that Li Qing admitted it, he patted Li Qing on the shoulder affectionately. Young man, I understand. But I heard from Cici that she was the one who confessed her love to you? As a boy, how can I let a girl confess her love to me? So, you owe Cici a confession. I hope you can make up for it soon. When Mr. Xia said the first two sentences, he was still a kind old man, and looked very friendly. But in an instant, his whole expression was full of majesty, giving people an invisible pressure. Li Qing saw that Mr. Xia suddenly became serious and nodded quickly. I understand, Grandpa Xia, I will make up this confession to Cici. After listening to this, Mr. Xia said nothing, put his hands behind his back, and walked out of the room. Li Qing hurriedly followed behind. At this moment, he felt his legs a little weak. As expected, he is worthy of being the father of the old fox Uncle Xia. Even scarier than Uncle Xia. While chatting and laughing, Li Qing was frightened. Outside the door, Xia Yushi saw Li Qing and Grandpa Xia walking out of the table tennis room, and hurried over to support Grandpa. Li Qing, you are really good. Usually when Grandpa plays ball with others, he stops playing after half an hour at most. But today, you've been playing with Grandpa for almost 2 hours. Grandpa, are you tired? Old Xia shook his head and looked at Xia Yushi with loving eyes. I'm not tired. I can still do this for a while. By the way, I like this guy very much. You have good taste. When Xia Yushi heard her grandfather praising Brother Qingqing, the boy she liked, her chest quickly puffed out with pride. Of course, Grandpa. Your granddaughter's taste can't be bad. Ha 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 ha. Old Xia looked at the beautiful Xia Yushi who had grown into a lively girl in front of him and nodded with great satisfaction. By the way, Grandpa, we have classes in the afternoon, so we'll leave first. We won't have lunch with you. Good. Old Xia quickly stood at the door of the living room and watched the two people walk out. In the yard, Ma Bo was responsible for seeing two people off. At the door, Mab looked at the two of them. Miss, come and play often in the future. The master only has you as his granddaughter. He will be very happy that you can come to see him. Xia Yushi smiled and nodded. I understand, Mab, you go back too. Li Qing drove the Bugatti and returned to the Repulse Bay Villa with Xia Yushi. On the way, Li Qing thought of what old Xia said. I probably have to confess my feelings to Xia Yushi. Although Xia Yushi didn't know about this. But Li Qing also felt that he did owe Xia Yushi a confession. Although Xia Yushi initially confessed to him, it was because the system registered her 999 favorability. However, after spending so many days together, he now really likes Xia Yushi, the campus beauty of Ning University who appears aloof in front of others but is very well behaved in front of him. Xia Yushi, I want to confess my love to you, are you willing? Li Qing was driving the Bugatti when he suddenly turned his head and asked Xia Yushi this question out of the blue. Xia Yushi was stunned when she heard the voice. What do you mean, aren't we already together? Xia Yushi's little head was suddenly filled with question marks. The first time, you confessed to me in the classroom. I think boys should take the initiative to confess to girls. So, I owe you a confession ceremony, and now I want to make it up to you. After all, life always needs a sense of ritual. I can't miss anything you deserve. After Li Qing finished speaking, Xia Yushi's pretty face showed a touch of emotion. Wow, Brother Qingqing, you are so nice to me, I love you so much. Ding dong. School beauty Xia Yushi favorability plus 99. Ding dong, the current school beauty Xia Yushi's favorability is 15,888. Congratulations on unlocking the hidden achievement in advance. When the school beauty Xia Yushi's favorability reaches 19999, the trait of never being jealous is activated. Li Qing. Holy shit, this feature is awesome. Love it. After this feature is activated, he can have a harem as he pleases. CC, I love you too. Omega? Return to Repulse Bay Villa. Li Qing's mind was full of thoughts. How could he give Xia Yushi a surprising and unforgettable confession? A grand and solemn ceremony must be held. Of course, showing off is inevitable. This confession must be known to all students in Ningda University. Li Qing thought about it and took out his cell phone. Last time at Dihao KTV, he met the chairman of Regent Hotel, Mr. Shawshank, with his gilded business card. At this moment, he pressed the business card and made a direct call. Hello, Mr. Shao. I want you to help me with something. Help me plan a confession, the best in the world. Of course, I won't trouble you in vain. After the matter is completed, I will return you 10% of the shares of the Regent Hotel. On the other end of the phone. When Shawshank heard Li Qing say that he would return him 10% of the shares of the Regent Hotel, he stood up from his chair excitedly. You know, Regent Hotels Corporation was only recently listed in the United States, and now its total market value has reached 5 billion Chinese yuan. So, even though it's only 10% of the shares, if converted into money, that's 500 million. A confession worth 500 million. How luxurious. Damn, young people still know how to have fun. Shawshank curled the corner of his mouth and quickly told his men to prepare. Chapter 104 Sign in to Ferrari 250 GT0. The next day. Li Qing opened his eyes. Ding dong. Whether to sign in today. Sign in. Ding dong. Sign in successfully. Sign in reward 2020 latest Ferrari 250 GTO. Rewards have been distributed downstairs. Ferrari 250 GTO? That is Ferrari 250 GTO. Li Qing immediately took out his mobile phone and searched on Baidu. When this Ferrari was auctioned, it was sold in British pounds for a total of 330 million yuan. The latest version has been relaunched in 2020. Its maximum power is 300 horsepower and its top speed is 280 kilometers per hour. This car is collected by many people, and there are only 39 of them in the world. Oh shit. A 330M Ferrari? Li Qing swallowed. This price is several levels higher than his Bugatti. Li Qing excitedly put on his clothes and went downstairs. In the garage downstairs, a sexy bright red Ferrari was lying there quietly. Different from Bugatti's cool style. This car, with its sexy bright red color, is more suitable for picking up girls. Of course, confession is also appropriate. Sure enough, it is the system dad who understands him best. I know that Li Qing is going to make a world-class confession today. So, he was given a top-of-the-line Ferrari. Li Qing walked forward, opened the car door, and sat directly in the driver's seat. After experiencing the feeling of driving a Ferrari with one hand, drive the Ferrari directly to the gate of Ningbo University. Xia Yushi is still sleeping at this moment. Li Qing did not wake her up when he went downstairs. When she couldn't find Li Qing and called Li Qing asked her to come to the front door of Ningmen. Li Qing had it all planned out. When the time comes, I will give Xia Yushi a surprise. Now, he wanted to go and see in advance how the world-class confession that Shawshank had prepared for him was going. Drawing baby, galloping wild horses and thorny roses. Li Qing's cell phone suddenly rang. I took out my cell phone and saw it was an unfamiliar number. Hello? Hello, Mr. Li? Judging from the accent, the person on the other end of the phone was a foreigner with poor Chinese. You can tell it by listening, after all, the Chinese he speaks is not very authentic. The taste of foreign nuts is very strong. I am a top wedding planner from Paris, country F. Also this time, your confession planner, Mickey. I flew here overnight and have now arrived in Ningjian City. By the way, regarding your confession, I have prepared a plan. I've added your WeChat, please approve it and I'll send it to you. After you've read it, we can talk about it in detail. How about that? Okay, no problem. Li Qing hung up the phone. Mickey's WeChat was quickly passed. On WeChat, Mickey sent him a file. Li Qing opened it and took a closer look. In general, the planning is actually very simple and crude. Just use 9,999 roses. But these roses do have a bit of a story behind them. There are 10 types of roses, all of which are the world's top rose varieties: Juliet, Louis XIV, Coffee Time, Unison, About Face, Harmony, Flame, Peach Fragrance, Greenlight, and Neptune. There are 999 flowers of each kind. The colors are light orange, dark purple, orange mixed with brown, golden yellow, bright red, light yellow cream, white with red edge, peach pink, light green, and golden red. 9,999 of the world's finest roses, when put together in a colorful array, would be a spectacular sight. The whole confession scene was so high level that it was directly elevated to the highest level. There is absolutely no need for any other preparation. After all, in front of these world-class roses. As long as a woman sees this, she will be very excited, her heart will beat wildly, and then she will agree to confess. Li Qing was very satisfied with this simple and direct confession plan. At that time, so many precious and rare roses will be combined together and matched with his sexy bright red Ferrari. Let alone Xia Yushi. Even if he is the second most handsome boy in Ning University, he is confident that he can win him over. Li Qing's fancy Ferrari stopped in front of Ningmen Gate. Not long. A large truck pulled up. Behind him, there was a car following. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigner got out of the car. Apparently, he is the Mickey on the phone. Li Qing walked towards him. "Hello, you must be Mickey." "I am Li Qing." Mickey immediately followed the local customs and extended his hand to Li Qing, wanting to shake hands with him. "Mr. Li, the confession scene arrangement on our side is ready." "Everything is ready, we just need that beautiful lady to come." Li Qing nodded. Just at this moment, his cell phone rang. "Li Qing, where have you been? Why didn't you wake me up? I thought you were lost. I just woke up early in the morning and didn't see you. I was scared to death." Li Qing smiled faintly. "You'll have half an hour to prepare. Remember to put on some nice makeup. I'll wait for you at the gate of Ning University." After Li Qing finished speaking, Xia Yushi was stunned for a moment. "What are you doing? Why are you being so secretive? You're already an old married couple, and you're still doing such fancy things. Hurry up and tell me, hurry up and tell me." Li Qing chuckled. "Keep it a secret. You'll know when you come. Come on." Cut. Xia Yushi curled her lips slightly on the other end of the phone. After hanging up the phone, my mind was full of question marks. What is Li Qing going to do next? Although he said yesterday that he would give himself a confession ceremony. But how is it possible that it is ready so soon? Xia Yushi felt curious and expectant at the same time. Half an hour later. At the gate of Ning University. Xia Yushi slowly got out of the taxi. In front of the gate of Ningde University, Li Qing was seen leaning against a bright red Ferrari, wearing a white shirt and a black suit, with his hair combed straight back. He looked meticulous and formal. This look was customized for him on the spot by the stylist brought by Mickey just half an hour ago. At this moment, Li Qing saw Xia Yushi arriving, waved at her, and motioned her to come to him. Xia Yushi was stunned for a moment, feeling that something was wrong. But I still walked over. At this moment, her heart was beating fast and her face was flushed, making her look particularly charming. She wore a beige dress today, and with her school beauty's looks, she looked pure and elegant. A true school beauty goddess. At this moment, she walked up to Li Qing, a handsome man wearing a custom-made suit. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, leaning against a big red Ferrari. It's obvious from this scene that a story is about to happen. At the same time, it also attracted the attention of students coming in and out of Ningbo University. Fuck, why are these two people dressed so awkwardly? What are they doing? Are they taking couple photos? They both look so good. What a perfect couple. I wonder if they have a vlog or a Douyin app so I can watch some of their love. More and more students gathered around, watching. Li Qing stretched out his right hand and snapped his fingers crisply. Bang! Soon, the compartment of the truck in front of the school gate was opened. A dozen workers jumped out, each holding boxes of roses. Chapter 105: The Confession of 9,999 Roses. These roses are not the usual red color, but various strange colors. They are very beautiful and eye-catching. I saw more than a dozen people quickly placing roses next to the two people. It probably only takes a blink of an eye.
A total of 9,999 roses were arranged in a heart shape, surrounding the two people and the red Ferrari. The average length and width of a rose is about 2 centimeters. At this moment, more than 9,999 roses are placed together at the same time. The area is huge. In an instant, it occupied an area of nearly 20 meters. The two of them were instantly surrounded by roses. Roses of various colors. Light orange, dark purple, orange mixed with brown, golden yellow, bright red, light yellow cream, white with red edge, peach pink, light green, golden red. It's a sea of roses at this moment. These low-key, luxurious, and high-end colors were mixed together and placed in front of the two people. It can be said that it is a visual feast. How many people have never seen 9,999 roses placed together in their entire lives? How many people have never seen the world's top 10 roses displayed in front of them at the same time in their entire lives? But at this moment, because of Li Qing. So this unparalleled spectacle was happening right before their eyes. Blind their titanium dog eyes. The passers-by who were originally watching the excitement were directly shocked by this grand scene. In an instant, I couldn't move any further. Even though many of them are about to be late for class. But they would rather skip class than take their eyes off it. After all, such a visual feast may only be seen once in a lifetime. Girls have no resistance to roses. Especially since there are 9,999 roses, which are the 10 most precious varieties in the world. Basically, all the girls who saw Li Qing's confession. It got soaked straight away. This famous scene. They might have only seen this kind of perfect confession scene in their dreams before. No, it's impossible even in a dream. They couldn't even imagine such a grand scene in their dreams. After all, in the eyes of normal people, the most a confession can get is 999 roses. But at this moment, 9,999 roses, plus a big red Ferrari supercar. Not to mention a handsome guy like Li Qing confessing his love, even if the person proposing is a gray-haired old man, they would still agree. At this moment, the way they looked at Xia Yushi was so jealous that they were almost crying. Oh my god. This woman is so happy. Many people even took out their mobile phones to take photos or record videos. Prepare to record this classic confession scene that happens once in a century. At this moment, Xia Yushi was standing in a sea of 9,999 roses. The rich fragrance of roses of various colors fills your nose and goes straight into your heart. It made her go to her head. Now don't even mention brother Qingqing confessing to him. Even if he did something embarrassing right there and then, she would agree to it right away. After all, this is so romantic. No woman can resist it. The invincible confession of 9,999 roses. This can basically be said to be the ultimate dream confession for all girls. Today, she was lucky enough to experience it. It's so happy. Li Qing took out a small microphone from his arms like a magic trick. Xia Yushi, I have liked you for a long time. Will you be my girlfriend? Li Qing's gentle voice had just fallen. Instantly, it ignited the excitement of the students watching around. They shouted excitedly. Promise him. Promise him. Promise him. In an instant, Xia Yushi felt her breathing quicken. This feeling of being surrounded by flowers and confessing in public is simply too good. This made her so excited that she almost cried. Her pretty face instantly turned red. She listened to the excited shouts of the students watching around her. She covered her heart with both hands. I couldn't speak for a long time. On the side, many female students saw that Xia Yushi hadn't spoken yet, and they all became anxious for her. Fuck, why doesn't she agree? I hate such hypocritical girls. If you don't agree to let me have sex with you, I'll be willing to pay for such a handsome guy. Hurry up and agree to it. I'm almost losing my sense of immersion. If it were me, I would have agreed a long time ago and would be happily kissing this handsome guy right now. The hearts of countless girls also became excited along with the atmosphere on the scene. It seemed that Xia Yushi, who was standing in the sea of flowers at this moment, was just like them. When they thought of the exciting parts, they closed their eyes excitedly, imagining in their hearts how sweetly they would kiss Li Qing. Li Qing was completely unaware of this at the moment. In fact, I have been kissed in my heart by countless girls. At this moment, he looked at Xia Yushi, who was so excited that she couldn't speak, and he was not worried at all. After all, Xia Yushi will definitely agree to him in the end. It's just a matter of time. 1 minute later. Xiaoyushi took a deep breath and looked at Li Qing affectionately, her eyes almost filled with tears.
I do.
As soon as he finished speaking, Li Qing walked forward.
He grabbed Xiaoyushi. Then he lowered his head and kissed Xiaoyushi passionately.
In the center of a sea of 9,999 of the world's finest roses. At the gate of Ningjiang University, in front of all the Ningjiang University students, they kissed madly and selflessly.
Xiaoyushi and Li Qing's final kiss. It directly brought the atmosphere of the entire venue to a climax. Oh my god, these two finally kissed.
The girls had sweet looks on their faces at this moment, as if they were the ones standing in the sea of flowers and kissing Li Qing. It can be said that the audience felt very involved.
They kept smiling and were very happy.
All the boys in the audience were so excited that they wanted to burst their own balls on the spot to cheer the two people up. I don't know who started shouting in the crowd. Everyone followed suit and shouted in unison.
Keep kissing, keep kissing, keep kissing. Aside.
The people who had placed the roses before were now very cooperative and released countless heart-shaped balloons. There were probably several thousand of them, surrounding the two people, and they went straight up into the sky. For a moment, the gate of Ning University was so dark that it blocked out the sun. The whole scene was sensational again. Accompanied by these 9,999 roses and thousands of balloons. All the students watching exclaimed that it was spectacular. Many people took out their cell phones. This beautiful picture was captured as if a fairy descended to earth. There were countless girls who burst into tears at this moment.
It's so beautiful. What kind of confession is this? Oh my god. I love you so much. It's so romantic.
If it were me, I would die of happiness right there, orgasm right there, the kind that would make me cry.
Woo woo woo, I want a boyfriend like this too. Chapter 106 successfully activated the non-jealous trait. For a moment, at the gate of Ningjiang University.
In the sky, balloons are floating.
Underground, a sea of roses. This can almost be called the best confession in the world.
This scene shocked all the students watching. Watching the two people kissing passionately in the middle of the roses.
All of them are sour.
Xiaoyushi really hoped that time would stop like this.
Forever frozen in this moment.
She wished she and brother Qingqing could keep kissing like this and be so romantic.
Ding dong.
School beauty Xiaoyushi favorability plus
9,999. Ding dong.
School beauty Xiaoyushi's favorability has reached 20,000, and the non-jealous trait has been successfully activated. Li Qing was stunned for a moment when he heard the prompt from the system.
It's so fucking wonderful. In other words, his harem system can finally be activated. After such an earth-shattering confession.
There were 9,999 roses left on the ground, which was very spectacular and shocked all the viewers.
Mickey walked up to Li Qing and asked what to do with the roses.
Li Qing lowered his head and thought for a moment. He bought these roses in exchange for 10% of the shares of the Regent Hotel.
It's worth 500 million.
In that case, the roses belong to him and are his property. Li Qing thought about it and felt that there was no point in keeping so many roses.
Anyway, I have finished installing it and I had a lot of fun. He simply waved his hand and said generously.
Give all these roses to the students of Ningda University. Each person is limited to 3 flowers at most.
Take them one by one, no scrambling.
Soon, under Mickey's organization, the 9,999 roses were quickly divided among the surrounding students. These world's top roses were spread all over the school in an instant as the students moved. After seeing these top roses, others, especially those who were unable to see the two people's confession. At this moment, just by seeing these roses of colors that I had never seen before, I naturally feel how extravagant this confession is.
It's so cool.
On that day, people on Ningjiang University's confession wall were talking about Li Qing's confession. Many people also submitted articles praising Li Qing's exemplary and classic confession. The students who operated the confession wall saw that there were too many people praising this confession, so they simply took out a separate page to report specifically for Li Qing. Select the best photos of Li Qing and Xiaoyushi, and directly send out the pictures of the confession of love on the spot.
You should know that the confession wall of Ningjiang University has attracted the attention of almost all students of Ningjiang University.
Therefore, many students who were unable to see the event saw these beautiful photos on the wall and felt the atmosphere of the scene again. For a moment, the comments under the confession wall were full of tears.
Oh my god, why didn't I see it with my own eyes? So spectacular. So romantic. I envy this sister so much. Why doesn't my boyfriend confess his love to me like this? I'm angry. 3. After the confession, Xia Yushi got directly into Li Qing's big red Ferrari. I just finished the whole confession. She was soaked straight away. At this moment, he went straight back to the Repulse Bay villa with Li Qing for a double action. From 9 in the morning until noon. The two of them stopped. I still feel unsatisfied. After it's over, Li Qing still has to go to school to attend elective classes in the afternoon. In class. Beep beep beep. Li Qing's WeChat phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was sent by Yi Xiaoming. Li Xin. What happened at the Ning University gate this morning? Li Qing was stunned for a moment. I realized that Yi Xiaoming was probably jealous of Xia Yushi. Dog head, dog head, dog head. What's wrong? I don't know anything? Li Qing replied innocently. Yi Xiaoming, do you have time this afternoon? I miss you. Li Qing was a little surprised when he saw that Yi Xiaoming didn't ask any more questions. See the last 4 words she sent. After a moment's pause, I replied to her and said yes. Anyway, Xia Yushi has already developed the habit of not being jealous. So there is nothing wrong in spending the afternoon with Yi Xiaoming. Hee, Yi Xiaoming. I'll be spicy. Don't even think about running away. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Li Qing finished the class. As promised, I arrived downstairs of Yi Xiaoming's dormitory. He hasn't seen Yi Xiaoming in the past few days. After all, Xia Yushi is by his side. It was easy for him to forget that he actually had such a girlfriend. Li Qing was standing downstairs, waiting blankly. Suddenly, Yi Xiaoming jumped out from the side, staring Li Qing. Li Qing was stunned for a moment, then quickly smiled. Seeing that Li Qing was still smiling, Yi Xiaoming looked unhappy. Li Qing, your confession this morning was so romantic. Everyone in our dormitory is talking about it. They say it's a certain sister's boyfriend. She must be so happy. I really wanted to say at that time, he is actually my boyfriend. Hee, cry. Do you know how wronged I felt at that time? How sad. As Yi Xiaoming spoke, her eyes turned slightly red and she looked at Li Qing with resentment in her eyes. Li Qing was stunned for a moment. No further explanation. Just walked over. He hugged Yi Xiaoming forcefully and then kissed her. Girls' mouths are indeed soft and sweet. Especially Yi Xiaoming. This is the best tasting girl he has ever kissed. It's simply nectar. Yi Xiaoming struggled a little. But Li Qing kept forcing her down. After all, sometimes men should be tougher. Just stop talking too much. A kiss, something that can be solved at 0 distance. Why do you have to keep your mouth so far away? And why do you have to talk for a while, and there is no guarantee that the problem will be solved in the end? Really? After a sweet kiss from Li Qing, Yi Xiaoming felt her whole body go limp instantly. Especially the faint scent unique to a mature man on Li Qing. She could no longer move her mouth. I was completely intoxicated by it and couldn't extricate myself. At this moment, she was standing downstairs of the dormitory. Let Li Qing control you. After a moment, Li Qingkai reluctantly opened his mouth. At this moment, Yi Xiaoming had already been tamed by Li Qing. She leaned directly on his shoulder, stretched out her little pink fist, and gently hit Li Qing. You are such a disgusting person. You've never been nice to me, but I still can't escape your clutches. Oh, you ate me again. Yi Xiaoming said to Li Qing in a dim voice. Li Qing hugged Yi Xiaoming tightly. He was never a sea king. Since I like so many girls, give them your love at the same time. Although I can't guarantee that I will give her more love than I give to Xia Yushi, I must definitely give some to her. Yi Xiaoming lay in Li Qing's arms, her fingers fingering his clothes. Suddenly he raised his head, his eyes full of resentment. Do you know that there are other boys chasing me these days? I've already told you that I have a boyfriend, but he still keeps pestering me. Chapter 107 Help Yi Xiaoming get rid of her suitors. I told him before that my boyfriend is you, Li Qing. As a result, today, he found out about your confession to Xia Yushi this morning, and he directly sent you a photo on WeChat, saying that you have a girlfriend. You know what? I wanted to eat my phone right there and then. Li Qing gently touched Yi Xiaoming's hair and joked. The cell phone isn't tasty, you can eat me next time, hee. Yi Xiaoming snorted coldly. So what should we do now? He's so annoying. Li Qing quickly became serious. Then tell him now that I am your boyfriend. If you don't believe me, ask him to come and see me. When Yi Xiaoming heard this, she smiled wickedly. I knew you would say that. So I asked him to come to our dormitory building at 5 o'clock this afternoon to pick me up for dinner. Will you help me get rid of him this time? Okay. Li Qing nodded. After all, pretending to be cool will only lead to you getting slapped in the face. Those who understand, no one understands better than him. No one is better at it than him. Excuse me, my name is Biwang, what can I do for you? 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Downstairs of Yi Xiaoming's dormitory. A boy was standing at the door of the dormitory, dressed neatly and with shiny hair wax on his hair. His name is Huang Siki, and he is the most fanatical suitor of Yi Xiaoming. At this moment, he was waiting for Yi Xiaoming to come downstairs with excitement. In his hand were the roses left over from Li Qing's confession in the morning. No one knew where he had collected these 99 flowers from. At this moment, just hold it in your hand and prepare to send it out later. When I saw Yi Xiaoming walking out of the dormitory building, he went straight to meet him. Xiaoming, you finally agreed to go out to eat with me. I'm so happy. When Yi Xiaoming saw Huang Siki, she sighed and looked impatient. Huang Siki, how many times have I told you that I have a boyfriend? Please don't bother me anymore. Huang Siki smiled particularly happily when he saw Yi Xiaoming had come downstairs as promised. Xiaoming, you women are always so hypocritical. You clearly don't have a boyfriend, but you're still talking nonsense. Look, I brought your favorite roses today. I had to ask others for these. These are the world's top roses. They were used by the boss who confessed his love at the door this morning. Xiaoming, I really like you and want to be with you. We will definitely have a happy future, a happy family, and a smart son. When Yi Xiaoming heard Huang Siki's words, she suddenly started to fantasize about the wonderful life in the future. His face was instantly filled with disgust. Please, let me go. My boyfriend is here too. Don't say another word to me, just talk to him directly. Yi Xiaoming didn't give Huang Siki any chance or hope at all. But Huang Siki remained indomitable, like a motivated bootlicker. I'm on WeChat every day and receive endless annoying messages. And you can't delete his WeChat. If she deletes it, I will go and block her downstairs of her dormitory. Now. Li Qing finally saw Yi Xiaoming waving a gesture. This is the secret code between them. This means it's Li Qing's turn to show off. Li Qing drove his big red Ferrari straight over. Then, honked the horn wildly. Beep 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 beep. When Huang Siki saw the red Ferrari in front of him, his eyes lit up instantly. This big red supercar, it can be said, after the confession in the morning. Basically, everyone in Ningda knows him. Isn't this the Ferrari that the guy who confessed his love to me this morning owned? I actually saw it here. So handsome. Much cooler than in the photo. Huang Siki exclaimed directly. After honking the horn, Li Qing opened the car door directly. He got out of the car and walked up to Huang Siki. When Huang Siki saw Master Li Qing, he became immediately excited and wanted to burst an egg on the spot to express his excitement. God, I didn't expect to see you here. Now in his hand, he was still holding the 99 roses that Li Qing had used that morning. He didn't feel embarrassed at the moment and just smiled shyly at Li Qing. Li Qing glanced at him indifferently. It can be said that this person seems a little shrinking overall, and once he opens his mouth, he becomes a bootlicker. A dog licks a dog, but in the end, he ends up with nothing. How can a guy like this get a girl? Especially when it's a top-notch former school beauty like Yi Xiaoming. The probability of success is basically zero. Li Qing looked at Huang Siki and asked. So, do you think I'm awesome? Hang. After hearing this, Li Qing immediately grinned. No, what I'm asking is, do you think I'm awesome? Huang Siki saw that Li Qing's expression was not right, and after thinking about it, he suddenly realized. No. Li Qing patted his shoulder. Let me show you how awesome I am. After saying that, he walked straight up to Yi Xiaoming. Without saying anything, he grabbed her. Pull it in front of you, then lower your head. The two of them faced each other and gave each other a passionate French kiss. Yi Xiaoming did not resist at all throughout the process. Huang Siki, who was standing next to him, was stunned by what he saw. After the kiss, Li Qing walked over and looked at Huang Siki. "Little brother, have you learned it?" Huang Siki was stunned. How is this possible? I never thought that he licked the goddess for so long. In front of Li Qing. He just opened his mouth and said it? Huang Siki felt that his three views were pressed to the ground by Li Qing and rubbed and ravaged. This took him a long time to recover. Moment. He nodded. I have learned it. After saying that, he walked up to Yi Xiaoming. He didn't have the chance to give his goddess a forceful kiss like Li Qing did. Bang! There was only a crisp sound of slap. Huang Siki's face turned red instantly. He covered his face, his eyes full of disbelief. What is going on? On the side, Yi Xiaoming looked at Li Qing with some disdain. Honey, why are you teasing him? Why don't you just tell him you're my boyfriend? He even thought I was an indecent girl. I thought I was a very approachable person. Li Qing smiled faintly and didn't explain anything. Sometimes, for this kind of veteran bootlicker, such a ruthless method is needed to make them realize how ridiculous they are. Li Qing doesn't say much. He simply hugged Yi Xiaoming and held her in his arms. Then he looked at Huang Siki in front of him, whose eyes were as big as light bulbs. He smiled mercilessly. Little brother, you are still too young. From now on, don't look for Meng Meng anymore. She's my girlfriend now. After saying that, the two of them got into the big red Ferrari. With a low beast-like roar from the engine, the Ferrari's rear tires kicked up clouds of dust and whizzed away. Only Huang Siki was left standing there, still holding 99 roses in her hand. Chapter 108, Take Yi Xiaoming to stay in the presidential suite. Disbelief was written all over his face. He felt that his three views had been crushed by Li Qing. Just dumped it into the Mariana Trench to feed the sharks. How is that possible? Didn't Li Qing just confess his love to the school beauty Xia Yusher this morning? How come she is still Yi Xiaoming's girlfriend? Is it possible to have two school beauty girlfriends at the same time? Oh my god? Is this love? Oh, that's not right. Is this the power of money? Thinking of this, he sighed instantly. I understood it immediately. If only he could drive a Ferrari one-handed. How could he not catch up with the girl? Oh, life is so hard. On the way. Yi Xiaoming looked at Li Qing, and her expression suddenly seemed a little aggrieved. Xiao Qingqing, why did you give Xia Yushi such a beautiful confession? But I have nothing. You are with her every day, but I can only see you every few days. That is not fair. After Yi Xiaoming finished speaking, she pouted her lips and looked like she was about to cry. Li Qing drove the Ferrari with one hand, patted Yi Xiaoming's hair with the other hand, and said with a smile. What's wrong, do you regret it? After all, being Li Qing's woman, it's easy to be treated unfairly. You need to be aware of this in advance. But if you regret it now, it's not too late. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoming quickly shook her head. No, I don't regret it. Who told you to be so shameless and flirt with me from a distance through the fence during military training? Fate brought us together. The first time I saw you, I knew you were mine. Don't even think about running away. We are destined to be together, something is bound to happen. When Li Qing heard Yi Xiaoming suddenly change the subject and say sweet words, he felt a little warm in his heart. Indeed, Yi Xiaoming is a good girl. She is also a perfect and beautiful senior. Just because she kissed me in public many times during military training. He felt that he owed Yi Xiaoming a lot. Well, you are my woman anyway. Then I will make it up to you today. Yi Xiaoming was stunned for a moment after hearing this. Wow! Xiao Qingqing, how are you going to make it up to me? Let me buy you some clothes. Or, I'll buy you whatever you want. When Yi Xiaoming heard about Li Qing, he actually wanted to bribe her with money? In an instant, the two beautiful eyebrows frowned again. An unhappy expression. Stinky little Qingqing, what do you take me for? I am greedy for your money. You are so arrogant just because you have too much money? I'm obviously greedy for your body. Oh, you are such an extreme person. When Li Qing heard Yi Xiaoming say that she was greedy for his body, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Yi Xiaoming is becoming more and more direct when speaking now. Direct enough, love it. How greedy? Li Ching asked with a deliberately evil smile. It's like this first, then this, and finally that. Anyway, you know what I mean.
Yi Xiaoming blushed and stammered to Li Ching.
Actually, my request is very simple. I just want you to admit that I'm your girlfriend too.
It saves my roommates from making sarcastic remarks about me again.
After all, I am also your girlfriend. Why are you so unfair to me?
After hearing what Yi Xiaoming said, Li Ching was stunned for a moment.
Okay, I'll expose you to the public when I have the chance next time. That's no problem, I'll keep my word.
Li Ching finished speaking. Yi Xiaoming was so excited that she moved directly towards Li Ching.
Love you, Mua. A smack and another sweet kiss. The kind with water. 9 o'clock in the evening. Two people walked out of the cinema.
Yi Xiaoming held Li Ching's hand.
Xiao Qingqing, I want to watch another movie. Is that okay?
Li Ching took out his cell phone and checked the time and the time of the next movie.
The next one is at 9:30. After the movie, it was already 11 o'clock. The Ningda dormitory closed at 11 o'clock. How can Yi Xiaoming go back?
Thinking of this, Li Ching shook his head.
No. Let's go. If you want to watch it, you can watch it next time.
After Li Ching finished speaking, he took Yi Xiaoming's hand and prepared to walk out of the cinema.
No, I just want to see it. If you don't agree to watch it, I won't leave.
After Yi Xiaoming finished speaking, she refused to move an inch and just stood there. At this moment, the movie had just ended and the door was filled with people who had finished watching the movie and were preparing to leave. When they saw the beautiful girl Yi Xiaoming, she actually took Li Ching's hand and took the initiative to watch another movie.
These people instantly understood what Yi Xiaoming meant. He immediately looked at Li Ching with envy in his eyes. Oh my god, if a girl dragged me to the movies like this, I would be so happy. That's right, if it were me, I would have agreed long ago, hee. The girl has taken the initiative, why are you still hesitating? Can this brother do it? If not, let me take over.
The people around looked at the two people and immediately started talking, their eyes shining. Li Ching looked at Yi Xiaoming in front of him, who had a shy face and was sure that she wanted to be eaten by him.
Take a deep breath. What the hell? The fat meat is right in front of your mouth, why don't you eat it?
Anyway, Xia Yushi has developed the habit of not being jealous.
Then I want to go back today.
Thinking of this, he finally nodded.
Well, let's just watch one more show. Wow, Xiao Qingqing, you finally let go. Mua. At night, 11 o'clock. Two people walked out of the cinema.
Yi Xiaoming glanced at the time on her phone.
I sighed a little bit. Oh my god, it's already 11 o'clock. I can't go back to the dormitory. Xiao Qingqing, where are we going now?
Yi Xiaoming looked at Li Ching anxiously, waiting for him to say the words that would make her fall in love with him tonight.
Li Ching smiled wickedly. Yeah, it's such a long night. How can I get through this? How about we go to the internet cafe for the night? We can play games together.
After hearing this, Yi Xiaoming almost vomited blood.
Xiao Qingqing is so stupid, is she doing this on purpose? Oh my god, it's already 2020. Is there such a simple junior student?
Li Ching was obviously stunned when he saw Yi Xiaoming's expression. He immediately burst into laughter. Then, he took her into his arms.
I'm just kidding. Let's go to the Regent Hotel. We're staying in the presidential suite, which costs 5,000 a night. I'll give you an unforgettable night.
Yi Xiaoming became happy again after hearing that. Like a little wildcat, she nestled in Li Ching's arms, lowered her head and moaned softly.
It sounded like a gentle agreement, more like a long-awaited hum. Chapter 109 Signing in a Top Football Talent. The next day. Li Ching opened his eyes. Ding dong. Whether to sign in today. Sign in. Ding dong. Sign in successfully, sign in reward top football talent. Do you want to learn immediately? Study. Soon, a warm current came.
Li Ching suddenly felt that there was something more on him. He touched his thigh. At this moment, his leg muscles have become very hard. After all, football is a very intense and physically demanding sport. So the physical fitness of football players is very good. Naturally, now that he has top football talent, his physical fitness has also improved a lot. Li Qing glanced at Yi Xiaoming, who was lying next to him. She was leaning on his arms, sleeping soundly and looking very safe. Last night, the two of them didn't go to bed until 5 in the morning. At this moment, Li Qing woke up Yi Xiaoming, who was as beautiful as a little wild deer. Seeing Yi Xiaoming open her eyes in a daze, Li Qing kissed her without saying a word, scoring a second goal. Soon, the two began an in-depth exchange of -20 centimeters. Check out of the presidential suite. Li Qing drove a Ferrari into the Ningbo University campus. A large red banner was hung above the gate of Ningda University. We welcome the students from the Capital International University football team from South Korea to come to our school for a friendly match and exchange. When Li Qing saw the banner, he was stunned for a moment, then quickly parked his Ferrari and got out of the car. At the gate of Ning University, many students who had just entered naturally saw the red banner and started talking about it. Oh my god, it's the team from Capital International University in South Korea again. Last year's game was such a disgrace to our Ningda University. Don't mention it. I was there last year. When the game started, we were full of confidence and shouted come on. We thought our school could beat the opposing team so hard that they screamed in admiration. In the end, we ended up with a score of 0-8. This is so embarrassing. Yeah, it said that the Ning University team's football level is ranked first in Ningjiang City. Haha, let's not talk about it. Shit, it looks like we're going to lose again this year. I hope the score isn't that bad. The faces of the students who were discussing this just now all showed expressions of heartache and helplessness. Li Qing was stunned for a moment when he heard the voice. He is only a freshman this year. He was not at Ningda when the university played its basketball game last year. Of course I had no idea about this. How could Ning University actually have such a shameful thing? Damn, 0-8, even if you kick with your butt, you shouldn't kick like this. Although Li Qing knew that China's football level has always been worrying. But I didn't expect that this would become a problem starting from when they were young. Li Qing felt a little sad when he thought of this. Fortunately, he signed a top football talent in the morning. At this moment he secretly made up his mind. No matter what, he will participate in this international exchange football match. It's not just for showing off. The most important thing is to bring honor to the school and the country. You can just give those ignorant Korean college students a good beating. Let them trace their roots directly and know that no matter what, their ancestors are still the most powerful. This time, the football game on Ningbo University's school calendar will be rewritten by him. After all, there is top football talent. He is determined to win this time. Li Qing turned his head and looked at Yi Xiaoming, who had just been conquered by him yesterday, and pulled her slender hand. Meng. I'm going to play football today. Would you like to go to my game and cheer me on? Yi Xiaoming saw Li Qing in a daze for a while, and suddenly said this out of the blue, which made her a little overwhelmed. Ah. Xiao Qingqing, you can actually play football? You didn't tell me yesterday that we were going to have a competition today. Oh, if I had known I wouldn't have done it so many times last night. 7 times. Do you still have the strength to play football now? Li Qing smiled slightly when he heard the voice. Just stretch out your arms, exert a little force, and show your biceps and triceps. Look, I'm as strong as a bull. Besides, didn't you personally test me again this morning? You should know best whether I still have the strength or not, Meng. Li Qing said with a wicked smile, then reached out and pinched Yi Xiaoming's pretty face. The face is smooth and soft, and feels very comfortable to touch. Yi Xiaoming suddenly heard Li Qing change the tone of the conversation and become frivolous. I felt shy and excited at the same time. Her face instantly turned red, and her big eyes looked at Li Qing with sparkling eyes, as if she was about to burst into tears again. I believe you, Xiao Qingqing. I will definitely go, don't worry. No matter what you do, I will support you. Baji, Mua. Li Qing touched the red lipstick marks and saliva on his face. Without saying a word, he went straight to the playground. The last time he attended the school basketball game, he added Zhao Zhuangshi on WeChat. Ever since he shined in the school basketball game and defeated Ningjiang Sports University on his own. As Zhao Zhuangshi, the person who discovered Li Qing, a talented horse, he naturally also benefited from it. At this moment, Li Qing took out his mobile phone and called him on WeChat. The call was connected quickly. Hey, Li Qing, have you finally come to your senses? Marvelous. on the other end of the phone. When Zhao Zhuangshi saw Li Qing, he actually took the initiative to call him. I was so excited that I nearly passed out.
I've been saving a spot for you on the school team. Since your last match, I also sent the video of your match to my classmates in the provincial team. He said that if you want, you can try out for the provincial team anytime. Li Qing, as long as you speak now. There are always opportunities.
Before Li Qing could say a word, Zhao Zhuangshi started to fire at him like a machine gun. Li Qing took a deep breath when he heard this. Zhao Zhuangshi was so excited.
It seems we can't chat on the phone.
Forget it, let us talk about it face to face.
Teacher Zhao, I'm at the playground, why don't we meet?
Good.
Today, South Korea came to Ningbo University for a friendly football match.
As a physical education teacher, he naturally came to the playground early and happened to be here.
2 minutes later.
When Zhao Zhuangshi saw Li Qing on the playground, he couldn't hide the joy on his face and was so excited that he couldn't close his mouth.
Li Qing, what are your conditions? As long as it's not excessive, feel free to ask.
Zhao Zhuangshi thought that Li Qing had finally come to his senses, and was waiting expectantly for him to offer various harsh conditions.
Li Qing just nodded lightly.
I want to participate in this friendly football match.
Teacher Zhao, I hope you can help me get a place in this competition. By the way, I don't want to be a substitute player, I want to participate in the whole game. Chapter 110 Shoot the first ball.
After Li Qing finished speaking, he looked at Zhao Zhuangshi calmly. Looking at the expression on his face, it gradually changed from excitement to confusion and bewilderment.
What the hell? Li Qing, you can actually play football? Li Qing nodded.
Yes, not only can I play football, but I am also very good at it. As long as I participate in the competition now, I can beat South Korea directly. Li Qing no longer needs to keep a low profile in front of Zhao Zhuangshi. After all, Zhao Zhuangshi already thinks highly of himself.
So Li Qing just went straight to the point. No cover-up.
Although, this way of speaking is a bit pretentious. If it were someone else, they would definitely think that Li Qing was just bragging again. But at this moment, Zhao Zhuangshi believed it without hesitation. He looked at Li Qing in front of him, with a confident look in his eyes. It seemed as if I could see again the time when Li Qing was playing basketball in sneakers. He was so wild and confident at that time, which made him admired very much.
Zhao Zhuangshi tilted his head, thought for a moment, and quickly nodded.
No problem, I'll take care of it. Although in Ningda, everyone has their own specialties.
Different sports have corresponding professional teachers. For example, Zhao Zhuangshi is in charge of basketball. Although he doesn't care about football.
But he is a physical education teacher after all. If he swears on his own future, he will go against everyone's opinion and let Li Qing participate in this friendly football match.
It's not a difficult task.
The premise is that he is very confident in Li Qing. It's worth him betting his future on. Li Qing felt relieved when he saw Zhao Zhuangshi nodded firmly. After Zhao Zhuangshi finished speaking, he patted Li Qing on the shoulder.
This competition is different from the previous ones. This is an international friendly match.
And after the previous 0-8 humiliation, I hope you can avenge that shame. Not only for the honor of our Ningda University, but also for the honor of China. As long as you beat the Koreans this time, I can allow you to study at the Institute of Physical Education. I hope you can make good use of this opportunity. Li Qing was stunned for a moment after hearing this.
A graduate student from the School of Physical Education? When he graduates, will he be made a physical education teacher?
Li Qing quickly shook his head and refused with a smile. Teacher Zhao, forget about recommending a graduate student from the sports college. Don't worry, I will make those stupid Koreans cry this time. After Li Qing finished speaking, he clenched his fists tightly and his eyes were determined.
1 o'clock in the afternoon. The football field on Ningda Playground. Li Qing changed into professional football equipment.
After all, this time we are playing against Korean students, and it concerns the honor of the school and the country. I will never play basketball in sneakers as irresponsibly as I did last time.
He's just showing off as a side effect.
The most important thing is to beat these smektas in South Korea. At this moment, the players of Ningda football team suddenly saw a strange teammate joining the team, and they were all confused.
Change new teammates before the game? Damn, there is not even a little bit of running in. They didn't even know what Li Qing's name was. This is so funny.
One by one, they looked at Li Qing with malicious eyes. Soon, a team member recognized Li Qing.
Oh my god, I remember now. Isn't this guy the freshman who was so pretentious and dunked with his sneakers in the last basketball league? Fuck, how come he's so tall? How come a basketball player is playing football? No wonder. Our team went 0-8 last year. This time, another basketball player came. Are we playing for nothing? Are we going to win with our heads? In an instant, the team members sighed and said it was bad luck. During last year's friendly football match, the entire stadium was filled with spectators from Ningbo University, who cheered for them. The final result of the game was 0-8, which once again set a new record of shame in Ningbo University's football history. This year, students at Ningbo University have learned their lessons. I don't want to come to the stadium to watch a game anymore. I don't want to see this tragic process anymore. Therefore, the audience seats in the entire stadium were sparsely populated. The few rows of girls even called out "Appa, Appa" to the Korean players next to them. Sure enough, NT fans are everywhere. Although the influence of Korean Wave is huge, it is ridiculous to be so brainless during the competition. Li Qing stood on the court and took a deep breath. Let him rewrite the shameful history of Ningbo University today. Soon, the game began. Li Qing stepped on the grass of the stadium and felt his legs itchy, as if there was an innate feeling in his body that drove him and made him want to run as fast as he could. With the whistle of the game starting, Li Qing rushed directly to the front of the field. He plays as a striker. So I just ran all over the court chasing the ball. Li Qing was like an arrow shot from a bow. In the blink of an eye, he snatched the football from under the feet of the Korean player. $% at plus carat. Li Qing could hear the chattering of the Korean players. Although he didn't understand what it meant, he roughly guessed that he was definitely trying to remind his teammates to steal his ball. How can you steal the ball that grandpa just snatched away? Then my top football talent must be fake? After Li Qing grabbed the ball from under his feet, he flew up at high speed, as if he was in an empty space, and rushed towards the goal of the Korean team. I could hear the frantic and anxious words of the Korean players. He seemed to be very anxious about Li Qing, the dark horse that suddenly emerged. But there is simply no way. After all, Li Qing's running speed is really too fast. And he is also extremely charming when passing. One by one, the fake moves are very clever. The Korean players who stole the ball were shot through by Li Qing before they could even react. As the ball was brought to a position 20 meters away from the goal, Li Qing looked at the opposite side, who was concentrating on defending his Korean player. Quickly and without hesitation, he spun his body and kicked the football inwards. Li Qing used all his strength to hit this ball. After all, this was his first goal. Sure enough, it was just as expected. Li Qing kicked out a perfect banana ball. I saw the football spinning in the air, drawing a beautiful parabola. Go straight to the goalkeeper's blind spot. The goalkeeper saw the football flying towards him and quickly gathered all his strength to pounce. The football drew a strange arc and actually slipped past him. It rushed straight through the hoop and hit the net heavily. Everyone in the audience, except Li Qing. Everyone was shocked. The game has only been going on for less than 2 minutes. A goal was scored directly? It would be fine if South Korea scored a goal. But, it was the Hwagwon-Ningda team that was beaten 0-8 by them last time that scored the first goal? It's a shame. Chapter 111, King of Soccer Li Qing beats the Korean country. The players of the Capital International University from the opposite South Korean country immediately realized their mistake after seeing Li Qing's ball. They realized that they were nothing but scum in front of Li Qing. But fortunately, Li Qing is the only player as good as him in the Ningda team. The rest are also scum. In other words, they only need to gather a few more people to surround Li Qing. The outcome of this game is still completely uncertain. So soon, the Korean country started to act like a rogue. Several of the team members clung to Li Qing and followed him like stink bugs. As long as Li Qing is ready to run faster, they will rush forward without hesitation, use their bodies to block Li Qing and force him to stop. It doesn't matter even if I get knocked down by Li Qing. After all, as long as we can stop Li Qing, the game will be won. Just as Li Qing was about to start, he was forcibly stopped by several nails. Damn, a bunch of little hooligans. Li Qing sighed when he saw this situation. Man proposes, God disposes. He has a lot of talent now, but how can he display it when he is blocked by this group of scoundrels?
Beside him, Li Qing's teammates realized instantly after Li Qing scored this goal that Li Qing was the best. It can be said that it all depends on Li Qing. Now I see Li Qing is blocked. At this moment, everyone turned into human bombs. He rushed towards the Korean hooligan without hesitation.
As long as they are not afraid of collision.
Unfortunately, the Korean players are also mortal bodies. They were all quite sensible and quickly got out of the way. They turned a football game into a game of bumping into each other.
Li Qing also learned to be smart. At this moment, the whole person is like a small electric motor, running back and forth all over the field.
Wherever the football is, he runs there.
No stopping at all.
This way, there won't be any chance for those Koreans to stop him. No matter how strong these Koreans are, they cannot keep up with Li Qing's incredible physique.
Damn, he kept running all over the field without slowing down at all. Is this man made of iron? The Chinese are too strong.
Without the obstruction of the sticks, Li Qing quickly took control of the entire situation. It was as if Li Qing was the only one on the court, allowing him to run freely as if there was no one around. The goalkeeper of the opposing Korean country was completely unable to intercept Li Qing's inward spinning ball at a speed of 110 km/h. The football seemed to have a bug and shot into all kinds of blind spots in his body.
It's totally unstoppable.
Soon, Li Qing found the rhythm.
On average, one goal is scored every 3 minutes.
The first and second half, a full 90 minutes of play. Li Qing scored 30 goals by himself.
In other words, the final result of this game is 30-0.
The Ningjiang University team defeated the South Korean Capital International University team, especially in the second half of the game. Ningbo University's score directly exceeded that of Capital International University by 20 goals.
This unprecedented score is simply the first time in football history.
They just hope that the final game data can look better. Li Qing, this perverted Chinese, could have shown mercy and scored fewer goals. But they soon discovered that Li Qing seemed to be getting braver and braver as the battle went on, with no feeling of being physically exhausted at all. As long as there is a chance, he will start scoring goals crazily. Especially after scoring more than 20 goals.
It feels better. When they saw Li Qing coming with the ball, they didn't even want to stop him. Because no matter how hard they try, the final result was that Li Qing ruthlessly passed them and shot madly.
Li Qing, at this moment, also became the fastest man in the history of Ningjiang University football.
On average, he ejaculates once every 3 minutes. Just ask the entire Ningda University, who is faster than Li Qing.
Compared to last year, we played for a full 90 minutes without scoring a single goal.
Li Qing is simply a shooting god at this moment. As Li Qing shot the last ball,
the football match time just came to an abrupt end.
30-0. Li Qing created unprecedented honor for Ningda.
The few audience members in the audience stood up and cheered wildly. After all, Ningbo University suffered a disastrous 0-8 defeat last time. It can be said that those who still have the courage to watch football games are all die-hard fans of football. Now seeing Li Qing like a god descending from heaven, shooting the ball crazily, my eyes instantly filled with tears.
How many years, how many years? Chinese football has always been an eternal pain in their hearts.
Unexpectedly, now at Ningbo University, they see hope for the future of Chinese football.
This even gave them an illusion. There is hope for Chinese football in the future.
They seem to see the near future, Li Qing running and scoring goals in the World Cup, becoming the pride of China and the world's footballer. On the playground, Yi Xiaomeng, who had been watching Li Qing play football, saw that the game was over.
Even though she had never understood football, she could see it just now. My boyfriend basically ran and shot all over the field.
It can be said that it was entirely his performance.
It's so handsome and cool.
When I was riding on her last night, I had already conquered her deeply.
Today's galloping on the court once again successfully made her wet.
At this moment, after the game, Li Qing was lifted up wildly by his teammates on the school football team. They kept cheering, throwing him up and catching him. This man can be said to be the hero of Ningda football team. After a while, until Li Qing was thrown dizzy, he was finally put down. Yi Xiaomeng walked slowly towards Li Qing. Li Qing walked forward and kissed her without saying anything. After the game just now, Li Qing has become a hero of Ningda.
At this moment, the hero is matched with the beauty. No one dared to say anything more, everyone was happy for Li Qing.
Li Qing just scored some crazy goals.
It spread directly throughout the school through the internet.
many Ning University students headed back to the stadium. I want to witness this legendary moment of Li Qing.
Not long. There are more and more people on the court.
Everyone heard about the score of 30-0 and came to admire Li Qing, the legendary player.
Li Qing kissed Yi Xiaoming,
looking at her lying contentedly in his arms.
Suddenly I remembered that she said yesterday that she needed a recognized status.
Li Qing thought of this and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly.
Walked to the previous platform. Grabbed the microphone.
Hello everyone, I am the king of football who scored 30 goals this time, Li Qing. Li Qing just finished speaking.
The whole audience cheered instantly. I'm here to announce something. Yi Xiaoming, she's my girlfriend. I love her so much.
After Li Qing finished speaking, he pointed directly at Yi Xiaoming in the audience.
Everyone's eyes instantly turned to Yi Xiaoming.
After all, as the man of the king of football, this glorious moment was officially announced by the king of football just after the king of football finished the game.
What a happiness this is. Yi Xiaoming even started crying with joy. Right now.
She wished she could give Li Qingxing a child who was born on the team.
Chapter 112 Li Qing's instructions on picking up girls. Wow, Xiao Qingqing, you are so good to me. I love you so much. At this moment, Yi Xiaoming was happily buried in Li Qing's arms in front of everyone in the playground.
Li Qing just touched her hair gently. He was also very excited to share this glorious moment with his beloved woman.
In the audience,
Zhao Zhuangshi, who had been supporting Li Qing and even risking his own future to allow Li Qing to participate in the game, was now in tears and extremely excited. After all, Li Qing was able to lead the Ningjiang school football team to win the championship, so he was naturally proud of it. On the side, Coach Wu of the Ningda football team walked over. I never thought that you, Mr. Zhao, would be so discerning.
Isn't this student too amazing? How about I recommend him to join the school team? After a little training from me, he will have no problem joining the national team, not to mention the provincial team. Will you still worry about China not being able to qualify for the World Cup? That's not going to happen.
Coach Wu smiled and boasted to Zhao Zhuangshi. Zhao Zhuangshi looked pleased after hearing this, but he kept shaking his head. No, my student is a bohemian and freedom-loving person. I think your wish may be difficult to realize. Besides, even if he is willing to devote himself to sports, he should join our basketball team first.
Want him to play football? No way.
After Zhao Zhuangshi finished speaking, he walked away with a proud look on his face.
Coach Wu was left standing there in a state of confusion and disarray.
Li Qing started this battle.
The success won Ningbo University unprecedented honor. The president of Ning University even planned to report this good news in the Ningjiang Daily of that day. He even had a title in mind. Breaking news, breaking news.
A freshman from Ningda University single-handedly defeated the Korean Capital International University team.
The score was 30-0, unprecedented in Ningda University's history.
He was even going to call the president of Ningjiang Daily and ask him to set aside a special page to report only this news.
He wanted to use Li Qing's unprecedented 30-0 record to once again improve Ningda's status in Ningjiang City.
The prize money for winning this friendly football match is 5,000. The reason why the Ningda team was able to win this time was mainly due to Li Qing. So the other players unanimously agreed that the 5,000 yuan bonus should be given entirely to Li Qing. Li Qing felt that this was not a good idea, so after thinking about it, he waved his hand. He said that he only needed 3,000 yuan, and the remaining 2,000 yuan would be given to his classmates on the football team to go out for a dinner and celebrate.
As for him, I want to go.
After all, their friendship was not very deep, they had only played a game of football together. The 3,000 yuan bonus that Li Qing received was already a lot for him.
You can treat the girls and have many meals of seafood. Noon.
After Li Qing and Yi Xiaoming finished their meal, they sent her back to the dormitory.
On the way back to the dormitory,
suddenly I saw a mature female teacher wearing a black suit, black framed glasses and big wavy hair.
Li Qing glanced at her.
She also glanced at Li Qing. Soon, they brushed past each other and passed by in a hurry.
Li Qing felt that this female teacher was very elegant and beautiful.
After all, people will inevitably like beautiful things. Li Qing quickly couldn't help but turn his head and look at her a few more times. This royal sister teacher doesn't look very old, only 5 or 6 years older than Li Qing at most. But at this moment, she was wearing 4 cm high heels and was only slightly shorter than Li Qing.
In other words, more than 1.7 meters tall. She is thin and tall, with a perfect queen-like temperament. Li Qing sighed inwardly. It's just awesome. It's a pity he is a teacher. If Li Qing had been born a few years later, he would have pursued her boldly. Li Qing shook his head and returned to the dormitory. Sons, Daddy is back. Why don't you kneel down and welcome Father? Li Qing walked into the dormitory with a swagger, as if he didn't care about anyone. As soon as I entered the door, the three good brothers in the dormitory went crazy. Oh my God, third brother is back. Third brother, you played soccer this morning and beat South Korea 30-0. The counselor directly posted your brilliant achievement in our college group. The counselor also said that I should learn from Li Qing. By the way, I heard that your football performance brought great honor to the school this time, so I'll just add 10 points to your usual score. 10 points. Usually we work hard to participate in activities, and each time we only get 0.5 points, 1 point is added. You got 10 points for just one time. Gone, this time the final scholarship is secured for you, third brother. The three good brothers suddenly became jealous of Li Qing again. But after all, they are all good brothers living in the same house, and they feel a sense of empathy when Li Qing receives these honors. So, it's not that kind of jealous sourness. Shi Fan walked over to the side. Brother Qing, I want to ask you a favor. Among all the roommates, Shi Fan and Li Qing are the ones who get along the best. This time he looked embarrassed, as if he had something to hide. Li Qing patted Shi Fan on the shoulder and signaled him to speak freely. Good brother, just say it. After all, Li Qing now has a sign-in system. Some of his roommates' small problems also became very simple for him. But Shi Fan still had an expression as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Why are you being so fussy? Let me guess. Did you get some girl pregnant? Upon hearing this, Shi Fan quickly shook his head. Stop talking nonsense, Qing brother. I've never even held a girl's hand in my life. It's like this, I've fallen in love with a girl recently. Brother Qing, come with me to their classroom this afternoon for a class and give me some guidance on the spot. After all, you are a man who has even won over the school belle. You have a lot of experience in this area. You should teach your good brother. Li Qing chuckled when he heard this. He thought it was something else. I didn't expect that Shi Fan was like this. After all, I am only a freshman now, and many of my high school classmates are busy studying and preparing for the college entrance examination and have no time to care about love between men and women. Now that we are in college and have more time, the restless hormones in everyone's heart can no longer be suppressed. Shi Fan is the type of guy who is a bit dull and talkative, and he usually talks a lot in the dormitory. But in public, especially in front of girls, I feel shy and awkward. After all, Shi Fan never asked Li Qing for anything. Now that he finally spoke up, Li Qing would naturally do his best to help him. Soon, Li Qing patted Shi Fan's shoulder comfortingly. Good brother, this is easy to say, no problem. I'll teach you a few moves then. After this girl is conquered by your masculine charm, she'll probably kneel down and lick your ass. Li Qing opened his mouth directly and made many promises to Shi Fan. At this moment, Shi Fan licked his lips excitedly and nodded, as if he had already seen the scene described by Li Qing. This afternoon is all up to you, third brother. Chapter 113, Meet the Royal Sister Teacher Again. In the afternoon, 3 o'clock. In the practice room of Ningbo University's music department. The entire piano room is basically filled with girls. There were only two boys, Li Qing and Shi Fan, sitting stealthily at the back of the classroom. Li Qing really didn't expect that Shi Fan actually fell in love with a girl from the music department. At this moment, he was dragged directly to the piano room. This put Li Qing in a difficult position. Although he can play the piano, Shi Fan can't. I can't just go up and play a piece of music on the piano and shock all the girls in the audience with my superb piano skills. What's the point of pretending to be cool? Shi Fan has to be let go. Li Qing's eyes rolled around, and he was thinking in his mind how to make Shi Fan the center of attention this time. While thinking, the music teacher walked in holding a textbook. Classmates, today we are going to practice yesterday's piece, Chopin's Waltz in C-sharp minor. The sound is clear and loud. Gentle and generous, yet still retaining the mature and charming femininity. Li Qing looked over when he heard the voice and was stunned for a moment. The teacher on the stage was none other than the beautiful and mature teacher he saw at noon. At this moment, she was sitting in front of the piano with her head down, flipping through her textbook with a serious look on her face.
Li Qing was completely stunned. I am completely attracted by the charming and mature temperament of this teacher. Beside him, Qi Fan kept pulling Li Qing hard, but Li Qing didn't respond at all. After pulling it several times, Li Qing finally came to his senses.
Brother Qing, it looks like I have no chance. The teachers are here for class, why don't we go back?
Qi Fan finished speaking in a low voice and Li Qing shook his head.
Don't worry, there is still a chance.
Qi Fan was stunned when he saw Li Qing's fiery eyes at this moment. He had never seen Li Qing look like this before.
Serious, charming, yet crazy. Qi Fan quickly nodded as if possessed by a ghost. Okay, then stay a little longer.
Although Li Qing said there is still a chance. But from the time they both came in until now, Li Qing never asked where the girl he was going to pursue was sitting.
Not even sure of the goal. Is this an opportunity?
Brother, please at least take a look at the girl I'm planning to pursue. Qi Fan shook his head silently in his heart.
I won't say anymore.
Anyway, he has always been very confident in Li Qing. I hope he can bring me a miracle this time.
All around, various chaotic piano pieces began to play.
Li Qing couldn't help but shake his head after hearing this. After all, he is the one who was signed top musician talents. He has the best musical talent on Blue Planet. At this moment, listening to these students playing the piano, the sound is like sawing wood, which is simply a destruction and torture to my ears.
Li Qing couldn't hold back any longer and couldn't wait any longer. If you don't act cool now, when will you?
Li Qing was sitting behind the piano room at this moment, quietly waiting for an opportunity. Finally, a tall and thin girl next to Li Qing quickly finished playing the piano piece, released the keys, and moved her fingers. Li Qing quickly took advantage of the opportunity and moved forward.
Classmate, can I try your piano? I'll just play a song.
The female classmate who was called took a look at the handsome Li Qing in front of her heart couldn't help but beat fast, and she nodded quickly.
Good.
Li Qing sat next to her. She smelled the mature masculine scent on Li Qing.
Hormone secretion accelerates instantly and breathing becomes rapid.
I couldn't help but feel my heart beating fast and all kinds of wild thoughts.
This boy, could it be that he wants to seduce me?
Otherwise, why would you come to the piano room to play the piano for no reason?
Oh my god, if he asks for my WeChat later, how should I give it to him elegantly and calmly?
But at this moment, Li Qing's mind was full of thoughts. How to attract the attention of this mature teacher? As the students in the piano room gradually finished playing their piano pieces,
the sound of the piano gradually faded.
Li Qing felt that the opportunity had finally come. Without saying a word, he stretched out his slender white hands and danced quickly on the black and white keys, playing beautiful notes one after another. Mixed together, they form a beautiful piano piece. Soon, it stood out among the sparse piano sounds. Li Qing's melodious piano music, like music from heaven, was like an epiphany, directly striking the hearts of everyone in the piano room.
Li Qing played the piano quietly and performed. Soon, the eyes of the entire piano room were focused on Li Qing alone.
This group of little girls playing the piano discovered that the person who played such a beautiful melody was actually a boy.
Moreover, he is a super handsome guy.
My heart was beating as fast as popping candy, jumping non-stop and almost jumping out of my chest. Li Qing has become accustomed to scenes like this that shock the entire audience at any time. But the queen on the stage was hiding quietly behind the piano and didn't look at him.
Isn't that right?
Logically, Li Qing should be playing such beautiful music at this moment.
A professional music teacher like this should know how to appreciate it better. After all, this was the time when Li Qing tried his best to show off. He was very sure that this time his performance of Chopin's waltz in C-sharp minor was perfect. He almost used up all his skills. He even felt that it was not excessive at all to make all the girls present wet their pants after listening to his song.
Grass. Li Qing sighed in his heart.
This shouldn't happen.
Li Qing was complaining in his heart, but he still kept playing the guitar. A minute later, teacher Yujie finally poked her head out from behind the piano and glanced at the whole class indifferently. Then, he calmly took off the earphones from both ears. Li Qing was about to vomit blood at this moment.
Teacher Yujie was wearing headphones just now? No wonder there has been no response. This is outrageous. It seems that all his hard work just now was for nothing?
But soon, when the royal sister teacher took off her headphones, her expression gradually became one of surprise, and it was not difficult to see through the lenses that her pupils dilated rapidly, and she looked at Li Qing in disbelief.
As Li Qing pressed the last key, the entire piano piece ended. The lingering sound of the melodious piano music seemed to still echo in the ears of everyone in the piano room. At this moment, these little girls squeezed their legs tightly together, fearing that they would ejaculate out of excitement. They looked at Li Qing, their eyes instantly burning with passion. After the song Li Qing just sang, it can be said that it is not an exaggeration to completely conquer them all. But Li Qing's target is not them. After playing the whole song, Li Qing didn't say anything. He didn't even stand up, but closed his eyes quietly. Waiting quietly. He is waiting for an opportunity. Wait for this royal sister teacher to call me later. After all, this queen is 4 or 5 years older than me. It's just a top-notch piano piece. It's hard for her to get married to Li Qing directly. If Li Qing had just finished pretending to beep and then stood up and talked to her seamlessly, it would have been too purposeful. Sometimes being too proactive is not a good thing. Chapter 114 Private Instruction from the Teacher. He also hopes that this teacher can take the initiative to get to know him. This is more logical and makes more sense. It can also make him more confident. Li Qing closed his eyes at this moment, counting the time silently in his heart. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. 7 seconds. Student, which class are you from? Not from our class, right? Li Qing then suddenly opened his eyes, looking at the royal sister teacher on the stage who was asking questions to him. Soon, the four looked at each other, and Li Qing saw more clearly. He thought this royal sister teacher was absolutely amazing. Especially in terms of temperament, it is captured perfectly. Nima is so beautiful. It completely fits Li Qing's perfect imagination of a royal sister. But at this moment, there seemed to be no expression on the teacher's face. He looked at Li Qing with very calm eyes. You played Chopin's waltz in C-sharp minor very well. It can be seen that he put a lot of effort into it. After the royal sister teacher finished speaking, a look of appreciation finally appeared on her face. Li Qing was instantly delighted. Looks like there's hope. But on the surface, he nodded calmly. After all, when facing a high-level player like Yu Jie, he has to be extra cautious. Soon, he lowered his head and looked thoughtful. Then he raised his head again and spoke casually. Chopin is my favorite pianist. As a famous Polish composer and pianist in the 19th century, he is known as the most poetic piano poet in the history of music. The departure of his lover a few years before Chopin's death made the emotions conveyed in his works more complicated. The Waltz in C-sharp minor is a classic work from his late creative period. So the Waltz in C-sharp minor implies Chopin's understanding of love and life. Schumann once called this work the Waltz of Chopin's soul. Personally, this is my favorite song. After Li Qing finished speaking, all the girls in the piano room were shocked by Li Qing's upbeat science popularization. Oh my god. I didn't expect this boy to know so much about Chopin. This is so cool. After Li Qing finished speaking, he suddenly laughed at himself and shook his head. It's just that I am pessimistic by nature. As the saying goes, no matter how great Chopin is, he can't play out my sadness. Li Qing finished speaking with a slightly sad tone, and at this moment his eyes were a little melancholy but unusually handsome. It directly aroused the maternal desire to protect deep in the hearts of all the girls in the piano room. Oh my god. This boy plays the piano so well and he is so handsome. Still a little depressed? This is so heartbreaking and pitiful. At this moment, they all wanted to walk up to Li Qing and hug him in their arms, letting him feel the motherly warmth in them. Li Qing finished speaking and glanced at him indifferently. Seeing the girls around me eager to try, I feel very satisfied. Looking at the royal sister teacher on the stage, I saw that she also looked a little distressed. I felt even happier. It seems that this time I took a different approach and performed a reverse operation, and the effect was unexpected. Li Qing quickly continued speaking. To be honest, as a freshman, I actually taught myself to play the piano. I came to the piano room today hoping to get professional guidance from the teacher. I wonder if this is possible. Li Qing just finished speaking. The sister teacher didn't have time to speak. All the girls in the piano room started to plead for Li Qing. Teacher Lin, please give him some guidance. Look how pitiful he is. Yes, Teacher Lin, this student plays the piano very well too. Teacher Lin, I am willing to share my piano with him. I do too. Me too.
In an instant, almost all the girls raised their hands, wanting Li Qing to share the piano with them.
On stage,
Teacher Lin, who was wearing black framed glasses, looked at Li Qing quietly, then adjusted the frames of his glasses. "Student, come to my side, share a piano with me, and I will personally teach you." Other students, continue practicing today's waltz in C-sharp minor. After Teacher Lin finished speaking, all the girls were instantly heartbroken. Who would have thought that this handsome boy would be snatched away by Teacher Lin and taken directly for private tutoring? After all, he was their teacher, and although they were very helpless, no one questioned it. Soon, one by one, they lowered their heads and began to practice the piano. Li Qing walked towards the beautiful teacher on the stage with great joy.
"Hello, Teacher Lin."
Li Qing greeted her.
Teacher Lin nodded lightly.
She has big black wavy hair that falls casually and naturally on her shoulders, looking wild and sexy. Li Qing sat next to her and instantly smelled the faint fragrance on her. It seems to be the scent of shampoo, but at this moment, it smells especially good when it emanates from Teacher Lin. It went straight into Li Qing's nostrils and deep into his little heart. Li Qing took a deep breath, then thought about it carefully and sat down consciously.
"Teacher Lin, let me play it again. Can you tell me if there's anything wrong with my playing?"
After Li Qing finished speaking, he began to play the piano. To be honest, after Li Qing signed a top musician talent, his piano playing level also directly reached the top level. Not to mention Teacher Lin guiding him, even if he directly guides Teacher Lin there will be no problem at all. But Li Qing was not showing off just because he played the piano perfectly at this moment. He also hopes that Teacher Lin can give him some guidance. So, while he was playing the piano skillfully, he racked his brains to change the muscle memory of his fingers and deliberately played a wrong key. However, Li Qing's piano skills are so high that even if he pressed a wrong key, the piano still sounded very smooth and beautiful.
Teacher Lin lived up to expectations and found out Li Qing's mistake.
"Speak directly." "Stop, you just played the wrong spot."
"Where?"
"Here." Teacher Lin said this and pointed directly at the piano keys next to Li Qing.
At this moment, her tender, white jade-like fingers were swaying in front of Li Qing's eyes. It makes people want to touch it.
Li Qing was stunned for a moment. Then he reached out and held it directly.
Soft and tender. Well, it's still a little cold.
After Li Qing held her hand, Teacher Lin was also stunned. But looking at the handsome Li Qing, who was full of youth and vitality in front of her, she didn't pull it out in time, but instead enjoyed it a little. After a moment, he pulled it out suddenly.
"Student, please pay attention."
Li Qing didn't expect that he couldn't control himself just now. At this moment, I found that Teacher Lin did not seem to be very resistant. He turned his head and looked at her again. Then, he moved a little closer to her, until they were so close that they could hear each other's breathing.
"Teacher Lin, I like you." Chapter 115 Successfully hooked up with the royal sister.
When Teacher Lin heard Li Qing confess his feelings directly, he was stunned for a moment. Then she slowly lowered her head and looked a little shy. But soon, he nodded.
"Actually, I like you too, but I don't know how to say it."
Li Qing was stunned for a moment.
Is this successful? He just made a casual confession.
Soon, he suddenly remembered that he had a talent for successfully confessing his feelings when he signed in before. So as soon as he confessed his feelings at this moment, Teacher Lin was immediately won over.
He didn't even finish playing a single piano piece. It's that simple and crude.
Li Qing sighed silently in his heart, feeling a little happy and a little helpless.
It seems that I can no longer flirt with young ladies casually. Otherwise, it's easy to get emotional when you open your mouth. That's not good.
After Teacher Lin expressed that he also liked Li Qing, he was stunned.
Oh my god. Did those words just now really come from her mouth?
Although she has been working for 3 years. I have also gone on many blind dates and met many boys, but I felt that my values were not in line with theirs.
So now my emotional experience is still a blank slate. Now after seeing Li Qing,
I was attracted to it for some unknown reason.
How to say it, even though it was just one glance, she had an intuition that Li Qing was the man destined for her.
Although she also felt that Li Qing's confession was a bit frivolous.
But that's how I was attracted to him. That doesn't make any sense. Li Qing nodded. At this moment, he didn't need to say anything.
After all, the atmosphere has been set here.
It's redundant to say anything, it's better to take direct action.
He looked at the charming and mature Teacher Lin in front of him and responded directly.
In an instant, 4 thin lips met. Teacher Lin felt something soft and slippery entering her mouth. She was stunned for a moment. My first kiss was gone just like that. She was taken away by this boy in front of her, a student whose name she didn't even know? This is too direct and too fast. But after all, she is a leftover woman in her 20s. The emotions that have been suppressed for too long seem to have finally found an outlet at this moment. It all came pouring out in an instant, like a torrent of outpourings. The passion that had been sealed for more than 20 years finally broke out. Fortunately, there was a piano to block the two of them. At this moment, the two of them were sitting on the stage, sitting behind the piano, kissing passionately and selflessly, very devoted. Li Qing had never thought about it before. I never thought that one day I would be in the classroom. And he kissed the teacher on the podium, in front of the whole class. This is so fucking exciting. Li Qing felt that the kiss was not enough, and even reached out and gently rubbed Teacher Lin's peach. Teacher Lin felt something was wrong, so he quickly patted Li Qing and then glared at him fiercely. You are going too far. You don't like it? I like it, but we are still in the classroom, and it's not good for us to be like this. Hey, I'm already like this. I like it this way, it's so exciting. Oh, stop pinching me, I said something wrong, I won't do it again. In the audience. After the students practiced the piano piece for 10 minutes. The relationship between Li Qing and Teacher Lin had quickly heated up in just these 10 short minutes. After Li Qing signed in, he was gifted with a talent that allowed him to successfully confess his love. At this moment, Teacher Lin has been completely conquered by Li Qing. It can be said that she is obedient to him in everything and is completely like a little bird. Seeing that the time was almost up, the two stopped kissing. At this moment, Teacher Lin stood up and clapped his hands for everyone to be quiet. She is ready to give a lecture. Li Qing took the opportunity to walk to the back of the classroom and sat next to Qi Fan, who was now completely confused. Qi Fan can be said to be quite depressed now. Damn it, it was clearly agreed that Li Qing would help me pick up girls. As a result, Li Qing now directly targeted the teacher and seemed to be having an affair with the piano teacher. What is this? But fortunately, he finally remembered me now. Qi Fan's eyes suddenly filled with tears of excitement. Brother Fan, which girl do you like? After Li Qing finished speaking, Qi Fan pointed at the back of a girl sitting in front of him. That girl with long hair, her name is Yang Kur. Li Qing nodded and patted Qi Fan on the shoulder. No problem, leave it to me. Not long after, during the 10-minute break after class, Li Qing walked directly onto the stage and whispered something in Teacher Lin's ear, but no one knew what he was saying. Moment. The class bell rang. After Teacher Lin resumed the class, he clapped his hands, signaling everyone to be quiet. I heard that there is another student from another major who also wants to learn piano this time. However, his foundation is very poor, basically zero. I want to find a classmate to give him one-on-one guidance. That classmate. Yes, Yang Kur, it's you. The student at the back, come over here quickly, sit with Yang Kur and listen to my lecture. From now on, you can come and sit in on my class anytime you want. Of course, you can always sit next to Yang Kur. I believe that Yang Kur will not refuse to help a classmate who loves learning like you. Teacher Lin stood on the stage and spoke in a loud voice. Although Yang Kur was a little confused, she couldn't say anything after all as she couldn't disobey her master's orders. After all, she didn't have a boyfriend, so she wasn't very averse to Qi Fan. At the back of the classroom. When Qi Fan heard that his piano teacher was so proactive in helping him, he was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. Well, one-on-one piano tutoring, everyone understands. This created a huge opportunity for him, which was equivalent to tying him and Yang Kur together with the matchmaker's red rope. Just force a match. This success rate is more than half higher than if he were to approach her shamelessly. Sure enough, your Qing brother is still your Qing brother. This trick is a roundabout way to save the country. On the surface, the purpose is to seduce the female teacher, but in fact, it is to help himself pick up girls and seduce the female teacher in the process. It's really amazing, it's right at home in seconds. Qi Fan immediately gave Li Qing a silent thumbs up in his heart. He happily sat down next to Yang Kur and started to learn the piano seriously. Soon, 2 piano lessons passed. After hands-on and personal guidance, Qi Fan successfully won a lot of favor from Yang Kur. As for Li Qing, he was even more amazing. He directly seduced Yang Kur's piano teacher, Lin Chanchan. As the bell rang for the end of get out of class,
The students poured out of the classroom. Li Qing walked up to Lin Qianqian. The two of them just had another conversation.
At least we know each other's names.
Although a lot of specific information is still unknown, such as where the family lives and who is at home. But love is not like checking household registration, you just have to follow your feelings.
Once you feel it, everything will be there. Chapter 116. Lin Qianqian stewed old hen soup for me.
This was Lin Qianqian's first love, and it was the first time she got to eat a young grass like Li Qing. Well, it's just a relationship between an older woman and a younger man who are 5 or 6 years older. As an old lady, she successfully ate Li Qing, the 18-year-old young man. I don't know what Li Qing was thinking, but she felt like she had made a good deal. The two walked out of the classroom and onto the campus. Li Qing originally thought that Lin Qianqian would avoid suspicion. After all, she was a teacher at Ning University.
But Lin Qianqian actually took Li Qing's arm, walking very intimately with Li Qing on the campus of Ningbo University. Students on the street, as long as they have good eyesight, it can be clearly seen that the two are in a sister-brother relationship. After all, one is a sexy, gentle, mature and well-dressed teacher. On the other side is the somewhat immature young student Li Qing. It can be said to be very awesome. Along the way, the girls who saw this sister-brother relationship all envied Lin Qianqian, envious of her for being able to experience Elva Xiao-style happiness. The boys envied Li Qing, who was lucky enough to be taken care of by such a mature and queen teacher. This was so sour.
Lin Qianqian glanced at Li Qing and suddenly asked,
"Qing, what are we going to eat?"
"Whatever," Li Qing said casually. It was also the first time for him to meet a girlfriend who was a mature, older sister type like Lin Qianqian. He had a strange feeling.
How should I put it? It's like finding a stepmother. Lin Qianqian took care of him in every possible way.
When you're with her, you don't have to think about anything. Because Lin Qianqian has already thought about it for Li Qing.
It can be said to be quite comfortable. Qing, what do you want to eat? My house is in the teacher's apartment behind Ningda University.
If you don't know what to eat, why not come to my house? I can make you turtle kidney nourishing soup, white fungus and wolfberry soup, and pork kidney and deer antler soup.
Hey! You can have a taste. My cooking skills are really good.
Li Qing was stunned after hearing this.
To be honest, among the few girlfriends he knows,
Lin Qianqian is also the first girl who says that she is good at cooking. Well, although the soup she just mentioned sound a bit weird. But Li Qing was still very moved and quickly nodded in agreement.
Okay, but I think I'm still young and don't need these nutritious foods. Just eat something, let's have some old hen soup.
After Li Qing finished speaking, he gently touched Lin Qianqian's head. Although Lin Qianqian is several years older than me, she is not as tall as me, which does not affect me from touching her head. When Lin Qianqian saw the little puppy she had just met, she actually took the initiative to pat her on the head.
His face instantly turned red.
She felt that she was attracted by Li Qing. As a pure and innocent old lady who has been single since birth and has been single for 25 years, she felt that her spring had finally come this time.
No wonder she always met people with different values before.
It turns out that they were all accumulating their luck and love and were waiting for Li Qing to come to her. The two went to the nearby vegetable market and bought a whole old hen. Lin Qianqian directly pulled Li Qing to her teacher's apartment behind the Ning University campus. As soon as they entered the door, the two hugged each other and kissed passionately. After all, it was just at the podium in the classroom, which was a little exciting, and Lin Qianqian was a little bit uncomfortable. After arriving home, her true colors were revealed. She instantly put aside her cold and arrogant airs and showed her truest side. I wish I could eat up this sweet and tender little puppy in front of me. Li Qing felt a little suffocated after being kissed by Lin Qianqian for a while.
Lin Qianqian is so enthusiastic and proactive. This is the good thing about sister-brother relationships.
He felt like he was being seduced by Lin Qianqian.
Although it's a bit weird. But it's okay. After a few minutes of clacking,
Lin Qianqian adjusted her black-framed glasses, which had become a little crooked due to her excitement.
Good boy Qing, just sit here and don't move.
I'll make you some clear stewed old hen soup.
Don't interfere, I can do it myself.
After Lin Qianqian finished speaking, she put on an apron obediently, ran to the kitchen and made soup for Li Qing.
Li Qing sat on the sofa and took the opportunity to look around Lin Qianqian's simple and comfortable nest.
Her teacher's apartment has 2 bedrooms and a living room. Although it is not very big, it is kept clean by Lin Xianxian, giving it a warm and cozy feeling of a small home. Li Qing really liked such a clean and tidy house. At the moment, he was lying on the soft sofa, feeling very comfortable, and he accidentally fell asleep. When he woke up again, Li Qing felt his mouth was soft and fragrant.
Something is not right.
He opened his eyes and found that it was Lin Xianxian who was kissing him secretly, and she actually woke him up. Li Qing quickly sat up in a daze.
Still a little grumpy when waking up.
He rubbed his eyes and looked blankly at Lin Xianxian, who was looking at him tenderly beside him.
Are you awake, Qing?
You look a little sleepy. The old hen soup is ready.
I'll bring it to you. You sit here and don't move.
After Lin Xianxian finished speaking, she quickly stood up and, like a virtuous wife, took the initiative to serve soup to Li Qing. Li Qing felt that he was moved. This was the first time that he felt the warmth of home again in a place other than his own home. Soon, Lin Xianxian came over with a bowl of chicken soup. Li Qing was still confused at this moment. He felt a little uncomfortable. After all, his previous girlfriends, such as the cold school beauty Xia Yushi, childhood sweetheart Lu Wanqing, long-legged sister Xie Biao, and former school beauty Yi Xiaoming, were all the type of energetic little girls. When you are in love with them, you should not only maintain a passionate state at all times, but sometimes you also have to take the initiative to take care of them.
Li Qing sometimes feels that it would be more comfortable to play alone. But now, here with Lin Xianxian,
he felt the meticulous, motherly care. It makes him feel so comfortable that he can stop thinking about anything and just relax his body and mind, and he may even fall asleep accidentally. Dating a queen has this benefit, if nothing else. At this moment, Lin Xianxian looked at Li Qing in a daze, thinking that he had just woken up and was still a little sleepy. He quickly picked up the bowl, scooped up the soup with a spoon, blew gently on it, and put it to his mouth to feel the temperature. Soon, the spoon was handed to Li Qing's mouth.
Qing, open your mouth. I just tried it and it's not hot at all.
Lin Xianxian spoke to Li Qing gently. Li Qing was stunned for a moment, then quickly opened his mouth obediently. At this moment, a sentence popped out of his mind. The teacher's girlfriend takes care of the male college student who can't take care of himself and feeds him soup with her own hands.
In an instant, he couldn't help but burst out laughing, holding his stomach and laughing non-stop.
Seeing that Li Qing had a confused look on his face just now, but suddenly laughed so hard that tears were about to come out, Lin Xianxian suddenly became curious.
Qing, I remembered something happy. Tell me now.
Li Qing laughed for a long time before he calmed down and repeated the joke he had just remembered.
After listening to Li Qing, Lin Xianxian was also amused by him and couldn't stop giggling. Chapter 117, Watching a Movie with Lin Xianxian. Moment.
Li Qing waved his hands repeatedly.
It's okay. Actually, you don't have to pamper me so much.
I'm still a little uncomfortable with it. After Li Qing finished speaking, he picked up the bowl of chicken soup, blew on it near his mouth, and then drank it in big gulps.
To be honest, Lin Xianxian's old hen soup is really delicious. The light yellow thick chicken soup looks great. Moreover, the taste is fragrant and not greasy, and very delicious.
Li Qing couldn't help it and drank several bowls. Seeing that Li Qing liked it very much, Lin Xianxian was also very happy.
Qing, if you like, I will cook for you next time. Lin Xianxian looked at Li Qing with satisfaction, like a glutton, and felt very proud.
Being able to take good care of Li Qing's stomach means that she has already achieved half of the success as Li Qing's girlfriend. Both of them were full and felt very comfortable sitting on the sofa. Now the two of them said nothing and there was silence. After all, Lin Xianxian has graduated from school for several years and no longer has the playfulness of a little girl. Naturally, she would not pull Li Qing aside and say all those sweet words that only little girls would say. She just stayed quietly beside Li Qing. He didn't speak, so she didn't speak either. Both of them were enjoying this moment, a quiet moment that belonged to them alone.
Xianxian, why don't we watch a movie? Although the two of them were getting along quietly and didn't say anything, they didn't feel awkward.
But, you can't just sit there like this forever. It's totally okay to watch a short movie to set the mood. Li Qing turned on the TV in Lin Xianxian's living room and found the classic romance film Titanic, which made Leo famous. The movie tells the story of the love encounter between a poor painter and a rich girl named Lucy. At this moment, Lin Xianxian was like an obedient little wildcat, nestling in Li Qing's arms, quietly enjoying this classic love movie.
This TV is a good 2 or 3 hours long. But Lin Xianxian is very patient. Following Li Qing, I was completely immersed in the movie. As in the movie, the Titanic hit an iceberg and was forced to sink into the sea. Jack gave his only plank to Lucy, while he himself soaked and froze in the icy ocean, ultimately staging a beautiful love story of life and death. The atmosphere of the entire movie was brought to a climax. Lin Shanshan just held Li Qing's hand, and her mood was very excited as she watched the plot in the movie. In the end, Jack died, leaving Lucy alone. This classic love movie left such a tragic ending. After reading it, Lin Shanshan pondered for a long time. Then he turned his head and looked at Li Qing. Qing, if we were Jack and Lucy in the movie, I. Before Lin Shanshan could finish her words, Li Qing quickly covered Lin Shanshan's cherry lips with his hands. I know what you mean. I will definitely protect you like Jack did. After Li Qing finished speaking, he looked at Lin Shanshan with tenderness in his eyes. In the movie, Jack and Lucy are also a sister-brother relationship. But the love between the two is very happy and sad. Li Qing deliberately showed this movie because he took a fancy to this point. But unexpectedly, after hearing Li Qing's words, Lin Shanshan shook her head and took away Li Qing's hand that was covering her lips. No. I mean, don't be like Jack. I don't want to be alone and live like Lucy. That's so boring. I hope you can keep the opportunity for yourself and just live a good life. After all, I'm very happy that you're alive. It doesn't matter even if I'm gone. Do you understand, Qing? After Lin Shanshan finished speaking, Li Qing was stunned. My God, this is so touching. He thought that what he had just said was the perfect answer. But Lin Shanshan gave the perfect answer. She thought directly about herself. It's rare to find such a considerate and gentle lady. In an instant, Li Qing's favorability towards Lin Shanshan increased rapidly. After the two of them watched Titanic, the atmosphere between them was just right. At this moment, Li Qing and Lin Shanshan looked at each other. No words were spoken, just staring at each other silently. After a moment, Li Qing kissed her directly. Lin Shanshan gently put her arms around Li Qing's neck and actively responded to him. They kissed for a moment. Li Qing picked up Lin Shanshan and gave her a princess hug. Which one is your bedroom? Lin Shanshan silently pointed towards one of the rooms. Li Qing held her and pushed the door open. He threw Lin Shanshan onto the bed violently. The two of them spent the night in silence. Only Lin Shanshan was humming a sound that didn't match the description. Singing all night long. Early the next morning, Li Qing turned over and touched his side out of habit. In the end, I only touched the quilt. What? Li Qing woke up instantly and found that Lin Shanshan, who was beside him, was nowhere to be seen. Flourishing? Soon, Lin Shanshan heard the sound and pushed the door open. She was in her pajamas and holding a plate. On the plate were 2 slices of bread, one simple, and a glass of pure milk. Qing, get up and eat. I made you a nutritious breakfast. This is a special reward for you. After all, you worked hard last night. After Lin Shanshan finished speaking, she quickly covered her mouth and smiled evilly. After listening to this, Li Qing felt moved again. The two of us basically didn't sleep all night last night. After all, ever since he signed that top football talent, his abilities in that area seem to have improved. His waist strength can be said to be amazing. The whole person turned into a piledriver and didn't feel tired at all. It doesn't matter even if Lin Shanshan is just beginning to experience the joys of love. It directly made her experience the ultimate joy of being a woman. At this moment, Li Qing took over Lin Shanshan's nutritious breakfast. Shanshan, you only slept for 2 hours last night, aren't you sleepy? Lin Shanshan shook her head. I'm not sleepy. To be honest, Qing, even though I only slept for 2 hours last night, I found that my skin has become better than before. Li Qing looked at Lin Shanshan and smiled wickedly. Could it be that I gave you 7 facial masks in a row last night and it was very effective? After hearing this, Lin Shanshan's face instantly turned red, and she stretched out her little pink fist and gently punched Li Qing. How annoying. Qing, why are you so mean? I told you not to apply it, you are so mean. He. Li Qing felt a little proud. Continue next time. No way. Lin Shanshan pouted her lips instantly, a little reluctant. Li Qing shook his head. But I like it, okay? Li Qing held Lin Shanshan's hand, with an innocent expression, and begged her for mercy. Lin Shanshan simply couldn't resist Li Qing's puppy-like coquetry. Oh well. But don't apply so much each time. Li Qing shook his head and smiled evilly. How can I control the amount of this? Lin Xianxian couldn't help but glare at Li Qing in anger, her eyes full of love. Bad Qingqing. You're so annoying. Chapter 118 Sign in to the top king of glory game talent. After Li Qing finished Lin Xianxian's loving and nutritious breakfast, I instantly felt full of energy, and my whole body was filled with energy. When Lin Xianxian saw that Li Qing had finished his breakfast, she immediately took the plate and went back to the kitchen. Li Qing threw back the quilt and prepared to get up. Ding dong. Do you want to sign in today? Sign in. Li Qing took a deep breath. Sure enough, a daily sign in. Maybe late, but never absent. He is a little excited now, wondering what he will sign today. Ding dong, sign in successfully, sign in reward top king of glory game talent. Do you want to learn immediately? Study. In an instant, another familiar warm current passed through Li Qing. He closed his eyes and felt a little bit of enjoyment. This time the sign-in reward is actually the Honor of Kings game talent. Honor of Kings is a national-level large-scale mobile game. Basically, it can be said that any young person who has a smartphone will at least try it out a bit. Li Qing can play, but unfortunately he is not very good at it. The rank is just a small diamond dog. He had been looking forward to signing a gaming talent like Honor of Kings one day. Let him become the Wild King directly. In the Canyon of Kings, he carries the girls in various ways, directly getting a pentakill at the fountain, making the girls he carries scream like crazy. Today, it finally arrived. Today is Saturday. Normally, Lin Xianxian should not have any classes. But as a young and responsible teacher, I also have to guide students to practice the piano in the practice room. Before leaving, she also told Li Qing that he could wait for her at home. She also cooks all kinds of delicious meals for Li Qing. Li Qing was stunned for a moment, then shook his head decisively to refuse. Although he didn't have a good appetite, he wanted to eat some soft food. But it shouldn't have reached this extent. How could she be kept as a concubine in a golden house and be raised directly in Lin Xianxian's home? What a situation that would be. It's outrageous. Seeing that Li Qing rejected her, Lin Xianxian even felt a little disappointed and sad that she couldn't take good care of Li Qing. Li Qing walked over, picked up the slender and fragile Lin Xianxian, and kissed her on the cheek. It's okay, I have my own things to do, right? I can't just sit there with you at home and do nothing every day, right? After listening to this, Lin Xianxian pondered for a moment and quickly nodded again. That's right. I'll listen to you then, Qingqing. After all, I can't always spoil you like this. You get out too. Mind your own business. Soon, the two of them reluctantly parted ways downstairs of the teacher's apartment building. The teacher's apartment is just behind Ningbo University, not far from Li Qing's dormitory. He simply walked back to the dormitory. When school just started, they often stayed in the dormitory together, happily playing Honor of Kings in a 4-person team. Occasionally, I would randomly bring a girl from class with me to play in a 5-person team. It's 4 boys and 1 girl in the ranking. However, Li Qing's level was very average at the time, so his performances were mediocre every time and were not outstanding at all. But now, Li Qing has top-level gaming talent. Then just fly with us the whole way. Li Qing thought about it and soon arrived at the dormitory door. He pushed open the dormitory door. At this moment, the 3 roommates were lying on the bed and chatting. It's just past 9 in the morning and it's Saturday. As a college student, it's normal for me not to get up. Hey brothers, I'm back. As soon as Li Qing entered the door, he greeted his 3 roommates. Wow, Qing is back. Brother Qing, I was just listening to Qifan talking about your wonderful operation. You killed 2 birds with 1 stone. You hooked up with the piano teacher and helped him get young core. It's awesome. Brother Qing, when can you help the brothers make arrangements? After all, we are all still single. Li Qing looked at his good brothers who looked excited and waved his hands quickly. Don't worry, everyone. After all, you are only a freshman now. There is still a long way to go. There will be opportunities in the future. As long as everyone has a goal, I will definitely support them with all my strength, brother. As long as we make a move, the girl will be easily captured. As soon as Li Qing finished speaking, the dormitory cheered collectively. Brother Qing is awesome. Broken voice. Brother Qing, YYDS. Brother Qing, I feel like the luckiest thing about my college life is meeting a roommate like you. You've really used up all my good luck. Several good brothers spoke excitedly. Li Qing quickly took out a Mi-6 cell phone from his trouser pocket and waved it. Hey guys, how about we play a game of King of Glory? I haven't played with you guys in a long time. Hey, don't say anything this time. I'll just take you flying, to the sky. Li Qing looked at his good brothers and spoke with a smile. Zhang Xiaoqian was stunned for a moment when he heard the voice and adjusted his glasses. Brother Qing, you may not know yet, but our school's club will be recruiting new members next week. I'm going to join our school's King of Glory esports club. I've already joined their club group and will be hanging out with the seniors there soon. How about you just come with me and take a look? Maybe you can even play King of Glory. What do you think? Li Qing was stunned for a moment when he heard the voice and quickly nodded. Sure, we have to go. He just happens to have top-level talent for playing the game of Honor of Kings now. Going to the King of Glory esports club now? That's just like a heifer entering a herd of bulls and the bulls are beeping wildly. Li Qing is like a god descending to earth, killing 5 people in a row and killing the fountain. Soon, Li Qing followed Zhang Xiaoqian to an empty classroom in the Ning University teaching building. Inside the classroom, about half of the students are sitting sparsely. The two found a seat in the back row and sat down hurriedly. Soon, a boy who looked like a senior walked up to the podium. Welcome everyone, thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to attend our King of Glory Esports Club's daily gathering today. Actually, there's nothing else to ask you all to come here today. It's just about getting together and chatting every day, and improving our relationship. After all, a new semester has begun, and this is the first time our club has gathered. Everyone can play a game first, and then talk about recruiting new members for the club next week. Apparently, the boy who was speaking was the president of the esports club. As soon as the president finished speaking, many students in the audience started to make a noise, talking and laughing casually. It seems that many of these people are seniors from previous clubs. They know each other and have a very close relationship. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoqian was sitting in the audience with Li Qing, watching the seniors around them chatting with relish and feeling the warm atmosphere of the club. After all, as a freshman, he was still very curious about everything in the club. Chapter 119 I want to play Han Xian as a jungler. Being able to participate in club activities in advance is quite an eye-opener for him. On the stage, the president directly turned on the multimedia in the classroom. Come on, how about we have a friendly match within the club to liven up the atmosphere? The audience immediately applauded. Any one of you who wants to participate, please raise your hand. In an instant, many right hands were raised. The president casually mentioned the names of several students. Soon I saw Zhang Xiaoqian and Li Qing sitting at the back of the classroom. Oh, right, the two students at the back. You two are new students in grade 20, right? Welcome, welcome. You're a freshman, but now you're the new blood of our club. You two should also join in today's friendly match. The president greeted the two people enthusiastically. Zhang Xiaoqian waved his hands when he heard this. No, President. After all, I am just a small star. I'd better just watch the wonderful performances of the seniors. When the president saw that Zhang Xiaoqian was so humble and shy, he quickly looked at Li Qing beside him. Little brother, why don't you come here? Anyway, at least one of you two has to come. After all, the most important thing about club activities is participation. Li Qing just wanted to perform today. The president took the initiative to invite him at this moment. Isn't this exactly what he wants? He nodded quickly, looking very happy. Okay, no problem. Although it is an esports club of Honor of Kings. But there are quite a few girls in the club. Among the 10 contestants, 6 of them were senior students. There are 3 people on each team. 10 people quickly logged into the game, opened a competition room, and joined in. The president of the esports club also joined in, but he was just a spectator. Soon, he used the large multimedia screen in the classroom to project all the game scenes on his mobile phone. The entire classroom and all the students in the esports club can watch this friendly match. Of course, the King of Glory ranks of the 10 people are also clearly visible at this moment. Except Li Xin is a diamond dog. Of the remaining 9 people, except for 4 girls who are at the star level, the rest are all at the king level. Especially the boy opposite Li Qing, who actually has more than 80 stars in the king rank. Li Qing didn't feel embarrassed at all. After all, his current status is that of a freshman. In front of all the seniors, he is just a newbie. It's perfectly normal to be a newbie in the game. It's not embarrassing at all. On Li Qing's side, besides him, the only other boy is a king with more than 10 stars. His name is Wang Feng. At this moment, he was a little speechless when he saw that Li Qing was actually a diamond dog. After all, people who come to the esports club basically come out of their passion for esports games and their love for the game Honor of Kings. So basically, the average level is still slightly higher. No matter how poor the club members are, they are basically all-star glory members. But Li Qing, this junior, is only at diamond level. This is outrageous. Although, this is just a friendly match within the club. But at this moment, with the entire process being projected on the big screen by the president, it was still a bit embarrassing to lose. At least I still have a desire to win. If you can win, try your best to win. He didn't want to be abused and ravaged live on the big screen. Especially when facing the king on the opposite side who has almost 100 stars. Even though he knew he couldn't win, he still hoped to lose as gracefully as possible. But now there is an extra freshman, whose rank is only diamond, which is quite a burden. He looked carefully and could only pray that Li Qing would not give away too many heads. Don't let the opponent's jungler take off. Just suppress his economy by several thousand. If he has one more big item than him in the later stage, then you're finished. Soon, the two teams of students participating in the friendly match sat together. Li Qing also sat with his team and sat together with 3 senior schoolmates. Of course, there is also a senior named Wang Feng who regards him as a burden. Little brother, how about you play Ming Shireen and be our assistant? No, Ming Shireen still needs some manipulation. You might as well just play Yao. If you see that the situation is not right, just jump onto me. It's super easy. By the way, just follow me in a moment. Wang Feng looked at Li Qing and said with an earnest expression. Although facing a king with nearly 100 stars on the opposite side, their hope of winning is extremely slim. But he still hopes that the final data will not be too ugly. Li Qing glanced at him and quickly shook his head. Senior, this isn't a friendly match. So you can just play around now. I want to play jungle, how about that? Li Qing asked Wang Feng. Wang Feng was stunned when he heard the voice. What? This Diamond Junior actually wants to play jungle? Are you sure? The jungler needs you to set the pace. Why don't you let me do it? It will be hard for you to keep up the pace later. The opponent is a king with nearly 100 stars. He will beat you up in a while. Don't be too miserable. Wang Feng sneered and looked at Li Qing. Anyway, he has already said this. This junior should know how to choose. But Li Qing just shook his head again. I still want to play jungle. Don't be afraid, senior. Trust me. I will definitely take you flying this time. After Li Qing finished speaking, he looked at the other 3 senior students beside him. Looking at the handsome Li Qing in front of them and his almost perfect looks, the 3 senior schoolmates were a little shaken. Wang Feng, why don't you let this junior have a try? This is just an internal friendly match for our club anyway. Yes, you see, although it is a small diamond, maybe this is his smaller size. Wang Feng, you're just average at jungle. Every time you played with the big guys, you were always at the end. It's just that you have an extra big item. So, let the junior play jungle. Right. Wang Feng looked at the 3 girls and was attracted by their beauty. He directly chose Li Qing as the jungler. He even complained that his color pen skills made him look a little embarrassed. After all, in the end, the minority still obeys the majority, and what he says alone does not count. The 3 girls here unanimously agreed with Li Xin's suggestion to play jungle. So Li Xin successfully got the jungle position. Soon, the game began. Wang Feng glanced at Li Qing jokingly. Boy, I'll let you show off and play jungle, huh? After a while, he didn't have to do anything at all. The 100-star king on the opposite side will beat you so hard that you can't even get out of the fountain. However, he still pretended and asked Li Qing with concern, asking him what kind of jungle he was going to play. Han Xin. Li Qing blurted out. Chapter 120 successfully took first blood. As a hero with extremely high freedom and honor of kings, Han Xin also has an extremely high upper limit of operation. As long as you play well, you can carry the team like crazy and set the pace in various ways. You can even directly control the opponent's red and blue buffs, leaving the opponent's jungler with no jungle to fight. However, Han Xin is also extremely difficult to operate.
A set of seemingly simple skills, if you want to master them to the pinnacle and connect them into one move with seamless transition, still requires a lot of hard work. Li Qing had drawn Han Xian before, but he gave up after playing only a few games.
Because the Han Xian in his hands and the national server Han Xian in the hands of those anchors are simply at two completely different levels.
When Li Qing starts playing, it is like a mobile ATM machine.
All kinds of people were raped and killed at will.
But in the hands of a skilled anchor, it directly transforms into an invincible jungle king, a killing god who goes in and out 7 times. If it had happened before, Li Qing would never touch this hero again. But now, he is signed a top-level king of glory gaming talent.
No matter how difficult the hero Han Xian is, how difficult can it be? Isn't it enough to just have hands?
Li Qing sneered silently in his heart at this moment.
He just happened to be ranked number 1. So when the game started, I chose Han Xian without hesitation.
Because of the shadow of his previous experience playing Han Xian, he didn't even arrange a skin for Han Xian.
So Han Xian still has his original skin, and his proficiency is still green. At this moment, the seniors in the esports club saw the diamond-level junior who came up and chose Han Xian in seconds. And it's still green proficiency without skin. I couldn't help laughing out loud. You are still a junior, and you are still too naive. Why are you practicing heroes here? It's okay.
The 80-star King Wei Han on the opposite side will teach him later. It seems Wang Feng is in trouble. I thought he was playing as a jungler, which was interesting.
Now I don't even want to watch it. How about we play another game of King of Glory? This game where Wei Han bullies the weak is so boring.
The club members in the audience sighed. Li Qing took a deep breath when he heard the gossip.
Don't blame them, blame yourself for being so disappointing. I don't want to waste any time playing games every day. If he spent 1 or 2 hours every day playing ranked games of Honor of Kings, would he still be a diamond dog now? He has already been the king.
At this moment, Li Qing simply did a chest expansion exercise, pressed his 10 fingers, and stretched his muscles. Soon, the game sound from the mobile phone rang out.
Welcome to King of Glory, the enemy has 5 seconds to arrive on the battlefield. When Han Xian, who was under his control, said I can't bear it anymore.
There is no need to endure it anymore. Li Qing held the phone tightly and walked directly towards the blue buff without hesitation at the start. On his side, Wang Feng was playing Xiahou Dun in the top lane, Angela in the middle lane, and Hou-Yi and Kai Wenji in the bottom lane.
This is a lineup of passers-by that couldn't be more common. No obvious flaws.
It's very suitable for those of them who are playing games together for the first time and don't require much coordination. At this moment, Li Qing's fingertips were flying, and he was operating frantically on the screen of his mobile phone. Under his command, Han Xian was transformed into a hero with infinite CD, walking and jumping all the way, passing through walls in various extreme ways, and clearing the jungle smoothly and quickly.
Han Tao's efficiency in clearing the jungle is indeed as good as its reputation.
With the help of Hou-Yi and the nurse in the bottom lane, Li Qing quickly got the red buff and went straight into the opposite jungle without hesitation.
On the opposite side, there is Li Bai as the jungler.
Li Qing didn't know why he chose to counter the blue buff at this moment.
Maybe it's just this kind of intuition. You could also say it's innate. He just follows his feelings. After all, with his top-level talent in the game of Honor of Kings, he has an excellent sense of rhythm. Just do whatever you want. Sure enough, it was not as expected.
The Li Bai played by Wei Han, a nearly 100-star king on the opposite side, had just finished brushing the red buff and was currently brushing the blue buff.
His hero is only level 3 and he hasn't had time to learn his ultimate move. He didn't seem to expect that Han Xian in Li Qing's hand would refresh so quickly. In a normal game, the opposing Li Bai should run away immediately when he sees Han Xian with both red and blue buffs. But it was obvious that Wei Han on the opposite side underestimated his enemy.
At this moment, looking at Li Qing's deliberate flaws and very clumsy skill operations, it was a distance that could be covered with 2 skills, but Li Qing had to use 3 skills to get through it. He didn't see through Li Qing's pretense.
He immediately thought of what happened before.
He remembered that Li Qing was actually a small diamond.
Just a tiny diamond. No wonder the operation is so bad. Wei Han's lips curled up slightly. He instantly gained confidence and was very sure that he could make a counterattack and kill the stupid Han Xian controlled by Li Qing.
Soon, he took his remaining magic, Li Bai, who only had the red buff and no ultimate skill, and rushed towards Li Qing without hesitation. Just when he was about to move and feint, he was about to kill Li Qing.
Li Qing was like a ghost, moving to the extreme with the distance just right. Jump to his follow and quickly attack a few times. A passive skill actually picked him up directly. Then there was another provocation, which controlled him so tightly that he could not move at all. Li Qing's Han Xian seized the opportunity and without hesitation, used a set of skills madly on Li Bai. Li Bai, who was already fragile, had no ultimate skill at the moment and could not outrun Han Xian in terms of displacement. He had just run a few steps and was left with little health when he was chased by Li Qing's Han Xian and shot to death with one shot. First blood. Soon this wonderful voice rang out. Jungle King Li Qing successfully took down the head of the opposing 80-star King Jungle King. In the game, the other 8 people were stunned when they saw the news. No way, it was Han Xian who killed Li Bai? Moreover, he was caught in the wild area of Li Bai's home? You know, Wei Han's Li Bai is at the provincial level, and he himself is also a king with more than 80 stars. After all, the technology is here. He was actually killed by that talented freshman? This is too unexpected. The multimedia in the classroom was currently showing the scene where Li Qing had just launched a sneak attack on the wild area of Li Bai's home. After all, the 10 people who participated in the friendly match are here at the moment. If the screen is projected directly, these people only need to raise their heads and take a look at the big screen. They immediately knew where their opponents were and what they were going to do now. So, for the fairness of the game, the president was very thoughtful. He delayed the broadcast of the 10-person friendly match on multimedia by 1 minute. In other words, the game screen on the multimedia big screen at this moment is the game screen of Li Qing and 10 other people 1 minute ago. Han Xian, controlled by Li Qing, has successfully killed Wei Han's Li Bai. But on the big multimedia screen, this is just the beginning. Chapter 121, Killing Nearly 100-Star Kings Twice in a Row. The president stood on the podium, looking at the large multimedia screen, and passionately explained the game situation of 10 people just like he usually did when explaining the game. Soon the scene flashed and went directly to the scene where Li Qing's Han Xian and Wei Han's Li Bai met. I never thought our junior's Han Xian could clear the jungle so quickly. After he had cleared the jungle, he did not choose to help the middle or bottom lanes, but instead boldly ran to the other side's jungle alone. Oh my god. Wei Han is hitting the blue buff right now. When 2 wild kings meet for the first time, what kind of sparks will be created? Everyone, please wait and see. The president stood on the stage, becoming more and more excited as he spoke. Soon, many club members who had no interest in watching this friendly match raised their heads when they heard the noise. After all, I heard the president say that the 2 wild kings are about to meet. They like to watch such highlight moments, like to watch Wei Han starting from getting the first blood and then starting a crazy killing of the Jungle King. Oh my god, although Han Xian has the upper hand in terms of buff level, his operation is simply eye-catching. Under normal circumstances, when a level 3 Li Bai meets a level 4 Han Xian, Li Bai should leave immediately. But our classmate Wei Han didn't choose to dodge this time. Wow, Li Bai, who is level 3 and hasn't learned his ultimate skill, actually walked straight towards Han Xian, who is level 4. I guess our classmate Wei Han is going to create a miracle again this time and perform an extreme counterattack. It seems like Wei Han will definitely get the first blood in this round. As the president's voice became more and more passionate and powerful, it directly attracted all the club members in the classroom. They all raised their heads, ready to witness another wonderful moment of Wei Han. But in the game, it's just a moment. Almost no one reacted. Li Qing's Han Xian suddenly seemed like a different person, as if he had taken medicine and became extremely ferocious. Soon, with an extreme displacement, he went through the wall and arrived next to Li Bai. He even dodged Li Bai's skills, and the small details were taken care of. After quickly firing a few basic attacks, he shot Li Bai, who was about to run away because something was wrong. The entire time was calculated just right. If it was 0.1 second later, Li Bai might have escaped. But a few more seconds means more damage, and even passive control skills can be used. At this moment, Li Bai was controlled and was being ruthlessly attacked by Li Qing's Han Xian. After one control ended, Li Qing immediately used a skill to seamlessly control Li Bai. The damage of a set of skills in the early stage is not sufficient. After Li Qing finished controlling the enemy, he simply chased after Li Bai. Li Bai's previous operation was full of loopholes and many mistakes. Han Xian had been taken advantage of a lot by Li Qing, and his health was already very low. At this moment, in front of Han Tayo who has the blue buff, you still want to escape? It's just a pipe dream. Li Qing chased after him without hesitation.
In no time, he was killed with just a few shots. First blood. On the stage, on the large multimedia screen, the fresh blood that Li Qing had just taken was displayed very prominently. The voice of the first blood, with the help of the speakers, spread throughout the classroom. You know, just 10 seconds ago, the president predicted that Wei Han would get the first blood soon. At this moment, it can be said that it is quite a slap in the face. The esports club members in the audience were also shocked. Fuck, Wei Han was actually killed by a Diamond Han Xin? The king is 80 stars, so he shouldn't be so weak, right? I can see that Wei Han probably thought the game was too easy, so he deliberately gave away the first blood to increase the difficulty of the game. Wei Han was also stunned. It's already very embarrassing to be killed by Li Xin, the diamond dog. Unexpectedly, 1 minute later, it was projected on the big screen again. After all, as a big boss with 80 stars in the King's Glory, he can be said to be a top-level existence in Ningdo's King of Glory Esports Club. He is usually called God affectionately by club members. When has he ever suffered such humiliation? At this moment, he was very calm, having just been resurrected from the fountain and reached level 4. He did not choose to seek revenge directly against Li Qing. In comparison, Li Qing did not appear online either. If it turns out to be as he expected, Li Xin should have cleared all his wild monsters. So he controlled Li Bai and went directly to the middle lane to get some experience and money from the soldiers, and then prepared to kill Angela in the middle lane. Han Xin, who was playing opposite Li Qing just now, has already appeared in the bottom lane. He didn't believe that with this wave of forced killing of Angela, no one else could help her. Soon, after Li Bai maxed out his ultimate, he moved directly over and attacked Angela mercilessly. At this moment, Li Bai used his ultimate move and was in an invincible state. The senior played Angela, but she couldn't throw the ball that would make the hero dizzy. So just jump and leave quickly. Li Bai caught up and drew circles on the spot again, slowing down Angela. At the same time, he made another charming move and tricked Angela's stun skill. Angela no longer has any self-defense skills and her flash is still on cooldown, so she becomes a moving target. Li Bai quickly chased after Qi, moving and attacking non-stop. Angela was about to be killed by him. Although Angela had already entered the defensive tower, Li Bai ruthlessly jumped over the tower and killed her. After all, Wei Han's Li Bai was still at full health at the moment because of his graceful positioning, so he was fine even if he was hit by the defense tower a few times. Just when he was about to take Angela's head, suddenly, a figure flashed by like a ghost. Jumped over directly and quickly. It turned out to be that Han Xin. With just one shot, Li Bai, who was controlled by Wei Han, was knocked up. He didn't even have the chance to use the displacement skill. Then, he was shot again by Han Xin's passive skill. Seeing Angela with little health left, she just hopped away. Wei Han was very helpless, but he could hardly save himself at this moment. After being controlled, he had already suffered several attacks from the tower, plus the damage from Han Xin's skills. He only had a little blood left. Fortunately, Han Xin's control time was not long. Less than a second. Control ends. Wei Han's Li Bai immediately returned to his previous position. This place is some distance away from Han Xin, and it seems that he has saved his life. Wei Han felt a little proud for a moment. It seems that this Diamond Jr., Han Xin, still doesn't play the game well enough. But his Li Bai had just moved back not long ago. Before he could be happy for a few seconds, he saw Han Xin following him like a follower. It's here again. His Han Xin seemed to have no skill CD. He ran and jumped and instantly appeared in front of Li Bai. At this moment, the CD of Li Bai's displacement skill controlled by Wei Han is still gray. Of course, you can't outrun Han Xin by running naked. He himself only had a little blood left. So after Han Xin chased after him, he swept Li Bai and killed him ruthlessly again. This is the second time he has been killed. Less than 5 minutes into the game, 2 people were killed. Wei Han suddenly felt like not wanting to play anymore. You know, he had never been so pathetic in the games he played with nearly 100 stars in King's rank. Chapter 122 Win the friendly match. After Wei Han's Li Bai was killed twice in a row by Li Qing and Han Xin, his economy had fallen behind by nearly 1,000. At this moment, he was resurrected from the fountain again, and he didn't dare to go online to catch anyone, let alone set the pace. You can only go to your own jungle, clear the jungle first, and improve your economy first. Li Bai was busy clearing the jungle. On the other side, Han Xin, controlled by Li Qing, was also not idle. After he cleared his own jungle monsters, he ran to the opposite jungle and did all kinds of crazy counter-jungle stuff.
The red and blue buffs in the opposite house are now completely his.
After all, Li Bai had learned the lesson of losing the first blood before, so after seeing Han Xian, he didn't dare to go up for excitement.
Soon, the financial difference between the two people was almost half a large item. The level difference is almost 2 levels, plus the trauma of being ruthlessly slaughtered by Li Qing before. So when Li Bai saw Han Xian, he just took a detour. He didn't even dare to go forward and use his ultimate move to harass. After all, Han Xian's displacement skills are too powerful. If you're not careful, he might jump next to you and kill you again.
At this moment, because Li Qing signed the top-level King of Glory game talent, his operation is also top-notch.
The overall rhythm is also very good. Under his smooth operation, Han Xian in his hand was transformed into a ruthless wild king of war and started a crazy killing mode.
The opponent's fragile marksman mage, as long as he dares to show up on the line and dares to leave the defensive tower, will be ruthlessly harvested by Li Qing's Han Xian. On the other hand, Wei Han, the nearly 100-star king on the opposite side, dared not show up after the Li Bai he controlled was killed twice by Li Qing.
Therefore, there is no possibility of giving Li Qing a kill. However, from then on, he could never catch up with Han Xian's economy.
After all, once Han Xian's economy starts to pick up momentum, he will start to eat up lanes and boost his economy like crazy.
Han Xian did not let go of the red and blue buffs in the opposite jungle area.
Directly and ruthlessly fight back.
Wei Han's Li Bai lost the blue buff, so the blue was not enough and he didn't dare to use the displacement skills casually, so he kept complaining.
His team was defeated because of the fight between the two jungle kings, which had a significant impact on his teammates. The teammates were constantly being slaughtered by Li Qing. The overall economy of the two sides is also gradually widening despite such a slight disadvantage.
After all, the advantage of the hero Han Xian lies in his flexibility and his ability to quickly increase economic output. The final outbreak point is in the early and middle stages.
Therefore, it is easy to appear very weak and tired in the later stage when everyone's economy has improved.
Li Qing now understands this truth very well.
So while they were frantically eating up the lane, they were also constantly provoking team fights and taking the opportunity to push down the tower. I watched as the first and second towers on the 3 lanes were constantly being destroyed. They were about to reach the higher ground. It can be said that the disadvantageous situation has already taken shape.
Li Bai was also suppressed by Han Xian and couldn't get up at all.
He didn't look like a jungle assassin at all.
Wei Han sighed. This is the first time for me, and I feel a sense of exhaustion.
It looks like we have a high probability of losing this game. On weekdays, he is the one who takes girls with him and bullies them.
This time, it was his turn to be the one being abused.
Seeing the 3 girls on his side, Han Xian, who was controlled by Li Qing, was brutally destroying them and ruthlessly sniping them. But he was powerless and could not intervene at all. It is now the middle to late stage and Han Xian has already equipped himself with 6 pieces of equipment. But he still lacks 1.5 big items to become 6 gods.
It was originally a crispy skin.
If he is not careful again at this moment,
he was taken away by a few shots from Han Xian.
He knew he was no match for his opponent, so he simply decided not to leave the high ground. This would at least make his performance look better later on. Following the shooter sister on Li Qing's side, they relied on each wave of soldiers to wear down the health of the Highland Tower bit by bit. The two sides also used the high ground as the boundary and cautiously tested each other.
No one dares to take that step easily. In the end, the Highland Tower in the top lane was successfully worn down by the senior shooter.
Soon, with the cooperation of Li Qing's 5 people, the Highland Towers in the middle and bottom lanes were successfully destroyed. There are no towers on the 3 high grounds at this moment.
Moreover, Wei Han's overall economy has also declined a lot.
Finally, Wei Han put down his phone slowly with a cold face and looked around at his teammates sitting around him.
Let's vote for this game. We can't win if we keep fighting.
Wei Han, a king with nearly 100 stars, said such words at this moment, and the remaining 4 teammates were also stunned. They saw how Wei Han controlled Li Bai just now.
It's not that Li Bai is not strong enough, but that the opponent's Han Xian is too good.
After the middle and late stages, as long as Wei Han's Li Bai dares to show his head slightly, Han Xian will immediately jump over ruthlessly, ready to kill Li Bai at any time. Many times, Li Bai escaped death with a sliver of blood from Han Xian's gun.
Although this game ultimately failed.
But Li Bai never gave Li Qing another head.
At this moment, the four people nodded their agreement to the surrender initiated by Wei Han. Not long after, before Li Qing had time to kill the big dragon, the phone screen flashed. The opponent's crystal exploded directly. Li Qing's team won in the end. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although he signed a top-level King of Glory gaming talent. But this does not mean that he can act recklessly without thinking. After all, this game, in addition to relying on hand operation, also requires the use of heart and brain. The two are combined into one. So Li Qing has been concentrating all the time, and the nerves in his heart have been tense. At this moment, he could finally relax. Li Qing moved his 10 fingers. After all, they had been working frantically just now. Beside him, his teammates, especially the 3 female senior students, were looking at Li Qing in surprise. Originally, they all thought they were going to lose the game. After all, no matter how you look at it, this is an impossible game to win. That's why I just wanted to play casually and let Li Qing, the handsome junior, play jungle at a low diamond rank. But he didn't expect that he could defeat the 80+ star King Wei Han on the opposite side? WTF? You know, Wei Han is the best expert in their club. Is this new junior really just a diamond dog? Damn, you little brother, you hit it too deeply. At this moment, they all looked at Li Qing with admiration. He took out his cell phone without hesitation and prepared to add Li Qing's QQ. As mature and sensible seniors, they would naturally take down such a sharp and handsome jungle king earlier than the juniors. On the other side, Wang Feng, whose jungle position was taken away by Li Qing, was also a little stunned at this moment. You know, when he was playing games in the club, every time Wei Han was opposite him, he basically couldn't win. But now, he was actually defeated by this junior, the person who was least likely to lead him to victory? Chapter 123. Who are we following? He saw the performance of his junior brother Han Xian just now. That operation can be described as awesome. Even if someone said that Li Qing was the national Han Xian, the 100-star king, he would choose to believe it without hesitation. Fortunately, he chose to be patient just now and gave the position of jungle king to Li Qing, allowing his junior to lead the team directly. Otherwise, he might still be guarding the high ground miserably, with the outcome uncertain. Soon. In the classroom, on the large multimedia screen, the scene of the 5 people on Wei Han's side surrendering unanimously was shown. Ever since the president predicted for the first time that Wei Han would get the first blood and was slapped in the face, he realized that Li Qing was an expert. This little brother is quite good, he's really capable. So soon, he began to be somewhat biased in his commentary, and verbally expressed the advantages of Li Qing playing Han Xian. By the end of the commentary, it was clear that Wei Han's side was at a disadvantage. After all, the towers on the 3 high grounds had been destroyed. But at this moment, the president still didn't dare to draw a decisive conclusion. I can't say for sure that Li Qing can win. Based on the current situation between the two sides, it can be said that the junior brother has the upper hand. The situation on Wei Han's side is extremely bad. But I think Wei Han still has a chance. He can take advantage of the situation to make a final team stand. Maybe he can take advantage and push back a tower. So, everything is possible. As the president's words fell. On the multimedia screen, Wei Han's team announced their surrender. Soon, on the progress bar, 5 people clicked the green surrender button at the same time. 5 people agreed to surrender, and the vote was passed unanimously. So, the team led by junior brother Li Qing successfully won this friendly match. I remembered what the president just said, everything is possible. At this moment, he was slapped in the face instantly. Standing on the stage, he was stunned for a moment, and then he spoke with a slight stutter. I didn't expect. Wei Han actually took the initiative to surrender. The team on my side, led by my junior brother, successfully won. The president finally announced. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole class was shocked. At this moment, everyone turned around and looked at Li Qing, this young boy with a childish face. No way, no way? Is this little brother really just a diamond dog? He actually rubbed the 80-star king and made him surrender? Sure enough, the waves of the Yangtze River push each other forward, and each wave is stronger than the last. The junior student beat them to death on the beach. Although this is just a friendly match. But Wei Han had never suffered a setback before, especially being ravaged like this, ravaged to the point of surrendering voluntarily. After all, with his level, he could always lead the team in any play before. But now, the huge sense of gap made him stunned for a long time before he slowly digested and came to his senses. Soon, he looked at Li Qing again. He even stood up and walked up to Li Qing. Little brother, are you really just a diamond? Li Qing nodded and smiled. Senior, to be honest with you, I am really just a diamond. This is really my size.
After Li Qing finished speaking, he smiled calmly again.
But you don't have to be too discouraged, senior. My level is indeed not diamond. I think I should be at least 100-star king.
After Li Qing finished speaking, he even patted Senior Wei Han on the shoulder to comfort him.
He didn't want his senior to have a mental breakdown and maybe quit the game directly because of the serious mismatch between his rank and his gaming level. Let him feel that I, a nearly 100-star king, was actually bullied by a diamond junior?
However, Wei Han is obviously not the kind of person who holds grudges or is petty. He always had a very good attitude, so he quickly let it go, and even looked at Li Qing in front of him with some appreciation. My junior brother's Han Xin is so good at playing with needles that he won't poke a needle.
At least it's national service.
If you have time, teach me a few tricks.
My name is Wei Han, what's yours?
Wei Han said this jokingly and even stretched out his hand, ready to make friends with Li Qing. Li Qing was naturally very happy. After all, Wei Han is a king with more than 80 stars, which is much more genuine than him, who has gaming talent obtained by signing in through the system. Moreover, it seems that Wei Han is also a veteran of the King of Glory Club, and maybe he can protect me. So he didn't think much about it and just shook hands with Wei Han.
My name is Li Qing.
Seeing that Wei Han, the club's master, was actually chatting with this super awesome junior, the other members of the club were a little surprised. Soon, after Wei Han left, many seniors gathered around. Especially the senior students, seeing Li Qing, the handsome wild king, they all came over and wanted to add Li Qing's QQ and WeChat accounts. Originally, it was Zhang Xiaoqian who brought Li Qing to the esports club. Now, after a friendly match, Li Qing has directly transformed into a gaming god. He was surrounded by senior students, who were worshipping him crazily. Not long after Li Qing happily received WeChat messages from more than 20 female seniors, Zhang Xiaoqian next to him walked over directly.
Brother Qing, sure. As expected of my brother Qing. Just one game and you're just bragging. I also got the contact information of so many beautiful seniors.
At this moment, Zhang Xiaoqian looked at his good brother Li Qing with envy, his eyes were almost filled with tears. Li Qing smiled faintly, took out his cell phone without hesitation and handed it to Zhang Xiaoqian.
Good brother, let's follow each other. Which senior schoolmate do you like? Take it, and feel free to add them. Zhang Xiaoqian waved his hands repeatedly, grinning sourly.
No, after all, I'm not as capable as brother Qing.
If I could play jungle like Han Xin in the national server, I would be the invincible jungle king.
When that happens, all kinds of pretty seniors will be vying to rub against me.
By the way, brother Qing, when are you going to teach me a trick?
I also want to be surrounded by senior sisters and add WeChat. Li Qing shook his head in a pretentious manner.
Little brother, this Han Xin move of mine is a unique skill, I'm afraid you can't learn it. After listening to this, Zhang Xiaoqian nodded with a bit of pain.
He probably expected Li Qing to say this, so he smiled calmly.
It's okay. I have a goal in the future. I hope you can help me get my sister-in-law. Li Qing nodded. Of course. Soon, he gave Zhang Xiaoqian another wicked smile. Of course, if my sister-in-law has any other needs, you can't satisfy them.
I can also take care of you at any time, and I guarantee your satisfaction.
You are my son anyway, so we should follow each other.
As soon as Li Qing finished speaking, he ran away with a wicked smile. Behind him, he heard Zhang Xiaoqian's laughter and scolding.
Fuck you, brother Qing, you are so ungrateful. Who is the father between us? Don't you have any idea? Chapter 124 Meeting Brother Xiaoyushi. After the two of them boasted for a while,
Li Qing did not go back to the dormitory with Zhang Xiaoqian.
Just now, he was showing off in the esports club in a low-key manner and was now preparing to go home.
After all, he stayed in Lin Shanxian's teacher's apartment last night and did not return to the Repulse Bay villa. I just sent a simple WeChat message to Xiaoyushi, telling her that I would not be going back. Xiaoyushi later just replied with a hum and did not ask specifically why Li Qing did not go back. After all, after she had felt good about Li Qing for over 20,000 years, she began to not be jealous. By the way, the bad habit of women being suspicious can also be corrected. So now, Li Qing can basically do whatever he wants with any woman he wants. He is like a hard-working and free little bee, able to freely roam among the flowers and collect nectar. When you see a pretty flower, just go up to it and suck its nectar to your heart's content.
There were no classes in the morning, so Xiaoyushi stayed in the villa and did not go to school. Seeing Li Qing coming home, Xiaoyushi, who was in the living room, hurried over. He walked forward excitedly and hugged Li Qing tightly. "Brother Qingqing, you were not at home last night. I was all alone and missed you so much." Li Qing touched Xiaoyushi's hair, then lowered his head and smelled the scent of shampoo remaining on her hair. "It's okay, I'm back," Xiaoyushi murmured softly, and her whole body fell limply into Li Qing's arms. "By the way, Brother Qingqing, I want to go eat hot pot tonight, hee hee." "No matter what, you can go with me tonight, okay?" Li Qing thought about it, nodded quickly, and rubbed Xiaoyushi's hair. "I think about eating hot pot every day. What a foodie. I shouldn't have anything to do tonight, so I'll stay with you." After listening to this, Xiaoyushi nodded happily. Then he glanced at Li Qing. "Oh, Brother Qingqing, I forgot to tell you. Actually, it's my brother who came back from the United States tonight. He heard that I had a boyfriend, so he wanted to see you tonight." After Xiaoyushi finished speaking, Li Qing was stunned. WTF? Xiaoyushi actually has a biological brother? How come he didn't know this all along? Li Qing's face was immediately filled with black question marks. When Xiaoyushi saw Li Qing's surprised expression, she looked at Li Qing proudly and said with a smile, as if she had expected it. "Brother Qingqing, you just promised me that you would eat hot pot with me tonight. A gentleman's word is as good as his bond. See you then. Hey, don't think too much about it. After all, my brother is as gentle and easygoing as I am. He won't eat you, so what are you afraid of?" After hearing this, Li Qing nodded, reluctantly agreeing. He was a little surprised at Xiaoyushi's move of acting first and reporting later. Thinking back to Xiaoyushi's father and grandfather, they both seemed to be cunning old foxes. Could his brother also have inherited the family tradition? Li Qing thought about this and shook his head. "Forget it, never mind. We'll just deal with it as the time comes. Who is afraid of who? Xiaoyushi has already met his father and grandfather, so what is his brother afraid of?" In the afternoon, 6 o'clock. In front of the Haishan Lao Hot Pot restaurant, Li Qing and Xiaoyushi got out of the Bugatti. Walked straight into the hot pot restaurant. Upstairs, Xiaoyushi's brother had already reserved a seat. At this moment, he saw two people walking towards him and he glanced directly at Li Qing, who was beside Xiaoyushi. Li Qing also followed Xiaoyushi's brother's gaze and looked straight over. "Mr. Xia, nice to meet you." Li Qing quickly greeted him enthusiastically. "I have to say, Xiaoyushi's brother looks really like Xiaoyushi. With Chao Gao's looks, you can tell at first glance that he is born from the same parents. They are simply carved from the same mold. Xia Yuming is completely the male version of Xiaoyushi. However, compared with Li Qingqi, Xiaoyushi's brother's appearance is still a little bit inferior." Xiaoyushi's brother quickly stood up and enthusiastically took Li Qing's hand. "Hello, you must be Li Qing, nice to meet you. I am Xiaoyushi's brother, Xia Yuming. You can just call me Brother Mingming." Xia Yuming greeted Li Qing naturally. He looks like he is in his early 20s. Only a few years older than the two of them. At this moment, the three of them sat down. He quickly called the waiter and asked them to serve the food as soon as possible, and then chatted casually with the two people about family matters. "I heard about your story with Cece when I was studying in the United States." "Of course, I know that too. You have a lot of capital now. He actually owns 40% of our family group's shares. Young and promising, young and frivolous. But don't be too proud. You are Xiaoyushi's boyfriend now. If you dare to treat Xiaoyushi badly in the future, I will never forgive you. After all, I also own 30% of the Xia family's shares. At least the future inheritance rights of the Xia family are in my hands." At this moment, Xia Yuming and Li Qing only exchanged a few short words, but the atmosphere was already tense. Li Qing was stunned for a moment when he heard the voice and was a little confused. Beside him, Xiaoyushi saw the scene and soon became a little unhappy. "Speak directly for Li Qing. Elder brother. What are you doing? You scared my brother Qingqing. Didn't you tell me that you only wanted to meet him, have a meal, and chat? He is my boyfriend, not your mortal enemy. Why do you have to be like this? Why don't you just talk properly?" Xiaoyushi soon looked angry and unhappy, and rolled her eyes at Xia Yuming. There is resentment in his little eyes.
When Xia Yiming saw that his sister was unhappy, his expression quickly softened and he even smiled.
Okay, I'll listen to you. You're my sister after all.
Brother, this is also for your own good.
I am afraid that you will be bullied by this kid, so I am giving him a shot in advance.
After Xia Yiming finished speaking, he spread his hands helplessly. Xia Yushi rolled her eyes at her brother again and quickly shook her head with a look of disdain on her face.
Tisk, brother. When you were at home, you always said that I was the tigress of the family and that I was very fierce. Li Qing, he doesn't dare to bully me.
After Xia Yushi finished speaking, she even waved her little pink fist as if to show off her power. When Xia Yiming saw this scene, he couldn't help but smile again.
Girl, you are still as stubborn as you were when you were little.
Li Qing, who was sitting next to them, suddenly felt like an outsider even though he was sitting next to two people. This was the first time he had this feeling since being with Xia Yushi.
However, he naturally wouldn't be jealous or hold a grudge. Chapter 125 Returning to China for Dai Meyer.
After all, no matter how close Xia Yiming and Xia Yushi are, their relationship is only that of brother and sister, and it only goes beyond family affection. Moreover, Xia Yiming had deliberately said such harsh words just now because he was worried that Xia Yushi would be bullied by Li Qing. So Li Qing didn't take it to heart at all. Soon, he naturally joined in the conversation between the two.
Brother Mingming, how many years have you been studying in the United States?
Xia Yiming thought about it and spoke directly.
3 years, 1 year left. But my old man doesn't want me to continue studying. He said that I was just messing around abroad and didn't learn anything useful.
Anyway, I'm in the US every day, just driving a sports car and not doing anything else. So they just let me go back to my country without even graduating from college. At this point, Xia Yiming spread his hands. They said that when I return to China, I will start from the most basic job.
So what if I am at the most basic level? Won't I inherit the family fortune of tens of billions by then?
Li Qing was stunned when he heard this.
Damn it, is this the true story of being unable to continue attending college and being forced to return home to inherit a billion-dollar fortune? It turns out that people cannot be compared.
On the side, Xia Yushi saw Li Qing being fooled by his brother's bragging.
I couldn't help but cover my mouth and laugh secretly. Brother, don't you like sports cars too?
Li Qing also has a Bugatti Voiture Noire.
You can talk to him about these supercar topics. She had even searched for Li Qing's Bugatti on the internet before.
I know that this Bugatti is worth a lot of money, hundreds of millions of Chinese yuan. His brother's sports car was only a Lamborghini worth tens of millions, which was no comparison at all. That's why she said it on purpose, hoping that Li Qing could show off in front of her brother and win back the game. This would prevent his brother from showing off in front of Li Qing by relying on the fact that he is a few years older than them and has studied abroad. Comparing the two of them, she still prefers her brother Qingqing, who is pretentious. After all, Li Qing is the person closest to her now. Sure enough, after hearing Li Qing's Bugatti Voiture Noire, Xia Yiming was stunned for a moment, his face full of surprise.
No way, is your car the same model as Ronaldo's? That is the Bugatti worth 128 million Chinese yuan? Li Qing nodded calmly. Hey, it's just a car. It's okay, I'm not actually interested in cars.
After saying that, he turned and looked at Xia Yushi beside him. In fact, Cici is the most important to me.
No matter how many Bugattis I have, in my heart, they are not as important as Cici.
When Xia Yushi heard what Li Qing said at this moment, she suddenly changed the subject and said such sweet words.
Her face turned red instantly.
With a moan, she fell into Li Qing's arms again.
Brother Qingqing, you are so kind to me. Aside. As a bystander, Xia Yiming was choked by this unexpected wave of dog food.
I thought Li Qing would take his 128 million Bugatti and show off in a low-key manner. But unexpectedly, he actually did the opposite and spoke touching words to Xia Yushi in a high-profile and affectionate manner.
Hi. This is a really clever trick. He was instantly defeated.
After all, as long as he could be good to his sister, he would feel relieved. Xia Yiming nodded with satisfaction at this moment.
Cici, seeing how well your brother-in-law treats you, I, as your brother, feel relieved. But in the future, if he dares to treat you badly, remember to tell me at any time. Brother will protect you when you are young, and he will protect you for the rest of your life when you grow up.
Xia Yushi looked at the brother in front of her who was so confident, this brother who was related to her by blood.
Nodded happily.
Having a brother like this and a boyfriend like Li Qing.
She felt that she was the happiest woman in the world. By the way, brother, when will you bring me a sister-in-law? You are 23 now and still single every day. You're not eating enough of my dog food. Xia Yushi quickly smiled and joked to her brother. Xia Yuming smiled when he heard the voice. In fact, I came back to China this time just for love. Do you think that I really came back willingly when my father asked me to come back to inherit the family property? Innocent. Actually, the reason I came back to China this time was to meet a female bird fighting anchor in China. I just came to see you and your brother-in-law today. Xia Yushi was shocked to hear that her brother had traveled thousands of miles back to China just to meet a female anchor. I was stunned for a moment. After all, there is a lot of news on the internet. Those indecent female anchors, as long as the top guys give them a lot of rewards, they will accompany those top guys to do all kinds of stuff. Hidden rules. Oh my god, I never thought that my brother would be such a person. In an instant, Xia Yushi looked at Xia Yuming with a strange look in her eyes. The brother and sister grew up together. Basically, we can say that we are in tune with each other. Just by looking at her, Xia Yuming could often tell what Xia Yushi was thinking. Now I see her looking at me with such a stupid look in her eyes. He understood immediately. Xia Yuming? WTF? Xia Yushi, please take back the dirty and evil thoughts in your heart. Would I, your brother, be that kind of person? Xia Yushi shook her head. So, brother, what kind of person are you? Xia Yuming sighed. You don't understand. The female anchor I came back to meet this time is the most popular female anchor in the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds section of Donyao Live Daimayer. I'm a serious female anchor, okay? Xia Yuming finished speaking. Li Cheng and Xia Yushi were stunned for a moment. You know, Li Cheng was still live streaming with Daimayer a week ago. Xia Yushi also knew about the fact that Li Cheng and Daimayer went out for dinner together and live streamed it. After all, she had already turned on the non-jealous characteristic and didn't feel anything was a big deal. But, his brother actually wants to meet Daimayer in person? Li Cheng is also stupid. He has appeared in Daimayer's live broadcast room many times. But judging from Xia Yuming's various reactions from the moment he saw him until now, it seemed that he didn't know him at all. To be on the safe side, he began to ask tentatively. Brother Mingming, when did you start watching Daimayer's live broadcast? Xia Yuming saw that the two people were very surprised after hearing Daimayer's name. I'm a bit confused. Actually, I've only been here for the last 4 or 5 days. After all, studying in the United States is too boring. I downloaded Donyao Live. This is the first time I've seen such an interesting female anchor. Although I only saw her for a few days, I fell in love with her at first sight. Chapter 126. You two actually know each other? To be honest, I came back this time just to propose to him. Li Cheng was stunned. Although he just had a dinner date with Daimayer. But he could clearly feel that Daimayer had some feelings for him. But now, Xia Yuming actually likes Daimayer. This is so embarrassing. I didn't expect that my brother-in-law would compete with me for a woman. This is fucking bullshit. Li Cheng was stunned for a moment, and just as he was about to speak, Xia Yushi beside him secretly pinched him. I quickly got ahead of him and spoke a little angrily. Brother, how can you like a female anchor? After all, our family is a big family in Ningjiang. If my dad knew that you liked the female anchors on the internet, he would break your legs. When Xia Yuming heard Xia Yushi say such words, I was also stunned. You know, Xia Yushi has always been very disdainful of her identity as a rich girl. How could such contemptuous words come out of her mouth? TSK, my dad can't control me. After all, I'm already this old. After we finish our meal, I will go to my appointment to meet Daimayer in person. I heard that she is also coming to Ningjiang City to play now. How about it, sister and brother-in-law, do you want to come with me and meet your sister-in-law in advance? Xia Yushi shook her head helplessly. I don't want to. Li Cheng also shook his head. I'm with Xia Yushi. Li Cheng spent the rest of the meal thinking about it. How should we deal with this matter? Damn, this is such a headache. How could I encounter such a stupid plot? It's so fucking ridiculous. After finishing their meal, a few people went out to the sea to fish. At the door, in addition to Li Cheng's Bugatti, there was also Xia Yuming's Lamborghini Veneno worth tens of millions. At this moment, 2 luxury cars gathered in front of the Haishan Lao Hotpot restaurant.
For a moment, it attracted the attention of countless passers-by and they started talking about it. What the hell, two supercars suddenly appeared at the entrance of the Haishan Lao Hot Pot restaurant at the same time? Ah, this is too damn cool. When will I be able to live such a superior life? I'm so envious. Li Qing was no longer surprised by the sour looks from passers-by. Dandan said goodbye to Xia Yushi's brother Xia Yuming and got into the car casually. After all, he has been driving a Bugatti for a long time. Since you are driving a supercar worth hundreds of millions, you must be prepared to be envied and be prepared to be ridiculed in advance. After Xia Yushi and Li Qing got into the Bugatti, Xia Yushi immediately became anxious. Brother Qingqing, what should I do? What if my brother sees Dai Mayer and talks about you? Li Qing shook his head, indicating that he had no other choice. At this moment, the WeChat notification sound on Li Qing's mobile phone started beeping. Li Qing took it out and saw that it was a WeChat message from Dai Mayer. Li Qing, I'm here in Ningjiang City to play with you again. But now, my number one from last week is also in Ningjiang. When he heard that I was here, he came to find me. Li Qing, what should I do now? Help, please help. Come and help me to clear the situation. I am now at the Starbucks on Renmin Road. Li Qing looked at the message sent by Dai Mayer on WeChat. Xia Yushi, who was standing beside him, naturally saw it as well. Although Dai Mayer is obviously interested in Li Qing, she is not jealous. But what about her brother? Xia Yuming went back to China directly for Dai Mayer. Damn! Li Qing raised his head and glanced at Xia Yushi beside him. Cici, what do you think of me? Should I go or not? Xia Yushi looked at Li Qing and nodded quickly. Go ahead, brother Qingqing. I think a quirky female anchor like Dai Mayer is obviously not suitable for my brother. You'd better go directly and let my brother give up this idea. Let him return to the United States and continue studying hard. Li Qing listened to Xia Yushi's words, but still hesitated and looked at her again. It's okay. My brother just gave you a warning to prevent you from bullying me in the future. In fact, he is really gentle, easygoing and reasonable. Just go ahead. Xia Yushi kept adding fuel to the fire and urged Li Qing to take action. Li Qing finally made up his mind and nodded. After letting Xia Yushi get off the car, he stepped on the accelerator and quickly drove straight to Starbucks. Moment. Li Qing parked his car in front of Starbucks and got out of the Bugatti. Looking through the glass of Starbucks, Li Qing saw Dai Mayer and Xia Yuming, who were sitting in a seat next to the glass in Starbucks. Dai Mayer was absent-minded at the moment, chatting with Xia Yuming and looking out the window from time to time. After waiting for a long time, she finally saw the familiar Bugatti coming. Li Qing walked down from above, like a savior, and she felt energized. Xia Yuming kept looking at Dai Mayer, trying to find topics to talk about, but Dai Mayer was not interested. At this moment, he naturally noticed the changes in Dai Mayer and looked in the direction she was looking. I unexpectedly discovered outside the window that Li Qing appeared at the door of Starbucks? WTF? Didn't my sister and brother-in-law just now refuse to come with him? Why are you visiting me suddenly now? No, Xia Yuming soon discovered that there was something wrong with the way Dai Mayer looked at Li Qing. Dai Mayer was chatting with him just now, with almost no expression on her face, and even her smile seemed a bit perfunctory. But now, I couldn't help but smile so brightly? Not long. Li Qing walked into Starbucks, and Dai Mayer quickly waved at him, motioning him to come over. Li Qing walked over directly, approached the two of them, found a seat and sat down. Li Qing, you're finally here. Let me introduce you, this is my top guy from last week, Brother Mingming. Brother Mingming, this is the guy I told you about before who often plays games with me, Li Qing. At this moment, Dai Mayer introduced the two people to each other. Both of them looked at each other in shock. Damn. Li Qing looked very calm on the surface, but he was actually very upset inside. It's just too embarrassing. On the other side, Xia Yuming was not so calm. At this moment, he looked at Li Qing with his eyes wide open and his expression was very exaggerated. It was as if he really didn't know Li Qing. Li Qing forced a bitter smile. Brother Mingming, what a coincidence, I actually see you here. Xia Yuming also nodded, and finally calmed down a little. Yeah, what a coincidence, Li Qing. The two people greeted each other. At this moment, it was Dai Mayer's turn to be dumbfounded. No way. You two actually know each other? What the hell is this? Chapter 127 Dai Mayer goes live again. Li Qing smiled but said nothing. Beside him, Xia Yiming smiled bitterly.
To be honest with you.
Actually, Li Qing is my sister's boyfriend. After hearing this, Dai Mayer was stunned for a moment. Today, she happened not to do a live broadcast. Otherwise, the show will definitely explode again. At this moment, Dai Mayer's eyes rolled around for a long time.
Only then did I react. Oh my god, no.
Although she knew that Li Qing had a girlfriend.
But she didn't expect that her girlfriend was actually the sister of the top person on the list last week?
You know, last week Xia Yiming gave her gifts worth nearly 10 million Chinese yuan in just a few days. Otherwise, with her status as a big anchor, it is impossible for her to make a date with a top anchor on the list within just a few days. So based on Xia Yiming's net worth, and so on.
But, Li Qing's girlfriend must also be a rich woman, right? After Dai Mayer analyzed this, she quickly nodded. After all, it was he who called Li Qing, and Xia Yiming asked her to come. She didn't know whether the two people were embarrassed or not. Anyway, she is stuck in the middle, which is quite painful. Soon, she decided to turn on the bird fighting live broadcast to ease the atmosphere. After all, the top guy on the list and Li Qing appeared in her live broadcast room together. The viewers in the live broadcast room must be shocked. Soon, Dai Mayer opened the Fighting Bird live broadcast room and prepared to start the show. She thought about it and directly sent the notification to start the broadcast. The copywriter said, "Today I am going out with Li Qing and the top boss to have a meal and brag a little." It wasn't too long before the broadcast reminder was sent out. A large number of fans instantly poured into the live broadcast room. The barrage of comments started flying instantly. Where's Li Qing? I'm here to see Li Qing showing off again. Oh my god, I told you before, the top guy on the list gave nearly 10 million in rewards, shouldn't Dai Mayer treat him to a simple meal? I've come to admire the face of the top guy on the list. Li Qing and Xia Yiming were stunned for a moment when they saw that Dai Mayer had turned on the live broadcast, and then they quickly picked up their coffee. Taking advantage of this gap, they chatted with each other. When did you meet Dai Mayer? About 2 weeks. After listening to this, Xia Yiming nodded silently. Fortunately, it's only been 2 weeks. Besides, Li Qing is his sister's boyfriend. Does he really dare to flirt with other women outside and snatch Dai Mayer in front of me? How is that possible? Thinking of this, Xia Yiming instantly became confident again and lowered his head to take a sip of coffee. He even took the initiative to come over and say hello to the viewers in Dai Mayer's live broadcast room. Hello everyone, I am Brother Mingming, the one you have seen in the live broadcast room every day these days. Today I had the honor of meeting Dai Mayer in person. Sure enough, Dai Mayer is much prettier in person than in the live studio. Xia Yiming finished speaking. The barrage of comments instantly split, as if no one was buying Xia Yiming's account at all. After all, Xia Yiming has only been following Dai Mayer for 3 or 4 days. Just because you spent nearly 10 million yuan on gifts, you asked Dai Mayer out? You know, they watch the live broadcast every day, although they are just true fans who support the card application and silently follow Dai Mayer. Some of them have even followed her for several years but have never seen Dai Mayer. But now the super rich Mingming actually skipped the whole process and just spent a lot of gifts crazily to meet Dai Mayer in person every 3 or 4 days? Sure enough, it's the power of money. This is to rub these true fans to the ground. So at this moment, everyone's eyes turned red as they watched Xia Yiming live streaming next to Dai Mayer. The number one rich guy is so direct. No wonder he gave me nearly 10 million worth of gifts before we even met. If I spent tens of millions on gifts and met Dai Mayer, I would praise her for her beauty no matter what, even if it meant I would be wrong. Fuck, who the hell is talking like that? I want to see Li Xin, where is he? When Xia Yiming saw the comments in the live broadcast room, he seemed to be unimpressed by his appearance and even had a vaguely unfriendly feeling. He was also stunned. It just so happened that many comments were madly posting messages, hoping that Li Qing would appear on camera. He just went along with it and did a favor. Li Qing, these fans are asking you to get on camera. Li Qing heard the voice and walked over. The tone of the barrage instantly changed and became friendly. Li Qing, you're not going to play the piano today? I still want to hear you play the piano and show off. How is Li Qing going to show off today? Everyone is waiting. Yes, Li Qing, stop wasting time and go straight to the top of the list of the most ruthless slapping people. Li Qing looked at the barrage and smiled bitterly. My fellow fans, please be gentle with your words. The number one guy on the list is my brother.
After Li Qing finished speaking, the live broadcast room exploded again. After all, it was not like this when they were watching Li Qing's live broadcast in Dai Meier's live broadcast room. At that time, Li Qing was as crazy as he could be. But now, he actually took the initiative to acknowledge a big shot on the list as his brother? Li Qing, you've changed. I don't even recognize you anymore. Sure enough, money can make Li Qing work. Li Qing, I'm going to give Dai Meier 100 million worth of gifts later, can you call me Grandpa? Soon, the barrage of comments started flying again, all of which were full of crazy complaints, saying that Li Qing had actually become a coward and started calling others brother. Li Qing spread his hands speechlessly. You little hooligans. You guys are so fussy when I call someone brother. On the side, Dai Meier also came over, appeared in the camera of the live broadcast room, and interjected. Hey guys, I haven't finished my mission for today yet. Everyone who has the conditions, give me a card. If you don't have the conditions, you can also send a plane to support us. After all, for those of you who don't have the conditions, I won't ask you to apply for a card. I would directly recommend the gift with the best experience, an airplane. This way, everyone can brag about it and say that they have helped Dai Mei fly. It's not too shameful, right? After all, my reputation as a sister is very famous on the internet. Li Qing listened to Dai Meier beside him, who was performing a stand-up comedy in the live broadcast room. Asking for gifts is something that is difficult to ask for. It is actually called a kind of enjoyment and a symbol of status. As expected, he is worthy of being the top anchor of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Live streaming is really a way of fooling people. Soon, at Dai Meier's call. In the live broadcast room, all kinds of gifts were flying everywhere in an instant. Many new accounts that had never sent gifts before actually fell into the trap after hearing Dai Meier's nonsense. Many of them fly directly into an airplane when they make a move. Dai Meier thanked for the gifts while shouting wildly, continuing to ask for gifts to complete the task. Beside him, Xia Yiming, the heir to several major families in Ningjiang City, couldn't bear to watch it anymore. For him, things like Dai Meier's daily live broadcast tasks are just a drop in the bucket. Isn't that easy? Just give out a gift worth hundreds of thousands and it will be okay. So, he walked straight to Dai Meier. Dai Meier, don't make it so hard on yourself. You just want a gift? I'll just take care of your task for today and give you enough at once. Xia Yiming said to Dai Meier with full confidence at this moment. The sound was neither too loud nor too soft, just right. Naturally, the fans in Dai Meier's live broadcast room also heard it. Oh my god, he is worthy of being a top boss. He completed the gift mission worth hundreds of thousands of dollars just like he said it. Fuck, then why should we send gifts? We're just being taken advantage of. We might as well just let the top guy on the list take the spotlight. Dai Mei doesn't need our gifts anyway. Sure enough, it's good to be rich. I can just hit the stupid girl to meet her. When will I be able to hit a female anchor like this for fun? Soon, Dai Meier saw the comments in the live broadcast room and the direction of the comments seemed a little off. Originally, she hated Xia Yiming's behavior, which made her feel like he was the only one supporting her. But if someone wants to give me a gift, I can't just be hypocritical and say no. That would not only offend Xia Yiming, but also make oneself seem very noble. Dai Meier hesitated for a moment, but finally persuaded Xia Yiming tactfully. Brother Mingming, you have given me so many gifts. I am very touched. Besides, you are not the only fan in my live broadcast room. There are other fans too. You don't have to go out of your way to give me gifts. I'm already very touched. Thank you very much. Dai Meier felt that what she said was tactful enough. But at this moment, in Xia Yiming's view, it had another meaning. What? Dai Meier actually said that she was very touched because I gave her so many gifts? Are you still saying it's not necessary? If a woman says no, does that mean she really doesn't want it? After all, men understand what they know. Therefore, Xia Yiming quickly took Dai Meier's euphemism as a clarion call to charge. The more Dai Meier refused, the more determined he became to give her a gift. Not only does he want to give gifts, but he also wants to give them crazily. It's just a super rocket. Let us start with 100 shots to liven things up. One super hot shot costs 2,000 Chinese dollars, and 100 shots only cost 200,000. Not expensive at all. Xia Yiming delivered them all in one go very quickly. In Dai Meier's live broadcast room, the screen was dominated by super popular special effects.
Xia Yiming sent out a full 100 super hot shots. In an instant, the popularity of Dai Mayer's live broadcast room skyrocketed. Many people came to open the popular fishball gifts and watch the fun. He even did not forget to post comments in chat. Big Tycoon, are you still in need of a thigh pendant? It's the silly girl again. I really don't understand what's wrong with people's aesthetic standards nowadays. A pair of A-list anchors are also in love with them. Fuck, the rich man who gave gifts to the anchor was live streaming next to the anchor? I'm curious if the two of them would live stream at night after meeting in person? If not, what would they do? After 100 super hot posts, the popularity has risen. But Dai Mayer was not very happy. She frowned slightly. To be honest, she really had no feelings for Xia Yiming at all. This action has completely worn out Xia Yiming's last bit of goodwill. It is obvious that he is a big anchor who makes a living by these millions of stupid fans. Chapter 128 Li Qing's phantom account appears. Now I have become just like those anchors in the beauty zone who speak in a coquettish voice and have only tens of thousands of followers, and are completely dependent on the support of a few top-ranked and second-ranked guys. For those anchors with good looks, if the top or second most famous people give them a lot of gifts, it is not impossible for them to even send gifts from thousands of miles away. Dai Mayer shook her head helplessly. It's just funny. Will she be that kind of anchor? But after all, for the anchor, giving gifts is the boss. Even though she didn't like it, Dai Mayer was forcing herself to smile. Thank you, Brother Mingming. Brother Mingming, you really don't have to brush it anymore. I'm so touched. Xia Yiming was stunned for a moment. Soon, he misunderstood the situation again. He waved his hand with a calm expression. That's only 100 rounds of superfire. It's just an appetizer. The real Manchuhan banquet is still to come. Xia Yiming said confidently. This time, he was going to seal the deal and directly knock Dai Mayer down with a gift. I don't ask for anything like physical union. It's enough just to win the favor of Dai Mayer. Soon, Xia Yiming turned on his cell phone. Give your own fighting bird account another 1 million bird wings, which is 1 million Chinese yuan. Without further ado, let us get started. Mingming, the brother of Dai Mayer, sent out 200 super rockets. Mingming, the brother of Dai Mayer, sent out 201 super rockets. Looking at the super fire sent by Xia Yiming in the live broadcast room, although Dai Mayer forced a smile on her face, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that she was slightly unhappy. Li Qing, whose presence has been very low at the moment, saw Dai Mayer's expression. Shaked his head. It seems that Xia Yiming's actions have been completely thankless. Giving gifts is totally not the point. Thinking about myself, I just happened to be carrying out the task assigned by Xia Yushi to make Xia Yiming give up on Dai Mayer. Li Qing sighed. Brother-in-law, brother-in-law. It's really not that I want to go against you. It's just that your sister is thinking about you and for your own good, so I had no choice but to do this. Soon, Li Qing, who had been sitting in the corner completely inconspicuous, silently took out his mobile phone. Without further ado, open the Douyin app. He logged into one of the few phantom accounts on his bird fighting live broadcast. Directly entered Dai Mayer's live broadcast room. Welcome that girl Wanchan to the live broadcast room. The unique and cool entry effects of the Phantom God directly and forcibly occupied the screens of everyone in the live broadcast room. Without exception, everyone who was watching in the live broadcast room knew that the Phantom God had come in. Previously, the highest-ranking noble in Douyin Live was the Emperor, who only earned 120,000 per month. But later on, there was another Phantom God. You have to know that a Phantom God cannot be opened by spending a lot of money. You must spend 1.8 million shark fins within a limited time to activate it, and you must spend 1.8 million shark fins every month thereafter to renew it. From their birth to the present, including Li Xin, there are only 6 Phantom Gods. Therefore, this is a symbol of super rich status in bird fighting. At this moment, seeing that girl talking to me, a Phantom God suddenly appeared. Dai Mayer and Xia Yiming were both stunned. No way, why is the Phantom Boss from Douyin Live coming here? Dai Mayer, welcome that girl to the live broadcast room. If I remember correctly, this is the second time that the boss has come to my live broadcast room. But Boss Wanchan didn't even say anything to respond to Dai Mayer's words. He started giving out gifts ruthlessly. In front of Dai Mayer and Xia Yiming in the live broadcast room. That girl fired 100 super rockets at me. That girl fired 300 super rockets at me. That girl sent 1001 super rockets at me.
Li Qing was sitting in a corner of Starbucks at the moment, swiping his phone frantically.
Not far from him,
Dai Meier and Xia Yuming were sitting in front of the mobile phone cameras in the live broadcast room, completely confused.
Dai Meier was a little dizzy. Why did this phantom god come out for no reason and give herself super popularity?
And that a lot of them given away at once. This made her feel both humbled and flattered.
Xia Yuming was embarrassed.
Originally, he was frantically trying to gain super popularity, but now suddenly, a phantom god who was taller than him, the noble emperor, appeared and he started giving gifts without saying a word. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell that this is a challenge to oneself. At this moment, Xia Yuming was in front of Dai Meier, and the two of them were facing each other, broadcasting live in her live broadcast room.
If I get slapped in the face, how can I continue to appear in front of the camera in the future?
Besides, he is the future head of the Xia family and a billionaire.
That kind of inherent arrogance is written all over his face. Now, can he withstand this kind of blow? It was very quick and direct, without much ado.
He lowered his head and started giving out gifts like crazy. Just a light press of the little finger can create a super fire worth 2,000 Chinese dollars.
You can click several times in 1 second.
At this moment, he just felt that his hand speed was not fast enough. The number of gifts given cannot exceed that of Li Qing in a short period of time.
Mingming, the brother of Dai Meier, sent out 1,200 super rockets. Mingming from Dai Meier sent out the Super Rocket 2020.
In just 10 minutes, Xia Yuming squandered all of his 4 million Chinese yuan. On the other side, Li Qing also did not stop and his hands moved at a very fast speed. He even raised his head and glanced at Xia Yuming who was not far away.
You little brat, you want to compete with me in giving gifts?
I am a man with 1 billion bird wings. Although I squandered some of it before on gifts for Lu Wanqing, I'll just count it as 900 million bird wings. If 900 million bird wings are sent super fire, 450,000 rounds can be brushed. No matter how rich Xia Yuming's Xia family is, it is only a few hundred billion in assets.
Can he have hundreds of millions of Chinese dollars in cash?
So this time, Li Qing is determined to win, and there is no arrogance at all. Dai Meier looked at her live broadcast room and saw two wealthy people appearing and competing to give gifts at the same time. Moreover, the two of them seemed to be determined not to give up until the winner was decided.
She was a little surprised and a little headache. She is very happy that she can get so much super fire and popularity.
But both sides are big shots. If the two of them are in a desperate situation, it will be difficult for them to step down in the end because they have given so many gifts to save their reputation.
What can I do?
At the same time, the viewers in the live broadcast room saw this grand scene of bird fighting live broadcast that only happens once in a century. The two wealthy people have been sending thousands of messages to each other in Dai Meier's live broadcast room and have become extremely popular. Millions of Chinese dollars were just thrown away like that. Soon, the barrage of comments started flying.
Fuck, the famous scene is here, it's time to witness history. Who will win between the two bosses in the end?
Let's wait and see, but I choose to bet on that girl to defeat the phantom boss.
Too stupid nouveau riche, giving so many gifts to a live streamer? Wouldn't it be better to donate so much money to a Hope Primary School? You don't understand this, there is no way Hope Primary School can have a female anchor as attractive as Dai Meier. Chapter 129. Are you the phantom boss?
Li Qing and Xia Yuming are fighting fiercely at this moment.
It's just that one is in the light and the other is in the dark. In fact, Xia Yuming only had more than 20 million Chinese yuan in pocket money.
If converted into bird wings, it would be only 20 million bird wings.
With this, you are competing with Li Qing's billion bird wings account to become super popular? There's absolutely no suspense about this.
At this moment, as time slowly passes, the two of them are extremely popular, and the number of likes is increasing. Xia Yuming looked at the phantom, that girl was talking to me, and he seemed to be still very strong, with no signs of weakness.
He was a little panicked.
He has invested 10 million yuan so far today. If I invest the remaining 10 million.
If we win, that's fine.
If he loses, all his face for the past few days will be gone. After all, it is a rare sight to see such a wealthy man spending tens of millions of bird wings at any time.
The next day, it will definitely make headlines. Shocking.
In the Doniao live broadcast room of a female anchor, two wealthy people gave each other tens of millions of gifts just to make her smile. As the loser, he was too embarrassed to stay in the live broadcast room anymore. Thinking of this, he began to waver and hesitate. The hand speed also slowed down slightly. After all, just now, when he was giving out gifts, Meyer was beside him, trying to persuade him frantically.
Gifts should be given in moderation. Soon.
Li Qing also exclaimed in surprise. After all, my brother-in-law spends tens of millions of bird wings at any time.
It doesn't matter how many gifts you give. It's just a quantity.
Just two hands, tapping the phone screen frantically and sending super hot messages non-stop.
His hand speed can't keep up. At this moment, I feel like my fingers are cramping.
So he raised his head and glanced at Xia Yuming, who was also busy painting not far away.
Soon, he walked straight over. Brother Mingming, why are you still competing with this stupid phantom god? Why don't we just quit while we're ahead? How can you compare this kind of person with a rich and stupid person? You are standing next to Meyer now, so you are the first to see the moon. There's no need to get angry with this kind of scapegoat.
Li Qing was beside Xia Yuming and tried to persuade him. Xia Yuming listened to both of them, persuading him to stop. Coincidentally, at this moment he also saw on the screen that the phantom god began to stop.
So, this is giving him a way out? Soon, Xia Yuming took a deep breath and nodded. In an instant, he retracted the impulsive feeling he had just had.
I saw that my brother-in-law finally stopped and stopped in time. Li Qing also breathed a sigh of relief. Although, it doesn't matter how many times he posts super hot posts. But fighting against Xia Yuming until the end was also a torture for him. It would be bad if it made him collapse. Anyway, for now, he is still temporarily ahead of Xia Yuming. In the live broadcast room, the two people's crazy fight just now stunned all the viewers. Now seeing that the two people actually stopped, all kinds of barrages flew up instantly.
Sure enough, Brother Mingming is still a coward. Master Phantom God, you are the eternal god. That's it? I thought it would take a long time, but it's just a gift worth 10 million?
Meyer saw that Xia Yuming finally stopped giving gifts crazily. The worry in my heart was finally put down.
That wave of crazy rewards just now. The profits are split 50-50 between the anchor and the platform.
She can get at least tens of millions of Chinese yuan.
However, a big anchor like her, money is just a number to her.
Being able to organize some interesting live broadcasts and keep fans watching is the most important thing for long-term development.
Regarding Xia Yuming, who gave the reward impulsively out of anger,
it made her a little nervous. In the live broadcast room, the viewers saw Li Qing's appearance and quickly started to follow Li Qing's rhythm crazily.
Li Qing, aren't you showing off to the brothers in the live broadcast room? That's right, look at Brother Mingming, where were you when he was giving out gifts like crazy? And you still have the nerve to say stop giving?
It's really ruining the experience of the brothers watching the live broadcast.
I'm going to say it again.
I suggest that Li Qing also do a few super fire shots to liven up the atmosphere. Meyer, quickly grab Li Qing's phone and see which female anchors Li Qing follows. Check her account to see if she has given gifts to Xiao Tuanxuan. After Li Qing finished speaking, he faded out of the live broadcast room. Because of the flying of his fingertips and the crazy operations just now, his hands felt tired. At this moment, I simply didn't even pick up my phone and just put it on the table, leaving my hands free to rest. Meyer quickly responded to the request of the viewers in the live broadcast room, sneaked over, and snatched Li Qing's phone. Li Qing's phone was still on Meyer's live broadcast room page, and the screen was not even turned off. Meyer snatched it away, fearing that it would be snatched away by Li Qing. He simply clicked on Li Qing's account information without even looking at it, and looked directly at the screen in the live broadcast room. Everyone, please remember Li Qing's ID.
Please help me check him.
He's coming to grab the phone soon.
Oops. Very quickly, in less than 3 seconds. Following a scream from Meyer,
Li Qing took away both her and her cell phone.
Soon, she was left alone again.
Seeing this scene, the live broadcast room exploded.
Oh my god. Ah, no way, guys, did you guys take a screenshot just now?
I saw it clearly, even though it was only for 3 seconds.
Li Qing, it was that girl who was talking to me about the Phantom God. Even though it was only 3 seconds.
But my friends, in this short time, I still saw the Douyin account ID on Li Qing's plain and simple rice phone, and it turned out to be the girl of the Phantom boss who was talking to me. Although the cell phone was snatched away by Li Qing again. Meyer was shocked instantly when she saw the comments in the live broadcast room.
WTF? No way? The stupid and rich Phantom boss just now turned out to be Li Xin himself? Dai Mayer's expression at this moment was as if she had choked on something. He didn't even have time to consider Xia Yuming's feelings. He turned his head and looked at Li Qing beside him. The face is incredible. Li Qing was not paying attention just now and his cell phone was snatched away. He accidentally exposed his identity as a phantom god. Now see Dai Mayer's expression. He spread his hands helplessly. Okay, let's get to the showdown. Actually, I was the one that the girl was nagging at me. Li Qing just finished speaking. Next to him, Xia Yuming was regretting his careless behavior just now. Suddenly heard this sentence. In that instant, it was like a bolt from the blue. The whole person was stunned as if struck by lightning. Li Qing is actually the phantom boss? Although he knew that Li Qing held a lot of shares in his family. Naturally, there will be plenty of pocket money. But if he already has his own sister, Xia Yushi, and still competes with me for Dai Mei, that would be too much. Chapter 131 Kiss Harvester. Soon, Xia Yuming walked up to Li Qing with a bad look on his face. Li Qing, I didn't expect you to? Li Qing quickly opened his mouth to defend himself. This is so unfair to me. It was actually Xia Yushi who asked me to do this. After Li Qing finished speaking, it was Xia Yuming's turn to be stunned. After a moment, he nodded reluctantly. Yes. Okay, then let me see how many bird wings you have on this account. This should be fine. You just advised me not to brush it. Now at least, let me die knowingly. Soon, Xia Yuming snatched Li Qing's phone without saying anything and started looking through it. Dai Mayer looked at the two people, who were chatting so lively at the moment. Especially as a host. She was even more curious. Li Qing and Xia Yuming have been fighting together until now. How many bird wings does Li Qing have? 936780000? Nima, you still have 900 million bird wings? Li Qing, my sister once told me that your family conditions are just average. At that time, I thought you were not worthy of my sister. 900 million bird wings, you call this average? This is 100 million. Xia Yuming's words had just fallen. The viewers in Dai Mayer's live broadcast room were soon excited. Did I hear you right? Brother Mingming, are you sure you didn't add a few extra zeros? Nima, 900 million bird wings? This is the boss. Ah, as expected, there are some things that you are not born with, and you will never have them in the future. Aside. Xia Yuming sighed. He shook his head and quietly moved away. A lonely person sat in a corner of Starbucks. He is the eldest son of the Xia family in Ningxiang City. When studying in the United States, I spent money like water, lived a life of luxury and was full of energy and vitality. From childhood to adulthood, basically, no matter what kind of people I met, they were not as rich as him. At this moment, I was suddenly hit financially by my sister's boyfriend. This made him very uncomfortable. Damn, more than 900 million bird wings. Although he is the eldest son of a company worth tens of billions. It's just a few tens of millions of pocket money. But Li Qing, this shitty live streaming app, has already attracted 900 million bird wings? WTF, hidden so deeply? Plus, Dai Mayer already had a good impression of Li Qing. So how can this be teased? In an instant, he became discouraged. I took out my cell phone silently and booked the earliest flight back to the United States. Dai Mayer was also shocked at this moment. I originally thought that Brother Qingqing was just handsome, could play the piano, talk, and was good at playing games. That's all. But now there is one more. Well, lots of money in billions. Therefore, at this moment, my favorability towards her increased rapidly. After all, which woman doesn't like a rich man? She was so excited that she couldn't close her legs. She took a quick glance and saw that Xia Yuming, who had invited her to have coffee before and was in high spirits, was now walking away in dejection without even saying hello. Sure enough, there is no gap without comparison. Li Qing is still the most handsome and manly. Soon, she changed her previous silly attitude and now looked like she had eaten honey. He greeted the fans in the live broadcast room with a smile. Everyone, that's all for today. I'm going to go offline. Bye-bye. After saying this, Dai Mayer ruthlessly turned off the camera. The viewers in the live broadcast room were watching the live broadcast and were suddenly confused. They just saw that Dai Mayer looked at Li Qing with the same expression as she had climaxed 10 times, and then said goodbye to them? This is so fucking informative.
Soon, everyone started complaining in the live broadcast room.
That's it? What the hell, it was so sudden. Did you see that?
The way Noire looked at Li Qing just now made me almost cry.
It feels like these two are going to do a pay-per-view show next. I want to watch it. I suggest you continue to broadcast paid programs. Isn't it okay for me to arrange a super hit for you? Li Qing, what are your plans tonight?
After turning off the live broadcast, Noire walked directly to Li Qing. His eyes were as bright as water, sparkling and sparkling. Li Qing was stunned for a moment, a little unable to adapt.
Although Noire is one of his favorite female anchors. But this doesn't mean that Noire can do whatever she wants to him. I seem to have made plans.
After Li Qing finished speaking, Noire rolled her eyes at Li Qing angrily.
Li Qing, you don't think I'm after your money, do you? Do you think I am greedy for your 900 million bird wings? This is my second time in Ningjiang City.
So what I mean is, you still don't understand. After saying this, Noire snorted softly. He walked up to Li Qing and hugged him tightly.
Li Qing, I like you. I don't know why, but I just like it.
It's as if you have a unique charm that attracts me deeply. After Noire finished speaking, she hugged Li Qing tightly, not letting go at all. Li Qing was being held tightly by Noire at this moment.
It's not like the feeling of other girls hugging themselves.
The feeling of two soft peaches sticking to me. At this moment, he felt like two beans were sticking to him. It just feels very strange.
Li Qing looked at Noire and took a deep breath. Let go first. I won't let go. Release. Not unless you promise me. Ahem, please let go first. It's a bit panicky. Noire let go of her hand instantly.
He raised his head and looked at Li Qing in front of him, his face was instantly full of question marks.
Li Qing smiled.
A is indeed worthy of its reputation.
Sand coin Li Qing, I'm not done with you. Moment. After a little playfulness, the two walked out of Starbucks. Noire followed behind Li Qing. Li Qing, I don't care. From now on, wherever you go, I will follow you. Li Qing? Sister, please forgive me. I don't like A.
Li Qing looked at Noire with a wry smile, the corners of his mouth slightly raised.
This is not him being pretentious on purpose. This is scientifically based. According to psychology, the more a woman wants something, the more you try to prevent her from getting it.
Only in this way can her curiosity be aroused.
Then cast a long line to catch the big fish. Successfully obtained. To put it simply, it is playing hard to get. Sure enough, after hearing Li Qing say this.
On the contrary, Noire feels that she becomes more courageous as she faces more setbacks. Without further ado, he followed Li Qing closely.
He even followed Li Qing into the Bugatti.
Li Qing saw that Noire was so brave for love. He smiled bitterly again and shook his head.
Okay then, I'll ask you one last time. I have a girlfriend, are you sure you don't mind?
Li Qing finished speaking.
Noire just nodded firmly and blinked at Li Qing. I don't mind.
Although I also felt that this was a bit weird before.
But I think if that person is you, I can still accept it.
Usually in the live broadcast room, Noire, who is a veteran driver, is like a young wife in front of him.
Very docile. This was a scene he could never have imagined before. Li Qing nodded silently. I see. So, will you be my boyfriend? Can.
But I hope you won't be greedy for my 900 million bird wings.
I won't give you a lot.
It's probably only tens of millions of bird wings at most. Li Qing spread his hands and said ruthlessly. But Noire shook her head stubbornly.
TSK, I won't be greedy for your bird wings. I am greedy for your body, you little fool.
After saying this, Noire blushed for the first time. You know, Noire is an experienced driver who never blushes when driving during live broadcasts. He had previously thought that Noire might have applied too much powder on her face. But I didn't expect that the time had not come yet. At this moment, looking at the shy girl in front of me, her face is as rosy as a peach, and she is beautiful and lovely.
The atmosphere has been set right here.
As an experienced person who has seen many women, Li Qing knows everything. He kissed her directly.
Ah. Li Qing, why are you still sticking out your tongue? But your tongue is so soft? 3. Don't let go, I won't talk anymore, okay? Kiss me again, with your tongue. Li Qing? Ah, no, no. As a veteran female anchor of Fighting Birds, Di Mayer has never had a French kiss? In other words, this is still a first kiss? Li Qing was stunned for a moment. It seems that up to now, all the girls he has kissed are still experiencing their first kiss. Li Qing felt that he had made a good deal. It's really a first kiss harvester. The two of them sat in the Bugatti and kissed for a while. Li Qing clearly felt that Di Mayer's breathing had quickened a lot. She even collapsed limply on him, letting him do whatever he wanted. Li Qing quickly opened his mouth. The long kiss made him feel his mouth was almost numb. Li Qing, you are such a good kisser. After Di Mayer finished speaking, her face became even redder. At this moment, the two of them were still at the door of the Starbucks coffee shop, kissing each other openly and passionately. From time to time, pedestrians would pass by the Bugatti on the road. Fortunately, Bugatti has reflective film. You can't see the scenery inside from the outside. That's why the two of them could kiss so boldly and passionately. As a boy, Li Qing must take the dominant position and take the initiative. He looked at the dazed girl beside him. Let's go somewhere else. There are too many people here. The car will start to shake in a while, and the impact will not be very good. Li Qing finished with a wicked smile. Di Mayer stretched out her little pink fist and gently hit Li Qing with a moan. You little fool, you're so annoying. However, he didn't say anything else. It's considered as a default. 5 minutes later. An underground parking lot in a shopping mall. A super cool Bugatti was parked in a very inconspicuous corner. In the car, there are only Li Qing and Di Mayer. Li Qing sighed softly. Bugatti is good everywhere. There's just too little space in the car. It's not easy to perform. Di Mayer was unusually calm. Little fool, remember to be gentle for a while. It's my first time.